esteemed warrior, the realm of Westeros is on the brink of a monumental crisis. As the southern kingdoms descend into chaos fueled by war, a subtle yet formidable threat looms from the icy northern tundras. Will you rise to become the hero who saves the continent? Confirm decline. When Liu Yi inadvertently pressed the confirm button, the wheels of fate began to turn. The populace of Westeros would soon face a pivotal choice: to embrace the fervent sunlight from another world or to succumb to the searing dragon flames from across the ocean. Those who would stir the winds of change upon the continent would encounter lives transformed. Chapter 1. The Lost Towern. Do not jump. I repeat, when the black waters encroach, do not jump. Everyone, take your fingers off the spacebar. If you understand, press 1. Hey guys, we are a sightseeing group, for heaven's sake. Let's not be so amateurish. Responses from teammates flooded the dialogue box on the large screen. 111. Are you all fools? I said do not jump. 111. 2223. Liu Yi rubbed his face, the muscles beginning to stiffen as he gazed at the screen where a bouncing undead rogue frolicked. With a sigh, he remarked, "There's a mage among us who didn't take your finger off the spacebar, so you lose 10 points. All right, everyone prepare. Ensure your buffs are up." Glancing at the time, he realized it was already past 11 o'clock. Although it was a Friday, it was getting rather late. He added into the microphone, "It's 11 now, let's play one more round. If we can't clear it, we'll disband and continue tomorrow. Press 1 if you agree. 1. Let's defeat this boss. See you tomorrow." 11. Seeing the consensus among the group, Liu Yi maneuvered his game character, a golden-marked Tauren Sunwalker paladin, to the center of the frozen throne platform. After ensuring all members had gathered in the designated damage-dealing area, he unleashed a shield of vengeance upon Prince Arthas Visage. 5 minutes later, he was felled by a colossal zombie summoned by the Lich King, his gray soul manifesting in the graveyard outside Iceground Citadel. Desperately seeking solace, he pressed his bovine visage against the thigh of the angelic maiden, observing the emergence of spectral figures around him. Liu Yi communicated in the chat, "Disband. Tomorrow at 7 sharp, enter the group after dinner. No eating while raiding." As team members exited the group and logged off, he soon found himself alone. Turning off voice chat, Liu Yi opened his inventory to assess the spoils of the evening. Friday nights were reserved for guild raids due to the loot distribution system. His bag brimmed with several unwanted purple and blue-green pieces of equipment, alongside his own reserve gear, rendering his inventory quite full. These unclaimed items were typically designated for the main tank, serving as a welfare benefit to be sold for gold to repair equipment. In addition to the gear, Liu Yi's inventory held some ores and gems. Every armor-clad creature harbors dreams of forging, and these unsellable, space-consuming scraps were the price of such aspirations. He also had a modest collection of gold coins gathered from looting corpses, a mere few thousand in total. With the savings combined, Liu Yi now possessed a total of 325,810 gold, 86 silver, and 25 copper. Being a main tank is indeed costly. Sigh, I don't feel like running anymore, I might as well resurrect directly. According to the lore of World of Warcraft, reviving directly with the Angelic Maiden would incur a 25 durability loss, however. For someone as financially affluent as Liu Yi, this was hardly a significant concern. Thus, he clicked on the dialogue box above the angel's head, opting for immediate resurrection. The familiar dialogue window appeared, yet the text was far from what he had anticipated. "Dear warrior, the continent of Westeros is beset by a grave crisis. As the southern kingdoms descend into chaos, threats from the northern ice fields have quietly emerged. Do you wish to become the hero who saves the realm? Confirm decline." Liu Yi quickly scanned the dialogue, utterly perplexed. When did the dialogue change? With a hint of confusion, his finger instinctively pressed confirm. Surely, he would not choose to decline, would he? As the confirm button dimmed, a stirring symphony filled his mind, and a torrent of memories surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming his soul with profound anguish, causing him to lose consciousness. A golden light erupted from his body, vanishing into the depths of the sky. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Liu Yi stood bewildered upon sparse grass, surveying his surroundings. He found himself alone in a dense forest, clad in a suit of metallic plate armor that enveloped him from head to toe. Glancing down, he noticed an array of armor, robes, swords, and various weapons strewn across the ground. Amidst the assortment of equipment lay many gleaming gemstones, glass vials, and a leather pouch the size of a backpack, its opening shimmering with golden light. "What is this?" Liu Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Though he had yet to fully comprehend the situation, he immediately crouched down and reached into the pouch, retrieving a golden coin and biting down on it. Gazing at the shallow teeth marks on the coin, Liu Yi was astonished. Was it truly gold? What on earth? Who would invest such a substantial sum in a prank? His brow furrowed, sensing that matters were more complicated than they appeared. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Liu Yi retraced the sequence of events, realizing that the unusual text in the angel's dialogue box during his decision to resurrect in the graveyard seemed somewhat anomalous. Westeros' dear hero saved the world. Could it be that he had traversed into another realm? Oh, so it turns out he had crossed over to what exactly? Goodness, he was just a humble office worker, living comfortably with a home, a vehicle, and a little sister. Who would desire to be transported to this bizarre realm of Westeros? It was evident that this was no advanced, prosperous land. What a joke if it were such a splendid place. Would the burden of saving the world fall upon him? Was he not aware of his own limitations? Liu Yi pressed his forehead in despair, pondering his predicament. He lifted his gaze and cautiously addressed the heavens. Whoever you may be, I mistakenly clicked the wrong option earlier. Could you possibly allow me to return? The shadows of the trees danced, and a few dark birds glided across the sky, their croaks echoing melodiously. Suddenly, a puddle of yellow-green viscous substance plopped onto the ground before him, from which he gleaned an unwelcome revelation. Oh dear. Once more, Liu Yi rested his forehead in his hand, feeling dejected for a considerable time before mustering the resolve to assess his available resources in preparation for the imminent survival challenge he would face as a traveler. What other choice did he have? Should he weep and beseech the heavens to send him back? Such a notion seemed rather impractical. The priority was to survive, to safeguard his life, and then gradually seek a way home. Upon inspection, Liu Yi was astounded by the wealth of resources strewn about him. Merely skimming the surface, he realized that whoever had transported him from Earth had indeed invested a significant sum. Among the treasures lay exquisite metallic armor, intricately patterned cloaks, and sharp, resilient swords, 30-own items in total classified as equipment. A myriad of unknown gemstones lay scattered, reflecting a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight, their quantity vast and overwhelming. Various fabric rolls, an assortment of dried herbs, and uniquely shaped crystal vials grew increasingly familiar to Liu Yi. These items resembled the materials and gear found in the backpack of a towering Sunwalker. Realizing this, he promptly removed the armor he wore and, adhering to the human form, meticulously arranged it on the ground. Indeed, it was the light-bearer set donned by a paladin. Moreover, he discovered that his physique had transformed significantly, much more robust than his previous sedentary self. The armor fit him snugly and handsomely. Ah, had I known I would traverse realms in this gear, I should have stayed up all night to ensure my shoulder pads were in hand. Strength is fleeting, but elegance endures. Contemplating the loss of his splendid, shimmering shoulder pads, Liu Yi was overtaken by sorrow, tears streaming down his face. Casting his eyes over the trove of treasures, a mix of joy and concern enveloped him. The joy stemmed from his status as a guild leader with access to a treasure trove of high-value items. Regardless of the world he found himself in, this collection, even without practical utility, could fetch a considerable sum as mere artifacts, sustaining him for a while. Moreover, the hefty bag containing over 30,000 gold coins, such a fortune was beyond his imagination. If only he could bring back that wealth when he returned to Earth. Yet, the worry lingered. With such valuable possessions, should he encounter locals with ill intentions, the consequences could be dire. Conversely, if he were to avoid locals entirely, he would be unable to transport these treasures. Without the means to carry them, they would serve no purpose and become worthless. To add to his frustration, as a guild leader, Liu Yi had not prepared an adequate supply of food. In World of Warcraft, food merely served to grant buffs and restore health to characters. However, the benefits of food are not as potent as those of potions, rendering them unnecessary for Liu Yi. As the guild leader, a primary tank, does he truly need to ponder the matter of health restoration? Thus, the only items scattered on the ground were a few chicken legs, pies, and cans of mysterious meat that he had inadvertently collected during his time in the dungeon from the fallen foes. Upon gathering these remnants, Liu Yi calculated that they would sustain him for 3 days. This implies that within this time frame, should he fail to locate a stable food source, he would face the grim fate of starvation. After contemplating for less than 2 minutes, Liu Yi resolved to temporarily abandon these provisions and prioritize finding a human settlement. At the very least, he needed to locate a source of water. However, Before departing, he made sure to securely store these items, refusing to discard them carelessly. Liu Yi rose to his feet and, using his current position as a focal point, spiraled outward in search of a suitable hiding place for his larger belongings. After over half an hour, he discovered an abandoned bear den to the southeast. A bear den is a refuge excavated by bear species. Depending on the size of its inhabitants, these dens can vary significantly. This particular one was over 3 meters deep and nearly 2 meters high, clearly the abode of a substantial creature. Cautiously, Liu Yi peered inside, observing the cave was devoid of any contents. The dry earth at the cave's base and the mild odor suggested that it had been long abandoned. Thus, he began to transport the unnecessary equipment, piece by piece, resembling an ant relocating its home, and stowed them deep within the den. Next, he utilized a miner's pick to excavate the soil above the bear den, covering all the gear. Once the entrance was thoroughly concealed, he gathered stones and vegetation from the vicinity to further camouflage the site. To avoid drawing attention, Liu Yi refrained from marking the stones or adjacent trees instead. He produced an intact power scroll and, using a charred twig as a quill, sketched the distinctive geographical features of the area on the scroll's reverse side. Upon completing the treasure map, Liu Yi gazed despondently at the abstract lines, deeply concerned about the future of his hidden wealth. Would he truly be able to return and find these items? He concluded that it was better to secure them than to leave them for others to claim. Once he had concealed his treasures, Liu Yi retained only the essentials for survival, which included armor. A complete set of Lightbringer dawned upon himself. Weapons: the royal crest of Lord Darren's shield, a short sword, a long sword transformed into serpent strike, and a magical dagger. Backpack: all foodstuffs, 100 gold coins, an empty potion vial for water, and several gemstones. Tools: one each of a blacksmith's hammer, miner's pick, and fire-starting equipment. Truth be told, without the aid of spatial magic, the sight of his cumbersome load gave Liu Yi a headache. How could he possibly carry all this? Yet, as he began to strap each item onto himself, he realized he was capable of bearing the weight, and it was not overly burdensome. He wondered, although he had been a tall and strong man on Earth, he had never been capable of such feats. Was this a benefit of his transference? He couldn't quite comprehend it, nor did he feel it necessary to dwell on the matter. Having tidied up, Liu Yi departed from his birthplace, embarking on a quest for a place that could sustain his existence. In the wilderness, the foremost priority is to locate a flowing water source, such as a stream or brook. Human settlements are predominantly established near such water sources. Thus, by following the river, one is bound to discover a village or town. Even in the event of ill fortune, should a settlement remain elusive, one would ultimately arrive at the seashore, where ports or fishing villages are likely to be found. What if this were a deserted island? Then one would be left to await a solitary demise upon its shores. Nonetheless, I ponder that no matter the formidable individual, it would be rather unthinkable to have gone through such trouble merely to experience a real-life version of Survivor. With this belief in mind, Liu Yi commenced his journey toward lower terrain, and after considerable time, he stumbled upon a narrow stream meandering through the forest. Crouching by the water's edge and gazing at his own reflection, a handsome visage framed by dark hair, and Aishi exhaled in relief, grateful not to be confronted by a visage of brutishness. In a buoyant mood, he retrieved a large bottle from his backpack, immersing its mouth into the stream to fill it to the brim. He then kindled a fire, propping the bottle atop stones to bring the water to a boil. It is a well-known fact that while the streams in the forest may appear pristine, consuming the water directly could likely lead to parasitic infections and a host of other ailments, leaving one's soul and body forever entwined with the fervent wilderness. Submerging the bottom of the scalding water bottle in the stream, the boiling water quickly cooled. Liu Yi then produced a cherry-filled pastry, savoring it alongside the pleasantly warm water. After quenching his thirst and satisfying his hunger to a moderate degree, he rose once more, continuing downstream along the waterway. The stream served as a beacon, a symbol of hope for survival. Liu Yi walked alongside the stream, never daring to divert his gaze from this lively little entity. Along the way, he encountered impassable terrains, such as sheer cliffs. During these moments, he would take a slight detour, ensuring the stream remained within sight, never allowing it to vanish for more than 2 minutes. At last, as the sun began its descent, he witnessed the stream joyfully merging into a narrow river, barely wide enough for a single person. The anxiety that had plagued Liu Yi began to dissipate, and he found himself smiling in relief. Although the river was not wide and showed no signs of human activity, it was at least a flowing body of water. As long as it was alive, it would eventually join the sea, and following the river, he too would escape the confines of this forest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness gradually enveloped the sky, causing visibility within the woods to diminish perceptibly. Traversing through the inky blackness of the forest at night is an exceedingly unwise endeavor. Not only does it increase the likelihood of encountering nocturnal predators, but in the absence of light, one could easily stumble and sustain injury. Even without considering these external dangers, Liu Yi, burdened by an array of metallic components and having traversed the dense woods for much of the day, found his strength nearly depleted. If he did not rest now, he might not be able to walk normally the following day. With thoughts of a prolonged struggle in mind, Liu Yi sought out the largest tree near the riverbank. Using his dagger to ascend its trunk and resting against the stoutest branch, he surrendered to slumber. Perched atop a towering tree trunk, Liu Yi gazed at the sky above, futilely attempting to locate the once familiar constellations. Yet, the dazzling Milky Way was nowhere to be seen. This place was undeniably no longer Earth. However, the trees, streams, mountains, and the occasional appearance of birds and beasts bore such a striking resemblance to his home planet. What would be the reason for this? Liu Yi found himself lost in contemplation and reminiscence, yearning to uncover some clues. As his thoughts deepened, he unexpectedly discovered a flood of long-forgotten memories surging forth within his mind. The obscure poem his teacher had once assigned him to recite in childhood, the readings of Das Kapital during his university days to impress others, and documentaries he had watched about ancient forging techniques. All these memories, which had once seemed like faded photographs trapped in an album, now unfolded like film stored on a hard drive, both vivid and complete, allowing for fast-forwarding and rewinding. This sensation was truly remarkable. Could this extraordinary memory capacity be an innate boon bestowed upon traversers? Eager to delve deeper into his memories, Liu Yi began to explore further. But perhaps this ability demanded too much mental energy, for it wasn't long before his mind became too fatigued to function. Just before drifting into a hazy slumber, his last thought was that this skill might serve well in alleviating insomnia. Chapter 2. A Makeshift Settlement. As dawn broke the following day, Liu Yi rose from his perch on the tree branch, staring blankly at the eastern light for quite some time before he fully awakened. Indeed, he had traversed into another realm. Everything that had transpired yesterday was not a mere dream. Giving his cheeks a firm slap, Liu Yi slid down the tree trunk to the ground, as was his habit, fetching a bottle of fresh water from the river. He kindled a fire to boil it, and by the time he finished his morning ablutions, the water had cooled to a palatable temperature. After consuming his breakfast with the warm water, he embarked on yet another day of trekking. With each step he took, the rushing river, reluctant to part with its precious drops, widened into a grand expanse. On the fourth day at noon, having exhausted his provisions, he finally arrived at the river's end, revealing a vast and boundless blue ocean. At the moment he beheld the horizon, Liu Yi instinctively knelt upon the ground, pressing his hands into the earth as he gasped for breath. Though he could not comprehend why, his stamina and strength at that moment were significantly greater than they had ever been on Earth. Nevertheless, the burden of 3 consecutive days of forced marching had still drained his energy and willpower. The breathtaking view of the ocean overwhelmed his resolve, and he simply lay down on the ground, motionless, for quite some time. It was not until the midday sun had heated his armor to a scorching temperature that he rose to seek refuge in the shade of a tree. Having consumed all the food in his pack, his limbs were rendered weak and weary from the relentless weight of his journey, and his spirit was equally fatigued. Liu Yi pondered for an extended period, yet could not find a compelling reason to continue the forced march. Thus, he resolved to settle at the river's mouth to rest for a few days, at the very least to replenish his supplies before resuming his travels. Once his strength had somewhat recovered, Liu Yi rose and walked along the estuary, tracing the river upstream for several dozen meters until he discovered a cliff adjacent to the riverbank. This cliff, situated on the eastern side of the stream, stood over 4 meters high, perfectly sheltered from the direction of the sea breeze. Across from the cliff lay a flat riverbank adorned with dense foliage and grass, conducive to daily activities. The water flowing beneath the cliff moved slowly, reaching a depth of approximately half a man's height, its clarity revealing the riverbed below. Liu Yi shed his armor and waded into the center of the river, surveying his surroundings. He contemplated the possibility of carving a cave into the stone wall, constructing walls from wood, earth, and stones, thus creating a cozy refuge. The river's gentle flow would serve as a natural alarm should any wild beasts attempt to ambush him while he slept. Their disturbance would surely rouse him with the sound of splashing water. After formulating his plan, Liu Yi barefooted through the water, reaching the base of the cliff to examine the composition of the stone wall. Soon, he identified several fragile cracks. Selecting a fissure that rose half a man's height above the water's surface as his worksite, he roughly outlined the area to be excavated with stones before venturing into the nearby forest to gather a few bundles of dry twigs. He returned to the crack, stuffing the twigs into it to form a small pyre, igniting it with a flint. The fierce flames licked at the rock face, and as the fire burned brightly, Liu Yi, with his helmet as a makeshift container, scooped a basin of water from the river and suddenly splashed it onto the searing rock. A cloud of acrid steam billowed up and dissipated, visibly widening the charred cracks in the rock face. Once the scorched rock had cooled completely, Liu Yi wielded the miner's pickaxe he had carried with him, striking the heated areas of the cliff. The rock, unable to withstand the alternating extremes of heat and cold, quickly shattered into fine fragments under his relentless blows. After prying away several large stones, the remaining wall regained its aloof demeanor, remaining impervious to Liu Yi's efforts. Resigned, Liu Yi swept the damp charcoal into the water and returned to the forest to gather another substantial pile of firewood to continue his work. The second burning required less vigilance. Observing the shifting shadows beneath him, Liu Yi felt his stomach rumble, realizing he had yet to secure dinner. He ventured back into the forest, selecting a slender sapling about 2 fingers thick, which he cut down close to the ground, stripping its bark into fine strips to weave into a cord. The cord, measuring over 2 meters in length, proved to be reasonably resilient. Liu Yi tied one end to the top of the pole, fashioning a rudimentary fishing rod. With the rod complete, he still needed a hook and bait. Crafting the hook was straightforward. He simply found a branch with a forked twig, sharpened it with his dagger, and secured it to the fishing line. As for the bait, it too was not a daunting task. Liu Yi pried a few snails from the riverbed stones, cracking their hard shells with another stone to extract the meat, which he then affixed to the wooden hook. While creating the tools was a challenge, the true test lay in mastering their use, how to entice the fish to bite, and how to swiftly reel them in the mundane life. Prior to his journey through realms, Liu Yi had only accompanied his grandfather to the suburban reservoir for fishing a few times during his childhood, and had scarcely engaged in this pastime since. However, within the immersive world of Warcraft, the narrative shifted dramatically. In the game's intricate design, certain specialized high-grade potions necessitate specific fish species as primary ingredients. Procuring these potions directly from alchemists incurs a steep cost, yet, should the materials be supplied by the client, the expenses are significantly reduced. Some novice alchemists, eager to enhance their skills, are even willing to part with a portion of supplementary materials to seize the opportunity for practice. As a frequent consumer of potions, adhering to the principle that saving is earning, Liu Yi took it upon himself to learn fishing as a supplementary life skill. During non-group activities, he often sought picturesque locales to fish for hours on end. Miraculously, the rich fishing experiences from the game transformed into vivid memories, unbeknownst to him, rendering him an adept angler. Squatting by the riverbank, Liu Yi gazed at the unidentified fish he had caught, thrashing amidst the grass, and fell into deep contemplation. If the fishing skill could transcend from a mere game mechanic to a tangible ability, what of mining? Smelting? Forging? Cooking? First aid? These were all life skills he had diligently cultivated in the game, investing considerable time and gold to master them. Resolute, Liu Yi decided to experiment forthwith, beginning with the most fundamental of skills, cooking. He briefly rifled through his mental repository and selected a recipe for grilled fish. After cleaning the fish's entrails, he kindled a campfire and slowly rotated the fish impaled on a twig over the flames. As the savory aroma wafted through the air, Liu Yi tore off a piece of fish, savoring its tender texture and succulent flavor, a culinary finesse he had not previously possessed. With cooking secured, he pondered the intricacies of first aid, which primarily involved crafting bandages currently unfeasible due to a lack of materials. Mining, on the other hand, entailed identifying ores and smelting metal ingots. The task of discerning ores would require traversing rugged terrain to locate veins, a venture ill-suited for the encroaching night. Thus, he set it aside for the moment. Smelting and forging would necessitate a furnace and ores, both of which were lacking in this desolate expanse. Once his basic needs were met in a few days, he could construct a furnace or, Upon entering a human settlement, utilized the blacksmith's tools for experimentation. If life skills could indeed be imprinted upon his mind, then what are the combat skills of the Sunwalker class? Would they too be inscribed within his consciousness? Should he awaken these skills, his future would be devoid of worry. After all, when have you ever seen a superhero endowed with extraordinary abilities fretting over finances? Liu Yi attempted to recall the techniques associated with all the Sunwalker's professional skills, and his heart raced with exhilaration. Yet, after a moment's reflection, a wave of despondency washed over him. Serving as a mere assistant to such a formidable entity capable of imparting memories, and having acquired such immense power and knowledge, surely the tasks he would be required to undertake would be anything but trivial to save a continent. Where should one begin? With a tinge of apprehension for the future, Liu Yi retrieved a screw from the water and placed it upon a stone. He extended his right hand towards it and silently summoned the dormant power of sunlight within him, exclaiming, "Huh!" A cool night breeze swept by, causing the screw to tremble slightly upon the rough stone surface. "Huh! Huh!" With a sudden roll, the screw tumbled into the water, producing a resounding splash. "Damn it!" In a fit of anger and embarrassment, Liu Yi struck the water surface with his fist, sending a spray of droplets into the air. It dawned on him that he was in a low-magic world devoid of sorcery. Without the power of sunlight, the Solar Walker was but an ordinary warrior. Fortunately, those skills that relied purely on physical prowess, such as wielding two-handed weapons and sword and shield techniques, had become as instinctual as cooking. Despite his disappointment, Liu Yi found a modicum of solace in this realization. With his exceptional martial skills, combined with his towering stature and the top-tier equipment he had brought from Azeroth, surviving in this chaotic world should not be too arduous, or so he hoped. With this thought, Liu Yi resolved to dedicate several hours each day to mastering these martial techniques, transforming them into a true extension of himself. After several rounds of searing, the rock face grew increasingly fragile. Liu Yi seized a miner's pickaxe and began to strike various surfaces until he excavated a hollow measuring over 2 meters in length and more than a meter in width. With a bit of adjustment, it was just spacious enough to accommodate his body. If he did not mind curling up uncomfortably, he could also stow his equipment inside. However, Liu Yi certainly despised the idea of sleeping in a cramped position. Swiftly, he stored his gear within the cave, concealing it deeper inside and shielding it with his body. Then, using his backpack as a pillow, he curled into a ball and struggled into a fitful sleep. Perhaps due to several days without lying down, Liu Yi enjoyed a surprisingly restful night. The only lament was that sleeping too close to the river resulted in a continuous cool breeze throughout the night. Upon waking, he stretched his stiff limbs and organized his tasks for the day. First, to construct a wall in the cave to block the wind. Second, to gather vines for crafting fish traps, thus freeing up time for fishing. Third, to create several pieces of pottery for everyday use. The first two tasks required fresh, pliable vines as raw materials. Liu Yi ventured into the forest, wielding a short sword, specifically selecting vines that entwined around sturdy tree trunks, approximately the thickness of a pinky finger. After cutting them down and stripping away the leaves, he fashioned them into resilient ropes. The vines were flexible, while the branches were sturdy. After accumulating a sizable bundle of vines, he also chopped down some branches the thickness of his thumb, trimming them to the length of his elbow. He then inserted them into the ground to form a circular enclosure. Using the wooden sticks as a framework and the vines as the binding, Liu Yi intertwined the vines among the branches, creating a fish trap with a diameter of over 20 centimeters and a round belly with a small opening. With one end of the trap sealed using vines, he proceeded to weave a conical lid, leaving a fist-sized opening in the center, and affixed it to the trap, thus completing the structure of the fish trap. Liu Yi inserted his fist into the water to test the strength of his grip, confirming that he could not withdraw his hand while clenching it tightly. Satisfied, he set aside the first fish trap and began crafting a second one. After diligently constructing 5 traps, Liu Yi retrieved numerous snails from the river. He crushed them into a fine paste with stones and mixed them with yellow clay, shaping small balls to sprinkle within the traps. Once the bait was distributed throughout, he dragged the traps into the water, securing them in place with large stones. All that remained was to wait until mealtime to haul them up and inspect the catch. The beauty of these fish traps lies in their ability to procure prey without the need for constant supervision, offering both convenience and peace of mind. Having completed the task with the traps, the sun had risen to its zenith. Realizing the urgency of his situation, lest he endure the evening's chill, Liu Yi decided against fishing and, driven by hunger, began weaving materials for the cave walls. Logically, if trees of a thickness comparable to a calf were uniformly shaped and connected to form an outer wall, the insulation would undoubtedly be effective. Wood, as a material with numerous voids, can effectively retain the warm air within. However, constructing a charming little cabin would require felling dozens of entire trees, followed by meticulous processing, a feat not achievable in a single day. Liu Yi desired a barrier against the wind by nightfall. Thus, he opted for an alternative approach, weaving thin wooden strips into a lattice, applying yellow clay over it, layering it with another wooden lattice, and then more clay, ultimately crafting a wall of wooden structure and clay. Finally, by adorning the wall with branches and leaves, he could transform the cave into a hidden yet insulated refuge. The crux of his plan hinged on the yellow clay used as filler, which must be fine and evenly moist, devoid of excessive organic impurities otherwise. Uneven density could easily lead to collapse. Liu Yi, at the forest's edge near the riverbank, excavated a deep pit with a miner's pick, setting aside the loose soil mixed with leaves and weeds. He then extracted the underlying yellow earth and mixed it with river water. To ensure a thorough blend, Liu Yi donned full protective gear and stepped into the mixture, using his weight to compact the clay evenly. After several cycles of this process, the yellow clay intended for wall filling was ready, and the next step was to begin constructing the wall, supported by the wooden lattice. After spending the afternoon erecting the earthen wall, Liu Yi lay in the cave, gazing through a small opening he had left, observing the tranquil scenery outside, and relishing the sense of security that isolation provided, feeling immensely satisfied. As dusk approached, Liu Yi retrieved the fish traps from the river for inspection. To his dismay, he found only 7 small fish among the 5 traps. While this meager catch could barely stave off hunger, it would not suffice for any surplus. It appeared that the fish trap strategy was not particularly practical. Perhaps a visit to the seaside would yield better results?
Chapter 3. An unexpected encounter. Before Liu Yi traversed into this new realm, his leisure moments were primarily consumed by gaming and indulging in short videos. Often on platforms like Bilibili, where he absorbed countless wilderness survival and coastal foraging adventures. Observing that those content creators could gather ample protein along the industrially scarred shores of the modern world, he felt no reason to believe he couldn't procure sustenance from this untamed coastline. However, he decided to postpone his endeavors until tomorrow, for today had proven to be quite exhausting. Thus, Liu Yi procured a flat stone and set it upon the campfire. As the stone heated, he placed a small fish, its innards removed, onto its surface, allowing it to slowly cook to perfection. The stone-grilled fish, in comparison to the skewered delicacies of the previous day, lacked a certain rustic charm, yet it possessed a unique flavor all its own. The sole drawback was its meager portion. At the break of dawn the following day, Liu Yi, bearing the largest of the fish traps, made his way to the seaside. Perhaps it is true that cheerful young men are seldom met with misfortune. Upon reaching the shore, he fortuitously encountered the receding tide. Although this world was not Earth, it adhered to similar physical laws and celestial structures. There was a sun, a moon, and a sky strewn with stars, thus giving rise to the cyclical nature of day and night, as well as the rhythmic tides. The small denizens of the sea ventured onto the shore to frolic with the ebbing tide, oblivious to the schedule of their return, and as the waters retreated, they found themselves trapped upon the muddy flats, gravel, and boulders, unable to return home. Liu Yi seized this opportunity to capture them one by one and place them into his cage. A native of the inland, Liu Yi possessed a versatile palate unperturbed by seafood. With his formidable memory, he emulated the actions of the coastal foragers he had seen in videos, unearthing an assortment of shells, crabs, shrimp, and seaweed from the nooks and crannies, quickly filling his trap. Had he known it would be so effortless to procure food, he would not have labored to craft that cumbersome fish trap. As the ancients wisely proclaimed, one who dwells near mountains eats from the mountains, while one by the sea feasts upon the sea. Truly, they did not deceive me. In just over an hour, Liu Yi secured his provisions for the day. Elated, he returned to his camp, submerging the trap in water to prevent his aquatic bounty from spoiling. Afterward, he retrieved his helmet from its hiding place and placed it over the fire. After due consideration, Liu Yi resolved to abandon his plan of pottery making and instead utilized his helmet as a cooking pot. For drinking, he could use his crystal bottle. For soup, the helmet sufficed. Why complicate matters with pottery? Although this decision inevitably burdened his epic helmet with a task it was not designed for, he could only express heartfelt apologies. Truly, he lamented, had he remembered to select a rounder helmet from the array of unnecessary gear at his origin. He would not have to impose upon this noble piece of equipment. After savoring a pot of delectable seafood soup, Liu Yi retrieved the remaining morsels, placing them upon a carefully chosen flat stone to sun-dry for future sustenance. In the days that followed, Liu Yi established a routine. He would rise early, fetch water for his ablutions, and then, with basket in hand, make his way to the shore, seizing the opportunity of the retreating tide to gather sustenance for his camp. With the remaining time and nothing to occupy his mind, he lingered on the beach, yearning for a passing vessel on the horizon to whisk him away. Meanwhile, he diligently practiced his weapon skills to fortify his combat techniques, striving to eliminate from his fighting habits any techniques reliant on the power of sunlight. However, fate had other plans. On the 11th day of his tranquil existence, as he was fully armed and engrossed in honing his sword and shield techniques, he suddenly spotted, far in the distance, dark clouds engulfing the sky. A wall of water rose ominously, shrouding the entire sea and gradually advancing toward the shore. This magnificent sight momentarily stunned him. Disaster loomed an impending deluge. He immediately turned and sprinted back to his camp. Upon returning to the makeshift campsite on the river bank, he retrieved emergency provisions and a crystal bottle filled with drinking water from a rudimentary shell fashioned from sticks. After hastily gathering the scattered tools, he dove into his hiding cave. Outside, the rain began to pelt down like exploding beans, accompanied by a tempest of wind and thunder, trapping him within his refuge. Initially, he peered through a small hole in the earthen wall, watching the river gradually swell with regret. Anxiety washed over him as he pondered whether he should have chosen a higher spot to excavate his cave. What if he accidentally fell asleep at night and was engulfed by the rising waters? Yet, being at the river's mouth, the water level would inevitably have its limits. Unlikely to reach a height that could submerge his hideaway. Though some rainwater seeped through the woven branch door and into the cave, the cliff's shelter kept it relatively dry. Thus, for 2 languid days, he consumed the emergency jerky while enjoying the view of the rain. Finally, in the early hours of the following day, he awaited the rain's abatement. When dawn broke and the storm subsided, Louis pushed open the cave door to find that the rising river had completely inundated the riverbank, erasing all traces of his previous labors. Wading through the water, half swimming and half walking, he reached the opposite bank, propping up the now-collapsed structure and clearing the stone stove used for cooking. With the last remaining fish basket in hand, he made his way to the shore. Throughout the entire day spent in the cave, he had subsisted solely on the dried fish he had accumulated in previous days, and without replenishing his food supply. He would soon face the dire straits of hunger once more. Moreover, after the heavy rain, there was a possibility that larger sea creatures might wash ashore, such as swordfish, tuna, or even whales. If he could cut them into portions while they were still fresh, then dry them over a low flame, they would sustain him for an extended period. With a sense of hopeful anticipation, Louis meandered to the beach, beginning his search for suitable targets in the sand. Oysters? Well, never mind, he had those every day. Dead crabs? Ugh, disgusting, he kicked one aside. Stranded jellyfish? Perhaps. He could dry a bit and mix it with salt and wild vegetables for consumption. A round oak barrel? That could be weight. An oak barrel? Liu Yi hastily discarded the fishing net and approached a half-buried barrel, peering inside. To his dismay, he discovered that its contents had entirely drained away, leaving only a small amount of seawater. A maritime disaster had occurred. Although a pang of regret flickered within him, Liu Yi could not suppress his excitement. This calamity validated his belief that in this world, humanity not only existed but also possessed a certain level of technological advancement, rather than being a mere wilderness. As long as civilization thrived, he would inevitably find his place, avoiding a solitary existence akin to that of a wild man. Furthermore, even in the aftermath of a shipwreck, various well-packaged supplies might drift ashore with the tides. Perhaps he might uncover something genuinely useful, such as a complete set of iron pots and utensils. Liu Yi continued along the path dictated by the barrel, soon stumbling upon a collection of battered wooden planks and broken masts. Ultimately, nestled between 2 relatively intact wooden barrels, he discovered a brown-haired youth, bound to the barrel by a rope, unconscious. Kevin Turner, 14 years old, hailed from a knightly family on the Finger Peninsula, the Turner family. Since being knighted for his valor during the Blackfire Rebellion, the Turner family had pledged fealty to the coward family of Coldwater City, which in turn owed allegiance to the Royce family of Stonehaven, who were loyal to the alien family of Eagle's Nest, and ultimately to King Robert of King's Landing. Kevin's father, John Turner, the current head of the Turner family, served as a vassal to the Coward family, managing a small village called Sunwalker, home to over 100 inhabitants. Born and raised in this secluded village, John Turner was knighted at the age of 25 and inherited his father's fief as the eldest son at 37, becoming the Guardian Knight of Sunwalker. His two younger brothers followed the virgin paths. One became a sailor and perished in a storm, while the other ventured to the continent of Essos to become a mercenary. This encapsulated the fate of the heirs of knightly families, the eldest inheriting the family legacy and responsibilities, while the second son sought his fortune with the aid of his father's resources. Kevin's generation was no exception. Kevin Turner was John Turner's third child and second son. The eldest, Reynard, was 5 years his senior. In Kevin's youthful eyes, his father, the protector of the village, was a towering hero, while his brother stood as the second greatest hero. He himself was, in comparison to these two, the third illustrious hero. Even before he was as tall as a table, he would incessantly trail after his brother like a shadow, imitating him as he wielded the round-headed wooden sword crafted by their father, shouting the battle cry for Coldwater City as he charged towards the village's haystacks. During their playful war games with the village children, he insisted on being on the same team as his brother. When his brother charged, he charged. When his brother retreated, he retreated. When his brother shouted the battle cry, he echoed it as well. One day, his brother proclaimed, "I am Leonard Turner, the Guardian Knight of Fenshui Village," and he followed with, "I am Kevin Turner, the Guardian Knight of Fenshui Village." In a fit of rage, he was subsequently beaten by his furious brother. After running home in tears to report to his father, he was met with another reprimand from him. That evening, John Turner summoned both brothers before the entire family and, enunciating each word with gravity, declared, "Kevin, there is but one Guardian Knight of Fenshui Village, and that is I. Upon my death, it shall be your brother, Leonard Turner. As for you, I shall bestow upon you a sword and a horse, enabling you to pursue your own honor." Confused and aggrieved, Kevin yearned to inquire, why? After all, was he not also his son, born and raised in Fenshui Village? Yet, gazing at his father's solemn countenance, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. At the age of 8, and his brother 13, the years progressed. When Kevin reached 13, John Turner spent 10 golden dragons to send his brother to another village, where the Guardian Knight was a comrade of John S. Thus, Leonard became a squire to a Guardian Knight, while Kevin comprehended that he would never have the opportunity to become the Guardian Knight of Fenshui Village. A year later, on his 14th naming day, his father gifted him a sword, a wooden shield, and a lean horse, entrusting him to his uncle, who had returned from Essos. On the day of his uncle's visit, the two rode along the village outskirts, and his uncle asked, "Do you hate your father?" Kevin retorted, "What about you? Do you hate grandfather?" His uncle erupted in laughter, scolding, "You little rascal. I may hate everyone, but I shall never hate your grandfather. Do you think being the Guardian Knight of a wretched village is something to boast about? Let me tell you, I have slain more knights on the battlefield than the sum of your fingers and toes. The taxes your father collects in the village would suffice for a single night of revelry in the worst tavern of the Free Cities." The scars on his uncle's face contorted with his boisterous laughter, resembling a twisted worm. Kevin's uncle, Thomas Turner, was a warrior of the Second Sons, having served in the company for 21 years. The Second Sons, a mercenary band established in the Free Cities of Essos, boasts a rich history and a formidable reputation. Primarily composed of the Second Sons from noble families in Westeros, who cannot inherit titles or lands, hence the name. According to Thomas's boasts, the current Prince of Dorne, known as the Red Viper, was once among their ranks. That fellow was notorious for his dalliance with women and was exceptionally skilled with a spear. This time, he returned from the east under orders to escort a notable figure back to King S Landing. With the journey proceeding smoothly, he found himself with an entire month remaining before the deadline set by his company. Having been away for 20 years without a single visit, he contemplated returning to Fenshui Village to see if that stubborn old man of his was still alive. After boarding a favorable wind ship traveling between the north and south, Thomas finally made his way back to his homeland after over a week of travel from King S Landing. Upon returning home, he fortuitously encountered his brother, who was troubled about Kevin's future. John Turner was in a quandary, uncertain whether to apprentice Kevin as a glove maker or to beseech his lord for a position in the Coldwater City Guard. That evening, the two brothers dined on roasted lamb and sipped this year's vintage, deliberating over Kevin's prospects. Thomas remarked to his elder sibling that the lad was quite robust. Indeed, more so than his brother. John Turner lifted his gaze to his younger sibling for a moment, then lowered his head to take a sip of wine, acknowledging, You are indeed more robust than I. After a brief silence, Thomas suggested, let him accompany me to the free cities. It is far better than remaining here, where the sea breeze will turn him into jerky. Which company do you belong to now? The Second Sons. Throughout the journey from Splitwater Village to White Harbor, Thomas passionately described to his perpetually stoic nephew the promising future of becoming a mercenary. A fine lad like you will undoubtedly become a mainstay of the company. If you work diligently, it won't be long before you are a full member. At that point, not only will you have meals provided, but you will also receive a salary. However, one must not squander the pay. I shall assist you in saving it, and once sufficient funds have been amassed, we shall seek out the finest blacksmith in the free cities to forge you a suit of armor that is sturdier than my own, and better than your brother's. Thomas patted his chest, superior to this set of mine, and even better than your brother's. That is not Lannister's, it belonged to father. All the same, is it not a legacy passed down from your grandfather? What might armor that surpasses the ancestral chainmail at home resemble? Lost in his reverie, Kevin gradually forgot the sorrow of leaving home, and a smile began to grace his face, while at that moment, his homeland receded far behind, no longer visible. Chapter 4 I am Liu Yi. Liu Yi, and who might you be? The village of Fengshui is a diminutive settlement that one cannot even locate on a map. To reach the free city across the sea, one must first embark on a small boat to the northern port of White Harbor, and subsequently take a merchant vessel across the waters, in order to return to Pentos before the deadline of our mission. The sole option available is a merchant ship known as the Lady Rose. Furthermore, according to the Lady Rose's itinerary, upon arriving at the Essos continent, we must first travel to Braavos before proceeding to Pentos, which is currently the stronghold of the Second Sons. The cost of crossing the sea is 2 golden dragons per person. However, if the uncle and nephew are willing to assist with menial tasks aboard the ship, they may deduct half a golden dragon from the fare. Upon hearing the captain's asking price, Thomas was incensed. His nephew was robust and industrious, completing tasks with speed and efficiency. How could they possibly settle for a mere half a golden dragon? Surely, at the very least, it should be counted as 1 golden dragon. After a tense negotiation, the final agreement was reached. Thomas would serve as a guard aboard the ship, exempt from labor unless pirates were to attack, while Kevin would work as a sailor, assisting the crew with various duties. Consequently, their fare was halved. Having grown up by the sea, Kevin was not unfamiliar with vessels. Yet this was his first experience aboard such a large ship capable of carrying thousands of stones. Thus, when a sailor tossed him a rag and instructed him to clean the deck, he accepted without hesitation, even eagerly requesting to ascend the mast to wipe the lookout tower as well. To this, his uncle, Thomas, merely remarked that the more they worked, the more they would eat, hoping to recoup their expenses. Days turned to nights, and winds rose and fell. After departing White Harbor and passing the Old Town, the North had no further ports worth visiting. The merchant ship's cargo holds were filled to the brim, and the temporary passengers, the turners, were relegated to a hold alongside barrels of wine. What is it like to house mice in a grain bin? Unable to resist temptation, Thomas Turner inadvertently pried open a barrel of golden wine from the valley with his dagger, partaking in secret until he inadvertently restored the lid to its original position. Alas! The seasoned captain detected the truth through the faint scent of wine emanating from him, ultimately compelling Thomas to purchase the remaining contents of the barrel for 1 golden dragon at the landing price in Braavos. With each passing day, as he indulged in a few cups, the barrel gradually emptied. Once Thomas had drained it completely, the merchant ship had already set sail from the north of Westeros, heading toward the eastern lands. However, fate is unpredictable, and calamities can arise without warning. On a tumultuous dawn, Kevin was jolted awake by violent jolts. Confused, he sat on the floor of the cargo hold, observing the terrified crew scurrying between the deck and the cabin. Thomas, roused from his slumber, armed himself with a sword and commanded his nephew, "Stay here and do not move." He then rushed onto the deck, seizing an old sailor by the collar, and shouted above the tempest, "What is happening? What is going on?" The old sailor, breaking free from his grasp, had his white hair plastered to his forehead by the rain and bellowed in response, "Are your eyes used for urination? A storm is upon us. Pray to your gods." Having spoken, the old sailor dashed into the storm, joining others in wrestling with the billowing sails. After a dozen heartbeats, he was swept away by a flailing rope, disappearing into the water without a trace. Thomas's eyes widened in shock as he swallowed hard, retreating to the cargo hold. With his sword, he pried open 3 barrels of wine, toppling them over and allowing the exquisite nectar to flow freely, filling the hold with its tempting aroma. Once the barrels ran dry, he attempted to replace the lids, but due to the ship's violent rocking and his trembling hands, he was unable to secure them tightly. Noticing his foolish nephew still standing idly by, Thomas barked, "You silly boy, fetch me some nails." Awakened from his stupor, Kevin stumbled over to a wooden crate, retrieving a handful of nails about an inch long and presenting them to his uncle. Thomas took the nails, using the hilt of his sword as a makeshift hammer, driving the lids onto the empty barrels with a series of forceful strikes. Next, he gathered the ropes from the floor, binding the empty barrels together in pairs. After testing the strength of the knots, he pulled Kevin over, securing his nephew's torso to one set of barrels while muttering, "Damn it. This is why soldiers shouldn't keep their money in banks. Damn it, I have 100 gold coins in the iron bank, damn it." Once Kevin was secured, Thomas tethered himself to another pair of barrels and turned to gaze into his nephew's eyes, saying, "Child, you must survive." This marked Thomas's first expression of concern for Kevin. Before Kevin could grasp the gravity of this farewell, the Rose Lady was suddenly rocked by a violent jolt, followed by a deafening crack as the ship split in two. Raging seawater surged in, sweeping all cargo into the abyss. Thanks to the barrel's buoyancy, Kevin bobbed uneasily in the water, fortunate not to be struck by debris or sink beneath the waves. Nevertheless, he was tossed about mercilessly by the storm. Amidst the chaos in his muddled mind, a singular thought persisted: survive, I must survive. Fueled by the instinct to life, Kevin exerted every ounce of strength to maintain his position relative to the barrels, ensuring he remained above the surface, ultimately avoiding drowning in the treacherous sea. This endeavor, however, drained him of all his energy. As the torrential rain began to subside, Kevin collapsed onto the barrels, allowing the tide to carry him away, eventually succumbing to hunger and exhaustion, losing consciousness. In the darkness, the passage of time was indiscernible until he awoke to find himself lying on solid ground, a bed of hay and leaves beneath him. Beside him, a fire crackled, its warmth radiating towards him, and perched atop the flames was a helmet from which an enticing aroma wafted. As Kevin shifted to draw closer to the fire, a deep male voice called from behind him. Turning his head, he beheld a young man with dark hair and eyes, emerging from the forest, a large bundle of branches in his arms, greeting him with a warm smile. Carrying the drowned youth back to the campsite, Liu Yi gathered some dry twigs and leaves, laying them on the ground beside the campfire before placing the boy atop them to rest. He then ignited the fire, providing warmth for the lad. After meticulously cleaning the seafood from the fish basket, Liu Yi employed his dagger to chop it into small pieces, simmering them with fresh water in a helmet. He then ventured into the forest to collect more firewood. Upon returning with an armful of wood, he noticed the young man awakening, leaning toward the flames. "Be careful not to tip the pot," Liu Yi kindly cautioned. Hearing the voice, the boy turned anxiously, regarding him with a wary expression. Liu Yi dismissed the tension. Although he had rescued the boy from the sea, they were still strangers. Had their roles been reversed, he would have reacted similarly. To ease the boy's apprehension, Liu Yi deliberately stepped around him to the opposite side of the fire, facing him directly. After placing the firewood on the ground, he crouched down, stirring the concoction in the helmet with a homemade wooden spoon. He scooped out a piece of fish and savored it, noting, the flavor and cooking are quite satisfactory." He continued to indulge in several spoonfuls until he noticed the young man across from him swallowing repeatedly. With a smirk, he extended the spoon towards him. "Have a taste. I believe you must be hungry as well." The boy hesitated for a moment, then accepted the spoon, dipping it into the helmet to fill it with seafood soup, pouring the contents into his wooden bowl. He also retrieved a few small pieces of cut squid legs, taking small bites. Those who have experienced hunger know that when one is deprived of food, it is bearable. Yet, the moment a morsel is consumed, cravings awaken. The boy was no exception. After swallowing just 2 pieces of octopus legs, he abandoned the spoon and eagerly drank from the helmet. Once he tilted his head back, savoring the last drops of the rich broth, he reluctantly set the helmet back on the ground, stood up, and with his right hand placed over his chest, bowed in gratitude toward Liu Yi. Liu Yi blinked in confusion, feeling perplexed and inwardly lamenting, "Oh no. Could it be that I have not been endowed with the universal language skills that every traveler should possess?" He cast an annoyed glance at the sky, sighed softly, and gestured for the boy to sit. Pointing to himself, he slowed his speech and mimicked the boy's accent, saying, "Liu Yi." The boy paused momentarily before understanding, repeating, "Lao Yi, Liu Yi, Liu Yi." Liu Yi reluctantly nodded. Foreigners often struggle with the Chinese language, and he didn't wish to burden this otherworldly individual. Seeing Liu Yi's affirmation, the boy beamed, then pointed to himself, declaring, "Kevin." "Kevin?" Liu Yi remarked, slightly surprised. The boy's accent was quite authentic, even bearing a hint of the Wuxi Peninsula dialect. If this dark-haired man had not lived on the Wuxi Peninsula, he must have just learned it in that brief exchange. Yet, if he had lived there, how could he not speak the common tongue of Westeros? Thus, he resolved to test the waters further. Kevin, a member of the Turner family, hails from the cold water town on the Wuxi Peninsula. The dark-haired man reiterated this with an accent as authentic as ever. However, after he finished speaking, he shook his head and gestured towards the campfire, asking, 37. Kevin inferred the meaning and replied, "Fire." "Fire." Liu Yi then pointed to a leaf, 37. "Leaf. Leaf." Subsequently, Liu Yi taught Kevin several words until the shadows behind them shrank to the ground. It was only then that Liu Yi realized it was already noon, and he needed to ensure Kevin was settled. He rose and returned to his hiding place to fetch a short sword and a miner's pick. As Kevin observed Liu Yi approaching with the sword and pick, his body tensed. It was only when Liu Yi handed the pick to him that he relaxed slightly, still uncertain of what he was meant to do. Liu Yi made no effort to explain. Instead, he chose a relatively elevated spot at the junction of the forest and river bank, sketching a rectangle resembling Kevin's height. After gesturing for a while, Liu Yi marked 8 positions along the long sides of the rectangle, miming the action of digging a hole, dig. Understanding, Kevin seized the pick and began to excavate a small pit at one of the indicated spots. Liu Yi nodded approvingly and gestured, "I, forest, tree, you, dig." With that, he took his sword and ventured into the forest. As Kevin watched Liu Yi's figure gradually disappear into the thicket, confusion washed over him. What was the purpose of this? If the intention was to harm him, why choose to dig at the edge instead of the center of the rectangle, and why such a small hole? Relieving oneself? Could one not simply do that in the forest? Furrowing his brow, Kevin dismissed the thoughts, deciding to act instead. After all, the individual had rescued him from the sea and had provided him with food. Surely, he would not dispose of him after merely exchanging a few words. With his unfamiliarity with this new life and being destitute, he concluded that it was best to comply with Liu Yi's requests, observing the situation first before forming any conclusions. As Kevin dug, he was met with a series of rhythmic thuds emanating from the forest. Just as he finished the hole, he saw Liu Yi return, dragging several tree trunks as thick as a man's arm with vines. So quickly accomplished, Kevin thought, eager to see. Upon examining Kevin's work, Liu Yi squatted down, poking a finger into the hole. Discovering it shallower than anticipated, he instructed Kevin, dig deeper, illustrating the desired depth with his fingers. Kevin nodded and resumed his task. Meanwhile, Liu Yi untied the vines and arranged the tree trunks into a line, brandishing his sword to sever branches and leaves. As Kevin continued to dig, he discreetly observed Liu Yi's movements from the corner of his eye. He noted the fluidity and strength with which Liu Yi wielded the sword, with a single stroke. He effortlessly severed the arm-thick wood without hesitation. In my recollection, Kevin's brother once secretly wielded their father's ceremonial sword to chop wood during his childhood, claiming it was to preemptively experience the sensation of wielding a sword in preparation for future battles. On that day, Longward faced a severe beating. After putting away the whip, Kevin's father admonished the two brothers that a sword is a weapon, precious and costly, and that wood is denser than flesh, if not handled with care. The blade could rebound and cause injury to oneself. If you wish to avoid an untimely demise, remember, use an axe for trees, and a sword for men. This wisdom resonated with Kevin for many years, serving as his guiding principle. However, observing Liu Yi's movements, he couldn't help but question whether that old codger, John Turner, had deceived him. Otherwise, how could this fellow named Liu Yi be so adept? Unbeknownst to him, although Liu Yi's short sword appeared as an unremarkable son of the azure sky, it was fundamentally a top-tier one-handed sword, Twilight's Fawn, forged by the illustrious 25 Heroes Guild. Its balance and sharpness were unparalleled, making it the dream weapon of countless melee professionals far beyond the craftsmanship of any blacksmith on the Five-Finger Peninsula. Furthermore, with the enhancement of his strength skills, wielding the one-handed sword with the finesse of a fruit knife was not particularly challenging for Liu Yi. After a while, 9 peeled long wooden sticks were expertly fashioned in Liu Yi's hands. He extracted 8 of them, driving the thicker end into the pit Kevin had dug, while the thinner ends were interlaced in pairs. Finally, he placed the longest stick across the junction as a beam. After securing the structure with some bindings, Liu Yi gestured to Kevin, saying, "Go inside and try lying down." Chapter 5. Stepping out of the comfort zone. Kevin, understanding Liu Yi's intentions, nestled himself into the wooden frame, lying down to stretch his arms and legs, confirming that he was adequately shielded by the structure before daring to acknowledge that this was indeed the makeshift shelter Liu Yi had prepared for him to rest. Emerging from the wooden frame, he stood and respectfully bowed to Liu Yi, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your care, Mr. Liu Yi." With a smile, Liu Yi gestured for him to follow, leading Kevin into the forest where he wielded his sword to gather slender blades of grass, which Kevin carried back from the woods. Upon returning to the campsite, they sat on the ground as Liu Yi began to demonstrate how to weave mats from these grass blades. Under his guidance, they collaborated to create 2 thick grass mats for the shelter's roof. Once the openings at both ends of the shelter were covered with the mats, Kevin finally had his own small haven in this desolate forest, allowing him to sleep peacefully without the fear of being awakened by rain in the middle of the night. In the days that followed, Liu Yi took Kevin to the seaside in search of food, working side by side while he learned the local language. With the enhancement of his memory skills, Liu Yi astonishingly acquired a fluent command of the Westerosi language, complete with the distinctive accent of the Five Fingers Peninsula. Initially, he thought that since he had learned the local tongue from other children, he would also teach Kevin a thing or two, and in the process, help him secure a meal as a form of tuition. To his surprise, Kevin proved to be an excellent swimmer, excelling not only in fishing but also in diving. By the second day after Kevin awoke, Liu Yi's meals had transformed from a single daily serving of seafood stew to generous portions of whole fish that Kevin caught from the sea. These whole fish were not only easier to cook but also significantly more flavorful and palatable. Once dried, they were also more convenient to carry. Liu Yi attempted to join Kevin in fishing, yet having grown up in an inland province, he found himself struggling even to swim in the river, let alone dive, prompting him to abandon his lofty aspiration of becoming a pirate king. Rescuing someone is a fleeting act, but coexisting is a long-term endeavor. While it was acceptable for Kevin to occasionally return alone with fish for both of them to share, Liu Yi began to feel uneasy about the imbalance over time. He was a fair individual, and his sense of fairness extended not only to others but also to himself. It was not in his nature to take advantage of his greater size and strength, commanding others to toil while he complacently enjoyed the fruits of their labor. Should he simply offer Kevin gold coins? That was not feasible. The fish held little value in terms of currency. If he were to genuinely provide him with gold, how many fish would the young lad need to catch to repay that debt? Yet, he found himself in a position where he was left with little more than money. As he pondered how to establish a trade equilibrium with Kevin, he suddenly noticed the boy's keen interest in his daily sword practice. During these days of stockpiling provisions and adapting to the environment, Liu Yi would practice with his weapon by the seaside after ensuring both were well fed. Kevin would quietly follow him, seeking a shaded spot by the water to sit and observe in silence. Perhaps he could impart a few self-defense techniques to him. Observing Kevin's eager yet bashful demeanor, Liu Yi approached a grand tree, selecting 2 straight branches, and deftly severed them. After a brief tidying, he tossed one of the branches at Kevin's feet. Kevin glanced down, then back at Liu Yi, his expression one of bewilderment. Liu Yi encouraged him. "Come. I shall teach you." Kevin, taken aback, rose to his feet and stammered, "I apologize, Mr. Liu Yi, I did not mean to intrude. I will return to the camp." Yet, before he could turn away, Liu Yi halted him, saying, "Return. What for?" "I intend to teach you the art of the sword." Liu Yi wielded the other branch, performing a graceful flourish of swordplay. Understanding dawned on Kevin, who incredulously pointed to himself. "You wish to teach me swordsmanship?" Liu Yi nodded and walked back to the beach, beckoning, "Come." After exchanging a few moves with Kevin, Liu Yi disowned the young man's solid fundamentals and respectable strength for his build. Though he lacked practical experience and exhibited rather crude techniques, considering Kevin was merely a 14-year-old boy and the second son of a village chief, his capabilities were commendable. After several varied exchanges, which could be described as one-sided bouts, Liu Yi ultimately resolved to impart his dual-handed swordsmanship to Kevin, adopting a teaching method whereby he would spend 2 days organizing his techniques into a structured form, then instruct Kevin in a rote manner, ensuring he memorized the sequences. Once Kevin had internalized the forms to the point of instinctual fluency, Liu Yi would then introduce him to practical applications in combat scenarios. Initially, Kevin struggled with this approach. Since his earliest memories, his father, John Turner, had taught him swordplay by handing him a wooden sword and allowing him to spar with Reynard, only to critique their bruised faces afterward. This was the traditional method in Westeros, and Kevin believed that while Liu Yi's choreography was indeed impressive, actual combat rarely involved such elaborate displays before engaging. In response, Liu Yi asserted. I am your teacher. You must heed my guidance. Though Kevin subtly grimaced, he refrained from voicing further objections and committed himself to the lessons. After 2 days of diligently practicing the simplest routine, Liu Yi, seeking to ignite Kevin's enthusiasm, decided to engage in some sparring. Under Liu Yi's deliberate guidance, Kevin was pleasantly surprised to find that the movements he had painstakingly practiced flowed naturally during their exchanges, akin to a river merging with the sea. Moreover, the effectiveness of these techniques in actual combat far surpassed the meager tricks he had previously devised. Thus, with newfound conviction, Kevin eagerly began to practice the swordsmanship routines, dedicating himself to his training to the extent of neglecting all else. Had it not been for Liu Yi's concern about Kevin overexerting himself, he might have unwittingly ruined his own body through relentless training. Liu Yi was not taken aback by Kevin's fervor. From their conversations, he was aware that as the second son of an ordinary knight, Kevin had never encountered sophisticated martial arts. The education he received from a young age instilled in him the necessity to rely on his own skills to attain personal glory. Had it not been for the shipwreck, Kevin's fate would likely have entailed following his uncle into a life as a mercenary, traversing the various city-states of the eastern continent. With a stroke of luck, he might have gained some experience through a few battles, earned a modest sum, and subsequently squandered it all in taverns and casinos. Once penniless, he would find himself sprawled on the tavern floor, inebriated, awaiting the next skirmish. Conversely, ill fortune might see him becoming an anonymous corpse after his very first battle. Stripped of his equipment by either foes or comrades, his lifeless body discarded in the wilderness, destined to become carrion for wild dogs. His encounter with Liu Yi opened up an alternate path for his future, presenting a genuine opportunity to alter his predetermined fate. At the very least, being a skilled mercenary was far superior to being an inept one. Thus, during their time by the sea, Kevin's dual-wielding swordsmanship visibly improved, while Liu Yi, through their dialogues, imparted knowledge about Kevin's homeland and various aspects of this world, enabling him to grasp the nature of his exile in this unfamiliar realm. This land, known as Westeros, predominantly belongs to a nation called the Seven Kingdoms, which is composed of 7 duchies, each ruled by a duke who owes allegiance to the king residing in King S Landing. The current monarch is Robert Baratheon, who, over a decade ago, allied with the Stark family of the North to overthrow the previous king, subsequently declaring himself the king of the 7 kingdoms with the support of various lords. The dukes pledge their loyalty to the king in exchange for protection, and in turn, they have vassals who pledge their allegiance to them, creating a hierarchical structure of feudal loyalty. This societal framework is roughly analogous to the spring and autumn period of China or the medieval era of Europe. Kevin hails from the lowest tier of this feudal hierarchy, the noble knight class. However, Liu Yi perceived that John Turner, who had seen little combat, was better described as a village chief than a true knight. This led Liu Yi to chuckle at the thought, was Kevin not akin to the dim-witted son of a village head? His laughter elicited a puzzled look from Kevin, who was diligently practicing nearby. My lord, have I erred in some way? Liu Yi quickly composed himself, stifling his laughter, and pretended to adjust the fish roasting over the fire, casually responding, no, it is not you. Your movements are quite standard, keep it up. The title my lord was a term of endearment Kevin had spontaneously adopted for Liu Yi, for in his eyes, the strong, handsome, well-equipped, and cultured Liu Yi could only be a knight born into a prosperous southern noble family. As for Liu Yi, he was certainly aware that he was not a scion of a noble lineage, yet the intricacies of his background were indeed difficult to articulate, and he had little inclination to elucidate, thus he acquiesced to the assumptions. Kevin nodded in response, very well, my lord. No, the force here is insufficient, exert yourself more. Yes, my lord. After over half a month of rigorous training, Kevin had finally grasped the various techniques of dual-wielding swordplay. What remained was to deconstruct these techniques into maneuvers within the context of real combat, seamlessly integrating them into his personal fighting style. This was a protracted endeavor, one that could not be achieved in a single day. Simultaneously, Liu Yi had become adept at conversing fluently in the common tongue of Westeros. Yet mastering more intricate linguistic expressions would require extended interaction with a wider array of individuals. This too was a gradual process. Thus, it seemed time to embark on the road once more. On the morning of the 17th day after Kevin awoke, Liu Yi transported his gleaming warrior armor to the vicinity of their encampment. In the midst of Kevin's astonished and envious gaze, he inquired, Kevin, have you ever assisted your father in donning armor? Yes, my lord, I have, on 2 occasions. Does that count? Kevin responded with a hint of timidity. Come. Help me don this array of equipment. Since arriving at the seaside and shedding his armor, Liu Yi had not adorned it again. Even when occasionally burdened, he merely draped the armor loosely over himself. While it was manageable for laborious tasks, it was certainly inadequate for long treks. Under Liu Yi's guidance, Kevin secured the final strap of the back piece of the breastplate and asked, "Mr. Liu Yi, are you one of His Majesty's guards?" Why do you say that?" Liu Yi queried with curiosity. "Your armor is simply exquisite. I have never encountered such a splendid and robust suit before." Liu Yi chuckled. "Have you seen many armors?" Kevin nodded. "I once accompanied my father to Coldwater Castle for the knighting ceremony of the Lord's Son. The knight's armors there were not as appealing as yours." The ensemble Liu Yi had chosen was a highly sought-after transmog in the current version of World of Warcraft, favored by paladins of the Alliance and Sunwalkers of the Horde. Countless paladins, warriors, and death knights had toiled tirelessly to collect this set. Even so, Liu Yi had yet to acquire the most dazzling pauldrons, which was a considerable regret. After a moment of reflection, Liu Yi remarked, "I am not a guard of any king. I am merely an ordinary warrior. However, I once held the rank of a commander in a battle group." Kevin had never contemplated such a possibility and exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Was it in the Free Cities battle group?" "No, it was much farther than the Free Cities, to a place from which I could not find my way back." Liu Yi wished to refrain from delving deeper into this topic and instead asked, "By the way, do you know our current location?" "I do not. But if I am not mistaken, we should be along the eastern coast of the north. I cannot specify the exact location, but if we follow the coastline southward, we will reach White Harbor, which is where my uncle and I boarded the ship." As Liu Yi adjusted his armor to a more comfortable position, he inquired, "Very well. Let us proceed southward. Are all the supplies ready?" Kevin nodded in affirmation. "Everything is prepared. 5 bags of water and 3 bags of dried fish." "Then let us set off after breakfast," Liu Yi declared. "Indeed, sir." After savoring a hearty seafood soup, Liu Yi, fully armored, stood on the riverbank gazing contemplatively at the cave where he had taken refuge for nearly a month. "Sir, what captivates your attention?" Kevin asked. "Nothing of consequence. Let us move on," Liu Yi replied. With that, he slung his sword over his back while Kevin pushed the unicycle brimming with provisions, and they commenced their journey southward. The unicycle, an invention crafted from his recollections, featured wooden wheels enveloped in thick grass rope for shock absorption. The fish skin pouches containing their food and water were meticulously fashioned by Kevin, who sewed large pieces of fish skin together with fine leather strips, sealing the seams with a fish glue derived from fish bladders, ensuring that the water within would remain intact without the need for boiling. However, it was imperative to consume the water from the bags first. Should they encounter a suitable water source, they would replace it, as prolonged storage could lead to bacterial growth. With their provisions of food and water thoughtfully prepared, they had greater flexibility in choosing their subsequent route. As they departed from the campsite, they traversed cliffs and marshy terrains. No matter how arduous the path, the coastline remained steadfastly within their sight. Chapter 6. A narrow escape. Traveling south along the coastline sounds simple, yet proves to be a formidable challenge. After departing from the makeshift camp, merely half a day's journey leads to the disappearance of the pristine white sands, swallowed by the muddy marshlands. Upon traversing the marsh, one encounters steep cliffs. Climbing over the peaks beyond the cliffs, the seaside transforms into a treacherous landscape of dark green rocks. To remain close to the shoreline, both Liu Yi and Kevin are compelled to navigate various obstacles through the dense forest, continually taking detours and retracing their steps. After a grueling week of hardship, on the afternoon of the 6th day, Liu Yi finally glimpses a cluster of dilapidated wooden houses on the distant coast, an emblem of civilization. Seeing human constructs after 2 long months stirs a profound sense of familiarity within Liu Yi, and the tension that had gripped him begins to ease. He jubilantly exclaims to Kevin, "Ah, ha 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 ha. At last, we see people." "Kevin, do you think they will greet us warmly?" Kevin, equally elated, responds, "Of course. It is an honor for them to host such a noble knight as yourself in their humble village. Moreover, according to the sacred rite of hospitality, as long as we partake of their salt and bread, we cannot harm one another. We have provisions of our own, so we shall not take away from their supplies. They have no reason not to welcome you." Upon hearing Kevin's words regarding the rite of hospitality, Liu Yi raises an eyebrow and inquires, "Is it truly this simple here?" Kevin, puzzled, replies, "Is your homeland not like this?" Liu Yi feels an urge to enlighten the young man about the treachery of the feast at home and the hidden dagger of the fish intestine sword. and the lurking assassins outside the tent. Yet, upon reflection, he decides against tainting the boy's innocent mind and remains silent as they approach the village. Just before reaching the settlement, Liu Yi suddenly halts, his voice becoming somber. Kevin, I fear that no one will be willing to receive us today. Ha! Kevin's gaze drifts beyond Liu Yi's form, falling upon a tattered corpse sprawled on the road at the village entrance, a pool of dried blood beneath it. Liu Yi crouches down, turning the body over to confirm it is an elderly man, approximately 60 years of age, with hair as white as the fingers that touch it. The gaunt physique and rough hands indicate a life of arduous labor, barely scraping by. The furrowed brow, gaping mouth, and wide-open eyes reflect the immense suffering the old man endured before his demise. Gently pulling aside the blood-stained shirt, Liu Yi discovers the fatal wound, a penetrating injury that pierced through the chest. Though his limited knowledge does not reveal the nature of the weapon that inflicted such a wound, it is evident that the assailant was both ruthless and skilled. Rising to his feet, Liu Yi hands Kevin the shield and short sword, gripping his long knife tightly. Kevin, stay back and follow my lead. Kevin accepts the weapons, his palms slightly damp with sweat. His voice trembles yet remains resolute. Understood, sir. A lifeless elder, devoid of any weapons, lay on the road outside the village, yet no one came to collect the remains. The village itself was shrouded in an eerie silence. An ominous sign indeed. As Liu Yi made his way along the path towards the village, he was stunned to discover that the number of corpses sprawled by the roadside was far greater than he could have imagined. Dozens, in fact including adults, children, and the elderly. Some bodies bore sunken skulls, others were drenched in blood, and several had been severed in half, their entrails spilling onto the ground, prompting Kevin to retreat to the roadside. Retching uncontrollably, Liu Yi, however, felt no urge to vomit. Instead, a smoldering fire of anguish ignited within his chest, flushing his face crimson while leaving him at a loss for how to express his turmoil. He recognized that he had stumbled upon a scene previously encountered only in tales of village slaughter. With a face as grim as the circumstances, Liu Yi traversed the village. Observing that the doors of the houses lining the path stood wide open, each interior a chaotic tableau as if ransacked. In the largest dwelling, a young woman, completely naked, was bound to a pillar, her legs spread apart, her feet nailed to a stool, her body covered in filth. Clenching his jaw, Liu Yi stepped closer to the woman. Discovering that her eyes had been gouged out, blood cascading down her face, she had been dead for quite some time. Beneath her, a small boy, no more than 2 years old, lay on his back, eyes closed and blood oozing from his orifices. Unable to bear the sight of the child's death any longer, Liu Yi quietly drew his dagger, severed the ropes binding the woman, and laid her on a nearby bed. He then cradled the lifeless child and placed him beside her, covering their bodies with an old blanket. Having completed this grim task, Liu Yi stepped back, pressing the blade into the ground, his hands gripping the hilt with visible tension. He silently gazed at the 2 corpses on the bed, a tide of questions surging within him. What sins could such a girl, not yet 20, and such a child, barely capable of speech, have committed to endure such torment? What manner of person could perpetrate such atrocities? At that moment, Kevin, who had been trailing behind, spoke up. My lord, I have examined the situation. These are merely ordinary fishermen. His voice faltered, parched from the horror. They must have encountered pirates. Liu Yi nodded, suppressing his fury. How prevalent are the pirates from the north? Kevin pondered briefly before responding. I cannot say for certain, but in my homeland, on the Wuji Peninsula, we occasionally encounter pirates passing through from the north. My father told me that those pirates hail from the savage lands to the north. Can such pirates, who commit these deeds, truly be called human? Liu Yi nodded in silent agreement. Bring the wheelbarrow over. Very well. Anticipating potential battles, Kevin had concealed the wheelbarrow in a thicket outside the village. Upon hearing Liu Yi's command, he swiftly returned to the village entrance, pushing the wheelbarrow inside. By that time, Liu Yi had already retrieved the woman, still wrapped in the tattered blanket. Kevin, drag these bodies over here and place them right here. Having spoken, Liu Yi retrieved the supplies from the unicycle and set them on the ground. Once he cleared some space, he placed the woman onto the frame and pushed her to a weedy clearing outside the village. He then returned to the village to transport the next body. Through their collaborative efforts, they swiftly moved all 32 corpses found within the village to the designated location chosen by Liu Yi. Subsequently, Liu Yi shed his armor and severed a long, sturdy branch to replace the handle of the miner's pickaxe. He commenced digging a vast pit in the open space. Observing Liu Yi's silent demeanor, Kevin found himself perplexed. Sir Liu Yi was a stranger to these individuals, having never crossed paths with them. Why would he choose to bury them? If it were his own father or uncle, they might have looted the desolate village once more and departed before the bodies began to decay and emit their foul odor. Thus, he inquired, Sir, these individuals are mere strangers to you. Why exert yourself to bury them? There is no benefit to you, and it merely drains your strength. Liu Yi did not turn or halt, simply replying, No reason. I wish to do it, and I am capable of doing so, hence I shall. That is all. Although perplexed, as Liu Yi's self-designated ward, Kevin wisely approached to assist, taking up a remaining hoe from the village to join Liu Yi in the endeavor. Yet, inexplicably, with each stroke of Liu Yi's pick, it seemed as though he were intent on piercing the very surface of the earth, leaving Kevin struggling to keep pace. After several hours, the pit had grown to a height surpassing that of a man. Liu Yi, having silently assessed the depth, called for Kevin, who was still digging, to pause. Let us take a moment. Come, lend a hand. The 32 corpses, all frail ordinary folk, were carefully placed within the pit, stacked neatly, slightly exceeding the rim of the hole. Finally, Liu Yi returned the excavated soil, covering the bodies and forming a substantial mound above them. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Liu Yi asked, Kevin, do you think wild dogs might unearth them? Kevin shook his head, I do not know. If you are concerned, it would be wise to place something heavy atop. Liu Yi sighed, very well, let it be. Without watchful eyes, no matter how deep we dig or how high we pile, they may still be unearthed. We can only do what is within our power. The rest is left to fate. Do your best, and leave the rest to destiny. After releasing his emotions through this arduous labor, Liu Yi's spirits began to stabilize. He surveyed the large mound and remarked, It feels as though something is still lacking. After pondering for a moment with his arms crossed and head tilted, he turned to Kevin and asked, What deities do the Seven Kingdoms worship? Anticipating Liu Yi's intention, Kevin responded, We worship the 7 gods. But I am unsure how to pray for the deceased. That is the duty of the Silent Sisters and the priests. Moreover, the people of the north do not venerate the 7 gods, they revere the old gods. Liu Yi, feeling a tinge of frustration at their ignorance, sighed, Alas, they know nothing. Very well, I shall do it myself. Continuing, Liu Yi drew forth a dagger and deftly whittled 3 slender wooden sticks from a plank, igniting them with flint and placing them before the imposing mound of earth. The slender sticks slowly burned, wisps of blue smoke curling upward as Liu Yi recited in a solemn and resonant voice the sutra for the deceased he had encountered in a fantastical novel. The Taishan Juku Jin, at that time, the celestial lord of deliverance, pervading the realms of the 10 directions, continually employs his formidable divine power to liberate all sentient beings. Under the resplendent glow of the setting sun, the towering mound cast a long, elongated shadow. Kevin, unable to comprehend the meaning of Liu Yi's recitation in Chinese, sensed the gravity of the moment through Liu Yi's solemn demeanor and surmised that this must be a eulogy from Liu Yi's homeland, a prayer for the departed. Consequently, he bowed his head, silently beseeching the enigmatic stranger among the 7 gods, who symbolizes death, hoping that the 32 unfortunate souls might find peace. As the last verse dissipated into the air, Liu Yi lingered in silence, pondering the significance of his actions. What purpose did this serve? They were mere strangers, a collection of unfamiliar deceased, unable to hear or see. Yet, upon completing the ritual, he felt a profound alleviation of the impotent despair that had weighed upon him. Perhaps therein lay the essence of meaning. Kevin, we must prepare to depart, Liu Yi urged. Concerned for Liu Yi's stamina, Kevin suggested, Must we rush, my lord? We could rest a while in the village. No, it is too perilous. We have no knowledge of whether the marauders who slaughtered this village might return. Moreover, having discovered one village signifies that the next is not far off. We should hasten to reach a populated area to rest. Liu Yi gestured toward the narrow path that stretched from the village center into the depths of the forest. This road should lead us to other settlements. Let us follow it. Kevin, reflecting on the idea of spending a night amidst the corpses, found himself lacking the courage. Thus, the two forewent kindling a fire, opting instead to consume their emergency rations with cool water, treating it as their evening meal, and departed from the lifeless village along the earthen path formed by footfalls. Following the trail, they traversed from dusk into the profound embrace of night, traversing quietly under the flickering moonlight that filtered through the dancing shadows of the trees. Without igniting torches or engaging in conversation, they gripped their weapons tightly, their spirit heightened and alert, acutely aware of any rustle or whisper in their surroundings, prepared for imminent battle. For neither was aware whether the merciless bandits who had ravaged an entire village lay concealed in a nearby hollow, indulging in drink and meat, awaiting their unwitting approach. The nocturnal forest, in stark contrast to the daylight, was imbued with a tranquil silence. yet still resonated with the calls of birds and the murmurs of insects, the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. In such an environment, the rhythmic footfalls of humanity were rendered even more pronounced amidst the serene white noise. At that moment, Liu Yi, who led the way, detected the rapid sound of movement emanating from the nearby underbrush. His gaze sharpened, he halted, pushing Kevin aside to the edge of the path, and whispered urgently, "Hide." Having spoken, he glanced around and discovered a large tree, positioning himself discreetly behind it. The sound of hurried footsteps in the distance grew increasingly pronounced, occasionally interrupted by the excited, peculiar cries of several men. Concealed behind the tree, Liu Yi had no intention of foolishly rushing out to confront the unknown individuals. Instead, he remained steadfastly hidden, awaiting the opportune moment. As the foremost figure passed by the tree where Liu Yi was concealed, a swift thought crossed his mind. He extended the sheath of his sea serpent strike, deftly tripping the man beneath him, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. It was not until the figure hit the earth with a painful cry that Liu Yi discerned the fallen individual was not a man, but a young woman, scantily clad. In her flustered state, she pushed herself off the ground in an attempt to rise, only to realize that what had tripped her was not a stone, but a wooden sword sheath. Following the sheath with her gaze, she noticed a tall figure clad in glistening golden armor, who was now looking down at her. Chapter 7. A cry against injustice. The woman's heart momentarily halted, prompting an involuntary, piercing scream. At that moment, several men, who had been trailing her at a cautious distance, surged forward. The foremost among them, fueled by the girl's cry, grew increasingly exhilarated, tearing off his shirt and lunging towards her. Just as his claws were about to ensnare her hair, a solid object struck his face with tremendous force, sending his body hurtling to the ground. The assailant was none other than Liu Yi, who, upon witnessing the fallen figure was a woman, instinctively deduced that she must be a survivor from the village, while those pursuing her were likely the marauding brigands responsible for the slaughter. Even if they were not, it was evident that a group of burly men chasing a woman through the darkened forest could hardly be deemed virtuous. Consequently, Liu Yi emerged from behind the trees, swiftly incapacitating the nearest pursuer with the hilt of his sword. He then advanced, reversing his grip on the hilt to deliver a sharp thrust that struck the second man's forehead, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. The third man, witnessing Liu Yi's prowess, was momentarily stunned, but his ferocity quickly flared as he drew an axe from his back, swinging it menacingly at Liu Yi's head. Rather than retreat, Liu Yi surged forward, closing the distance and delivering a powerful punch to the man's abdomen. As the adversary bent over in pain, Liu Yi followed up with an uppercut, leaving yet another foe sprawled on the ground, insensible. The last of the men, finally grasping the dire reality of his situation, that he was merely a lightly armored militia clad in untreated furs, unable to contend with a fully armored warrior wielding a long blade, turned to flee. In his panic, he collided with a tree behind him, tumbling to the ground, unconscious. At that moment, the first man, groaning as he rose with a dagger drawn, lunged at Liu Yi. Liu Yi stood his ground, gripping the hilt firmly, and drove it forward, the end striking the man's abdomen with such intensity that he collapsed to his knees, retching uncontrollably. "A pack of fools," Liu Yi muttered as he approached, delivering a kick to the man's head, rendering him unconscious as well. In mere seconds, Liu Yi had executed a small ambush, dispatching 4 formidable foes with minimal effort. Once the inexplicable attackers lay vanquished, Liu Yi approached the woman, who had been calmed by Kevin. "It is all right now. Can you tell us what transpired?" The woman glanced at Liu Yi, then at the nearest fallen pursuer. Suddenly, she seized a sizable stone from the ground, launching herself at the man's side. With a fierce expression, she raised the stone and brought it down repeatedly upon his head. After several dull thuds, the man's skull was reduced to a bloody pulp. Exhausted from her outburst, the girl collapsed to the ground, weeping loudly. Liu Yi made no attempt to intervene, instead preventing Kevin from approaching her, standing silently by as he observed the scene unfold. Once the woman's sobs finally subsided, she turned and knelt beside Liu Yi, clutching his thigh and pleading, "My lord, I beseech you to save my friends. They remain trapped in the forest, held captive by these pirates." "Pirates? Are you a survivor from the village by the sea?" Liu Yi inquired. The woman paused, then her voice trembled as she asked, "Is there anyone still alive back home?" Liu Yi shook his head. The woman's body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground, her eyes seemingly devoid of all light. After a brief moment, she rose, urgency in her voice as she implored Liu Yi, "Kind sir, please assist us. They are by the river ahead." "How many are left?" "There are 3. They were left to guard the other captured villagers." Liu Yi tapped his fingers on the hilt of his dagger. "So, These individuals are of no further use then. He approached the second captive, placing his ironclad foot upon the man's fingers and slowly grinding down. Moments later, the man awoke with a cry, attempting to rise, only to be kicked in the stomach by Liu Yi. Liu Yi crouched down, grasping the man's hair to force him to face him. There is a village 15 miles from here by the sea, where all the inhabitants have been slaughtered. Was it your doing? The man glanced at the woman beside him. His gaze shifting. Just as he was about to speak, Liu Yi interrupted, "Speak clearly." I was not quite satisfied with his previous answer. The man quickly glanced at the disfigured corpse nearby, swallowing hard. "Yes, it was Captain Collins who commanded us. He said we must not let the village's secret slip." "Are you their leader?" I am not. Our leader did not accompany us. He remains at the camp." "Understood." With that, Liu Yi drew his dagger and swiftly slashed it across the man's throat, a deep gash blossoming. The man struggled, clutching his neck in a futile attempt to stem the gushing blood, but to no avail. After a few heartbeats, blood frothing from his nose and mouth, he ceased his struggles and collapsed into his own pool of blood. Liu Yi silently wiped the dagger on the man's clothing to remove the blood, then sheathed it. He stood and addressed Kevin. "Take my sword and sever their heads for transport." Kevin stuttered, Cut them off. Is it beyond your capability?" Liu Yi frowned. "I see you are quite adept at chopping fish heads. The fish may struggle, but they will not." No sooner had he spoken than the fool, who had previously collided with a tree, suddenly sprang up and dashed into the forest. Liu Yi sneered, unsheathed his long knife, and with a flick of his arm, sent the blade flying, embedding it into the fleeing man's back, bringing him down. When Liu Yi reached him, the man clutched the knife protruding from his chest, already dead. Stepping onto his back, Liu Yi withdrew the long knife and raised it above his head, aiming for the neck. With a sickening sound, a grotesque head rolled away, severed cleanly from its body. Liu Yi picked up his severed head and turned to Kevin, saying, "Did you see that? Just like this, with all your strength, one swift stroke." Through the narrow slits of his helmet, Kevin seemed to catch a glimmer of icy determination in Liu Yi's eyes, involuntarily shuddering as he hastily nodded, "Yes, my lord, at your command, my lord." With slightly trembling hands, Kevin grasped the short sword, Song of the Azure Sky, that Liu Yi had lent him, and approached the last surviving yet still unconscious bandit. Summoning all his might, he plunged the blade into the bandit's chest, waiting until there was no further movement before mimicking Liu Yi's actions to sever his head. Casting a glance back at Liu Yi, who offered no further indication, Kevin gritted his teeth and proceeded to decapitate the remaining two adversaries. Once the three heads had been detached from their bodies, Liu Yi finally nodded and remarked, "A weapon is the lifeblood of a warrior. When we reach a place with water, make sure to cleanse the blade of blood and dry it thoroughly, otherwise, it may rust." "Is that truly what concerns you now? Shouldn't you be worried about these 4 headless corpses?" Kevin retorted. Liu Yi was not motivated by mere curiosity to have Kevin execute these decapitations. He was no sadist indulging in peculiar whims. This was merely a tactic for their subsequent encounters. As Kevin obeyed his orders, Liu Yi's countenance, hidden beneath the helmet, had turned ashen. It was absurd. During his time on Earth, he wouldn't have harmed a soul, not even an ant scuttling across the ground. Yet in this brief skirmish, his rational mind insisted that this course of action was justified, and so he followed through. Strangely, his emotions did not sway his decision, leaving even Liu Yi astonished at his own coldness. Was he truly so brave? Or had the countless monsters slain by his Sunwalker, the bull-headed one, during his evolution hardened his heart to iron? Liu Yi could not ascertain, but perhaps this was not entirely unfavorable. After all, mercy towards foes is cruelty towards oneself. After tearing strips of cloth from the bandits' corpses, Liu Yi bound the 4 heads together and hung them at his waist. As he rose to his full height, the imposing figure adorned with the grim faces of the 4 headless corpses evoked a tremor in the woman he had rescued. Had she truly been saved? Or had she inadvertently fallen into the clutches of a more terrifying being? Yet, upon observing the abhorrent visages of the heads, she felt a strange sense of reassurance. This sensation was peculiar. Subsequently, Liu Yi instructed the woman to lead the way to the bandits' encampment. Along the journey, he inquired about the origins of this band of marauders. The woman recounted the tragic events that had unfolded in her village over the past 2 days. Her name was Claire, lacking a surname. Merely a daughter of a humble farmer, not of noble lineage. The coastal village she inhabited bore no name. Its residents simply referred to it as our village, while neighboring settlements called it the seaside village. Though sparsely populated and meager in resources, this small village was not devoid of ownership. It is affiliated with the Colbert family, under the aegis of the Hout clan, and is protected by the constable of the Colbert family. A constable? What is that? For Liu Yi. This was yet another unfamiliar term. Lord Rodney safeguards the safety of several nearby villages, including ours, and the villagers offer him dried fish and beautiful shells in exchange for his compassion and protection. However, he typically resides in the manor of Redstone Village and seldom visits. During tax collection, Uncle Bill takes care of delivering the dues. Liu Yi seemed to grasp the concept. So he is akin to a guardian knight. Claire, however, tilted her head in confusion and asked, "A knight? What is that?" At that moment, Kevin interjected, "A knight. One must swear to defend the glory of the seven gods. The Northerners worship the old gods, hence there are no knights in the north." Well then, the constable is the northern equivalent of a guardian knight. Please continue. What happened next? The girl began to recount her tale. Her name was Claire, a native of Coastal Village, and she was 19 years old. Having surpassed the age of marriage, she had yet to find her beloved, much to her parents' distress. Yet, she remained indifferent. What did it matter? She did not wish to end up like Aunt Amy, marrying someone she did not love, bearing children, doing household chores, and being subjected to violence. As long as she was able to work, her parents would not cast her out. 2 days prior, a peddler arrived in the village, carrying several bundles of fishing nets for sale, but his nets were old and tattered, and no one bought them. He left in disgrace after lingering at the village entrance for a short while. That night, a longship carrying over 20 pirates stormed the beach, and the peddler was among them. Once the pirates entered the village, guided by the peddler, they kicked down the doors of the villagers' homes, killing anyone they encountered, ultimately leaving only her and a few other young girls to be taken away. This morning, the pirates who had attacked Coastal Village split into 2 groups. One larger group departed the camp, their whereabouts unknown. The smaller group, consisting of only 7 men, remained nearby with the captives, seeking refuge in a location with a water source. The departure of the larger contingent offered a glimmer of hope to the survivors. After a clandestine discussion, several girls resolved to escape under the cover of night. After enduring a painfully long day, as night fell, the girls seized the opportunity to flee in a sudden tumult. But only she managed to escape. At that moment, she gained a semblance of clarity. Her ability to run so far was likely due to the guards' boredom and desire for amusement. At this juncture, Claire halted, pointing towards a towering tree some distance ahead, lowering her voice to say, "We've arrived beneath that large tree." Liu Yi glanced in that direction, attempting to discern any signs of the enemy. However, the thick darkness and lush foliage obscured his view, and after a prolonged observation, he discerned nothing. Finally, he instructed Claire, "Find a place to crouch and hide well. Do not emerge unless you hear me call for you." He spoke once more to his loyal companion, "Kevin, arm yourself with sword and shield, and follow closely behind me. Wait for the moment I engage the adversary, then make your appearance. Remember, your task is to obstruct their escape. Allow not a single one to flee." Kevin solemnly replied, "Understood, my lord." After their agreement, the pair tread lightly towards the grand tree, moving stealthily. Where on earth is that rascal, Shane? Beneath the tree indicated by Claire, a gaunt man with a scruffy beard and rotten teeth was anxiously rotating a hand impaled on a branch over the campfire. He expressed his concern. "We mustn't ruin that woman." Sitting beside him, a young man stopped. "Even if she were to be ruined, it is of no concern to you. That is Andy's prize. If anything were to happen, let them bicker amongst themselves." He then turned to the silent, short-haired man beside him and inquired, "Chief, has Covens mentioned any form of compensation for leaving us here to guard the prisoners?" Chapter 8. The heart's ailment requires a heart's remedy. The short-haired man raised the leather wine pouch to his lips, taking several hearty swigs while grasping the wooden rim. Then emitted a lengthy belch. Wiping the remnants of alcohol from his beard with his sleeve, he scoffed, "Compensation? What nonsense. That bastard Covens." He nervously glanced around, ensuring no one else was present, before lowering his voice. "He's always had it in for me. If it weren't for a few who still chose to follow me, I would have been ditched long ago to fend for myself. In a while, you ladies can have your fun. Once you're done, take them back and let those miserable fools raise your sons." The young man laughed heartily at this. "Our leader is quite straightforward. Shall I go first? Can we have some fun with that one hanging dead in the tree?" The leader squinted up at the naked woman dangling from the branches, disdainfully spitting on the ground. "Disgusting." The young man rubbed his hands together, rising to climb the tree. Meanwhile, a frail man with rotten teeth eagerly eyed the 5 girls tied back to back at the edge of the camp, swallowing hard. Unfortunately, his roasted chicken was still not done, and he couldn't afford to stop. He needed to seize the opportunity for a taste of the broth while the others were away. As the young man reached the tree and was about to untie the rope binding the figure to a branch, a sudden thought resonated as an irregular sphere landed beside the bonfire. The toothless man and the short-haired one paused, then watched as the sphere ceased rolling. When the matted brown hair spread apart, it revealed the contorted, anguished face of their old comrade, the unfortunate Shane. Ah! Shane! The two jumped to their feet. But before they could react, a tall golden figure leaped from the shadows, wielding a long staff that struck the short-haired man's head with a resounding whack, rendering him unconscious. Liu Yi then pivoted, delivering a punch to the toothless man's face, and following his fall, he landed a kick to his shin. The force of Liu Yi's kick was tremendous. The frail man heard a faint crack from his calf, followed by a chorus of anguished wails as he clutched his leg in pain. The young man in the tree momentarily froze in shock, quickly realizing they were under attack. Without a thought for the height, he leapt down, crashing onto Liu Yi's back. Unfortunately, even with the impact, Liu Yi merely swayed slightly before leaping backward, slamming the young man against the rough bark of a tree. The young man let out a muffled groan, the intense pain in his chest causing him to instinctively release his grip around Liu Yi's neck. Free from restraint, Liu Yi turned, unleashing a flurry of heavy punches with his gauntlet fists, causing the young man to spit blood and collapse to the ground without resistance. It was yet another resounding victory. Meanwhile, Kevin emerged from the woods, frowning in disappointment at having missed the battle. Liu Yi was formidable. At this rate, would he truly learn anything from him? Applause and cheers. Liu Yi regarded the bloodied young man on the ground, his eyes glazed over, flexing his fists. He lifted his gaze above, where a pale figure dangled from a branch, swaying in the wind, a young woman, entirely naked, with her neck indented by a noose. Whether this was the deliberate act of her assailants remains unknown. She was suspended close to the trunk of the tree, her legs and arms marred by numerous scratches, while the trunk bore the stains of blood and shredded flesh at the corresponding height. What despair and struggle had she endured in her final moments? Liu Yi drew forth the sea serpent's strike, leaping to deftly sever the rope with a flash of the blade. The girl's stiff body fell, crashing onto the young man below, eliciting another cry of pain. Kevin, go fetch Claire. As he glanced at the girls nearby, bound and silent, their eyes fixed on him, a flicker of fear coursed through Liu Yi. He hesitated to approach them, apprehensive of the sorrowful tales they might utter. Moments later, Claire emerged, following Kevin from behind a concealed tree. Upon seeing her friends helplessly kneeling on the grass, she rushed to their side, tears streaming down her face as she tugged at the ropes binding them. Liu Yi quietly discarded his dagger beside Claire and turned to the groaning wretch known as Rottentooth, inquiring, "Are you the leader?" Rottentooth shot him a glance but remained silent, continuing his lament. Liu Yi smirked coldly, rising to his feet, and raised his right leg high before delivering a swift kick to the shattered tibia of Rottentooth, instantly bending it at an acute angle. Ah! Not me. It was him. The one with short hair. Liu Yi nodded and returned to the tree, seizing the young man's collar. Who is the boss? The young man managed a weak smile before suddenly spitting a mouthful of blood onto Liu Yi's face, though he appeared defiant. His gaze involuntarily flickered towards the short-haired figure, who lay unconscious on the ground. Liu Yi wiped away the spittle with his arm and slapped the captive's face with the back of his hand, leaving the half-conscious young man behind. He approached the short-haired leader, grasping his ankle and dragging him towards the forest beyond the camp. Unintentionally, his eyes fell upon the lifeless body of the woman that had fallen from the tree, and he turned to ask, "Claire, who is this? Do you recognize her?" Preoccupied with cutting the ropes of her compatriots, Claire turned her head at his words, and upon seeing the woman on the ground, she cried out, "Aunt Amy." Having received his answer, Liu Yi turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer, saying, "I'll lend you the dagger. I have no further use for these two. Handle them as you see fit. Kevin, come with me." Leaving the bandits' camp, Liu Yi found a position where he could see the flickering flames while maintaining a safe distance. After dropping the last bandit onto the ground, he removed his helmet and sat upon the bandit to rest. "Jazz." Kevin hesitated. "What is it? Is it alright to leave them there?" Liu Yi furrowed his brow. "It should be fine. I've incapacitated those two." "No, I mean." Kevin struggled to articulate his thoughts, stubbornly pursing his lips. "They are no longer capable of resistance." Liu Yi cast a penetrating glance at him. "Kevin, you have witnessed their actions, have you not?" "Indeed, I have seen it, and I share in the sorrow. However, as a knight, one must possess a heart filled with compassion." Liu Yi waved his hand, interrupting Kevin's impending response. "I have merely injured them. Their fate lies in the hands of those women. Should they choose to spare these beings, then let it be. Nevertheless, my child, we do not possess the authority to forgive those who have inflicted harm on the injured. Compassion towards the wolf is cruelty towards the lamb. Between the two, a choice must be made. At that moment, a series of piercing screams echoed from the campfire. Liu Yi glanced in that direction and shrugged. It appears the victims are unwilling to grant forgiveness. Kevin too looked over, contemplating as he observed the flickering flames, nodding thoughtfully. Come, we still have work to do. Liu Yi rose to his feet and delivered a kick to the stomach of the short-haired man on the ground. Your act of feigning death is quite convincing. Have you practiced? The short-haired man, clutching his abdomen, knelt and fervently bowed his head. My lord, I beg you, spare me. I promise to leave immediately and never return. I implore you, I have 2 children at home. If I perish, they shall not survive either. Please, have mercy on me. The man pleaded incessantly, tears streaming down his face in anguish. Liu Yi raised his hand, stroking his chin. It is not entirely out of the question. If you divulge everything you know, perhaps I might consider granting you clemency. The short-haired man abruptly lifted his head, regarding Liu Yi with skepticism. Truly. Liu Yi smiled, gesturing towards the distant campfire. Perhaps you would wish to converse with them. The short-haired man, his lips trembling, glanced towards the direction Liu Yi indicated. The wailing from that vicinity intensified, interspersed with the women's heart-wrenching cries. He turned back to Liu Yi, hesitantly imploring, do not hand me over to them. Subsequently, the short-haired man began to spill forth all that he knew, as if pouring out beans. He and his companions hailed from the southern part of Skaggs Island, belonging to a small tribe composed of Skaggs people and fleeing northerners. This raid was initiated by a Skaggs man named Horned Watden. To ensure sufficient military strength, he summoned 3 small tribes, selecting over 90 warriors to form this raiding party. In pursuit of greater plunder, under Watden's direction, they deliberately circumvented the vigilant and formidable territories of House Bolton and House Stark, spending more time to reach the more distant and lax southern lands. Liu Yi, puzzled, turned to inquire, Kevin, did you not tell me this is the north? Kevin quickly clarified, indeed, my lord. However, relative to Skaggs Island, this is the south. Ah. Liu Yi comprehended, akin to the relationship between Beijing and Harbin. If the Skaggs people reside in a place where the north is perceived as the south, then their penchant for raiding becomes entirely reasonable. He continued to ask, where is your next target? The short-haired man grimaced, my lord, I truly do not know. We were merely the burdens abandoned by that scoundrel Covens. Why would he share his whereabouts with us? I implore you, have mercy and release me. You are now alone. If I set you free, do you truly believe you can survive on this land? The short-haired man was momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly did not dare to reveal his intention to seek out his leader and return home with them. However, in his desperate state, he could not conjure a suitable response. As he stammered, unsure of what to say, Liu Yi knocked him unconscious with a single punch. Kevin, keep an eye on him. I will fetch a rope, Liu Yi commanded. The grass rope he had crafted during their wilderness survival at the seaside camp had been entirely consumed in just a couple of days, used to wrap the wheel's shock absorbers. Fortunately, these brigands had an abundance of rope supplies, so he resolved to rummage through their reserves for something suitable. As he passed by the campfire, he noticed the 2 pirates he had left behind were now battered and barely clinging to life. A few girls, their faces stained with tears, discreetly hid their bloodied hands behind their backs, gazing at him in helplessness. Liu Yi merely shifted his gaze to the scattered ropes on the ground, picked one up, and silently departed. Upon returning to the short-haired man, he securely bound his upper body with the very rope that had been used to restrain the girls, and then tied his ankles together, leaving just enough space for him to walk but not to run. After tugging at the bindings to ensure they would not be easily escaped, Liu Yi, satisfied, clapped his hands and ordered, let us go, drag him back to the campfire, but keep a close watch. Those girls are frantic. Do not let him die. He has revealed all the truth yet. Nevertheless, it matters not. I shall leave him to the local officers to deal with. As a mere passerby, having dispatched 6 pirates and captured 1, I do not consider this a meager offering for the local lord. With that, Liu Yi left Kevin behind and returned to the group of girls. He cast a glance at the 2 pirates lying on the ground, barely breathing, and frowned, asking, is the situation not yet resolved? The cold undertone of his words prompted Claire to exchange glances with her friend. Gritting her teeth, she grasped the dagger with both hands and approached the young man, raising it high, yet found herself unable to strike. Forget it, just give it back to me. Liu Yi extended his palm toward Claire. After a moment of struggle, she reluctantly returned the dagger to him. Taking the dagger, Liu Yi swiftly plunged the blade into the young man's heart, uttering, "Do not return to a life of banditry in your next existence." He then dispatched the nearly lifeless pirate on the ground and returned to the campfire, seating himself on a stone that had been moved there by the brigands, saying, "Claire, in light of having saved your lives, could you assist us in procuring some food? These fellows should still have provisions, yes? Yes, there are some. We will go get them now." Upon hearing Liu Yi's request, the bewildered girls finally sprang into action, appearing much more spirited than when they first encountered him. The food within the brigands' camp was primarily pilfered from the coastal village, and for these survivors, it consisted of ingredients they were well accustomed to. Observing the scene where the girls busily engaged in their tasks, one washing pots while another prepared vegetables, their light-hearted whispers amidst the hassle, Liu Yi realized that the two potent remedies he had provided had indeed made a difference, albeit modestly. These young women, still in the bloom of youth, should not be burdened with anger and hatred. To facilitate their release from the shackles of painful memories, the most effective approach would be to enable them to return the suffering they had endured to those who had inflicted it upon them. Ultimately, the short-haired assailant was unceremoniously relegated to serve as a makeshift seat beneath Liu Yi. There was little choice when Kevin had dragged him over. The surviving girls were overwhelmed with emotion, with two of the most fiery among them immediately seizing stones and rushing towards him. Had Liu Yi not intervened in time, it is likely that the short-haired man would have met a fate akin to that of his companions. Indeed, potent remedies can also harbor toxicity, and this method of healing emotional wounds was no exception. Liu Yi did not wish for these girls to be rescued from their plight only to develop a penchant for torment and cruelty. Thus, in order to soothe their spirits and safeguard the last remnant of his own conscience, he ensured the assailant remained beneath him, a task that Kevin was ill-equipped to handle. When the steaming dishes were finally served, the motley crew of dirt-stricken men and women began to regain their smiles. Chapter 9. A glimmer of hope surrounded by the flickering flames of the campfire. Silence enveloped the group. In the stillness of the campsite, apart from the chirping of insects and the calls of birds from the woods, the only sound was the occasional groan from the short-haired man beneath Liu Yi. After quietly finishing the pea soup in his bowl and feeling his stomach sufficiently filled, Liu Yi raised his gaze and swept his eyes over the faces of the young women, inquiring, "What are your plans now?" The young women paused their spoons, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty and helplessness. After a brief moment, a slightly older woman with red hair spoke, "I have an uncle in Luoshore village. I wish to seek refuge with him." Liu Yi nodded and turned to the others, "And what about you?" Two more girls responded, "My sister married into Luoshore village a few years ago. I know a boy from Luoshore village as well." "Is Luoshore village far?" "Not far," Claire replied. "If we set off in the morning, we can reach it by noon. Then let us head to Luoshore village. We shall rest here for the night and depart early tomorrow." After dinner, several girls huddled together and drifted into a peaceful slumber, perhaps the most tranquil night they had experienced in days. Following an agreement on the watch order, Liu Yi leaned against a large tree and succumbed to sleep. In the dead of night, Liu Yi awoke to find Kevin sitting alone by the fire, nodding off repeatedly. "Go to sleep," Liu Yi gently shook him awake. "Ah, sir." Kevin yawned widely, his eyes seemingly glued shut, making it impossible for him to open them, no matter how hard he tried. Liu Yi shook his head, realizing that this laxity was dangerous. If a bandit were to return, in Kevin's current state, their group would surely meet disaster. Yet, he could not be overly harsh on him. After all, by Liu Yi's standards, Kevin was merely a youth on the cusp of maturity. "You should rest. Tomorrow is the final stretch." "All right, sir. I'll go to sleep now," Kevin replied, yawning again as he wrapped himself in a blanket left behind by the bandits and soon fell into a soft snore. Liu Yi, having forgotten to bring his phone during their journey, had lost track of time and could only gaze at the flames, passing the hours by recalling vivid memories enhanced by his skills. Fortunately, he had read extensively in the past, and soon he found himself mentally revisiting Cervantes' Don Quixote. Isn't this experience akin to the grand adventures long sought by Mr. Quixote? He pondered, though he lamented the brutality of such an adventure. The disarray left in the village and the sight of 3 lifeless bodies nearby lodged a thorn in his throat, leaving him speechless. He could only offer silent prayers, hoping that the next phase of their journey would be devoid of such bloodshed. As night gradually faded away and dawn began to break, Liu Yi chose a flat patch of ground near the tree and took up a miner's pick to begin digging. The sound of his strikes against the earth roused the others, who began to awaken one by one. Kevin rubbed his eyes as he approached, bending down to gaze into the half-man deep pit. Jazz, are you digging a grave? He inquired. I had already suspected as much. Why haven't you come to assist? Liu Yi tossed aside the hole, leaving the remainder to Kevin. Without hesitation, Kevin leaped into the pit, rubbed his hands together, seized the hole, and replied, all right. Leave it to me. His enthusiasm was palpable. He then walked over to Claire, who was washing herself by a nearby stream, and asked, Claire, concerning your Aunt Amy. It seems we may not be able to take her with us. I've dug a grave for her. Shall we leave her here? Claire's eyes widened in shock, and she momentarily fell silent. Is that not inappropriate? Liu Yi questioned, feeling a bit awkward. But I've already prepared it. I should have consulted you beforehand. No, master. Claire fervently shook her head, her voice trembling as she continued, I simply didn't expect. I believe Aunt Amy would be grateful to you for not leaving her to rot in the wilderness. I have buried dozens from your village. One more will not make a difference. She deserves a dignified end. He then instructed the girls to prepare breakfast while he and Claire moved Aunt Amy's body to the grave, eventually calling Kevin over so the three could cover it with the earth they had unearthed. After a moment of silent mourning at the grave, they gathered their belongings and departed from the bandits' camp, soon finding themselves on the muddy path Liu Yi had traversed earlier. According to the red-haired girl, this path served as the main thoroughfare for the coastal villages' residents traveling to other settlements. Kevin led the way at the front of the group, with several girls following closely behind, while Liu Yi brought up the rear, guiding the captive. Before setting off, Liu Yi had solemnly warned the short-haired bandit. I shall escort you to the nearest village and hand you over to their guard. If you are wise, you will divulge all that you know. Perhaps you might secure your life. However, should you attempt to flee, I will grant you 3 chances. The first chance will cost you your left arm, the second, your right arm, and the third, your life. Do you understand? The short-haired bandit, hunched over, responded with an awkward chuckle. Master, you've tied me up so securely. I wouldn't dare escape. I might as well keep these arms for future use. Well, it seems your wits remain intact. That is a promising sign. Liu Yi patted him on the shoulder and began to lead him forward. Departing from the bandit camp, they traversed a dense forest and crossed several low hills until a patchwork of interwoven farmland came into view. As they drew closer, Liu Yi noticed the wheat in the fields had grown to the height of his thighs, lush and thriving. At that moment, a few farmers were busy weeding the fields. Upon seeing the group emerge from the forest, they straightened up and looked on curiously. Uncle Unit, called out the red-haired girl named Jenny as she spotted a tall, lean, middle-aged man among them. She dashed from the group and embraced him tightly, bursting into tears. The tall man hurriedly wiped the mud from his hands onto his clothes, wrapped his arms around Jenny's shoulders, and asked, Jenny, dear child, what brings you here? Who are these people? Uncle, my parents, they were all slain by pirates. Only a few of us remain in the village. It was that noble warrior who rescued us from the clutches of the pirates. Everyone else is gone. Hans, Dan, and you, they are all dead. Woe is me. Upon encountering a true relative, the girl, scarcely older than Kevin, finally allowed her grief to surface, weeping uncontrollably. This poignant scene moved the remaining young women to tears once more. What added to their sorrow was the realization that, apart from the sister who had married into this area, the remaining 3, including Claire, had no kin left to embrace. Uncle Unite calmed his niece, emerging from the fields. Removing his hat and bowing to Liu Yi, he expressed, My Lord Knight, I am profoundly grateful for your rescue of my niece. May I inquire whence you hail? Liu Yi, having anticipated such an encounter at the seaside camp, recounted his prepared tale. I am Liu Yi, a knight from the Finger Peninsula. My apprentice and I were en route to Bravos from White Harbor by ship when we encountered a conflict that led to our expulsion. While searching for a village, we inadvertently stumbled upon a coastal hamlet ravaged by pirates. Subsequently, while making our way inland, we fortuitously encountered Claire being pursued by the marauders and rescued her. He added, You may inquire further about the specifics later. Uncle Unite glanced at the young women. Though he did not vocalize his thoughts, it was evident what he wished to ask. They responded in unison, Uncle Unite, everything Jenny said is true. Uncle Unite, is my sister at home? My sister is Jane from the Bird family. Those pirates were slain by the night, and their bodies are cast in the forest by the riverside. Amidst the chatter, Uncle Unite could not discern every word. Yet he understood that with the support of these girls, he could be assured that this passing knight was no ally of the pirates. If it were a ruse, Killing several comrades would be too cruel a ploy. Thus, he bowed once more in gratitude to Liu Yi, exclaiming, "Kind knight, may the ever-present old gods keep you safe. And thank you for avenging my brother and his wife." "Avenge? Ha, it is still premature," Liu Yi replied. "I merely dispatched a few minions left behind to guard the captives. This band of pirates numbers 90 in total. Excluding those I've slain, there are still over 80 remaining." He then tugged at the rope in his hand, causing the short-haired brigand to stumble and fall before them. "This is a survivor I deliberately spared. He is a minor leader, yet possesses valuable information. However, I have not delved into details. Do you have a constable here?" Uncle Unite's gaze sharpened as he narrowed his eyes at the short-haired pirate, speaking in a low tone. "Our village lacks a constable, but we have several veterans of war. You may safely entrust him to us." Liu Yi raised an eyebrow at the response, "Us?" It appeared that this honest and simple-minded semi-bald farmer was not as straightforward as he appeared. Perhaps the calluses on his hands were not solely a result of toil with a hoe. "Very well, let me witness your craftsmanship," said Liu Yi as he handed the end of the rope to the elderly farmer. "By the way, do you have a resting place in your village? I have traveled several days and wish to rest." Upon receiving the rope, Uncle Unit immediately donned a warm and hospitable smile. "There is a small tavern in the village, where the ale is brewed on-site, rich and fragrant. The second floor has 2 rooms. Although they are modest, they are quite clean. I assure you will have a good night's rest." With that, he waved to summon a child who had been watching. "Alvin, go find your brother. Tell him that the neighboring village, Lin Hai, has been ravaged by pirates, and only a few girls have survived, rescued by this gentleman. He should prepare some food promptly." After delivering the message, he playfully patted the back of the child's head. "Hurry along." The boy, named Alvin, stumbled slightly from the pat and dashed toward the nearby village. The villagers who had been working in the fields were stirred by the commotion and gradually gathered around. The first group to arrive began to recount the events they had overheard with vivid expressions. Upon hearing of the calamity that had befallen the neighboring village, the villagers expressed their sorrow. Several elder women, with tears in their eyes, removed their outer garments to tightly wrap the few girls, supporting them as they led them aside. "This way, please, sir." Under Uncle Unit's guidance, Liu Yi and his party made their way into the village, while the onlookers set aside their tasks to follow along. Just as they neared the village entrance, a dozen young men clad in leather armor, wielding hammers, long swords, and pitchforks, burst forth from the village's earthen ramparts, shouting, "Pirates! Where are the pirates?" Liu Yi's gaze sharpened, and he instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword, pondering if these fools had mistaken him for a pirate. Indeed, one of the men, wearing a horned helmet and a leather vest, rushed at Liu Yi without a word, raising his hammer. However, from Liu Yi's perspective, the young man's strength was sufficient, but his movements were dreadfully slow. Just as the hammer was about to descend upon him, Liu Yi sidestepped and gently pushed against the man's shoulder, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. "Abby, are you an imbecile?" At this moment, Uncle Unit, who had been following closely behind Liu Yi, finally reacted, swiftly moving to Abby's side and kicking the hammer away. "This is the savior of Jenny and the others, not a pirate." At that moment, a tall man with a scruffy beard and golden hair, standing guard nearby, inquired, "Unit, what is going on?" "Alvin told me that pirates are approaching." Unit, exasperated, shouted, "Alvin, you foolish boy, come here." The previously timid boy who had been sent back to the village stepped forward hesitantly. "Uncle Unit, what did you want me to say?" "You told me to inform my brother that pirates were coming, so he could prepare in advance." Unit, with a sigh of resignation, responded, "What I meant was that the neighboring village was plundered, and a few girls survived, having been rescued. I asked you to return and tell your brother to prepare some food." Upon the conclusion of Unit's speech, the previously taut atmosphere transformed into an awkward silence. Abby, who had fallen to the ground, had not even grasped a hammer, and sheepishly retreated behind his comrades, awkwardly using his toes to excavate a makeshift basement for himself. "I apologize, noble knight," the burly leader removed his helmet to express his contrition to Liu Yi. "We acted impulsively. Thankfully, you are unharmed, otherwise, even casting us upon the Great Wall would not absolve our transgressions." Liu Yi, feeling somewhat helpless, pondered what could be said in response. Should he retaliate by striking the man's head? Given the circumstances, it seemed more gracious to take a different approach. He shook his head, dismissing the matter. "It's no great concern, I am unscathed. I hear there is a tavern in your vicinity. A drink would suffice, I could certainly use a proper rest." The previously speaking blonde man stepped forward, exclaiming, "Ah, the tavern you mentioned, it is indeed mine. I am Alwyn's brother, Gabriel, and it is my honor to serve you." In but a few exchanges, the misunderstanding was resolved, and Liu Yi, along with Kevin, followed Gabriel to a quaint two-story tavern located at the eastern edge of the village. Upon witnessing the arrival of the foreign noble knight, the other villagers dispersed, hurrying home to eagerly share the intriguing news with their waiting families. Chapter 10. Contracts and Apprenticeships. The tavern was modest in size, the ground floor hall scarcely exceeding 40 square meters, furnished with 3 or 4 substantial wooden tables. At the rear of the hall, a wooden staircase led to the second floor. Following Gabriel, I ascended the stairs, where 2 rooms awaited with their doors ajar. The accommodations prepared for Liu Yi and Kevin featured a low ceiling and were exceedingly simple, bordering on austere, with merely 2 beds, a wooden rack, and a basin, bound at the waist with leather. The beds lacked bedding, offering only a pillow carved from wood. Remarkably, I can actually sleep in a bed, Liu Yi exclaimed joyfully, shedding his armor and preparing to recline, only to have the innkeeper and his dim-witted brother enter, each bearing a large bundle of dried hay, which they spread across the beds. "Sir, this hay was harvested last year, sun-dried for several months. It's quite dry, ensuring you a good night's sleep." "Ah, the legendary straw bed." Once the 2 departed, Liu eagerly collapsed onto the hay, inhaling the earthy scent mingled with dust. He pulled over the tattered quilt carelessly draped across the straw and instructed Kevin, "You should take the other bed." Just a few breaths later, the sound of snoring filled the air. The long-awaited comfort of a bed and blanket made it difficult for Liu Yi to rouse himself, even as afternoon turned to dusk. He lingered in bed, reluctant to rise. It was only upon a gentle knock at the door that he begrudgingly responded, "What is it?" A young voice belonging to Alvin called from outside, "Sir Knight, Elder William and Uncle Unit wish to see you. They request your presence downstairs." Liu Yi furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat displeased. Was it customary for the northern folk to exhibit such rudeness, setting aside the matter of a heavily armored warrior's stature? Such an abrupt summons toward one who had previously aided their king seemed rather discourteous. Initially, he intended to ignore it and return to slumber. But he was interrupted by a sharp crack, followed by Uncle Unit's somewhat frail voice. "What message did you convey to me?" Then, with a hint of unease, Uncle Unit's voice continued from the other side of the door, "Sir Knight," the child struggles to articulate, "please do not take offense. It is our village elder who wishes to meet with you. We hope that after you awaken, you might join us downstairs for a conversation. We shall await you there." The essence of the message remained intact, yet the translation sounded far more pleasant. "Please wait a moment, I shall descend shortly." Liu Yi laboriously propped himself up, noticing the basin on the rack filled with fresh water. He splashed some on his face before turning to descend. Upon reaching the ground floor hall, Liu Yi spotted Uncle Unit seated alongside the man who had led the villagers at the entrance. He approached and drew out a stool opposite them to sit down. I had expected Elder William to be a frail, white-bearded man leaning on the cane. To my surprise, he appeared quite youthful. Liu Yi smiled and inquired, "What brings you to summon me?" "The title of elder is merely that. In truth, I am a decade younger than the bald Uncle Unit," he replied. The militia leader jested with his companion before extending a handshake to Liu Yi. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is William, the elder of this village and also the militia leader. I express our gratitude for your assistance on behalf of the villagers. Lin Hai Village was established by our relatives who branched out from our village over a decade ago, and it saddens us deeply to hear of their plight at the hands of pirates. Claire informed me that you helped bury the victims from Lin Hai Village. Is that correct?" "Indeed, that was merely a small favor," Liu Yi responded. "However, excavating a pit large enough to accommodate dozens of bodies is no trivial task." Turning to the blonde-haired man polishing the counter, William called out, "Gabriel, bring us 3 cups of frothy ale." A moment later, Gabriel approached with a tray carrying 3 sizable wooden mugs filled to the brim with a rich, amber liquid topped with a frothy white foam. Liu Yi raised his mug and took a sip, finding the taste reminiscent of false sweet yet slightly tangy. "May I inquire as to the ingredients used in this brew?" "It has a delightful hint of malt. It's quite refreshing." Gabriel offered a shy smile that seemed incongruous with his rugged appearance. "It's merely leftover dry bread from the tavern, but there are indeed some ancestral tricks involved." "Thank you for the drink," Liu Yi acknowledged, raising his mug in gratitude. Once Gabriel stepped away, William continued, "The attack on Lin Hai Village is not merely a tragedy for us. It serves as a dire warning the pirates have returned. I recall how Grandma Eve relished recounting tales of the Skaggs pirates to the children. You've heard those tales as well, haven't you?" Yu reminisced, indeed. I remember how, on cool evenings, the old lady would set out a chair at the village entrance, weaving her work while sharing those chilling stories. She often spoke of the Skaggs Island pirates, describing them as tall, strong, bloodthirsty marauders who even resorted to cannibalism. May her soul rest in peace. William raised his cup in a silent tribute to the departed before continuing. The old lady lost both her husband and eldest son in battles against the pirates, spending her life reminding the villagers of their terror and brutality. Alas, after such a prolonged peace, many began to dismiss her tales as mere fanciful stories aimed at frightening children. The pirates are indeed a nuisance. They come and go like the wind, seizing what they please and vanishing. No one can predict when they might descend upon our village. I have made arrangements. During the day, the villagers will work under the watchful eye of armed militia, and there will be night watchmen as well. However, with just over 200 households in Liu village and only a handful of militia, merely a dozen men, our numbers are woefully inadequate. Even if we count all able-bodied adults, we are scarcely 70 strong, many of whom lack actual combat experience. Liu Yi listened in silence, continuing to sip his drink. Yu added, "We have dispatched messengers to alert neighboring villages and have also issued a warning to the esteemed garrison commander. Lord Rodney should make arrangements shortly. Before any decisions from above reach us, we expect a few days' time. During this interim, should you have no other plans, Sir Liu Yi, we hope you can remain here for a few days. You and your attendants may rest upstairs, with food and drink provided by the village. Should pirates assault our village, I hope you will assist us in our defense, and we can negotiate compensation at that time." Liu Yi gently sipped his wine, deep in thought. He did not mind staying here for a few days. After all, in this time of rampant piracy, it was unsafe to travel with Kevin, a young child. As for the defense cooperation, William did not set a fixed price, which was reasonable. Who could predict whether the pirates would attack, how many would come, or their combat capabilities? To negotiate too rigidly at this moment would not bode well for either Liu village or Liu Yi if either party felt wronged later on. Given the fairness of the conditions, Liu Yi agreed without hesitation. William and Unita exchanged glances, surprised by the smoothness of the agreement. With their objective achieved, they hastily wished Liu Yi a pleasant stay in their village. After William and Unita took their leave, Liu Yi ordered dinner according to the standards agreed upon with Debris. His meal consisted of a slice of whole grain black bread, a piece of smoked meat, a bowl of mushroom or vegetable soup, and a large mug of ale. Perhaps considering Liu Yi's physique, Debris provided generous portions, and the food was quite delicious. While he was halfway through his meal, Kevin descended, rubbing his eyes. Liu Yi beckoned him to sit opposite him and ordered a dinner for him as well. After they finished eating, Liu Yi suggested they take a stroll outside, and the two ambled through the village, basking in the glow of the setting sun. At this time, the villagers who had been working in the fields began to return home. Smoke rose from every household, and children ran and jumped in the streets. Some attempting to follow Liu Yi in curiosity but were soon shooed away by their parents. At this moment, everyone in Liu village was aware of the tall, dark-haired man, rumored to be a formidable warrior who had single-handedly slain over a dozen pirates. Though the townsfolk were curious, none dared approach him to verify if his temperament was indeed amiable. Liu Yi felt no sense of rejection. Rather, he welcomed the tranquility brought by their distance, which allowed him to engage in more intimate discussions with Kevin. Once they reached a quieter area, Liu Yi inquired, "Kevin, we have now found a village where people reside. What are your plans for the future?" Kevin, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Sir, what do you mean by plans?" Liu Yi continued, "I mean, do you not intend to return to the Five Fingers Peninsula? Although you have not seen your uncle's body, I suspect he has likely perished. If you wish to become a mercenary in the Free City, it may not be easy. You are only 14, still a minor. Should you not return to the Five Fingers Peninsula and stay with your parents?" Upon hearing Liu Yi's words, Kevin became flustered. Sir, I do not know. Have I done something wrong to upset you? Please allow me to express that I am a quick learner, and I believe I can meet your expectations. Kindly do not dismiss me." Liu Yi waved his hand and, after a moment of contemplation, replied earnestly, "I am not attempting to send you away. Your presence by my side certainly alleviates my burdens. To be candid, you are quite an admirable youth, intelligent, diligent, and eager to learn. However, your age is a concern. In my homeland, children of your age are still asking their parents for pocket money to buy sweets. I am far removed from my home, with nowhere to return. If you continue to follow me, Who knows how long it may take before you find stability? I fear that this may be unjust to you. Upon hearing that it was not due to his own shortcomings, Kevin sighed with relief and responded earnestly, Sir. Ever since my father informed me that I must accompany my uncle to White Harbor, I have been without a home. The house in Fenshui village belongs to my father and brother, not to me. My uncle once told me that true honor for a man cannot be found in a small village. I am not afraid of wandering. I only fear a life of mediocrity and an unremarkable demise. Liu Yi chuckled. Ah, the bold declarations of youth bring joy to the heart. Mistaking Liu Yi's laughter for mockery, Kevin's face flushed, and he stammered, Sir, I Liu Yi, unfazed, interrupted, no matter, I was once like you. It is not a bad thing. After a brief pause, he continued, Do you conduct apprentice ceremonies here? Are you familiar with the nature of the ritual? Apprentice. Do you intend to take me on as your squire? Kevin halted in shock, his eyes wide. In the realm of Westeros, the relationship between a knight and his squire is akin to that of a master and apprentice within the artisan community. To become a squire, one must serve a loyal knight without pay for several years, performing various menial tasks and accompanying the knight in battle, receiving no wages during this time. The knight, in turn, might distribute a portion of his rewards to the squire at his discretion. Correspondingly, the knight is responsible for the squire's sustenance, training, and conduct, bearing a greater burden in this regard. Thus, a proper knight approaches the matter of accepting squires with utmost seriousness, typically taking on only 2 to 3 at a time, and conferring knighthood upon them once they reach their 20s and are deemed ready. Should there be no suitable candidates, the knight may only accept servants, who, while performing similar duties, will never attain the status of a true knight. From Kevin's observations during this time, he surmised that Liu Yi was likely not merely an ordinary knight but perhaps a scion of a noble family. As for the extent of that nobility, aside from the king, he could not fathom. He had contemplated all other titles and felt they all fell just short of the mark. Therefore, Kevin never dared to hope for the opportunity to become Liu Yi's true squire, merely wishing to follow him as a servant for a time, learning skills to forge his own path thereafter. Thus, when Liu Yi proposed to take him as an apprentice, Kevin perceived it as an intention to make him his squire. Confronted by this unexpected and profound surprise, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing that Kevin appeared to harbor some misunderstanding, Liu Yi, with a note of apology, explained, Kevin, I must clarify that although you have consistently addressed me as a knight, I have never truly been one. I do not worship the 7 gods, nor have I sworn fealty to any lord. I possess my own beliefs and a personal code of conduct that may diverge significantly from those of others in this land. I do not intend to impose my principles upon you, so if you are reluctant, I shall not press you. I ask you once more, do you wish to become my apprentice, to embrace my teachings and protection? Upon hearing this, Kevin did not hesitate. Sir, though our acquaintance has been brief, you embody the essence of a true knight more than any noble I have ever encountered. If the code you adhere to has shaped you into such a valiant, formidable, and honorable individual, then I, too, am eager to follow in your footsteps and undertake similar endeavors. So, when you inquire whether I am willing, my answer is yes, I am prepared to pledge my loyalty to you and become your squire, no, your apprentice. As soon as he finished speaking, Kevin knelt on one knee. Noticing this, Liu Yi grasped his arm to raise him up, gently patting his shoulder. However, the ritual holds great significance, since I am to take you as my apprentice. Let us adhere to the customs of my homeland. Yet, we must wait for 2 more days as I need to prepare certain items. Chapter 11. Crafting the bellows. What should one prepare? Naturally, it is the gift to be presented to Kevin during the master-apprentice ceremony. Although Liu Yi had never undergone such a rite before his transmigration, it did not hinder him from witnessing similar ceremonies on television. The customary process involves the apprentice serving tea and bowing, followed by the master reciprocating with a gift. Having already reached an agreement to assist in the defense of Luoshire village, it was inevitable that Kevin would join the fray. Thus, preparing him suitable equipment was both a ceremonial requirement and a practical necessity. Earlier, upon entering the village, Liu Yi had observed a modest blacksmith shop at the village's edge. There, he might procure suitable gear for Kevin. If not, he could take the opportunity over the next few days to forge 2 pieces himself. More importantly, he had long wished for a chance to test the forging skills stored in his mind and see if they could truly be of use. The following morning, after breakfast, Liu Yi and his apprentice Kevin approached the blacksmith shop, bearing spoils seized from pirates. They observed a sturdy man bent over a large wooden table, meticulously cutting leather. After a brief wait, Until the ladder was precisely divided into 2 halves, Liu Yi inquired, "Good sir, do you have any weapons for sale?" The shopkeeper wiped his hands and looked up. "What weapons do you think I have? I do have some farming tools." "Ah, Sir Liu Yi." Noticing the man seemed familiar, Liu Yi scrutinized him and finally recognized this was the same young fellow who had nearly struck him on the head with a hammer yesterday. A smile crept onto Liu Yi's lips. "Oh, it's you." He turned to the large hammer beside the anvil, lifted it, and remarked, "Oh, quite heavy. This was the very tool you attempted to use on my head, wasn't it?" The blacksmith, today lacking his horned helmet, had unruly curls framing a youthful face adorned with fine wisps of beard. His robust muscles were softened by a layer of gentle fat, lending him a somewhat rounded appearance. He stammered, Yes, I apologize, sir. I was merely too hasty yesterday. It was not my intention. Everyone knows that although Hong Wei, I can distinguish right from wrong. Then, do you not intend to offer me some form of compensation?" Liu Yi teased. Hong Wei twisted a scrap of cloth in his hands, nervously glancing at the shop's humble wares. "I possess nothing of value. Perhaps, if you have any armor or weapons in need of maintenance, I could offer my services free of charge." Maintenance. Liu Yi's equipment was crafted from the finest materials available in Azeroth's latest team dungeons, and just before his transmigration, he had summoned a repair robot to service them, ensuring their durability remained at about 90%. The blacksmith's maintenance services held little allure for him. However, he had intended merely to jest with the lad and had no desire for anything in return. He waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind. I am here to procure weapons for my attendant, Kevin. We shall be staying in your village for a few days to assist in the defense, as you are aware." "Yes, Boss William informed everyone yesterday." "Indeed. However, Kevin's current equipment is unsuitable, and I plan to acquire 2 new pieces for him. Upon fortuitously encountering your shop, I came over to inquire. Is this not a blacksmith's forge? How can it possibly lack weapons? Regardless of their quality, do present them for my inspection." "Weapons?" Hong Wei furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before retreating into the back room. When he reemerged before Liu Yi, he cradled 2 sheathed short swords and a mace in his arms. He placed these 3 items upon the table, remarking, "I typically craft agricultural tools, so weapons are scarce. These 3 were forged during my training. If you do not mind, please select one as my gift." Weapons are invariably costly, irrespective of the era. And Hong Wei's generous gesture stirred a sense of gratitude within Liu Yi. "I truly appreciate your sincerity," he exclaimed. He then grasped the nearest sword, unsheathing it to examine closely. It soon became evident why this sword had remained unclaimed. Its edges bore an irregular undulation, with one side thick and the other thin, and the blade itself exhibited a slight curve. Wielding such a sword on the battlefield would undoubtedly save considerable effort against foes. Suppressing a smile, Liu Yi maintained a stoic expression as he drew forth another sword. This one was equally unimpressive. Its tip was not triangular but rather oval. Could this be the fabled benevolent sword that refrains from inflicting harm? Liu Yi subtly raised his gaze, meeting Hong Wei's expectant eyes, only to hastily avert his own. Clearing his throat, he said, "Ah, Hong Wei, your craftsmanship is commendable. However, we cannot afford it and do not wish to take advantage of you. How about this? A few days ago, I seized some unusable scrap metal from pirates, and I would like to utilize it as material to personally forge some equipment for my students. If possible, I would like to borrow your forge and tools for this purpose. Moreover, can you assist with some leather armor? I have a few pieces that require alterations to fit Kevin's physique. We can settle all expenses at the end. You do not inquire about the price. How do you know you cannot afford it?" Hong Wei remarked dispassionately, gathering his creations as he inspected the heap of scrap Kevin had brought. After a moment of rummaging, he noted the material of these leather pieces is adequate, though the workmanship is rather crude. "I can dismantle them and reforge them into a breastplate and a pair of arm guards. The leftover scraps are insufficient for a helmet, but I can supplement with additional materials. The total will amount to 15 silver moons. As for the forge, feel free to use it. I can still afford a few pieces of charcoal." 15 silver moons, how much is that? Liu Yi pondered. The coins in his pocket were carried over from Azeroth, substantial in weight, yet the currency system here seemed different. He decided to produce a silver coin from his pouch, shaking it free and offering it to Hong Wei. "Will this suffice?" Hong Wei accepted the coin, weighing it in his hand before gently biting it. "Yes. While I have not encountered this currency before, its quality is commendable. If it is this type of silver coin, 10 will suffice. Liu Yi was not one to be overly concerned about finances, so he readily agreed without further debate. Once the price was settled, Hong Wei left Liu Yi alone in the shop, taking Kevin to the backyard to take his measurements. Liu Yi shook his head and began to inventory the tools on the workbench. In addition to the large hammer he had just picked up, there was a small hammer and various sizes of clamps neatly arranged, while a pile of charcoal was stacked in the corner against another wall. In the center of the workshop stood a furnace, 30 centimeters wide, containing a large crucible. However, it was currently unlit, with only a heap of ashes inside. A small opening was left on the side of the furnace, constructed from mud bricks, leading to a bellows. The bellows were secured between two boards, with the lower board nailed to the workbench. When Liu Yi grasped the handle of the upper board and lifted it, air would rush in through a small hole in the bellows, inflating it. To compress it again, he needed to pinch the air inlet with one hand while pushing the board down with the other. This up and down motion would force air through the duct into the furnace, igniting flames and raising the temperature to smelt iron. This was the most primitive form of a bellows. Liu Yi tugged at it a couple of times, only to find that the airflow was disappointingly weak, making it difficult to reach the temperature he required. After the blacksmith measured Kevin's dimensions and returned to the large wooden table, he inquired, "Hong Wei, what is this device called?" "This?" Hong Wei glanced in the direction Liu Yi indicated. "Oh, that's a bellows. When you squeeze the handle, air is sent into the furnace, and the fire will intensify." "Do you really know how to forge iron? You don't even know what a bellows is, yet you aspire to be a blacksmith." Hong Wei's unspoken skepticism was palpable. Liu Yi chose not to explain. Instead, he produced a dagger from his waist and tossed it onto the table before Hong Wei. "Look, I forged this myself." Hong Wei picked up the dagger with a hint of doubt, examining it closely. His expression grew increasingly serious as he effortlessly sliced through a piece of leather with the blade. He returned the dagger to Liu Yi, cradling it in both hands. "I have never seen such a sharp knife, nor could I ever create one." Liu Yi nodded, not intending to disclose that this dagger was also a product of the guild. "This bellows lacks sufficient power to meet my needs. I plan to construct a more robust one. If you have materials here, please provide them, and we can settle the costs later." The piston bellows, simple in design and easy to fabricate, primarily consists of a chamber, a piston, a handle, and an air intake valve. The craftsman delivers air by pushing and pulling the handle of the bellows, creating a continuous and stable airflow, a vital tool for blacksmiths before the Industrial Revolution. Constructing the chamber was straightforward. It merely required a few wooden planks assembled into a square box, secured with iron nails, and sealed with wet clay to prevent air leaks. After Liu Yi sketched the shape of the planks on the ground, he sent Hong Wei and Kevin to process the wood while he prepared other materials for the piston and handle. Once the components were ready, Liu Yi noted the shadows on the ground. It was already midday. He instructed Kevin to return to the tavern and fetch their lunch, hastily consuming a few bites. Liu Yi then took the wooden planks prepared by Hong Wei, assembled them, and inserted the piston, testing the mechanism. To his dismay, it barely moved after being pushed in just a little. After extending his hand into the cavity to probe its interior, Liu Yi informed Hong Wei that the inner wall required further polishing, ensuring that this piece of wood could fit snugly and stand firm without any gaps. After a while, Hong Wei meticulously smoothed and leveled the inner walls of the cavity as per Liu Yi's instructions. Upon completion, Liu Yi inspected the work and made a small hole, about the width of 2 fingers, on one side of the cavity, attaching it to the leather air pipe he had removed from the bellows. Subsequently, he inserted the piston and installed the intake valve caps at both ends of the cavity, one of which had 2 small holes that were now filled by the piston as operating rod. Liu Yi assembled all the components, making minor adjustments based on practical considerations before firmly securing everything with iron nails. Finally, he sealed any potential air leaks with yellow clay and, after giving the foam bellows a gentle pat, he turned to Hong Wei and said, "Now, give it a try." The young blacksmith wiped his hands clean on the hem of his shirt, mimicking Liu Yi's actions as he grasped the piston handle and pushed and pulled it twice. When he witnessed the air pipe inflating continuously due to the rushing airflow, he was left in awe, unable to close his mouth in astonishment. Upon releasing the handle, Kevin eagerly seized it to try a few pulls himself, discovering that the bellows produced airflow whether pushed or pulled, and could be operated with just one hand. If the other hand was idle, he could use both hands together for even greater force and speed. At that moment, Kevin's amazement far exceeded that of Hong Wei. while Han Wei attributed this marvel to the advanced techniques of a southerner from the Five-Finger Peninsula. Kevin understood all too well that not only the bellows but Liu Yi himself was an enigma, seemingly emerging from nowhere. The blacksmiths of their village still relied on fans to stoke their fires. With such remarkable skill, formidable prowess, noble demeanor, and approachable nature, who exactly is Sir Liu Yi? Typically, once the bellows were operational, one could commence smelting ore to extract the metallic components and forge them into metal implements. However, Liu Yi intended to bypass this step. After defeating the pirates, he had salvaged several poorly crafted battle axes and knives from their rudimentary camp. His original plan was to allow Kevin to select a suitable weapon for temporary use until they reached a larger city for an upgrade. However, upon inspection, Liu Yi found these weapons to be made of pig iron, hard yet brittle, lacking in ductility, riddled with chips, and dull, aside from being harder than bone. They were utterly worthless. By his standards, these wretched tools were inferior even to the lowest grade gray equipment in Azeroth. Moreover, considering Kevin's youth and his still developing physique, using an axe, a cleaving weapon, would not allow him to harness its full potential, and the proximity of melee combat posed a significant risk of injury. Ultimately, they were deemed completely unusable. Thus, Liu Yi decided to melt down those old axes and forge a new spearhead, approximately 30 centimeters in length, which could be affixed to a shaft to create a spear, and detached to serve as a dagger. In the endeavor to forge a short sword complemented by a wooden shield, Kevin's survival rate on the battlefield should be assured. Taking advantage of Han Wei's moment of igniting the fire, Liu Yi seized the miner's hammer, striking with a series of resounding clangs as the lumps of scrap were shattered into smaller pieces. The ease and satisfaction of his task caused Han Wei, observing nearby, to feel a twitch in his eyelids. The reckless young blacksmith secretly felt fortunate that the strike he had delivered the previous day had not truly landed upon his opponent's head, otherwise, it would have been his own skull that lay shattered. Gathering the scattered fragments from the ground and placing them into the crucible, Liu Yi soon discovered that the crucible was too small, accommodating only about 60% of the debris. Not one to force the matter, he selected a few smaller, easily melted pieces to add. The remaining fragments would not go to waste, as Liu Yi neatly gathered them to set aside for future use. The new bellows operated exceptionally well. And to ensure a consistent and stable airflow, Liu Yi personally engaged in the labor. After more than an hour of pushing and pulling, all the pieces in the crucible had melted into a glowing, white-hot iron liquid. Han Wei interjected, "My lord, the molten iron can now be poured out to take shape. Have you prepared the sword mold?" At these words, Liu Yi furrowed his brow, questioning, "Sword mold? What purpose does it serve?" Chapter 12, The Master and the Apprentice. What? You don't even know this? Oh. Perhaps it's just a matter of terminology. The astute Han Wei swiftly suppressed his almost blurted skepticism and proceeded to explain earnestly. "My father once taught me that the initial step in sword forging is to outline the sword's profile on stone or sand according to its length, creating a mold. Then, molten iron is poured into this mold, and after a period of cooling, the sword blank is formed." Liu Yi quickly organized the information in his mind, suddenly realizing, isn't this the casting method? However, in his recollection, few artisans employed this technique for sword making, as the rapid solidification of metal during casting often resulted in defects, leading to a less dense material that severely affected the sword's mechanical properties and durability. Consequently, most craftsmen who held quality in high regard preferred the forging method for weapon creation. In contrast, forged swords, through repeated hammering and heat treatment, exhibited a denser and more uniform material, with strength and toughness that far surpassed those of cast swords. Nevertheless, Liu Yi did not underestimate the sword-making techniques of Westeros. Recognizing that a young craftsman from a remote village could not represent the entire continent's craftsmanship, he gently shook his head and said, "In my homeland, we have a superior method. By the way, do you have an iron rod?" "Of course." Han Wei quickly retrieved a slender iron rod from the corner and handed it to Liu Yi, curiosity evident in his expression. "What do you plan to do with it?" "Come. Help me control the bellows while I demonstrate." Liu Yi instructed Han Wei to grasp the bellows handle and asked Kevin to steady the crucible with tongs, while he grasped the thick iron rod and inserted it into the flowing molten iron, beginning to stir, just as one would evenly season soup. The stirring was intended to ensure a uniform composition within the molten iron. As he proceeded, he explained, "This is an ancient steelmaking technique from my homeland known as stir-frying steel. Through stirring, the carbon and impurities in the molten iron react with the air, releasing gases and leaving behind pure wrought iron. However," he cautioned, "while wrought iron is not brittle, its low carbon content makes it relatively soft and unsuitable for high-strength applications. Thus, after a while, we will need to add pieces of pig iron to adjust the carbon content and achieve the desired material state. As Liu Yi spoke, he found himself using many technical terms that had no corresponding vocabulary in the Westerosi language he had mastered, necessitating the inclusion of various Chinese terms. This left Han Wei, who had not learned the foreign tongue, bewildered yet reluctant to interrupt, striving to remember each word in hopes of deciphering their meaning in the future. After more than an hour of meticulous stirring, Liu Yi determined the moment was right and added the reserved pig iron pieces to the crucible for mixing. Once the new iron pieces had fully melted, he vigorously stirred twice, then divided the molten iron into 3 portions, pouring them into the prepared molds for bar iron. As the bright glow diminished, the molten iron slowly cooled and solidified into soft iron ingots. Seizing the opportunity while the ingots still glowed with a piercing red, Liu Yi swiftly grasped the largest portion and began to hammer it on the anvil with a rhythmic clanging. He first shaped the ingot into a flat strip, then folded it and hammered it flat again, repeating this process 4 times. Afterward, he switched to a small hammer, meticulously shaping the iron bar along its edges. Gradually, a sword blank, approximately 1 meter long and resembling a slender blade of wheat, materialized in his hands. Subsequently, Liu Yi struck the base of the sword to create a slightly narrower section of the blade's tang, then placed the sword blank on the anvil, allowing it to cool gradually. Meanwhile, Liu Yi was not idle. He gathered carbon powder, iron filings, and clay, mixing them in equal proportions to create a pliable paste. Once the sword blank had cooled completely, he employed a whetstone to polish the blade, rendering it with a slight sheen, and carefully applied the soft paste to the areas of the sword outside the spine and edge. With the entire sword coated in the mixture, Liu Yi intended to subject it to heat treatment. However, the furnace at Han Wei was too diminutive to accommodate the entire sword. Thus, he constructed a narrow carbon furnace in the yard. He added charcoal, ignited it, and placed the sword blank inside until it glowed red-hot, then swiftly immersed it in water. This process, known as earth-covering tempering, allowed the blade to become exceptionally hard while ensuring the body retained its toughness. As steam rose, the silhouette of a one-handed sword took form. By this time, dusk had descended, and after a long day of labor, Liu Yi felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He left the sword blank at the blacksmith's shop and returned to the tavern with Kevin to rest. The following morning, after their morning rituals, the two hurried back to the blacksmith's workshop to complete the final stages of their sword crafting. The sword was destined to become an unparalleled weapon, requiring 3 additional steps: tempering, polishing, and affixing the hilt and guard. The first step was tempering. The blade was placed in a strip furnace and heated to a glowing red, maintaining this temperature for approximately 2 hours to allow residual stresses within the blade to dissipate, thereby enhancing its toughness and strength. The second step was polishing. Regardless of how resilient the blade was, without a sharp edge, it was merely an iron rod, barely qualifying as a blunt instrument. Thus, he meticulously utilized whetstones of varying grits, from coarse to fine, gradually removing rust and excess material until the edge was honed to a sharpness capable of severing a hair. Only then could it be deemed a truly fine sword. The third step involved affixing the hilt and guard. This step was primarily to ensure that the sword was comfortable to wield and aesthetically pleasing. In the marketplace, the price of swords often hinged upon the materials used for the hilt and guard. Among swords of equal performance, those with modest embellishments were considered consumables, while those adorned lavishly were regarded as heirlooms. For Liu Yi, this was merely a gift for his apprentice, requiring no extravagance. He casually found a piece of iron, hammering it into a flattened oval shape with a hole in the center, which he fitted onto the tang to serve as the guard. Next, he procured a piece of wood from the yard, splitting it to create a scabbard and handle, both simple yet practical. After this flurry of activity, an elegant one-handed sword, measuring 80 centimeters in length with a 15-centimeter handle, was finally completed. Liu Yi wielded the new sword in the yard, and a sense of silence enveloped him as he felt that this blade was hardly inferior to his own Song of the Azure Spy. "Kevin, come. Try this sword and see how it feels." Upon receiving the sword from Liu Yi, Kevin swung it a few times and was astonished to discover that both its balance and weight were impeccably perfect, as if it were an extension of his own arm, devoid of any sense of dissonance. As a young lad hailing from a lineage of knights, Kevin possessed a fundamental understanding of the value of weaponry, something that should not belong to an ordinary squire like himself. In trepidation, he exclaimed, "My lord, this sword is far too precious. I am unworthy of possessing it. It rightfully belongs to a warrior of your caliber." Liu Yi chuckled. dismissing the concern with a casual remark, "Oh, this is merely crafted from scrap materials, completed in but 2 days. I could forge as many as I desire." "Do not hesitate. Go on, find some wood to test its sharpness." Clutching the sword, Kevin shook his head vehemently. No. To use such a fine sword to chop wood would be a travesty. Never mind that. Go ahead and chop a few pieces. I wish to see the cut. I cannot. My father taught me that an axe is for chopping firewood, while a sword is for self-defense. One must not wield it indiscriminately. Ah, you are quite stubborn, Liu Yi said impatiently, stepping forward to seize the sword. If I tell you to chop, you shall chop. There are no such rigid rules. He selected a piece of wood, roughly the diameter of his arm, secured it in the ground, and then swung the sword at it at an angle. With a sharp crack, the wood split, the upper half slowly sliding to the ground while the lower half remained firmly embedded in the earth. Liu Yi returned the sword to the visibly anxious Kevin, chuckling, "Is it really that significant? It's merely a sword. Yet you treat it as if it were a treasure. Why not just take it home as your bride?" Afterward, he picked up the severed piece of wood. Inspecting it closely, the cut was smooth and even, prompting him to exclaim, "In Azeroth, this would surely be regarded as a rare blue-quality item." Liu Yi had invested considerable effort into forging this sword. The techniques of steel smelting, pouring, quenching, and tempering were gleaned from various obscure texts he had perused in the past. However, the more critical aspects such as the tactile feel, temperature control, and timing were intangible skills acquired through his master-level forging expertise brought from Azeroth. Through this hands-on forging experience, Liu Yi genuinely felt that these skills had become an intrinsic part of him. Satisfied, he cast aside the piece of wood and patted Kevin, who was still grinning and caressing the blade. "All right, this isn't over. We shall continue once we return." Turning to the young blacksmith Han Wei, he inquired, "Han Wei, do you have? What happened to him?" He noticed Han Wei crouched on the ground, covering his ears, eyes closed, murmuring softly. Kevin shrugged and explained, "Ever since he saw you cleave the wood, he has been like this. I have no idea what's wrong with him." Liu Yi leaned in closer, catching snippets of Han Wei's murmurs, stirring, evenly like broth, pour in and mix, carbon powder. "Oh. This lad is diligently reviewing his studies, quite industrious indeed. However, speaking of which, there are still tasks at hand. He can save his revisions for after school." Gently, Liu Yi patted Han Wei on the shoulder and asked, "Hey, brother, do you have a round iron rod?" Upon hearing this, Han Wei quickly rummaged through a pile of scrap metal and produced one, offering it to Liu Yi. "Master, here is the iron rod you requested." The rod would serve as a sleeve for the spearhead. The spearheads designed by Liu Yi resembled double-edged daggers, with the grip replaced by a socket to connect to the gun barrel, making them significantly easier to craft than a one-handed sword. In just one afternoon, he successfully forged 2 spearheads, one for Kevin and one for his own use. Once the work was completed, it was only natural to settle accounts with the blacksmith Han Wei. However, due to the differing craftsmanship, the materials used exceeded initial estimations. Liu Yi pondered whether he should compensate Han Wei a bit more. Yet, as soon as he broached the subject, Han Wei hastily waved his hand, saying, "My lord, please do not mention money. I am profoundly grateful that you allowed me to observe the entire forging process and even provided me with explanations. Such knowledge cannot be purchased, and no mere materials could repay you." Upon hearing this, Liu Yi felt that Han Wei's words held merit. Knowledge is invaluable at all times. Although he was willing to educate others and share his wisdom, he need not diminish his own worth in the process. Thus, he replied, "Very well, Han Wei. I have one more favor to ask of you. We require 2 gun barrels, one, longer, for my use, at least double my height, the other, shorter, for Kevin, approximately double his height. As a token of gratitude, I shall gift you these bellows." From the moment Han Wei first grasped the bellows handle, he had longed to discard the hand bellows he possessed. Initially, he intended to recreate one from memory after Liu Yi's departure, although it would not necessarily be as functional as Liu Yi's. Hearing Liu Yi's willingness to part with the bellows for merely 2 pieces of wood, he eagerly acquiesced. After settling accounts with Han Wei, Kevin joyfully donned his new leather armor, with a long sword at his waist, a spearhead and shield on his back, and followed his mentor back to the tavern. After dinner, Liu Yi spent time chatting and drinking with the villagers who visited the tavern, passing the hours until the moon graced the treetops, before returning to his quarters to sleep. As he drifted in and out of slumber, he suddenly recalled a matter he had forgotten to mention and turned to Kevin, saying, "Oh, right, Let us rise early tomorrow to finalize your apprenticeship. The night passed without incident. The next morning, after rising, Liu Yi moved the armor to the tavern yard, meticulously polishing it with fine sand and grease until it gleamed brilliantly in the morning light, before finally donning it and stepping out of the tavern. By this time, Kevin had been waiting outside for quite a while. Upon seeing Liu Yi emerge, he stood at attention and saluted. "Good morning, my lord." Liu Yi smiled and patted Kevin's head, commenting, "You look quite spirited, though those dark circles under your eyes suggest you did not sleep well last night." Kevin shook his head, insisting he had slept soundly. Liu Yi chose not to reveal the truth of Kevin's sleepless excitement, saying, "Let us proceed to the riverside." Outside Luoshire village flows a small river, more than a meter wide, with crystal-clear waters that appear exceptionally pure. A few days prior, when Liu Yi passed through this area, he often observed women washing clothes by the riverbank, while children frolicked in the water, their laughter resonating, which made him feel this location was an ideal setting for the apprenticeship ceremony. On their way to the brook, the master and his disciple engaged in a meticulous discussion regarding the nuances of the ceremony. Upon reaching their destination, Liu Yi selected a sturdy boulder to settle upon and proclaimed, "We may commence." At this, Kevin immediately knelt on one knee, retrieving a cup borrowed from the tavern keeper from his satchel. With great reverence, he filled it with rye beer and extended it towards Liu Yi, saying, "My lord, please partake of this cup." Liu Yi accepted the chalice and drank it in one swift motion. He then drew forth the newly forged sword from his waist, gently tapping the blade's spine against Kevin's shoulder, and solemnly declared, "From this moment forth, you shall be my student, and I, your mentor." Though the ceremony was succinct and bore an eclectic blend of traditions, under the dawn's gentle light and the caress of the breeze, the atmosphere felt profoundly solemn and sacred. Upon the conclusion of the rites, Liu Yi earnestly addressed Kevin, "Rise, henceforth you need not refer to me as my lord. That title is reserved for outsiders. Simply call me teacher." At this, Kevin leaped up in exuberance, responding with enthusiasm, "Yes, teacher." Subsequently, Liu Yi sheathed the long sword and returned it to Kevin, saying, "This sword is a gift from me to you, and I formally entrust it to you now. You may bestow a name upon it, allowing it to become your companion." Kevin embraced the long sword tightly, his eyes sparkling with joy. "I have already decided. Its name shall be Ellie." "Ellie?" Liu Yi remarked, arching an eyebrow, as the name resonated with a feminine quality. Kevin's cheeks flushed slightly as he bashfully explained, "Well, it is the name of a girl from my neighbor's house, and I hold her in high regard." Upon hearing this, Liu Yi mused internally. Does he truly intend to take this sword home as if it were a bride? He chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Very well, since you have made your decision, let it be Ellie. May it accompany you through the storms and trials that lie ahead." Chapter 13. The night's employment with the ritual complete. The master and apprentice did not hasten back to the tavern, for there was little to occupy them there. Instead, they chose to remain on the riverside clearing to engage in training. A fortnight prior, while by the sea, Liu Yi had imparted the art of two-handed swordsmanship to Kevin, a technique potent enough to contend with ancient deities, significantly enhancing Kevin's martial prowess. Nevertheless, the two-handed sword holds little value on the battlefield, in genuine combat scenarios. Ranged weapons such as bows and crossbows dominate, mid-range encounters are best suited to polearms, and close quarters fighting favors sword and shield. In essence, the maxim is to maintain as much distance from the enemy as possible. Should one be compelled to close the gap, one must shield oneself as thoroughly as possible. The two-handed sword, characterized by its formidable offense yet frail defense, shines primarily in street duels rather than in true warfare. Previously mere companions on a journey, the bond between Liu Yi and Kevin had now solidified into a master-apprentice relationship, urging Liu Yi to consider Kevin's safety in battle. Thus, clad in armor and wielding the royal crest of Lord Darren's shield and the Song of the Azure Sky, Liu Yi engaged in earnest swordplay with his pupil, aiming to cultivate Kevin's combat awareness and refine his skills. To prevent injury, Liu Yi refrained from the reckless blows of their earlier training, instead halting his blade with precision mere moments before it could strike Kevin. Even so, the realism of this near-fatal exercise imparted a tremendous sense of pressure upon Kevin. The specter of life and death loomed large, and as Liu Yi's blade danced past Kevin's defenses to target vital points, waves of panic surged through Kevin. Unbeknownst to him, in his attempts to counterattack, Kevin would often exert excessive force, unleashing techniques beyond the bounds of practice. In response to his apprentice's strikes, Liu Yi stood resolute, allowing Kevin's sword, Alicia, to collide with him. Thanks to the high-level armor he donned, Kevin's assaults could not harm him. nor could they even leave a mark upon the armor's surface. The first time Kevin's blade grazed Liu Yi's waist, anxiety gripped him, prompting him to discard Alicia and rush to his mentor's side to check for injuries. Liu Yi, unscathed, seized the moment to guide Kevin in analyzing the shortcomings of his previous attack. After several attempts, Kevin gradually relaxed, growing bolder in his assaults against his mentor. Naturally, such vigorous skirmishes were exhausting. Each night, upon returning to the inn after dinner, Kevin would promptly retire to bed, leaving his mentor to find amusement alone in the tavern's common room. Fortuitously, Kevin's years of training under his father's tutelage on the Five-Finger Peninsula had laid a robust foundation for his martial arts journey. After 3 days of intense simulated training, while Kevin's swordsmanship was not yet masterful, it could be deemed a commendable entry into the realm of skill, provided he avoided folly. He was now well equipped to handle several untrained commoners. On the final day of practice, after concluding their session, Liu Yi scooped water from the small river to wash away the sweat from his brow and addressed the panting Kevin, seated on the ground, stating, "Let us conclude the sword and shield exercises for this stage. In recent days, certain issues have come to light that require further refinement, particularly regarding the techniques of the downward thrust and the direct stab. These maneuvers must be executed with greater precision." As Liu Yi spoke, his brow furrowed deeper in concentration. "I recall having advised you numerous times that a direct stab is simply that do not indulge in unnecessary flamboyant gestures. Maintain focus on the center line, each time. You seem to forget." Upon hearing Liu Yi's reprimand, Kevin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "I apologize, teacher. I shall practice diligently tomorrow." After cleansing themselves in the river, the two walked slowly towards the village, basking in the glow of the setting sun. However, after only a few steps, Liu Yi sensed something amiss. The village buzzed with an unusual liveliness. Strangers, wielding swords and knives, congregated in groups along the streets, engaging in animated conversation, while the local residents appeared unfazed, even joining in their laughter and chatter. "Master, who are these people?" Kevin inquired softly, turning his head. "Shoo, they are certainly not pirates." "Remain silent," Liu Yi cautioned. Despite his prowess in the gaming realm, where he commanded with confidence, Liu Yi harbored a slight social anxiety, preferring not to be the center of attention. Unfortunately, his golden armor drew much attention, and as they walked, the unfamiliar faces turned to gawk at him. The tavern was also unusually lively that evening. The narrow hall was packed with a myriad of familiar and unfamiliar faces. Patrons raised their glasses in raucous cheer, echoing the vibrant atmosphere of a World Cup barbecue. Yet, the moment Liu Yi stepped through the tavern's door, the boisterous crowd fell silent, all eyes converging upon him. Under the scrutiny of brawny men, Liu Yi, though not frightened in a rational sense, found his steps stiffening. When he returned to his room to change out of his armor into more casual attire and descended once more, he noticed that no one paid him any mind. The hall had resumed its lively chatter, which brought a sense of relief to Liu Yi. Approaching the bar, he pulled up a high stool and inquired of Debris, "What is the situation with these individuals? I have not encountered them before." Debris, polishing a glass with a cloth, replied, "These fellows are militiamen from nearby villages. A few days ago, Chief William sent emissaries to meet with Lord Rodney, the garrison commander, who promptly assembled the local militia to pursue the pirates. Just last night, our Lord Rodney clashed with the pirates, resulting in the deaths of several on both sides. We, too, sustained some casualties and decided to pause for recuperation. Since it is close to our village, they have come here." Understanding dawned on Liu Yi. "So that explains why I have not seen William and the others in recent days. They were summoned. Indeed, Chief William and his crew returned tonight, but they have all gone back to their homes." "How many men did the commander bring?" "Approximately 150 to 60, which should exceed the number of pirates." "And where are they lodging?" "I observed that your village possesses but a few houses available for rent. Those with relatives here are fortunate enough to stay with them, while others without such kin must reside in tents." "Oh, please bring me my dinner," Gabriel requested. Apologetically, Gabriel informed him that the tavern stock of wine had been depleted, leaving only fresh milk. Typically, Liu Yi does not permit Kevin to indulge in alcohol, citing his growth as a reason, and instead allows him to consume milk. Thus, Gabriel surmised that Liu Yi would not decline fresh milk either. Indeed, Liu Yi showed no objection, accepting the milk with grace. Gabriel's dinner presentation was generous: a substantial piece of whole grain black bread, a hearty bowl of vegetable soup, cheese in place of smoked meat, and a large glass of milk. After expressing his gratitude to Gabriel with a nod, Liu Yi began to savor his meal. However, after just a couple of bites, A coarse voice rang out, "How? Such a large fellow still drinking milk. One wonders if he'll need a good mother to wipe his mouth when he spills it at night." This was followed by a raucous laughter from the direction of the voice. Liu Yi turned to see a gaunt, wrinkled middle-aged man grinning provocatively at him. "Who is this fellow?" Liu Yi inquired of Gabriel. "Eric from Redstone Village, favored by Lord Rodney," Gabriel replied, shrugging, clearly unwilling to delve further into the matter. Liu Yi pondered for a moment before approaching Eric with his cup raised, locking eyes with him as he tilted his head and drained the milk in one swift motion. Then, with a firm grip, he crashed the cup, which shattered into several pieces upon the table before Eric, producing a series of sharp clinks. "I am quite curious if your bones are harder than this cup." The atmosphere in the tavern shifted abruptly, as if the air had been siphoned away. And all gazes turned toward them. Rising slowly, Eric's playful demeanor transformed into one of cold intensity. "The cup does not strike back, boy." Liu Yi nodded. "Nor does it speak, which is rather tiresome." Eric's pupils narrowed. "Perhaps I should teach you how to demonstrate respect for your elders." "Ha! You. Liu Yi pointed at Eric and his four companions. "And you two, step outside with me. I shall give you a lesson." With that, he strode toward the tavern's exit. Eric exchanged glances with his comrades, then rose to follow Liu Yi into the courtyard. "I don't understand why you seek to trouble me without cause. But I imagine that a good thrashing is the only way to quell this," Liu Yi declared, stretching his limbs. "Come on, all at once, to spare us the hassle." Eric smirked, his wrinkles contorting into a tight knot. "Big fellow, William told me you took down 6 or 7 pirates alone. I find that hard to believe. There are always those who, devoid of shame, claim the achievements of others. Come, let me see if you are a softy or a tough guy." As he spoke, Eric and his companions spread out, encircling Liu Yi. Liu Yi swiftly assessed the situation, confirming that his adversaries bore no weapons, and remarked, "A brawl lacks excitement without stakes. What if I were to incapacitate all of you? Perhaps you should win first before saying such things." A burly man suddenly lunged from behind Liu Yi, seizing his arms, prompting others to converge. However, despite grasping Liu Yi's limbs, the man was utterly unable to restrain his movements. Liu Yi abruptly pivoted, his arms flaring outward, and the man's grip was forcefully relinquished, sending him crashing into one of his companions, both tumbling to the ground. Liu Yi then raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap to the nearest assailant, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unable to move. A fourth individual launched a straight punch towards Liu Yi's face, only to be met with Liu Yi's raised arm as a shield. With his other hand, he seized the assailant's wrist and hurled him down. At that moment, Eric emerged from Liu Yi's blind spot, delivering an uppercut aimed at Liu Yi's midsection. "A kidney shot! Ha! Do you have any idea how well versed I am in countering such techniques?" Liu Yi leaned back slightly, allowing Eric's attack to miss, then grasped Eric's head, thrusting it backward. Eric staggered 2 steps back, tripping over a comrade who was struggling to rise from the ground. In the mere span of seconds, the militia leader of Hongshire Village and his closest allies lay defeated, unable to resist. The onlooking militia and villagers were momentarily struck into silence. Liu Yi approached Eric, arms crossed, proclaiming, "I am victorious." Eric, nursing the spot on his head where Liu Yi had gripped him, replied, "You have won, speak your desires. Apologize to me and treat me to a drink. I hope your drinking prowess exceeds your fighting skills." Liu Yi extended his hand, inviting a challenge. Eric, grinning, clasped Liu Yi's hand and rose, exclaiming loudly, "This is a true man." The crowd erupted into cheers and applause, the unexpected fervor leaving Liu Yi feeling acutely embarrassed. Why such excitement over a mere skirmish? It seemed he would need time to acclimate to this world. Fortunately, Liu Yi had exercised restraint. The ruffians, once they picked themselves up and moved their limbs, quickly regained their composure. Upon returning to the tavern, Eric beckoned his comrades to resume their previous positions and drink, while he led Liu Yi to a table by the window. Seated at the table were a middle-aged man clad in a black velvet coat and a young man with medium-length curls. "Lord Rodney, this fellow possesses considerable strength. My scalp still aches," Eric could not resist complaining as he sat down. "How?" the middle-aged man chuckled, turning to Liu Yi. "I apologize, sir. This senseless altercation was instigated at my behest. If you harbor any grievances, please direct them towards me, and do not blame my subordinates." Liu Yi shrugged, responding, "It matters not, for I am not the one injured. What now? Have I successfully passed the interview?" Rodney tossed a silver stack across the table to the young man opposite him. "Harry, and requested the bartender to serve several exquisite drinks, eschewing any subpar offerings. He then nodded towards Sir Liu Yi and remarked, "Indeed, your strength and wisdom are truly impressive. May I inquire which family from the Finger Peninsula you hail from?" Upon hearing this, Liu Yi felt a twinge of apprehension, pondering how much Rodney actually knew about the families from the Finger Peninsula. Fabricating a lineage could lead to an awkward revelation if he were to be exposed. In truth, Liu Yi's claim of originating from the Finger Peninsula was riddled with inconsistencies. According to Kevin, the Finger Peninsula was a remote and barren coastal territory, not home to knights of his caliber. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Well, actually, I come from Pentos, across the sea. Kevin's uncle and I were comrades in the same battalion. In honoring his dying wish, I sought to bring Kevin from the Finger Peninsula to enlist in the Eastern Lands. However, we encountered some difficulties along the way and were cast off the ship by the captain bound for the East. I trust this should not pose an obstacle. Indeed, regardless of your origins, as long as you are not a pirate, you shall be our ally," Rodney continued. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rodney Colbert, the constable of Rockfall Village and several surrounding settlements. I extend an invitation for you to join us in our campaign against the pirates. With a formidable warrior such as yourself by our side, the odds of our success would undoubtedly increase significantly. You wouldn't mind earning a bit of extra coin before returning to the Eastern Lands, would you?" Chapter 14. Pursuit to Agreement, truly becoming a mercenary. Liu Yi found himself momentarily hesitant. He did not wish to engage in a profession that thrived on taking lives. In contrast, perhaps a blacksmith's trade would be more suited to him. Moreover, as a transmigrator, he possessed countless methods to amass wealth, any of which could easily sustain a family for generations. However, according to the text he had encountered before his journey, the land known as Westeros was on the brink of unrest. No matter how much money one had, without the means to defend it, could it truly be safeguarded? Reflecting on this, Liu Yi chuckled to himself. He had already taken 5 lives, so what was there to be sentimental about at this juncture? Thus, he inquired, "What price do you propose?" Rodney, stroking the ring on his finger, pondered before responding, "This time, besides you, I have the merchant convoy's guards under my command. I can pay you according to their wages 15 silver stacks per day. Based on the guards' rates." Liu Yi shook his head. "That is insufficient. Guards do not engage in battle every day. Moreover, as I understand it, you clashed with pirates yesterday and seem intent on continuing the pursuit. Joining you now means either killing or being killed. Neither option warrants such a price." Rodney chuckled. "Then what are your thoughts? If your subordinates are akin to Eric, I would require 5 shares for myself." Eric, seated nearby, clapped Liu Yi on the shoulder. "Hey, kid, I was not being serious." Liu Yi offered a sheepish smile in response. "Apologies, I wasn't targeting you, but I too was jesting." Rodney considered. "If the other warriors were to learn that I am paying you 10 silver moons daily, I would find it difficult to explain myself. After all, street brawls and battlefield combat are 2 different matters. One cannot simply charge for the number of foes defeated in a tavern brawl." 1 silver moon equated to 7 silver stacks, a price Liu Yi deemed fair, yet he recognized Rodney's apprehensions. Throughout history, the populace has always fretted more over inequality than scarcity. As a leader, the ability to maintain balance is essential. Thus, he proposed an alternative. "In my homeland, there was a time when the merits of frontline warriors were assessed based on the heads they brought back. For every enemy slain, one would sever the head and present it to the logistics officer in exchange for a reward. I believe this to be a fair practice. Your homeland sounds quite brutal. Yet it is indeed rigorous," Rodney contemplated. "For each pirate's head, I am willing to pay you 10 silver stacks, provided you personally slay them and we achieve victory in this battle." "Agreed, that is fair." Rodney spat into his palm and extended his hand toward Liu Yi. After a moment's hesitation, Liu Yi mimicked the gesture and then firmly grasped Rodney's hand, sealing the deal. With the business settled, the group began to engage in casual conversation. Naturally, Liu Yi took the opportunity to boast about his experiences as a great lord in Azeroth. After concealing the overwhelming combat prowess that far exceeds that of Westeros, Liu Yi's journey of leveling up and battling in Azeroth bears a striking resemblance to that of a true mercenary. After all, the foot soldiers in World of Warcraft are merely mercenaries blinded by the allure of gold, willing to slay even titans for the sake of loot. From the conversations with Rodney and others, Liu Yi gleaned a glimpse into the identities of his future companions. Rodney's full name is Rodney Colbert, and he is the cousin of the contemporary head of the Colbert family, Baron Daniel. The Colbert family serves as vassals to the Holt family. Ordinarily, A branch such as Rodney's would not be entitled to bear the Colbert surname. However, he has enjoyed certain privileges due to his close upbringing with Baron Daniel and his exceptional talents. Throughout several significant battles involving the Colbert family, Rodney has distinguished himself, earning the right to govern Rockfall village and 4 surrounding hamlets, a territory comparable in size to a substantial knight's domain in the south. Accompanying Rodney is his eldest son, Harry. In this battle, not only Rockfall village but also the 4 hamlets under Rodney's jurisdiction have contributed men, resulting in a troop of over 150, a considerable force at his disposal, while other commanders might have opted merely to drive the pirates from their lands. Such a strategy would not suffice for Rodney. In his villages, aside from farming, the inhabitants hunt wild beasts for pelts and venture into the waters to procure rare seafood. Rodney consolidates these resources and organizes caravans to transport them to White Harbor in the south and Winterfell in the north, exchanging them for other goods. The trade of local products has generated substantial profits for him and the Colbert family, enabling him to maintain 5 villages as his dominion. Assembling this troop serves not only to safeguard his people but also to prevent disturbances that could disrupt trade routes, which is one of the reasons he is willing to pay handsomely to enlist Liu Yi's assistance. At dawn the following day, as the first light of morning graced the sky, the militia, having received their orders the previous night, donned their gear and began to emerge from their lodgings. Converging upon the village square, Liu Yi and Kevin exited the tavern, seamlessly blending into the crowd. Yet, with Liu Yi clad in gleaming metal armor and Kevin in newly crafted leather armor, both adorned with an array of weapons and wielding iron-tipped spears stretching nearly 4 meters in length, they appeared somewhat out of place among the fur-clad, cloth-draped warriors like 2 bears amidst a pack of huskies. As the square filled with people, Sir Rodney, his son, and 4 of Liu Yi's unacquainted personal guards, clad in armor and riding fine steeds, emerged from the village at a leisurely pace. After briefly inspecting the assembled troops to confirm that no militia members were absent, Rodney raised his whip and shouted into the distance, "Let us depart." The few cavalrymen accompanying him formed a protective circle at the forefront, while the remaining militia trailed behind in small clusters. A procession of over 100 individuals meandered along the rural path, forming an elongated line that exuded the vigor of a 5th-grade spring excursion from Liu Yi's nephew's elementary school. However, amidst this seemingly chaotic assembly, there existed an intriguing semblance of order. Despite the apparent disarray, no one faltered or fell behind. Liu Yi surmised that this cohesion was largely attributable to the presence of seasoned veterans within the ranks, who played a pivotal role in uniting the group. In addition to the few cavalrymen surrounding Rodney, the procession was accompanied by a dozen armored swordsmen, over 20 pikemen, and 7 or 8 archers, who bore longbows and sidearms. The remaining contingent of 80 or 90 peasants, clad in simple garments and wielding various farming tools, gravitated towards these stalwart veterans. Yet, among this sizable assembly, even the most composed veterans bore armor that was riddled with rust and dust. Only Liu Yi and his attendant, adorned in pristine attire and traveling on foot, appeared somewhat out of place amidst the throng. Liu Yi pondered whether it might be prudent to procure a couple of horses for his journeys. He clenched his fist, lamenting that he had not considered this sooner while in the village. Upon reaching the village's entrance, Kevin discovered a blackened corpse hanging from a large tree by the roadside. He gently nudged Liu Yi, who had been contemplating the acquisition of horses, and remarked, "Master, look." He gestured toward the lifeless figure suspended from the tree. "Isn't that the pirate we captured?" Liu Yi lifted his gaze for a closer inspection. The corpse's countenance was grotesquely twisted, rendering identification nearly impossible. However, the hairstyle and attire still bore resemblance to what had been handed over to UNIT when they apprehended him. The body of the short-haired brigand appeared to have been hanging for several days, with severed hands and feet, his tattered garments stained with blood. Decayed fluids dripped from the stumps, pooling on the ground and attracting numerous carrion insects that reveled in the grim feast. Liu Yi reflected. It seems that his information did not suffice to preserve his life. "Are you feeling sympathy for him?" Kevin shook his head, replying, "This fate is well deserved. However, I can't help but think that had he met his end at your hands, he might have been more fortunate." "Perhaps," Liu Yi conceded, aware of the truth in Kevin's words. Despite his formidable combat prowess, he lacked the skill for torture and interrogation. Had the short-haired pirate remained in his custody, it was unlikely any valuable information would have emerged. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted the intact tongue to William and his associates. "Hey, is this the pirate you caught?" At that moment, a boy of about 16 or 17, clad in a mismatched ensemble of patched clothing, approached Liu Yi with an inquisitive demeanor. Noticing the boy's curiosity, Liu Yi smiled and inquired, "How do you know?" "I heard Alvin mention yesterday that you killed several pirates while out and brought one back alive to the village." "Are you from Luoshire village?" "I don't recall seeing you a few days ago." The boy grinned widely, replying, "Hehe, I'm not from Luoshire village. I'm from Hechao village. Word has spread that Lord Rodney has raised an army against the pirates," prompting an elderly man clutching a rake to approach in surprise. "Isn't that foolish, Evan? What brings you here? Did Captain John approve your presence?" Evan, upon hearing this, nervously glanced around. Only when he confirmed that a robust figure behind Lord Rodney had not turned to look, did he exhale in relief and lowered his voice. "I came quietly. Hiding outside the village all night yesterday." He did not wish to linger on this topic, instead continuing to inquire of Liu Yi, "Big guy, are the pirates formidable? I heard you single-handedly slew several of them. Are they truly that weak?" Liu Yi chuckled heartily, "With your kind, I could dispatch several myself." "You dare to follow without having seen a pirate? I heard that the militia participating in the fight are being fed these days." Evan licked his lips, recalling the words of the village veterans. "If we win, Lord Rodney will treat everyone to a grand feast, with meat and wine." "The last time I tasted smoked meat was 2 years ago, at Brother Mac's wedding." Perhaps reminiscing about the flavor of smoked meat, Evan fell into silence. The old man with the rake sighed and shook his head, addressing Liu Yi. "This lad's parents passed away a few years back, leaving him to fend for himself in the village, laboring for a meager meal. He is not quite old there." He pointed to his head, then said to Evan, "Foolish Evan, if a battle truly breaks out, don't foolishly rush forward. Stay back and hide. Don't risk your life without earning a dime." Upon hearing his name called, Evan snapped back to reality. "What? What is being lost? Who is losing what?" The old man shook his head. "Oh. Just don't lose yourself." Kevin chuckled at this, while Liu Yi maintained a serious demeanor. In recent times, he had been consuming smoked meat daily. Not to mention, back on Earth, he had to carefully regulate his meat intake for the sake of weight loss. Liu Yi suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for the lad and patted Evan on the shoulder. "Kid, stick close to me. When we return, I'll treat you to smoked meat." "Really?" Evan leaped in joy. "I want the greasy, translucent parts." Perhaps due to their similar ages, Kevin and Evan quickly became friendly, trailing behind Liu Yi and engaging in whispered conversation. Liu Yi himself chose to speak as little as possible, avoiding any meaningless or exhausting exchanges, readying his body for battle. He observed that among the advancing ranks, a few lean yet agile men occasionally emerged from the surrounding forest to converse with the leading figure, Lord Rodney. And the frequency of these exchanges seemed to be increasing. Liu Yi surmised that these must be scouts dispatched by Rodney, indicating that their group was nearing the pirates. Indeed, after receiving yet another report from the scouts, Rodney turned his horse and ordered the militia behind him, "March swiftly. Our target is Duchio village." Duchio village lies approximately 3 miles from their current location, which translates to around 14 kilometers in metric terms. The seasoned veterans within the ranks meandered at both the front and rear of the formation, urging the militia to hasten their pace, occasionally punctuating the air with exclamations of "faster, a bit faster." Under the command of forced march, the distance of 3 miles was traversed in just over an hour. Duchio village is situated beside a turbulent river, with its primary agricultural lands and residences cleaved in two by the waters. To facilitate travel, the villagers had bound several logs together, constructing a bridge across the river, thus bestowing the village with its name. Upon Rodney's arrival at the riverbank outside the village, he discovered the crossing had been left in disarray. Simultaneously, the village across the river had succumbed to the onslaught of pirates, the anguished cries of men, women, and children resonating from 100 meters away, inciting a visceral rage within the soldiers who heard them. However, each soldier present, burdened with blades, clubs, and supplies, found themselves encumbered and unable to swim across. Attempting to wade through the waters would likely result in being swept away by the swift current. In desperation, Rodney ordered the troops to circumvent the river by traversing upstream to a shallower section. After proceeding roughly 1 kilometer upstream from the damaged bridge, the group of over 100 individuals finally reached the calmer waters. Yet, by the time they arrived at Duchio village, half an hour had elapsed. The pirates had long since retreated from the village, leaving behind a scene of devastation marked by the wounded and the deceased. Chapter 15. The final battle. It remains uncertain whether the pirates set fire to the village out of a desire to delay Rodney's forces or due to their inherent cruelty. Before fleeing, they ignited flames that consumed homes, while the fortunate survivors lamented and desperately salvaged their belongings and injured kin from the burning structures. Witnessing this distressing scene, Rodney's countenance darkened ominously. He summoned a swordsman and commanded, "You, take 30 conscripts and remain here to assist in extinguishing the fires. The rest shall follow me." The term conscripts referred to those peasant soldiers armed with farming tools. Initially, Rodney had enlisted them merely to bolster his numbers. But given the current predicament where he had to pursue the pirates while simultaneously aiding the villagers, he resorted to a strategy of dividing his forces. He designated 30 of the elderly and weak to remain in the village to combat the flames, while all fully armed veterans and relatively younger conscripts, under Rodney's guidance, pursued the pirates. 30 minutes was insufficient for the pirates to make a significant escape, especially since many had burdened themselves with stolen goods they were reluctant to abandon. Gradually, the pursuing warriors caught up with and dispatched several of them. As Rodney and his cavalry reached the main body of the pirates, they discovered the latter had formed a defensive line upon a densely wooded hillside. Fearing the presence of archers among the enemy, Rodney refrained from closing the distance. After a brief reconnaissance, he returned to his troops. Once the infantry had assembled, Rodney issued the command, "Form ranks." Upon relaying Rodney's order, the veterans swiftly arranged themselves into a 3-column formation. 9 archers took position in the front row, followed by a dozen swordsmen, and behind them, the pikemen, who rested their pikes upon the shoulders of the swordsmen, all oriented towards the pirates. Meanwhile, the conscripts haphazardly gathered beside the veterans, brandishing a motley assortment of weaponry and shouting boisterously, truly serving as a morale-boosting presence. Liu Yi observed the northern soldiers' formation with a tinge of apprehension. Although it appeared somewhat orderly, he wondered if it might be a tad too thin. He refrained from recklessly stepping into the formation or approaching Rodney with suggestions for optimization. For Liu Yi, this marked his inaugural experience on the battlefield with cold weapons. He could not claim to possess any real experience, merely theoretical knowledge. Thus, he took a position alongside Kevin, nestled between the conscripts and veterans, forming a distinct unit of his own. Rodney scanned his troops and chose not to criticize Liu Yi's decision but instead vocally commanded the veterans, "Archers, knock your bows." The archers retrieved their bows from their backs, tightening the strings. "Aim!" They drew arrows from their quivers, resting them against the bowstrings in readiness. "Fire!" At Rodney's command, a volley of arrows whistled through the air, piercing towards the enemy formation. The pirates' formation was narrower and denser than Rodney's. After 2 successive volleys, the majority of the arrows lodged into the shields of the first row of pirates. Whether any arrows struck true and inflicted casualties upon the enemy, the northern militia could not discern. All they could see was the pirates' compact formation advancing with resolute steps, crushing the grass and foliage beneath their feet as they approached. The pirates formed a formidable and resilient formation. Though reduced to a mere 50 or so, they charged forth like an unyielding boulder against the long line of veteran soldiers. At the forefront, a pirate bellowed ferociously, raising his battle axe high while brandishing a large shield, using the broad surface to deflect the malicious spear tips. Under the protection of the shield bearers, the clash of the 2 formations erupted, as a dozen pirates wielding massive 2-handed axes surged forth from the rear, striking down upon the veteran sword and shield bearers' defenses with a thunderous rhythm akin to the sound of trees being felled, resonating throughout the battlefield. In an instant, the once steadfast formation of the militia began to falter. As the frontline pirates engaged the militia, a small group of poorly equipped pirates broke away from the main force, forming a squad that charged towards a cluster of hesitant conscripts nearby. While the main body of veterans struggled to hold their ground, over 40 conscripts, under the relentless push of the 10 pirates, scattered like a panicked herd of sheep, running aimlessly in all directions. Should the conscripts collapse, the departing pirates would turn back to flank the veteran formation, and once that formation crumbled under the dual assault, it would signify a complete failure of the encirclement. By the time Rodney returned to seek aid from his lord and reorganized a new wave of reinforcements, the coastal villages would likely be left desolate and devoid of life. Contemplating the hellish scene, Liu Yi's pupils contracted, and he gripped the middle of his spear, instructing Kevin to stay close. As the battle commenced, Liu Yi's lavish equipment, coupled with his lack of a mount, led the pirates to underestimate his strength and identity, causing them to disregard him entirely, neither attacking nor consciously avoiding him. However, as Liu Yi approached, several members from both the main assault and the squad targeting the conscripts diverted their attention to him. The fastest among them was a swordsman clad in a rimless iron helmet and chainmail. As Liu Yi's first adversary, he resolved to exert his full strength as a sign of respect, raising his spear to thrust at the enemy's head. The swordsman reacted by lifting his shield to protect his face, continuing to close the distance to Liu Yi. attempting to tilt his shield at the moment Liu Yi's spear made contact, hoping to deflect it and reach Liu Yi's side. This was the only tactic the swordsman had against a spear, but unfortunately, it was only half executed. Although Liu Yi's spear struck true against the shield as anticipated, the swordsman was unable to react in time, as another spear pierced through his chainmail and into his abdomen. As Kevin's spear twisted within his gut, the pirate's body was instantly drained of all strength by the excruciating pain. He wished to utter something, yet no words escaped his lips. Blood seeped from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, catching a glimpse of two figures, one large and one small, shouting commands to attack. Attack! As they rushed past him, he was left to descend alone into an endless darkness. With the combined efforts of the master and apprentice, the fastest pirates, whether armed with swords and shields or massive war hammers and axes, fell one after another to a sequence of feint attacks followed by lethal strikes. The remaining few gathered together, forming a small formation with shields at the front and axes at the back, momentarily stalling Liu Yi's advance. Fortunately, among the conscripted soldiers, there were still 7 or 8 brave souls who had not fled far. Upon hearing Liu Yi's call, they seized their weapons and rallied to his side. Encouraged by the arrival of reinforcements, Liu Yi exclaimed, "Brothers, charge with me. 1 kill is no loss, 2 is a gain." With that somewhat awkward proclamation, he surged forward into the fray, undeterred by the potential injuries that chaos might bring, thanks to his sturdy armor. What truly terrified him was the prospect of the battle concluding unfavorably, with dozens of blade-wielding pirates surrounding him, contemplating how to open a can of sardines. Thus, it was either to refrain from battle or to fight to the death until the very last moment of life. There were no other choices. At least until he secured a good steed. Not far behind the formation, Harry circled on horseback, brandishing his sword as he struck down fleeing conscripts. In a short span, 3 or 4 conscripts fell to the ground, clutching their necks. Harry commanded loudly, "Return! Return to the fight! Slay the cowards!" The conscripts, lacking the courage to charge into battle, found the audacity to follow those who surged forward, eager to claim glory. Faced with the choice of being slaughtered by their lord or chasing after the mercenary knights for merit, they had no option but to follow Liu Yi into the fray. Leading the charge, Liu Yi was followed closely by Kevin. The master and disciple moved like 2 blades dancing in the wind, inflicting death and injury upon the pirates wherever their edges struck. Once the pirates were wounded by Liu Yi's strikes and exposed their vulnerabilities, they would be overwhelmed by the surging conscripts. Moments later, the small group of pirates attacking the conscripts was utterly vanquished. Simultaneously, the pirates assaulting the veteran formation, upon witnessing the unfavorable tide of battle, intensified their onslaught, advancing recklessly despite the casualties. The already precarious veteran ranks began to crumble under the ferocity of the pirates' attack. On the other side, Liu Yi led the conscripts into the fray, and under Harry's coercion, the previously scattered armed farmers returned to join the fight, while several cavalrymen began to flank and harass the pirate formation. Although the veterans' lines had been shattered, their high armor coverage meant that the casualties were not severe. Rising once more, they rejoined the battle against the remaining pirates. At this juncture, the conflict had devolved into a chaotic melee. After a fierce exchange, only about 20 tall and robust Skaggs pirates remained, while the militia was left with merely a handful of veterans still capable of combat. And over 20 conscripts were able to gather. At this moment, both sides found themselves at the end of their strength, with victory or defeat perhaps just a heartbeat away. Suddenly, a towering giant among the pirates, clad in a horned helmet and brandishing 2 short axes, charged at Liu Yi. Liu Yi's spear had already broken under the force of the giant's furious assault. Seeing the formidable foe approach, he discarded the shattered weapon and drew forth the sea serpent's strike from behind him, ready to confront the pirate leader. The bullhorn pirate stood towering over Liu Yi, his physique remarkably robust. As he approached his target, he swung his dual axes in a seamless, fluid motion. Liu Yi, however, opted not to confront him head-on. Instead, he retreated a step, widening the distance before thrusting towards his opponent's throat with the length of his blade. The giant deflected Liu Yi's blade with his axe, attempting to counterattack, yet Liu Yi skillfully evaded, delivering a swift stab to the giant's chest. Nevertheless, Liu Yi's blade did not pierce the giant's armor but halted just outside the heavy breastplate. The reverberation from the blade informed Liu Yi that beneath the giant's fur coat lay a thick suit of armor, akin to his own. Liu Yi forsook his shield and sword in pursuit of sheer lethality, aiming to conclude the battle swiftly. His adversary, wielding dual axes, evidently shared this intent. Thus, the furious exchange of blows enveloped the battlefield within a 5-meter radius, causing both veterans and pirates to flee in fear of being ensnared in the fray. Liu Yi, Agile and formidable, maneuvered through the chaos with remarkable swiftness, perpetually seeking the vulnerabilities and weaknesses of his foe. The sea serpent strike possessed immense power. When unleashed in full force, it could sever an enemy as a weapon or cleave both man and horse in two. In contrast, the pirate giant embodied raw, untamed strength. Charging forth with a short axe in each hand, utilizing his robust physique and formidable might to press the attack. His strikes were rapid and powerful if he seized an opportunity. He could inflict multiple wounds upon Liu Yi in a fleeting moment. Although his short axes lacked the staggering might of Liu Yi's long blade, they proved effective in close combat. Employing his exceptional skill and nimble form, Liu Yi deftly evaded the pirates' assaults while simultaneously seeking openings to retaliate. The giant, leveraging his strength advantage, relentlessly pressed Liu Yi with his formidable attacks and indomitable spirit. Yet, Liu Yi's armor far surpassed the pirates' iron plating in protection. Gradually, the myriad of minor injuries began to hinder the giant's movements. After 180 heartbeats since the battle commenced, the giant inadvertently stepped upon a corpse, causing his body to sway. Before he could regain his balance, Liu Yi seized the moment, surging forward and crashing his helmet against the giant's downward strike, shattering the giant's shoulder armor and cleaving him diagonally in two. The sound of the fallen corpse echoed through the battlefield, causing all combatants to cease their actions, staring in astonishment at the source of the noise. After a brief silence, the pirates, filled with terror, discarded their weapons and fled into the forest. Warriors, do not let them escape. Seeing the tide of battle turned, Rodney led the remaining 3 cavalrymen in pursuit of the fleeing pirates. Meanwhile, Liu Yi remained still, seated upon the ground, resting against his long blade. The dismembered remains of the giant lay beside him, blood seeping forth and soaking the earth around the corpse that had caused his stumble. That silhouette, Liu Yi found it increasingly familiar. He turned the corpse over. Although half of the skull was caved in, the remaining half of the face bore a foolish grin, faintly revealing that it was the fool, Ivan. Liu Yi bitterly remarked, "I never imagined it would be you who lent me a hand in the end." Just then, Kevin, drenched in blood, approached, one hand clutching his injured shoulder. "Call me teacher," Liu Yi corrected him. "What happened to your shoulder? Is it serious?" "I'm fine, just got hit, nothing's broken," Kevin replied. Liu Yi gestured for him to sit down. After the battle, only the victors could tend to the battlefield, and similarly, only the wounded from the winning side had a chance to survive. The surviving militia members roamed the battlefield, checking on the fallen. If they were allies, they would carry them to safety, entrusting them to those with medical experience. If they were pirates, a swift strike would be delivered, and all possessions would be seized. "This won't do, much of that loot belongs to me," Liu Yi thought, then instructed his student, Kevin, "Go and sever the heads of those we just killed. Also, gather their equipment and valuables. We cannot allow others to take them. If you find it too burdensome, hire someone to assist you." Sever heads. Kevin's face contorted as if he had bitten into a sour lime. Yet, he dared not refuse. He had once attempted to defy Liu Yi in the forest, only to receive a harsh reprimand. There was no need to repeat that mistake. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "Can I seek help from the fool, Ivan?" Liu Yi pointed to a corpse a few steps away. "No need to look, he is right there." Kevin glanced over, fell silent, and turned away with his head bowed. The sun was now setting, casting a blood-red hue across the sky, as if the very heavens bled. Chapter 16. Post-war observing others bustling about. Liu Yi sat motionless on the grass, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. Since entering Linhai village and witnessing the multitude of corpses strewn about, a fierce flame had ignited within him, smoldering until now, finally doused by the blood of the pirates, leaving his heart tranquil and content. The rhythmic sound of hoofs approached from behind, and upon turning, he saw Rodney leisurely riding towards him. "Sir Liu Yi, your valiant performance has surpassed my wildest expectations. I can hardly imagine the calamity that would have befallen me and my domain, had you not participated in today's battle. Most likely a catastrophe." Liu Yi replied with a smile, "But since it did not occur, there is no need to dwell on it." Rodney erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha! You are quite right. Now that victory is ours, what purpose does it serve to ponder the past?" With his laughter, it seemed the heavy burden in Rodney's heart had been lifted. He continued, "Sir Liu Yi, what is your next destination?" Liu Yi shook his head. "I have not yet decided. This land is unfamiliar to me." Gazing towards the vast forests and meadows illuminated by the setting sun, Rodney spoke in a solemn tone. "The north, it is harsh. Yet the people here still offer bread and salt to their friends. Once Harry returns, I would like to invite you to my estate for a few days of rest. if that is not too presumptuous. Of course not, I would be delighted to be your guest. Liu Yi, intrigued by the life of a local lord reminiscent of medieval Europe on Earth, welcomed Rodney's generous invitation. In gratitude for Rodney's kindness, Liu Yi inquired, "Is Harry pursuing the remnants of the enemy? Do you need my assistance?" "No," Rodney replied, "I have sent him to locate the pirates' camp. If we do not destroy their longships and allow a few to escape, they might return with a greater force in a few days. These barbarians are like flies drawn to decaying flesh. There seems to be no end to them. Moreover, these pirates took advantage of my unawareness to plunder my subjects, stealing considerable wealth, which I must reclaim." Curiously, Liu Yi asked, "And then? Will you return it to the victims?" Rodney regarded Liu Yi with a peculiar expression. "Return it? These are my spoils of war. Why should I give them back?" Liu Yi nodded, his gaze drifting afar, opting for silence. The battle, involving a force of 200, lasted merely half an hour from engagement to victory, yet clearing the battlefield took over thrice that duration. The location of the battlefield was not far from Duchio village. Leaving dozens of corpses in the wilderness would attract wild beasts and facilitate the spread of disease. The enemy's bodies required deep burial, while comrades' bodies needed cremation and removal. Furthermore, the severed heads collected by Kevin had to be presented to Lord Rodney for confirmation. By the time these tasks were completed, the night sky was adorned with countless stars. The battle had been exceedingly brutal, with numerous injuries, rendering the troops unfit for a long march. Thus, Rodney led the team to Duchio village. At this moment, the flames ignited by the pirates had been extinguished by the villagers, leaving a noxious blend of smoke and moisture lingering in the air. The bodies scattered across the streets had been gathered for burial, while the surviving villagers joyfully welcomed the victorious soldiers. Grateful for their survival and the completion of their vengeance, what could be more fortunate than this? The soldiers under Rodney's command, having frequently encountered one another, were well acquainted. Upon the army's arrival in the village, the militia members were warmly received by their comrades from Duchio village. Liu Yi and Kevin, too, were graciously invited to stay at the home of a warrior from Duchio village. The majority of the pirate force had been eradicated in a single battle, with a few remaining brigands fleeing into the forest, no longer a threat. Once Harry destroyed their longship, these scattered outlaws would inevitably succumb to hunger or become prey for wild beasts. As for whether they would wander into the territories of other lords to wreak havoc, that was of no concern to anyone. Consequently, after Rodney had arranged the defenses of Duchio village and completed the necessary post-war compensations, he issued the order for disbandment. Except for the severely wounded who were unable to move and remained in Duchio village to recuperate, the other militia members departed one by one, carrying the remains or ashes of their fallen comrades. On the third day following the battle, Liu Yi accompanied Rodney and his guards to his residence in Hongshire village, named after a large, exposed boulder with a striking red cross-section at the village entrance. Hongshire village was initially an unremarkable part of the coastal settlement governed by the Count family. After Rodney relocated his family here, he dedicated himself to its development. And after years of diligent governance, Hongshire village gradually transformed into the most prosperous settlement under Rodney's rule, nearly resembling a small town. As they entered Hongshire village at a leisurely pace on horseback, the villagers, busy with their tasks along the roadside, bowed in respect to Rodney. He nodded in acknowledgement while raising his riding whip, proudly gesturing to the tidy roads and houses, exclaiming to Liu Yi, "This is my estate. What do you think?" "Quite impressive, isn't it?" Indeed, it was impressive, Liu Yi sincerely agreed. Throughout his journey, he had passed through other villages where the roads were fraught with potholes. The houses were low and damp, and the people wore expressions of dullness and pallor. In contrast, Hongshire village had managed to pave its roads with stones, and its residents appeared healthy and vibrant. Evidently, although Rodney was lacking in military command, he was indeed a capable ruler in terms of internal governance. While the entire Hongshire village legally belonged to Rodney, his actual residence occupied only a modest area in the northeastern corner of the village. It was a 3-story wooden structure enclosed by a stone wall 2 men high, with robust wooden doors flanked by watchtowers, where an archer stood vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting Rodney's party from a distance, the servant at the gate opened the large door and hurried to his master, guiding Rodney's steed into the courtyard. It was just past noon when, dismounting, Rodney instructed the servant to show the 2 guests to wash up and rest, and subsequently arranged for appropriate attire to be delivered to their guest rooms. After Liu Yi and his apprentice had bathed, they reclined on the bed to rest. As dusk approached, the butler of the Rodney estate rapped on the door of their guest room. "Esteemed sir, my lord requests your presence for dinner." Very well. Liu Yi replied, and after dressing, he guided Kevin to follow the butler to the drawing room. A sumptuous array of dishes had already been laid out on the rectangular dining table. At one end sat Rodney, the host, while the other end was reserved for Liu Yi. On one side of the table, a slightly plump middle-aged woman and her 2 daughters, one older and one younger, were seated. On the opposite side sat Harry, who had previously fought alongside Rodney. Once Liu Yi took his seat, Kevin was ushered by the butler to sit next to Harry. Upon Liu Yi's arrival, Rodney nodded and introduced him. Sir Liu Yi, this is my wife, Dahlia from the Howwood family, and these lovely young ladies are my eldest daughter, Keith, and my youngest, Jenny. He then turned to the little sister, who appeared to be only 6 or 7 years old, saying, Jenny, this is the great hero who helped us vanquish the vicious pirate chief, Sir Liu Yi, and his valiant squire, the headsman Kevin. Let us give them a warm welcome, shall we? The little girl, with her cascade of brown curls and sparkling big eyes, gazed intently at Kevin. Daddy, why is he called the headsman? Because he severed the heads of 16 pirates on the battlefield and exchanged them for a full gold dragon from me. Wow, that's amazing! The little girl exclaimed in a soft voice. Rodney chuckled indulgently, raised his wine glass, and proclaimed, Now, let us welcome the noble knight, the formidable warrior, Sir Liu Yi. Welcome, my lord. Welcome. Welcome to Redstone Village. Amidst the warm cheers of their hosts, Liu Yi downed the red wine from his silver goblet. The atmosphere at the table was delightful, as Rodney, the host, possessed a high emotional intelligence, effortlessly discovering topics that captivated everyone. Although Lady Dahlia posed some slightly embarrassing personal inquiries, such as the number of people in Liu Yi's household or the acreage of his land and livestock, these were all within the bounds of polite conversation, and Liu Yi skillfully sidestepped them with a mix of truth and artifice. As the meal concluded, both hosts and guests were in high spirits. After dinner, Rodney invited Liu Yi to his study. Once the servants had brought 2 glasses of wine, he pointed to a rough hand-drawn map on the wall, saying, Between the free city-states and the north lies a narrow sea. If you wish to continue your journey eastward, it would be best to head southwest. He traced a line on the map between the black dot that marked Redstone Village and the bay to the south, advising, first, reach White Harbor, and then find a ship there to cross the sea eastward. Liu Yi studied the map, striving to imprint it in his memory. What if I wish to travel through Westeros with my squire? If you plan to journey, my suggestion remains to first reach White Harbor. White Harbor stands as the largest trading port in the entire north, and if the north is likened to a wolf, White Harbor serves as its mouth. It voraciously consumes a myriad of goods and subsequently transports them through the White Knife River to the heart of the north. An individual with a spirit of adventure can easily unearth opportunities for wealth in White Harbor. But what lies beyond White Harbor? Upon arriving, one has the option to board a merchant vessel sailing south to King's Landing, the capital of the 7 kingdoms and the most prosperous city on the continent. There, one can find all that one can envision: beauties, riches, titles, provided one can afford the price. Furthermore, King Robert Baratheon has a penchant for organizing tournaments, where warriors like you are sure to shine. Yet, my identity seems ill-suited for such prominence. Liu Yi nodded and inquired, That sounds rather appealing. Are there any other options? Indeed, there is Winterfell, came the reply. Winterfell is the ancestral seat of House Stark, the capital of the north. Following the White Knife River northward and disembarking near Winterfell, one can behold the castle that boasts a history of 8,000 years. 8,000 years! Liu Yi was taken aback upon hearing this figure. Indeed, according to historical records, Winterfell was constructed 8 millennia ago by the builders with the aid of giants. However, as the abode of House Stark, common folk are not permitted entry. You would likely only catch a glimpse of the outer walls. But fear not. Even I have only ventured into the Great Hall and the training yard. It was not the prospect of entry that troubled Liu Yi, having traversed from 21st century China. He had encountered many magnificent edifices. Rather, he lamented that the civilization of Westeros has endured for 8,000 years yet remains at the productivity level of medieval Europe. Where has the past 8 millennia gone? Is there some peculiar reason that has caused their civilization to remain in stagnation? Rodney continued. Winterfell serves as the political and military nucleus of the north. Security concerns that local lords cannot address ultimately converge at the taverns of Winterfell. Thus, the environment there is considerably more welcoming for wandering knights who make their living by the sword. It is worth noting that not all lords possess a reliable standing army. Many lords, if confronted with unsolvable issues in their domains and unwilling to seek aid from their liege lords or neighbors, will openly recruit mercenary knights at the winter market just outside Winterfell. After all, the relationship with mercenaries is merely a monetary transaction. Unlike the complexities that exist between neighbors and superiors, I believe, with your skills, it would not take long for you to earn a stellar reputation in the industry. Indeed, the Sunwalker and the great lords that I am familiar with. Moreover, the peculiar game text that the angelic maiden presented to him has lingered in his thoughts, particularly as the southern realms descend into chaos due to war, and the threats looming over the frozen north. Though he remains unaware of the specific dangers from the north or the reasons behind the southern conflicts, he understands that in times of turmoil, personal valor is ultimately but a drop in the ocean. Only by gathering a group of like-minded companions can one aspire to achieve the monumental task of saving this continent and finding the way back home. With his resolve firmly established, Liu Yi bid farewell to his host, saying, "Indeed, I shall not impose further. I appreciate your hospitality. My disciple and I shall set forth for White Harbor tomorrow." Rodney, taken aback by Liu Yi's decisiveness, quickly interjected, "Not so fast. You are unfamiliar with the route to White Harbor. There is no need to rush. It would be wise to rest for a few days first." He continued, "I organize a caravan every 3 months that travels between White Harbor and Cloud City. At that time, you may accompany my caravan, which will spare you the trouble of asking for directions. Additionally, I would like to request your assistance in escorting my caravan for a portion of the journey. As you know, this endeavor to eradicate the pirates has incurred casualties and significant costs. Several of my guards have fallen, and I have yet to find suitable replacements. If you are willing to lend a hand during this leg to White Harbor, it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement." Liu Yi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Rodney's proposal. "How long until your caravan departs?" he inquired. "Not much longer, just a few days," Rodney replied. Chapter 17 A new journey. Rodney managed 2 trade routes, one leading south to White Harbor and the other north to Winterfell. The caravan on the northern route had departed 2 months prior and was still en route, with at least another month before their return. The southern contingent was currently resting in Redstone Village, affording Rodney the opportunity to divert some of the caravan's guards to combat the pirates. However, the guards were not his vassals and bore no obligation to defend his territory. Thus, Rodney had to promise them considerable compensation to persuade them to join the fight. Now that some of the guards were injured in battle, Rodney could not compel them to set out while wounded, as they would merely be a burden. Yet, delaying their departure until the injured recovered would disrupt the caravan's predetermined schedule. A slight loss in profit was trivial, but breaching agreements with other lords and tarnishing his reputation was a grave concern. The leader of the southern caravan, named Craig Cobb, was Rodney's elder brother and someone he deeply trusted. After deliberating, the brothers resolved to scout along the route for suitable candidates to recruit into the guard contingent once they set off. As long as they could gather enough personnel before reaching White Harbor, it would not compromise the caravan's safety even if Liu Yi did not return with them. This was the reason Rodney strongly urged Liu Yi to go to White Harbor first. Since the guards were in a contractual relationship with Rodney, they were required to provide their own weapons and mounts. Beyond their wages, the caravan only catered for their sustenance on the journey, and the quality of food was barely sufficient to stave off starvation. If they wished for some jerky, the guards would have to pay out of their own pockets. Thus, Liu Yi could not inherit the mounts and armaments of the injured guards. He would have to procure his own at his own expense. Having returned from the wilderness to the civilized world 2 weeks ago, Liu Yi found himself inundated with tasks, leaving him no respite until the last couple of days. When he and his disciple, Kevin, finally had a moment to relax, under Rodney's management, trade in Redstone Village flourished, prompting Liu Yi to decide to wander through the village with Kevin to procure necessary supplies and prepare for the journey ahead. They first visited the blacksmith, where they sold various weapons seized from the pirates and, with some additional coin, commissioned the blacksmith to modify the pirate chief's armor and helmet to fit Kevin's stature, agreeing to return in 3 days to collect the modified gear. Next, they sought to purchase horses. Generally, 2 individuals would require a minimum of 3 horses, 1 for each rider and 1 pack horse for their luggage. However, after scouring the village multiple times and exploring every nook and cranny, they could not locate any horse traders. Reluctantly, they returned to the estate to inquire with the steward of the Colbert household about where to find suitable steeds. "Sir, what good horses could those poor souls in the village possess? The finest steeds are in our lord's stables. However, I must first seek permission to see if any can be sold," the steward replied. After excusing himself from Liu Yi, the steward turned to head back indoors, coincidentally colliding with Harry as he was exiting. Harry, noticing the butler's hurried demeanor, grew concerned that something untoward had transpired. Upon inquiring, he learned that Liu Yi desired to purchase a horse, and thus he promptly took it upon himself to handle the matter. Such trivialities need not disturb my father, who is currently occupied with my uncle in tallying the goods to be transported. Allow me to escort our esteemed guests to the stable. After a moment's contemplation, the butler acquiesced, for the young master is indeed a master in his own right. Upon arriving at the rear of the estate, Liu Yi beheld 5 horses leisurely grazing in the stable. Harry retrieved a handful of beans from a burlap pouch hanging on a post and fed them to a dappled horse, stating, "Sir Liu Yi, the chestnut mare is my father's steed, while the dappled one belongs to me. The remaining 3 are available for your selection." Liu Yi, lacking the knowledge to choose a mount, though possessing a master-level riding license, had only ever ridden creatures such as kodo beasts, phoenixes, ice dragons, and chocobo's. He had never properly sat upon a horse. After a moment's hesitation, Liu Yi approached the feed trough, crossing his arms and standing resolutely. "Kevin, I pose a question to you. Which horse do you believe suits you? And which one suits me?" "Very well, teacher." Kevin, without a hint of doubt, eagerly approached the horses, inspecting each one's head, chest, hooves, and teeth. After a thorough examination, he finally selected a sandy-colored stallion and a black mare with a white face. "Teacher, I believe these 2 horses are splendid. What do you think?" Liu Yi nodded in approval, acknowledging, "Indeed, they are both fine steeds. However, they cannot compare to my level 60 Holy Light kodo beast." Harry raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Sir, I must remind you that old timer is already 14 years old. It is quite an aged horse." Liu Yi glanced at Kevin, who at that moment blushed as if scalded, likely unaware of the horse's age. "Not to worry. I have known from the outset that this is an old horse. It matters not, an old horse is akin to an old soldier. While it may not possess the vigor of youth, it is undoubtedly rich in experience, making it well suited for me. May we take it for a ride?" "Certainly." Harry instructed the stable boy to prepare 2 saddles, and he himself mounted the dappled horse, leading the 2 to a low hill beyond the village for a spirited gallop. It must be noted that Kevin, having cared for horses for several years on behalf of his father, had garnered some discernment. Despite its advanced age, Old Timer was quite attuned to the rider's intentions. Whether through a gentle tug of the reins or a light squeeze of the belly, Old Timer provided appropriate responses, leaving Liu Yi, who had never before ridden a horse in reality, exceedingly satisfied. "Kevin, how does your horse fare?" Kevin, drenched in sweat, slid down from his mount, exclaiming, "It is splendid, sir. Truly marvelous. Having never owned a horse himself, any horse would suffice for him. Let us proceed with this arrangement then." Liu Yi turned to Harry and inquired, "What price do you intend to sell them for?" Under normal circumstances, a war horse typically sells for 1 gold dragon, with variations depending on the horse's quality. Harry, true to his illustrious lineage, swiftly quoted a price. "The old steed is a trophy from my father's campaign against the Iron Islands. In his youth, it was remarkably handsome. The black horse has yet to be named. Just over 2 years old, yet brimming with potential. If you are agreeable, I can personally arrange for you to acquire both for 2 gold dragons." Liu Yi cast a glance at his disciple. "What do you think?" Kevin furrowed his brow in silence. "I only know how to care for horses. I have never purchased one." Liu Yi cleared his throat twice. "Harry, since this is a trophy of your father's, I shall wait until Lord Rodney is available to discuss it with him. If he is unwilling to sell, I shall not trouble you further." Upon hearing Liu Yi's intention to consult his father, Harry promptly altered his stance. "However, sir, considering the immense assistance you provided in this battle, it would be unjust to sell them to you at such a steep price. How about this? 1 gold dragon and 20 silver moons for both horses. But I have one condition that I hope you will agree to. Speak your mind. Could you, perhaps," Harry hesitated, "during your stay in Redstone Village, teach me the art of swordsmanship?" Liu Yi found it peculiar. "Why seek instruction from me? Your father is a garrison commander." "My father became a garrison commander due to his exceptional skills in logistics and commerce. Martial prowess is not his forte. Had it not been for your involvement, my father's domain would have perished. Even if Uncle Daniel's forces were called upon afterwards, they would only reclaim a desolate ruin. And the territory itself might even be wrested away. The scene of you slaying pirates in Duchio village left me profoundly moved. I have been contemplating these past few days. If my martial skills were even half of yours, perhaps this battle would not have been so devastating." Liu Yi nodded. Indeed, his performance that day had been quite impressive, naturally attracting a few admirers. Since he was already instructing Kevin, accommodating an additional student would not pose a problem. Consider him an altered disciple. Of course, starting tomorrow, you shall train alongside Kevin, and I will personally guide you. However, you must speak to your father about this. Thank you, sir. Upon returning to the estate and stabling the horses, Liu Yi led Kevin out to procure additional supplies. With the riding horse secured, acquiring a pack horse became a simpler task. With the butler's assistance, Liu Yi purchased a robust pack horse from a local resident for merely 18 silver moons. They then ventured into the market to order travel essentials such as blankets, water flasks, and iron pots. By the end of their shopping spree, the gold dragon he had just received had vanished from his grasp, along with over 20 Azeroth silver coins. However, with all preparations complete, Liu Yi now truly embodied the essence of a knight in service. After all, a knight with a steed is a vastly different entity from one without in the eyes of a patron. As the saying goes, teaching and learning enhance one another. Those who relish the role of a mentor are well aware that in imparting skills to others, their own proficiency is also enriched. After conferring with Harry, Liu Yi resolved to instruct him in the art of forearm combat. The spear is renowned as the king of weapons. A 3-meter-long spear wielded in hand can easily keep 3 to 5 foes at bay. Whether in foot combat or cavalry engagements, it proves to be an exceedingly practical armament. However, after 2 days of instructing Harry, Liu Yi became acutely aware of a dilemma. While the spear is indeed lengthy, what if one encounters an adversary with an even longer spear? An inch longer equates to an inch stronger. The only weapon capable of countering such a spear is one that possesses a greater range, such as a bow or crossbow. Yet, as a Sunwalker, Liu Yi's weapon skills did not encompass bows, crossbows, or firearms. Upon arriving in Westeros, the power of light within him had been sealed, rendering his ranged attack abilities Revenge Shield, Judgment, Holy Strike entirely unusable. This limitation drastically curtailed Liu Yi's tactical options. Should he face a nimble enemy adept at kiting, he would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Furthermore, it must be noted that mastering both mounted and ranged combat is the aspiration of every Eastern youth. If the unseen hand prevents me from wielding the power of light, might I not learn archery on my own? Thus, on the day he visited the blacksmith to fetch armor for Kevin, Liu Yi, with the assistance of the blacksmith, procured a longbow and a score of arrows from an old veteran. Teacher, what do you intend to do with these? Kevin inquired. What do you think? To practice. Of course. My archery skills are lacking. I intend to hone them on the journey to White Harbor. Yet, Kevin cautiously queried, isn't archery a weapon primarily for commoners? Historically, noble knights are not renowned for their prowess with the bow. Oh. And why is that? Liu Yi asked. Because bows and crossbows are weapons wielded by the cowardly. True warriors earn glory through face-to-face combat. Who told you that? My father imparted this wisdom, and my brother echoed the same sentiment. Liu Yi smirked. There is an old saying in my homeland, the accents of people differ from 10 miles away, and their customs change 100 miles distant. The knights of the Five-Finger Peninsula may not excel in archery, but that does not imply the knights of the north or the west lack such skill. Moreover, is face-to-face combat the only path to glory? Consider a scenario where a robber assaults a woman returning home with her child. Though it is face-to-face, is that glorious? Certainly not glorious, Kevin conceded. Now imagine a warrior witnessing this scene, drawing his bow and shooting an arrow through the robber's skull. Is that not glorious? That is not a fair comparison, Kevin countered. I am speaking of 2 warriors of equal prowess engaging in a life or death duel. Then let them shoot arrows at each other. Liu Yi interjected, cutting off Kevin's argument. Enough said. I am practicing for myself. I have not compelled you to join me. If you can master what I am teaching you to a proficient level, that will suffice for your efforts. In my homeland, a competent noble must master 6 skills, archery being one of them. Kevin, perplexed, asked, then how is it that you do not understand archery? Liu Yi wished to say no more, so he fabricated a response. It's because I cannot return home. This sparked Kevin's imagination, leading him to ponder the harshness of Liu Yi's homeland. Given the teacher's extensive knowledge, martial prowess, refined character, and noble disposition, it is astonishing that he was expelled merely for his lack of archery skills. What, then, could be said of the warriors who remained and ascended to positions of power in the region? Thus, an insatiable curiosity and yearning for Liu Yi's homeland took root in Kevin's heart, akin to a seed planted within fertile soil. The spear technique is but one branch of Liu Yi's weapon skills, specifically pertaining to the use of a two-handed polearm. He fondly recalls his first long-handled weapon, the ice-pack spear awarded to him by the guardians of the Outerland Valley during his days as a human warrior, a weapon he wielded for an extended period. After a few days of training under Liu Yi, Harry began to grasp the fundamental differences between wielding a spear on horseback and in foot combat, along with the essential techniques and strategies required during battle. Nevertheless, each time they sparred, he found himself thoroughly outmatched, often suffering defeat even against Kevin. During sleepless nights, he could not help but ponder the purpose of his relentless training at the break of dawn and the fall of dusk. Liu Yi could only respond, "My child, you are still quite young. Persist for a few months, and you shall discern the difference between yourself and an ordinary warrior." Harry felt immense gratitude for Liu Yi's earnest instruction, although he struggled to perceive the gap between himself and others. He clearly recognized the distinction between Liu Yi and his own father, much like the disparity he felt compared to his younger sister, Jenny. This formidable warrior, dedicated solely to fulfilling a promise, imparted his skills with unwavering commitment, stirring a deep sense of appreciation within Harry. In gratitude, he decided to purchase a second-hand cart for Liu Yi as a token of thanks. Liu Yi was delighted, for riding in a cart was decidedly more comfortable than on horseback. To express his appreciation, Liu Yi intensified Harry's training 2 days before their departure. That night, as Harry lay in bed, he found himself unable to sleep, his body feeling as though it had been pieced together anew. Staring at the ceiling, he fervently interrogated himself. What am I truly doing? On the 10th day of Liu Yi's arrival in Redstone Village, Craig's merchant caravan finally completed its preparations and set forth one early morning, stepping into the dawn's gentle light. Chapter 18. Let us rob a caravan for amusement. In the realm of Azeroth, Liu Yi had undertaken numerous escort missions, most of which merely involved accompanying fidgety NPCs on their leisurely strolls, dispatching a few oblivious monsters, and then claiming his rewards. However, one particular quest lingered in his mind, that being love and family in the Plaguelands. In this quest, Liu Yi met the reclusive former paladin, Lord Tyrion Fordring of Heartglen. Upon learning of the noble sacrifices made by the venerable Fordring, he resolved to aid the elder and his son, Theon Fordring, in their reunion. Equipped with a toy warhammer crafted by the hands of the elder Fordring himself, Liu Yi disguised himself and infiltrated the castle hall of Heartglen, where he confronted Theon, now a commander of the Starlit Crusade. He unveiled the true nature of the crusade and the aspirations of his father. Upon seeing the cherished toy from his childhood, Theon had an epiphany and vowed to extricate himself from the decayed organization of the Starlit Crusade to reunite with his father. Thus, Liu Yi accompanied him as they fled the valley, battling through waves of adversaries attempting to thwart their escape. Just as they were about to exit the Heartglen region, Prosecutor Isenian materialized from thin air, delivering a dramatic blow to young Fordring. Although the mission was ultimately deemed successful and Liu Yi received his reward, the haunting image of the elder Fordring kneeling helplessly before his son's lifeless body remained etched in his memory. Even if he had subsequently vanquished the prosecutor or obliterated the Starlit Crusade's stronghold in Northrend, what could be done? The departed could not be reclaimed. To avoid repeating such a lamentable fate in Westeros, Liu Yi, from the very day the caravan set forth, took it upon himself to lead the procession. Fully armed and vigilant, meticulously examining each bridge and woodland they traversed, Craig, the caravan leader, was pleased with Liu Yi's dedication, for every employer appreciates a conscientious employee. Yet, he worried that Liu Yi's prolonged tension might eventually lead to a breaking point, especially since the entire caravan relied on his martial prowess for security. After all, the route from Redstone Village to White Harbor was one he knew well. He could traverse it with his eyes closed, aware of every stone beneath his feet, rendering such anxiety unnecessary. He resolved to seize an opportunity to converse with Liu Yi. On the 5th day after departing Redstone Village, the caravan reached its first scheduled stop. Craig led his crew and the drivers into the village to gather supplies, while Kevin accompanied the guards to procure fresh vegetables, meats, and bread. By nightfall, having completed their tasks, the group reconvened outside the village, gathering around a small campsite formed by the 5 wagons of the caravan, igniting a fire to prepare their evening meal. As the aroma of smoked meat and mushroom stew wafted from the large pot suspended over the flames, Craig approached Liu Yi with a bag of newly brewed rye beer from the village, sitting beside him and offering, "Here, have a drink." Liu Yi looked surprised. "Is it permissible? Aren't we advised against drinking while on the road?" Not at all," Craig replied cheerfully. Craig chuckled, remarking that one cannot indulge in alcohol while on the road, as it could lead to careless mistakes. "But now that we are in the village, we rugged men, deprived of drink for 2 or 3 months, would surely be suffocated by the restraint." Liu Yi, realizing the implication, responded, I see. Since the chief is so insistent, what reservations do I have? He then seized the wine pouch, taking several hearty swigs. The two of them, exchanging banter, consumed 2 rounds of wine alongside mushroom soup and freshly stewed meat. As the atmosphere grew more congenial, Craig inquired, Liu Yi, you have never accompanied a merchant caravan before, have you? After a moment of silence, Liu Yi candidly replied, no, this is my first time serving as a guard for a caravan. Ha ha, I knew it, Craig exclaimed, scooping a chunk of fatty meat from the pot and devouring it. In my youth, I too fought in the ranks. Although I did not achieve any great feats, I gained considerable experience. These past few days, watching you busily scout and bring up the rear, it was clear you were no novice. Yet, despite your spirited demeanor, your old horse seems utterly exhausted. Liu Yi turned to glance at the old creature, now grazing on the grass, and noticed it appeared more haggard than before. Have you mistaken our humble caravan for a military unit marching through enemy territory? Liu Yi felt a touch of embarrassment. Ha ha! Craig took a small sip from the wine pouch. What we do in this trade is decidedly different from military affairs. Departing from Redstone Village, the southern caravan must first pass through Hout City, then veer southward towards White Harbor along the main road. The local lords, upon the caravan's arrival in their territories, will send representatives to join us or entrust their goods to Craig for sale, which he will then exchange for various supplies to bring back. As for what we procure on each return trip, it hinges on the whims of the lords. If a lord enjoys wine, Craig will purchase a barrel of this year's vintage from Highgarden. Should a lady desire to adorn herself and impress her friends with her fashionable taste, Craig will seek out the jewelers in White Harbor for any fresh styles from King's Landing, whether it is distribution or consignment. Rodney sets a profit margin of approximately 2.5% on each transaction, a modest return for such long-distance trade. Although Rodney earns little, his caravan allows the nobles within the Hout domain to escape the exploitation of outside merchants, relieving them from the need to invest in organizing their own caravans and bearing the risks associated with market fluctuations. Thus, Rodney's caravan business is never solely his own. It is organized in his name but encompasses the interests of all the various nobles along the route. Otherwise, given Rodney's humble origins, he would hardly have the standing to be granted 5 villages or to wed a daughter of the Hout family. So, you see, Craig pointed to the 3 flags fluttering from the cart's yoke. The dark brown moose flag signified that the caravan was under the protection of the Hout family. The flag adorned with a blue maple leaf indicated that the enterprise was organized by the Colbert family. The smallest flag, depicting a billfish, represented my brother Rodney as the caravan's overseer. With these 3 banners, the various lords along our route would refrain from imposing tariffs on the caravan, and some would even dispatch escorts to guide us through treacherous areas. Liu Yi inquired, if that is the case, why does your brother still assign 7 guards to the caravan? Craig replied, if we traveled without a single guard, do you believe that the nobles, who today call us brothers, would not turn into bandits under the cover of night and seize our goods, leaving the blame to some random thieves? No matter how many guards we have, can they truly outnumber the private soldiers of these lords? However, should they dare to act in such a manner, if even 1 or 2 guards managed to escape and inform Rodney, trouble would surely find them. Liu Yi nodded, so the primary role of our guards is to serve as a deterrent. Craig agreed, indeed. When faced with common petty thieves, they tend to flee after a robbery, unafraid of retaliation. However, the situation becomes considerably more troublesome when encountering ruthless brigands. At that point, one must be prepared to draw a blade. Under the Stark family's rule, the North had remained relatively stable in recent years. At this juncture, Liu Yi began to comprehend Craig's intentions. He was merely advising him not to overexert himself and to alleviate the pressure on both himself and the other guards. Is it truly unnecessary? Liu Yi pondered. Regardless, Craig was the leader of this caravan, while Liu Yi was merely a guard indeed. A temporary one, hardly a formal member of the caravan. Having been reprimanded for his diligence for the first time in over 20 years, Liu Yi resignedly nodded, all right, I understand. I shall rest well tomorrow. Seeing that Liu Yi grasped his meaning, Craig patted his shoulder, leaving behind more than half of a wine pouch, and departed with a smile. From the following day onward, Liu Yi ceased to rise early. Like everyone else, he tidied up the camp and then settled into the cart gifted by Harry, practicing archery until he grew weary, at which point he would delve into his memories, reflecting on the books he had previously read. He discovered that reclining brought a profound sense of happiness, and he finally had time to engage in pursuits he genuinely desired, such as archery. Practicing archery is not a task to be accomplished in a day, yet Liu Yi remained steadfast in his commitment, whether it was dawn or dusk. As long as they were not on the road, he would retrieve the longbow he had purchased in Redstone Village and shoot at the trees lining the roadside. This longbow, once strong, measured nearly 5 feet in length and was crafted from a single piece of thick wood. The grip had been worn by the previous owner. According to the old soldier's words, had he not been advanced in years, with descendants not suited for such a calling, he would have ensured that this bow was passed down as a family heirloom. Liu Yi possessed little understanding of archery, as his life skills had been concentrated on mining and forging, with no exposure to engineering whatsoever. Nevertheless, he recognized that in the context of medieval productivity, the finest bows were crafted from composite materials such as sinew and horn, rather than fashioned from a single piece of wood. However, in the remote hamlet of Redstone Village, the mere possession of a functional longbow was a stroke of fortune. For now, he would make do with it, if it proved unsatisfactory. He could always procure a better one upon reaching the bustling city. As the hours of practice accumulated, Liu Yi felt as though he could perceive notifications of proficiency levels rising above his head, while the accuracy of his arrows improved significantly. Meanwhile, in the northern woods of House City, a slightly portly youth with dark brown curls was aiming a crossbow at a girl who was fleeing in tears. He gleefully shouted, "Hey, run! Run sideways! Faster!" Upon hearing his taunts, the girl glanced back, only to have a bolt whiz past her ear and embed itself deeply into the earth. The boy, dissatisfied, spat on the ground and bellowed at her. "Why did you look back?" "Ha! Damn it, I told you to keep running." The frail girl, now devoid of energy, sat helplessly on the ground, her gaze vacant as she muttered pleas for mercy. "Please, sir, spare me, I beg you." After relinquishing the crossbow to a bodyguard behind him, the boy, Rams, expressed his boredom to a nearby servant. "Stinky man, she's yours now. Don't harm her back." "I like the skin there." The man, referred to as Stinky Man, queried in confusion, "Rams, aren't you going to join me in the fun?" "How dull." Rams replied with a dismissive pout, for he had no fondness for slender women, as they reminded him too much of his mother. After instructing his guard to bring over a small stool, Rams settled down, sipping from a flask while watching Stinky Man torment the unfortunate girl. He murmured to himself, "Boring, boring, boring. We need to hunt something substantial, otherwise, it lacks excitement." He turned to the guard beside him, proposing, "What if we play the role of noble thieves and rob a merchant caravan?" The guard cautiously responded, "Young Master Rams, the Earl may not take kindly to seeing the caravans under his jurisdiction plundered." "Of course my father wouldn't approve," Rams retorted. "As the rightful ruler of the North, he is ever mindful of his responsibilities to his subjects." His eyes gleamed with mischief. "But what if we merely went hunting? The forest is vast and shadowy. We might accidentally wander into Earl Harris's territory, garnering the locals' welcome and returning with some gifts. I believe Lord Bolton, that old codger, would be quite pleased, wouldn't he? After all, as his only son, I always keep him in my thoughts. What more could he desire?" The guard assented, "Indeed. Anyone would be delighted to have such a thoughtful son as you." Rams lifted his head, casting a sidelong glance at him, and inquired, "Did you hear what I just said? You mentioned robbing a caravan, and what else?" Rams pressed further. "Additionally," the guard, perplexed, responded, "Right. You said you would bring back gifts for the Count." Rams nodded, rising to his feet and approaching the scoundrel, making a slashing motion across his throat towards another guard. Hearing the sound of blood gushing from a throat behind him, Rams did not turn, instead focusing on the scoundrel attending to the frail girl, asking, "Scoundrel, shall we proceed with the robbery of the caravan?" The scoundrel wiggled his hips, thrusting a few times, then pulled up his trousers and stood, inquiring, "Where to?" "To the south." The scoundrel picked up a piece of still-dripping human skin from the ground, stashing it in his cloak, and replied, "Let us go." Rams then approached his steed tied to a tree, mounted swiftly, and commanded, "All right, lads, follow me. We are about to embark on a grand venture." Moments later, the sound of hoofs echoed as Rams and his 9 companions galloped away, leaving behind in the silent forest the lifeless bodies of a man and a woman sprawled in a pool of blood, silently recounting the tragedy that had once unfolded here. Chapter 9. Run, you scoundrel! Redstone Village lies close to the eastern coast of the northern boundary, with Woodhaven City nestled against the swift-flowing Blade River that bisects the heart of the north. The distance from Redstone Village to Woodhaven City accounts for 2/3 of the entire journey. After a month of halting progress, the caravan finally entered the domain of Count Harris Woodhaven. The mere thought of being able to indulge in the pleasures of the brothels at the market outside Woodhaven City in 2 days made Craig's younger brother unable to suppress his excitement. Should he seek out Boya or Sophia? Boya had a splendid figure, but she was rather demanding. Certain special experiences required a hefty price. Sophia, on the other hand, possessed a cooler demeanor, yet she never shunned his ample girth and was particularly eager to engage, allowing Craig to recapture the sensations of his youth. Regrettably, their time in Woodhaven City was too brief, otherwise, it would be delightful to summon both of them together. As he pondered how to balance his work and pleasures, a crossbow bolt, accompanied by a sharp whistle, cleaved through the air, embedding itself into the cargo board behind him. Craig's mind went blank, stunned for a moment. Before he rolled off the wagon and, maneuvering his corpulent frame, sought refuge beneath the cart, shouting, "Enemy attack! Quick, defend yourselves!" In the distance, Rams, disdainful, slammed the unwieldy crossbow he had been holding onto the ground, cursing its ineffectiveness. "You lads, advance!" His 2 crossbowmen, already aimed at the mounted guards flanking the caravan, received the command and released their bolts. Perhaps due to an extended period of peace or perhaps because Craig, serving as both the caravan leader and captain of the guards, had evaded so deftly, the guards failed to react to Craig's warning, one after another tumbling from their horses. By the time the remaining guards and drivers finally grasped their weapons to retaliate, 7 or 8 bandits clad in black cloaks, their garments adorned with chainmail, surged forth from the shadowy depths of the forest, brandishing long swords. In mere moments, 2 more caravan members fell. Rams did not engage in the fray, instead. He observed from a distance, a cruel smile blossoming on his face as he murmured to himself, "Yes, just like that. First, we strike from afar with crossbows. Then charge into close combat, devouring the enemy's vanguard, driving them back, disrupting their formation, and then, amidst the ensuing chaos, completely annihilate them." Just as Rams reveled in the success of his stratagem, a thunderous roar erupted from the rear of the caravan, throat. An arrow sliced through the air, striking a hidden crossbowman behind a tree on the left side of the caravan, who let out a wretched cry, clutching his right chest as he collapsed to the ground. In that moment, both friend and foe were momentarily still, their gazes drawn towards the source of the roar. A towering figure clad in brass armor stood atop the last wagon, drawing a bow to shoot. Having grown accustomed to the languid life of a guard, Liu Yi had taken to lounging in the cargo area of the wagon, toying with his fishbone longbow, leaving the task of driving the wagon entirely to Kevin. Upon hearing Craig's warning, he hastily seized the breastplate at hand and donned it, scarcely fastening it before raising his bow to eliminate the foremost crossbowman, the most formidable threat to him from afar. As the first crossbowman fell, he immediately bellowed at the second, aiming for the forehead. The second crossbowman, named Peril, hailed from the same village as Rams. With the resounding shout of that valiant warrior, the second arrow whizzed past his ear, embedding itself into the ground with a thud. Observing the trembling fletching on the ground, a chill coursed down Peril's spine. Yet, before he could savor his stroke of fortune, an immense force yanked at his arm, pulling him to the ground. The sharp pain in his arm revealed to him that an arrow had pierced his upper arm, pinning him firmly against a tree trunk. Liu Yi scrutinized the battlefield. There were no remaining archers capable of action, prompting him to turn back to assist his companions in the merchant caravan. However, at that moment, the black-clad bandits had already become embroiled in combat with the merchants. Liu Yi, a novice in ranged combat, hesitated to gamble with his comrades' lives based on his accuracy. Casting aside his longbow and seizing the sea serpent strike to plunge into the fray, the bandits had chosen their ambush site astutely. The path was narrow and muddy from recent rains, rendering cavalry charges ineffective. Thus, Liu Yi opted to engage on foot. Even so, the black-clad marauders found themselves utterly defenseless against the weight of Liu Yi's blade. One stroke decapitated, another cleaved down the middle, and yet another shattered life with a single sweep. With Liu Yi's vigorous presence, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. As the black-clad assailants began to parry while seeking an escape, Rams instructed the scoundrel to retrieve the powerful crossbow he had cast aside. He cocked it and loosed a silver bolt toward Liu Yi. At that moment, Liu Yi, having just slain an adversary, felt a sudden shove from behind, followed by a metallic clang. Looking down, he discovered a crossbow bolt at his feet, its tip twisted. Were there still archers lurking? Liu Yi furrowed his brow and looked toward the source of the shout. Spotting a youth clad in black silk who had turned his horse and was fleeing into the depths of the forest, shouting, "Scoundrel, run!" The remaining black-clad fighters, witnessing their leader abandon them without a glance, instantly lost their will to fight. The more astute among them hastily discarded their weapons and knelt in surrender. while the less clever attempted to flee alongside their master, only to be caught and slain by the guards they had been battling for some time. Once the outcome was clear, Craig finally emerged from beneath the wagon chassis, finding only 4 black-clad men still capable of speech. Boss, Martin and Johnny are dead. Carl is gravely injured but still clinging to life, though not for long. The others bear various wounds. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Craig's expression darkened with the gravity of the situation. Following the conclusion of the battle, Craig swiftly organized his men to tend to the wounded and capture prisoners. Yet some brothers had not survived. Following this recent onslaught, we have suffered significant losses, and heaven knows if we can complete this trade route. Seething with anger, Craig confronted the captives, demanding to know from whence they came and who instructed them to rob him. Without waiting for a response, he unleashed his fury, kicking repeatedly at the captives' midsections, exclaiming, "Let us see you keep your mouth shut." After several strikes, the first captive crumpled to the ground like a boiled shrimp, doubling over and spitting blood. The second captive watched in horror, trembling slightly. As Craig approached him, he nervously stammered, "Please, my lord. I will tell you anything you wish to know." "Keep your mouth shut," Craig interrupted, kicking him again. The unfortunate captive, attempting to evade, inadvertently received a blow to the jaw from Craig's foot, his head snapping at an unnatural angle as life fled from him. The third captive, witnessing this brutality, collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and wailing, "I beg you, I will tell you everything. We come from the north, my leader is the bastard Rams." "Silence!" The crossbowman, whose arm was pinned to a tree trunk, was not bound but rather left in place, blood seeping from his wound and soaking the earth beneath him. Craig barked, "Do you wish for your family to perish alongside you?" "Rams? Which Rams are you referring to? It cannot be the Rams I am thinking of." Upon hearing the name escape the captive's lips, Craig felt as if he had been plunged into a snowdrift, suddenly composed. "The Riddler can perish." Standing by, Liu Yi inquired with confusion, "What, is this man well known?" "It is not merely a matter of fame," Craig replied despondently, sinking to the ground. "He is of a particularly nefarious nature." Craig elaborated, "Ram Snow, the illegitimate son of Count Luce Bolton, and his only surviving offspring. Bloodthirsty, cruel, perverse, he is nothing short of a monster. Though he has been back in Luce Bolton's home for less than 2 years, his infamy has spread throughout the north. Their territory lies just north of our trade route. The sole heir of a noble house, leading men to cross borders and assault other caravans." Liu Yi instinctively sensed that this was no mere act of brigandage. Perhaps it heralded the onset of an all-out war between 2 families. The intricacies of this matter must be unraveled, for he did not wish to be unwittingly ensnared in the conflict between the Boltons and the Howards. Frowning, Liu Yi crouched beside the crossbowman, asking, "Why did you attack our convoy? Who was the one that escaped?" The crossbowman cast a disdainful glance at Liu Yi, yet having witnessed his combat prowess, he dared not display his contempt, silently averting his gaze and remaining mute. "Do you believe that by keeping silent, you can safeguard your master's secrets, even in death? Do you think your master will treat the surviving family members kindly?" Liu Yi scoffed. "However, it appears that your master is not a magnanimous man who cares for his subordinates. You have already been captured. Do you think he will trust you to keep your lips sealed? Without your protection, can you fathom the fate that awaits your families at the hands of Ramsay Snow?" In truth, Liu Yi was unaware of what the infamous Ramsay might do to the families of these warriors. His intention was merely to sow discord and provoke the captive, to plant a seed of doubt regarding the relationship between him and his master. Even if it only served to prick their hearts, it might facilitate a smoother interrogation later on. However, he clearly underestimated Ramsay's fearsome reputation in the eyes of the onlookers. While Liu Yi was unfamiliar with Ramsay, these cloaked warriors were well acquainted with him, a ruthless, amoral fiend devoid of any moral restraint. The thought of their malevolent little lord's favorite games, and memories of their sisters and wives, caused the crossbowman to tremble involuntarily. He swallowed hard and pleaded, "If I tell you everything, will you spare my life?" Liu Yi remained silent, instead directing his gaze towards Craig. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Craig replied, "Very well. If you divulge all that you know, I will allow you to live." Thus, the black-clad crossbowman eagerly recounted how Ramsay had impulsively orchestrated his plans, how he operated under the cover of night, selected suitable locations for his attacks, and arranged his troops meticulously. Upon hearing this, Liu Yi experienced a peculiar sensation. This was not merely a robbery of a merchant convoy, but rather Ramsay was honing his military command skills through such acts. Craig concurred with Liu Yi's assessment, noting that Ramsay Snow delighted in treating the living as mere playthings. He had previously heard tales of Ramsay's penchant for throwing women into the woods to be hunted as prey. It was hardly surprising that he would now regard them as a larger quarry. Yet, he had not anticipated that this time he would not only fail to consume his prey but would also shatter his own teeth in the process. What are your plans moving forward? Will you report to Rodney? Or perhaps inform Count Horwood and request retribution? Craig shook his head gravely, affirming that he must indeed inform Rodney. We have a base outside Horwood, and we have enlisted the help of a local scholar to keep a raven for communication with Redstone Village. I cannot speak on behalf of the Lord, but once we reach Horwood, I will pen a letter to Rodney to gauge his thoughts. However, I suspect that Lord Harris will not be particularly responsive to the influential. Our lives hold no more value than the hunting dogs they keep in their homes. He would not trouble himself over our fates to confront the Bolton family. Louis nodded heavily, acknowledging the harsh reality that life was devalued in this world. Back on Earth, his most gruesome act had been to swat a mosquito feeding on him. Yet, upon arriving on this continent, the number of lives he had taken far exceeded that which could be counted on his fingers and toes. After pulling the crossbowman Peril down from the trunk, Craig commanded his men to eliminate the other captives. Following Peril's instructions, they subsequently located the horses tethered deep within the forest, though they could only find 7. It remained uncertain whether the others had fled or had been taken away by the already escaped Ramsay. Nonetheless, this small windfall slightly uplifted the spirits of those who remained alive. The journey from the ambush site to Horwood City was originally a mere 2 days' distance. However, after the harrowing battle, Craig dared not linger any longer and pressed on with unwavering determination. Remarkably, he reached the marketplace outside Horwood City within a single day, accompanied by his last remaining companion. Craig busied himself at the marketplace, engaging in trade and coordinating with the owner, scarcely pausing for breath. Meanwhile, the other guards, burdened with the injured, sought medical assistance and endeavored to recruit additional manpower. The responsibility of guarding the camp fell solely upon Liu Yi and his apprentice, who had initially hoped to explore the world outside but found themselves confined to the camp, indulging in marksmanship and archery. After 5 days at the outskirts of Horwood City, Craig finally received a response from Redstone Village and requested an audience with Count Harris. He presented gifts and prisoners. As anticipated, Count Harris executed the black-clad crossbowman, Peril, and, citing insufficient evidence, refused to acknowledge that the attack had been instigated by the illegitimate son of the Earl of Bolton, perhaps to placate the sentiments of the caravan members. The Horwood family offered slightly more favorable prices for the goods this time, with the excess profits serving as a form of compensation for the caravan. Craig had little to say in response. After all, he was at the mercy of others for his livelihood. What right had he to bare his teeth at his master? Thus, after completing their resupply and welcoming a few newcomers, the caravan set forth once more, embarking on their journey towards White Harbor. Chapter 20. Arrival at Whiteport. After enduring an ambush, Craig became significantly more cautious. He not only stationed 2 men on horseback to scout the roads ahead but also required the guards remaining by the caravan to don their armor and keep their weapons within reach, ensuring readiness for combat at a moment's notice. He even left an individual stationed 100 meters behind the entire convoy, prepared to flee and deliver news if necessary. In Craig's words, should the illegitimate son of House Bolton become incensed and dispatch a formidable army that even Sir Liu could not contend with, at the very least, Rodney ought to be informed of our demise. Such solemn declarations weighed heavily on Liu's spirits. For several consecutive days, he remained fully armed within his carriage, poised to spring forth and startle any adversary. After all, no one could guarantee that Craig's fears would not materialize. As days passed, whether due to the cessation of misfortune or some other reason, the journey proceeded smoothly without further incidents. The caravan advanced southward along the banks of the White Blade River, and upon entering the dominion of the Mandler family, Liu observed a marked increase in the population density. The thoroughfare beneath their feet had transformed into a solid and expansive road, clearly constructed with considerable expense. Pedestrians bustled to and fro, and even squads of armored soldiers patrolled the streets. From the male mermaids depicted on their cloaks, it was evident that they were all retainers of House Mandler. In contrast to the traditional land rent income of House Horwood, the Mandlers were far more attentive to the maintenance of trade routes. Consequently, the caravan's members could finally relax their tense spirits after several days of anxiety, provided that House Bolton had no intentions of inciting another rebellion in the north. They would not dare attack the caravan in such an environment. As the White Blade River widened before them, the beleaguered caravan finally arrived at a thriving small town. Craig informed Liu that they would spend another night here, and by the following morning, they would reach Whiteport. The Mandor family, who governed Whiteport, had relocated from the Riverbend region to the north over a millennium ago, where they were accepted by the reigning king of the north and granted the military stronghold Wolf's Den, along with surrounding lands at the mouth of the Whiteblade River as their fief. The Whiteblade River originated from the isolated mountains near the wall in the northernmost reaches of the north, traversing the entire expanse from north to south, leading directly to Bite Bay and flowing into the sea at Whiteport. Before the Mandor family was bestowed with this land, countless families had ruled here. Yet none managed to establish a lasting presence. Their fortresses ultimately succumbed to the onslaughts of pirates, slave traders, and knights from the Vale, becoming a bridgehead for external forces to besiege the north. It was only after the Mandor family settled in Wolf's Den that, leveraging their wealth, they succeeded in establishing a new city, Whiteport, outside of Wolf's Den. The Whiteblade River transformed from a wound piercing the heart of the north into a vital conduit for wealth and resources. And over the course of more than 1,000 years, Whiteport gradually evolved into the fifth largest port in all of Westeros. Throughout their stewardship of Whiteport, the Mandor family amassed a tremendous fortune, along with military might commensurate to their wealth. Out of gratitude towards the Stark family, the Mandor family has remained one of the most loyal vassals of the king in the north for millennia. This allegiance has brought enduring peace to White Harbor, a foundation upon which the trade city thrives. With a gentle creak, the carriage came to a gradual halt. Kevin turned his head and called out to the compartment, "Teacher, we have arrived." "Arrived? Where have we arrived?" Liu Yi leaned over the cargo compartment's railing, raising his head to behold a towering white wall standing before him, with the vast ocean and a myriad of ships dotting the surface in the distance. "White Harbor," Kevin replied, "our destination." "Ah, White Harbor, indeed a fitting name. Yet, seeing the city walls indicates we are still outside the gates. Why have we stopped here?" Liu Yi queried, puzzled. "We are waiting in line to enter the city. There is a group ahead of us. We shall proceed once they are through. Then please call me once we are inside," he said, preparing to recline. "However, Mr. Craig interjected, "in a moment, the sentinels will inspect our personnel and goods, and the process may be somewhat rough." Upon hearing this, Liu Yi recalled scenes from old films he had watched, where careless guards thrust their blades into haystacks behind carts. Hesitating briefly, he reluctantly settled down beside Kevin. "Kevin, how much do we have left?" "Let me see," Kevin mused, tilting his head in thought. "We have 4 gold dragons, 62 silver stacks, and a heap of copper stars." Once their master-student relationship was established, there were no more barriers between Liu Yi and Kevin. Trusting his student and wishing to avoid complications, Kevin was assigned the task of managing their finances. However, he was only responsible for the earnings from their joint endeavors, considered as public funds. The money brought from Azeroth remained Liu Yi's private account. Outside of Hallwood, Craig utilized his connections to convert the seized 7 horses and the weaponry left by the rogue brigands into a total of 15 gold dragons. Based on contributions made during the skirmish, Craig allocated 4 gold dragons to Liu Yi, while the remaining 11 were evenly distributed among the members of the caravan. Though each person received merely a single gold dragon, for an ordinary household, a gleaming gold dragon could sustain them for over half a year. Especially since they had also preserved their lives, thus no one complained that Liu Yi received too much while they received too little. Even for Liu Yi, 4 gold dragons represented a considerable sum. During their travels with the caravan, driven by curiosity and concern over the cleanliness of food, Liu Yi often took it upon himself to accompany Kevin in procuring supplies from the villages along their route. Through repeated bargaining, he learned that in most parts of Westeros, 5 copper pennies could be exchanged for a pint of ale or a roasted sausage. By earthly standards, a bottle of well-brewed beer sells for 7 coins, while a pure meat sausage costs around 5. A golden dragon can be exchanged for 210 silver deer, and a silver deer can be traded for 56 copper coins. Thus, 1 golden dragon equates to a remarkable 11,760 copper coins. If we consider beer or grilled sausages as the fundamental units of exchange, 4 golden dragons are approximately equivalent to over 60,000 renminbi, which is certainly no trifling sum. Hence, throughout this journey, Liu Yi's lavish indulgence has only cost him about 30 or 40 silver deer. Generally speaking, due to the thriving commerce, the prices in large cities tend to be lower than those in remote villages, aside from food. If one could leisurely explore White Harbor and procure some goods, it would prove to be exceptionally cost-effective. As he contemplated how to spend this sum, the caravan gradually moved forward, and in the blink of an eye, it was their turn to enter the city. A young soldier clad in chainmail and a uniform inquired about their names. Briefly inspected the cargo in the wagon to ensure the city tax had been paid, and then allowed them to pass. This process was far more civilized than Liu Yi had anticipated, or perhaps the definition of civility differed between him and the locals. Once through the city gates, the convoy proceeded slowly along the cobblestone road, ultimately halting in a densely packed warehouse district. This area had been specifically designated within White Harbor as outer port for merchants to store their goods. Once merchants agreed on prices and finalized contracts, they directly conducted transactions within the warehouses before shipping the goods away. Due to the caravan schedule, they arrived at the warehouse district before noon. The laborers, waiting idly against the wall, began unloading various goods from the wagons under the direction of the caravan's crew, including the wagon Liu Yi and Kevin occupied. Liu Yi and Kevin leaped from the wagon, standing by the roadside with their belongings. The task of directing the workers was handled by a young assistant. Craig approached Liu Yi, extending his hand for a shake. "My dear sir, we owe you a great deal on this journey. Without you, none of us would have seen the walls of White Harbor again." "No," Liu Yi replied, "it was my duty." "How long do you intend to stay in White Harbor?" "Not for long," Craig responded. "The cargo on the wagon already has its buyers confirmed from the outset. We merely need to deliver it to the warehouse and complete the transaction. According to plan, we shall depart back in 3 days at dawn." Craig hesitated momentarily before asking, "And what about you? Are you certain you want to return with us?" Liu Yi shook his head. "We plan to find a ship to King's Landing. I have heard there are more opportunities there." In truth, Craig had been aware of Liu Yi's intentions from the beginning. So receiving this confirmation from Liu Yi did not evoke much regret. Aside from old Ollie and Johnny, who will remain here to guard the goods, the rest of us will stay at an inn nearby, known as the Night at the Harbor. We always stay there whenever we come. If you can't find a suitable tavern, feel free to join us. However, if you wish to immerse yourself in the charm of White Harbor, please do not feel obliged." Craig winked at him, wearing a mischievous expression. Liu Yi chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Very well. If the opportunity arises, I shall come to experience it." Liu Yi certainly understood the implications of Craig's words. In this era, transporting goods and serving as sailors are perilous endeavors, where one must remain vigilant to earn a living. Along the journey, one not only has to devise strategies to contend with various powerful factions, but also to guard against fellow travelers who might disguise themselves and abscond with both person and cargo. The pressure of such work is indeed immense. Thus, upon reaching a safe town, the members of the caravan or the sailors aboard ship would seek ways to indulge in relaxation. For major trading cities, this presents a lucrative business opportunity, promising substantial income. Moreover, White Harbor, being a significant port, sees a continuous influx of merchants from all corners, with various related industries flourishing vigorously. However, Liu Yi harbored no interest in such pursuits. He would rather not. Liu Yi had little faith that the service workers of Westeros would implement commendable protective measures. The risk of contracting some strange illness was ever present, and the Sunwalker could easily meet an untimely demise. Given that Liu Yi's agreement with Rodney was solely to escort the caravan to White Harbor, he bore no responsibility for the safety of the caravan during the unloading of goods. Thus, Craig did not insist on his company, bidding him a solemn farewell, wishing him a smooth journey and a bright future. Liu Yi once again shook Craig's hand firmly, reciprocating the well wishes for prosperous business and flourishing descendants. Soon after, Liu Yi departed with Kevin. White Harbor is divided into 2 sections: the Inner Harbor, which serves as a military port housing the Manderly family's warships, and the Outer Harbor, which is open to merchant vessels and civilians alike, bustling with activity. Various tiers of inns are scattered throughout the streets of the Outer Harbor, catering to all preferences. Kevin had previously accompanied his uncle Thomas to White Harbor and had spent some time there. During that period, they resided at a quaint inn named the White Salmon, located near Fish King Square in the Outer Harbor. Despite its name, the establishment had little to do with salmon, save for the fish ship sign at the entrance, which left Liu Yi lamenting his missed opportunity to enjoy salmon sashimi. With a hint of desperation, Liu Yi inquired, "Is there truly no salmon here?" The innkeeper, a middle-aged man sporting a bushy beard, a bald head, and a sizable belly, looked at him as if he were a fool. "I chose this name merely for good fortune," he replied. "We are but a humble establishment and do not offer such fine seafood. If you wish for salmon, you must venture into the inner city and see if any of the noble gentlemen have leftovers at their favored establishments." "Very well, then. Just give me a room with 2 beds," Liu Yi said. 2 silver stacks per night, including breakfast and dinner. The innkeeper retrieved a copper key from the drawer at the front desk. How many days will you be staying? Is it truly that expensive? Kevin expressed surprise at the quoted price, having previously relied on his Uncle Thomas to cover the costs during his last visit. He had only found the accommodations comfortable, which had prompted him to bring Liu Yi along. To discover that a single night at this inn would cost 2 silver stacks was quite a shock. The innkeeper curled his lip, asserting that Bai Gan is no backwater town. With 2 silver bucks, you can enjoy a clean and safe lodging, with delectable meals to satisfy your appetite. What more could you possibly desire? Liu Yi patted Kevin on the shoulder, halting his protest. As long as the value is commensurate. Let us stay for 10 days. Is payment required daily? Well, if you pay a day in advance, the room will be yours. If payment is not made, I shall remove your belongings from the room and rent it to someone else after cleaning. Reluctantly, Kevin fished out 2 silver bucks from his coin pouch and handed them to the innkeeper. In exchange for the room key, the two ascended to the 3rd floor of the inn and opened the door to their room. Upon entering, Liu Yi inspected the bedding and cleanliness. Realizing that the 2 silver bucks indeed held their worth. The sheets were made of grey linen, layered over woolen felt, and the blankets were woven from wool. Far superior to the accommodations at the small tavern in Luoshire village. After piling their luggage in the corner, Liu Yi opened the window of the inn, revealing the vast sea beyond. The salty sea breeze enveloped him, the slightly fishy air invigorating his senses. Kevin, shall we go for a stroll? Chapter 21. The fair. Shall we take a stroll? Did you not mention, teacher, that we were to head to King's Landing? Indeed. We shall eventually make our way to King's Landing. However, this does not preclude us from a leisurely excursion, does it? Kevin shook his head. Teacher, let us first seek out a vessel. Once we have secured our means of departure, we may indulge in our exploration at our leisure. Liu Yi pondered this and conceded. For in this era, there existed no ships exclusively for passenger transport. To embark on a nautical journey, one must either pay a hefty sum to charter an entire ship or rent a cramped cabin on a congested cargo vessel. Unlike Earth, where one could simply find a ticket counter and exchange a modest sum for a passage to their destination, such conveniences had yet to materialize here. Should they delay their search for a ship until after their wanderings, their journey south could be indefinitely postponed. Thus, it was prudent to heed Kevin's advice and first seek a ship bound for King's Landing. The master and apprentice stowed their belongings in their quarters, secured the door with a lock, and set out with their coin purses and short swords for protection, making their way towards the port. The distance from the White Salmon to the outer harbor was not great, merely a half-hour's walk. As they traversed the street, a myriad of shops unfolded before them. From clothing stores to pastry shops, overwhelming Liu Yi with their abundance. Despite not being a local and unable to distinguish the regional styles from the imported trends, Liu Yi could easily deduce that this street boasted the majority of goods available in Westeros. Navigating through the marketplace, the duo soon arrived at the dock where the cargo ships were moored. Several merchant vessels lay anchored in an orderly fashion, their immense wooden hulls gleaming a warm golden hue under the sun. Above, seagulls circled gracefully in the air. Before Liu Yi's eyes, a massive ship, towering 3 stories high, was gently guided into the last available berth by a tugboat. As the grand vessel approached, dock workers took hold of thick ropes, deftly securing them around the mooring posts with several loops and a final sturdy knot. The vessels bore inscriptions on their sides, which Liu Yi surmised were their names. Yet he found himself unable to read a single one. Despite having devoured countless tomes on Earth, Liu Yi had become illiterate in this unfamiliar realm. Fortunately, Kevin could still recognize some characters. He inquired about each ship in turn, returning shortly to report, Teacher, there are many cargo ships bound for King's Landing. The nearest one departs the day after tomorrow, but the captain is not aboard. To negotiate, we must visit the Mermaid Tavern to find him. For 20 copper coins. A sailor will escort us there. A sailor, clad in a loose-fitting shirt, leaned against a nearby wall, gesturing towards Liu Yi with his thumb and forefinger. Liu Yi nodded in acknowledgement and replied, Very well, let us proceed. The Mermaid Tavern was situated in the marketplace they had just traversed. Its sign adorned with the image of a mermaid. Aside from the differing gender, its design bore a striking resemblance to the sigil of House Mandrell. Liu Yi found it difficult to believe that this establishment had no stake in the Mandrell family. Inside the tavern, Liu Yi encountered the captain of the Lady Diana. A lean yet affable middle-aged man, seated in a dim corner, quietly sipping a glass of wine. The guiding sailor leaned in and whispered a few words, prompting the middle-aged man to inquire, Are you bound for King's Landing? Liu Yi nodded affirmatively, stating, yes, 2 individuals and 3 horses. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, responding, my vessel is already laden with cargo. I can accommodate 2 people, but I cannot take on horses. Liu Yi was reluctant to abandon the old fellow who had journeyed alongside the caravan from Redstone Village, enduring hardships and displaying unwavering diligence. Thus, he asked, is there any way around this? The middle-aged man tapped his fingers lightly on the table, contemplating for a moment. If you insist on bringing the horses, I shall need to charge you an additional 3 gold dragons. You see, a horse occupies considerable space. I would have to discard some cargo to make room. Reasonable enough. Liu Yi replied, please provide a total price. The middle-aged man extended 3 fingers, declaring, 1 gold dragon for each of you, and 2 gold dragons for the 3 horses. That cannot be right, Kevin interjected. When I previously crossed the narrow sea to the free cities of Essos, it was merely 1 gold dragon per person. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, but you also wish to transport horses, do you not? Let us settle for a discount of 20%. But you must pay me half up front. Otherwise, if I organize my cargo and create space, only for you not to board, it would cause me considerable trouble. Liu Yi fixed his gaze intently upon the middle-aged man, who met his stare without flinching. After several breaths, the man relented, very well, pay me 30% up front, otherwise, I truly have no choice. At this, Liu Yi smiled, extending his right hand, then it is settled. The middle-aged man reciprocated the gesture with a smile, indeed. The reputation of the Lady Diana has always been impeccable. Upon seeing the deal concluded, Kevin reached for his coin pouch, only to feel a gentle kick at his foot, leading him to promptly change his motion to a scratch. Sure enough, he soon heard his mentor say, however, this indeed exceeds our budget slightly. We do not have that much money on us. He inquired, will you still be here? I can return to my lodgings to fetch the funds. The middle-aged man pondered and asked, how much do you have on you? Whatever you possess, please give it to me now, time is of the essence. And I can begin preparations immediately. Liu Yi surveyed the surroundings, noting no unusual activity and observing that no one was guarding the tavern's entrance. He smiled, no worries. As agreed, I shall not shortchange you a single copper piece. Just wait here and do not leave. We will return promptly with the money. With that, Liu Yi disregarded any further words from the middle-aged man, stood, and departed the tavern. Once back on the street, Kevin asked, Master, do you suspect that man? Liu Yi patted Kevin's head, indeed, there is something amiss. He never introduced himself. Merely stating he is the captain of the Lady Diana, he readily agreed to our request for transporting horses and demanded a substantial upfront payment without establishing a time or place for our next meeting. Although he certainly appears to be a seasoned sailor, in business, reputation is paramount. In his desperation to cover the shipping costs for a few horses, he was even willing to part with some of his cargo. How can I possibly believe that once he receives the payment, he will not abscond? Such a swindler is not worthy of even a single coin from me. Is he truly a fraud? Kevin, perplexed, turned to glance at the tavern's entrance. Just in time to see the sailor, who had long since departed, sneaking back inside. Anger surged within him. He resolved to reclaim the 20 copper coins. However, Liu Yi, wishing to avoid trouble, reminded him that this was not the wilderness where one could easily dispose of a body should violence ensue. He held Kevin back, suggesting they consider the 20 copper coins merely as a lesson learned. Upon returning to the dock, Kevin was much more cautious, seeking out the person in charge aboard the cargo ship. However, after inquiring for some time, he found that upon mentioning their intention to transport horses, the captain either outright refused or suggested they sell the horses on the spot. There were even those willing to assist in finding buyers, charging a mere 10% commission on the sale. Liu Yi was, of course, unwilling to entertain such notions. Thus, the two lingered at the harbor for the entire afternoon, until the golden hues of sunset graced the sea. They finally decided to have dinner, leaving the remaining matters for the morrow. Kevin, let us indulge in seafood tonight. The improvised dinner, does it not? We can always enjoy another meal. Can you not manage it? It has been quite a while since we savored fresh sea fish. During their time in the wilderness, they had feasted on seafood daily, yet their minds often drifted to roasted tenderloin, braised pork, or pan-seared steak. After 2 months of inland red meat, he began to yearn for the taste of boiled prawns. I am aware that there is a fish market in the outer harbor, abundant with seafood. As a son of the sea, Kevin could not help but swallow hard at the thought. However, I have never been there. It may take some time to find. Fear not, Consider it a leisurely stroll. The fish market of White Harbor lies between Seal Gate and the outer harbor, named for the seal rock that guards the waterway leading to the harbor. This location is the closest open space to the fishing boats, where fishermen and fish traders are eager to sell their catches, gradually evolving into a renowned seafood market. The city's affluent patrons favor certain types of fish, which are delivered directly to the kitchens of castles or grand estates. The remaining stock, either inferior in appearance or variety, is sent to the market by fishermen, displayed on wooden tables or straw mats for diners to select from at their leisure. In addition to the stationary vendors offering fresh ingredients, there were numerous peddlers pushing carts, selling inexpensive prepared seafood delicacies. Kevin, this grilled squid is delightful. Master, I recommend trying this grilled fish. It is a traditional recipe from my hometown. Oh, this skewered shrimp. This skewered shrimp. Ah! Before Liu Yi and Kevin could enter the fish market, they found themselves enchanted by the array of delectable snacks from the carts outside. It was a battle rivaling that of the duel at the bridge village. Just as victory seemed within reach, Kevin succumbed, clutching his round belly and groaning, "I can't take any more, master. I am utterly stuffed." Liu Yi admonished him sternly. Persevere. A formidable warrior's greatest asset is his capacity for sustenance. Do not allow yourself to falter. However, the squid skewer he held had yet to be finished, with the remaining half of its body as tentacles twitching, refusing to find their way to his mouth. Initially, he believed his appetite to be rather modest. Yet upon catching a whiff of a familiar garlicky aroma, he found himself irresistibly drawn towards it. Was that garlic oysters? Approaching a small stall, Liu Yi beheld a wooden cart adorned with a shallow clay grill crafted from yellow mud, filled with glowing charcoal interspersed with stones. The oysters, embellished with fine garlic paste, lay openly, alluringly nestled upon the stones, exuding an irresistible scent. A young vendor stood beside the cart, fanning the coals with a thin wooden board. Liu Yi inquired, "Young man, how much for one of these oysters?" The lad appeared younger than Kevin, perhaps just over 10, yet his gaze held an astuteness beyond his years. He glanced up at the patron clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and grey tapered trousers, offering a sincere smile. 5 copper coins each, sir. 5 copper coins. That would allow me to purchase a mug of ale. Sir, you must not have bought your ale in Whiteport. Even the tavern called Lazy Eel, adjacent to Fish King Square, charges 13 copper coins for a mug. The women there are the oldest in Whiteport, and the quality of the ale is the worst. Ah, lad, you haven't even sprouted all your hairs yet you seem quite knowledgeable. I'm merely offering you a kind reminder to prevent you from regretting it later. I appreciate your foresight. All right, I shall take 10. Kevin, pay him. Kevin retrieved a silver deal from his pouch and handed it to the young vendor. The vendor pinched the silver coin between his fingers, gazing at it with delight before saying, "Dear sir, I do not have copper coins to return to you. Perhaps you could spare another." "Very well, one more or less makes no difference." As he spoke, the vendor produced 2 large leaves from beneath the cart, placing the steaming oysters upon them, folding the leaves to cover them, and then handed them to Liu Yi. "Thank you, kind sir. Wishing you good health." Liu Yi accepted the wrapped oysters, consuming them as he walked away from the stall. "Master, these oysters are not worth the price. I am aware. But that boy is younger than you, running this stall alone without resorting to thievery or begging. It's quite commendable." Kevin merely felt pity for Liu Yi's expenditure. But since Liu Yi himself did not mind, he held no objections. After meandering through the fish market and indulging in a hearty meal, the master and apprentice made their way home. As they passed the oyster stall once more, Liu Yi observed 2 disheveled adults covered in tattoos conversing with the young vendor. Initially thinking they were acquaintances, the brief exchange soured, and without warning, one of the adults kicked the cart, sending charcoal tumbling to the ground. The vendor clenched his fists and charged at the nearest man, only to be knocked to the ground, subjected to a flurry of punches and kicks. Had he been a stranger, Liu Yi would have likely sighed and walked away, but this child had exchanged a few words with him. Thus, Liu Yi approached, pushing aside the 2 adults, inquiring about the commotion. "What is the meaning of this? Why are you resorting to violence?" Liu Yi, tall and imposing, with a fierce demeanor and a sword at his waist, was indeed quite intimidating at first glance. The 2 ruffians, upon noticing his presence, hesitated to continue. The more rotund of the 2 snarled, "Outsider, this is White Harbor. Those who wish to survive here know one thing. Do you know what that is?" With an understanding nod, Liu Yi replied, "What is it?" "Mind your own business. Begone." With that, the thug shoved Liu Yi in the chest. Liu Yi deftly seized his wrist and turned to the young vendor, asking, "Child, why are they assaulting you?" The young vendor sat on the ground, biting his lip in silence. At that moment, a leaner yet more menacing thought interjected, "Outsider, to set up a stall here. One must pay a fee to the Longfish gang. This kid refuses to pay. Does he not deserve punishment?" The young vendor protested. "The fee has always been 30 copper coins a day, a rate my grandfather established when he began selling here. Yet today, you demand a silver deer from me. Your grandfather, old Bolly. He is long dead. Even if he were alive, today's fee is a silver deer. A silver deer for a day's stall fee." Chapter 22, Little Jimmy, would you like a master? Liu Yi surveyed his surroundings. The other vendors were engrossed in their own affairs, enticing customers, handling transactions, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Yet, furtive glances occasionally flitted in their direction. No one spoke of the past or the present. Nor did they express concern for a young boy struggling for independence, oblivious to whether injustice might soon befall them. It appeared the crux of the matter was not merely the tribute of 1 silver deer per day, but rather the absolute dominion exerted by these 2 ruffians and the Long Yu gang over this fish market. With a sigh, Liu Yi realized that the trouble had arisen because someone had noticed the silver deer he had given to the boy. "Kevin, please hand me a silver deer." Kevin produced a silver coin and placed it into Liu Yi's hand, who then turned to offer it to the 2 thugs. "This is my management fee for today." The stout thug smirked, reaching to seize the coin, only to find it immovable. He lifted his gaze to Liu Yi, whose smile revealed no hint of concern, and thought, "Surely, this won't cause trouble for the young proprietor." The thug laughed, "I'll let you off this time, just for your sake." With a gentle tug, the coin slipped into his palm. He inspected the silver deer closely, satisfied, and tucked it away. With a menacing tone, he warned the young proprietor, "Kid, you've been fortunate today. Next time, keep your wits about you. Remember, in this market, if I say you can operate, you may. If I say you cannot, then you shall not." He gestured dismissively towards the surrounding vendors. "Do you see them? You leave, and someone will surely take your place. I assure you, there are already those contemplating sending relatives to fill your spot." He tapped his temple and turned to depart. Once the 2 thugs had retreated, the young proprietor silently righted his cart and began picking up the scattered oysters, placing them back onto the extinguished fire, now caked in mud. Liu Yi watched him futilely attempt to resume his business, ignoring Liu Yi's presence, and finally spoke, "Young friend, I provided a silver coin for you. Do you not intend to express any gratitude?" The young proprietor cast a cold glance at him. "That was not a favor I requested." Kevin, incensed, interjected, "Hey, kid. My teacher helped you, and that's how you repay him." The proprietor remained silent. Liu Yi halted Kevin, saying, "Young proprietor, 1 silver deer is not too much to ask. How about this? Since you cannot conduct business today, why not serve as our guide and show us around? We shall consider that silver deer as an advance for your services." The young proprietor pondered briefly, then nodded in agreement, "All right, but only for today. Should we wish for more, I shall require additional payment." "It's a deal." The young proprietor concealed his cart in a narrow alley, draping it with a grass mat, and then led his apprentices on a delightful stroll through the outer port. During their leisurely exchange, Liu Yi learned that the young man's name was Jimmy, a rather commonplace appellation. At the tender age of 11, he was 3 years younger than Kevin, and despite his physique suggesting otherwise, he appeared significantly younger than his actual age. 2 weeks prior, his grandfather, his sole family member, had passed away at home. With the assistance of neighbors, Jimmy had exhausted his meager savings to afford a proper burial for his grandfather, thereafter subsisting by selling grilled oysters from a small stall at the fish market. The oysters were harvested by his own hand, yet he had to purchase charcoal and garlic. After a long day of toil, the majority of his earnings were surrendered to the longfish gang that dominated the market, leaving him with barely enough to stave off hunger. However, today, the silver deer that Liu Yi had bestowed upon him would suffice for his expenses for a while. Thus, having escaped the oppressive fish market, Jimmy's spirits lifted, and he engaged in conversation with the 2 until the night enveloped the sky, at which point they returned to the vicinity of Fish King Square. As they parted ways, Liu Yi extended an invitation, "Young man, you performed commendably today. Await me here at dawn. I shall offer you another silver deer." Young Jimmy, brimming with excitement, responded, "Ah, thank you, esteemed scholar." Throughout the day, having heard Kevin refer to Liu Yi as teacher, and noting Liu Yi's refined demeanor, Jimmy assumed Kevin was a learned scholar. Liu Yi made no correction, allowing the title to stand. Once Jimmy had distanced himself, Kevin inquired, "Teacher, we have nearly explored the places Jimmy guided us to during the day. Is it truly necessary for him to act as our guide again tomorrow?" Liu Yi elucidated. "Did you not notice the two ruffians watching us as we departed the fish market? If he continues to set up his stall in the coming days, I fear for his safety. Yet, if he refrains from doing so, he will have no income. For us, a silver deer is trivial, but for him, it holds significant importance." The night in the White Port buzzed with liveliness, shortly after Liu Yi and Kevin returned to the White Salmon Tavern. A bard summoned by the tavern owner began to strum a lute. Accompanied by the flowing melodies, the bard recounted the tale of the legendary knight, the towering Sir Duncan. In a sonorous and melodious manner, the bard's voice, deep and magnetic, captivated even those disinterested in the story, drawing them into the beauty of his song. Clearly, many shared Liu Yi's sentiment, for when the bard concluded the first segment of Sir Duncan's tale, the patrons of the tavern erupted in applause. Amidst the fervent clapping, the bard removed his hat and performed an elaborate bow to the audience before retreating to a corner to rest. Liu Yi took a sip of his drink, pondering if this was the end of the performance. Kevin replied, "Not at all, as is customary. He will rest for a few moments before continuing with the narrative." "Have you heard this story before?" Liu Yi inquired. "The tale of the towering Sir Duncan. I have known it since childhood. He was once the captain of the King's Guard, serving King Aegon V of House Targaryen, a paragon among knights. Every aspiring knight has grown up listening to his tales." "Indeed. What does the trial of the seven mean, as mentioned in the story earlier?" "The trial of the seven." Kevin scratched his head, unsure of how to explain it. "How should I put this? It is a circumstance in which, when one is accused of a crime and resolutely denies the charges, both parties may propose to engage in a trial by combat, allowing the seven gods to determine one's guilt or innocence. The trial by combat is a one-on-one duel, fought between the accuser and the accused, or their respective champion knights, to ascertain victory or defeat. Should either party deem the process unjust, they can elevate the trial by combat to the trial of the seven, adhering to the same rules. The victor prevails, and the vanquished is deemed guilty." Liu Yi inquired, "What role do the Great Seven play in this?" Kevin replied, as if it were self-evident, "They are, of course, the protectors of the innocent." Liu Yi stopped at this. "So, one who wins is deemed the innocent, under the protection of the seven, while the loser is a sinner. Ha! Does this not imply that whoever is stronger or more skilled may act with impunity?" After expressing his vehement discontent towards this sacred custom, Liu Yi turned to Kevin once more. "The trial by combat occurs under the watchful gaze of the seven. What of the Northerners? You previously mentioned they worship the old gods. I cannot speak for the entirety of the North, but White Harbor is different. The Manley family hails from the south, and many Southerners frequent White Harbor. Thus the adherents of the seven far outnumber those of the old gods here." Liu Yi pondered, considering a visit to the shrine of the seven if the opportunity arose. Frankly, the identity of a knight proves quite advantageous, and one need not take examinations or acquire licenses, since shedding the label of a knight is not an immediate possibility. It would be prudent to deepen his understanding of the doctrines of the seven. At that moment, the minstrel reappeared, and amidst the cheers of the audience, commenced his performance once more. The following morning, Liu Yi and Kevin donned their attire and arrived at the agreed-upon location with young Jimmy. Today, young Jimmy had not only cleaned his hair and body but had also donned a fresh outfit. Though the clothes were patched and not entirely dry, it was evident that he had taken great care with this temporary job. Upon seeing his employer, young Jimmy placed his hand over his heart and bowed. "Good morning, my lord." "Good morning, young Jimmy. Where shall we go today?" "Let us visit the shrine of the seven in White Harbor. We wish to offer our prayers. May the seven protect you, my lord." Our largest shrine to the seven is located in the inner harbor, known as the Snow Shrine. As young Jimmy rambled on with his introductions, Liu Yi explored the Snow Shrine, constructed of white stone, and after visiting several smaller community shrines, he sent Kevin off to continue searching for merchant ships bound for King's Landing. He himself followed young Jimmy to Silver Street, where the silversmiths gathered. White Harbor is not only a bustling port city with a thriving commercial sector, but it is also rich in silver mines, which are often accompanied by gold deposits. Consequently, the processing and exchange of gold and silver are exceptionally well developed here. Liu Yi possesses 100 Azerothian gold coins. and he intends to convert them entirely into gold dragons of the Seven Kingdoms to avoid the hassle of negotiating exchange rates with others each time he needs to use gold coins. Upon entering this district, Jimmy's demeanor and movements became noticeably more restrained, as they had now ventured into the inner harbor area. The number of guards stationed at the street corners had markedly increased, and the passers-by donned elegant attire. Poorly dressed, young Jimmy was clearly an unwelcome sight in this upscale locale. Had it not been for Liu Yi accompanying him, Jimmy likely would have been forcibly ejected by now. Observing the boy's discomfort, Liu Yi gently patted his back and said, "Hey, lad, stand tall. Although it has only been a day, you are now my attendant. Do not bring me shame." Though his words were stern, his tone was not harsh. Taking Liu Yi's words to heart, Jimmy straightened up, visibly relaxing. Liu Yi then smiled. "Well done, you look spirited." The street was lined with numerous silversmith shops, all adorned in similar fashion, making it difficult for Liu Yi to discern any differences. For Jimmy, the information regarding these shops felt as foreign as another world. Thus, Liu Yi casually selected a shop that caught his eye and entered. Behind a counter barred with coarse iron sat an elderly gentleman with sagging skin and graying hair, diligently hammering fine silver bars. Liu Yi greeted him. "Good day, sir." The old man paused his work and inquired, "What can I do for you? Can you exchange foreign coins for gold dragons?" Liu Yi asked. "What kind of coin?" "Take a look for yourself." Liu Yi handed over one of the gold coins he had brought from Azeroth. The old man examined it closely and remarked, "Usually, there is a fixed exchange rate for standard gold coins and gold dragons. However, I have never seen this particular coin before. May I assess its purity?" "Please do." The old man took a small file and scraped a bit of gold dust from the edge of the coin. Then weighed it on a balance before returning it to Liu Yi. "If you are willing, I can offer you 1.5 gold dragons for it. And what if I have a larger quantity? With a greater amount, I could offer a slight discount. As you know, rarity adds to value." "Very well. I shall think it over." Liu Yi then turned to leave, visiting several other shops. After traversing all the silversmiths on the street, he discovered that the exchange rates were quite similar. The highest offer he received was 7 gold dragons for 1 Azerothian gold coin. Although the premium was modest, considering the convenience it would afford him in future transactions, he ultimately chose the shop with the highest bid and agreed to return the following morning to exchange the remainder of his coins for gold dragons in one go. As Liu Yi departed from Silver Street and made his way back to Fishking Square, he turned to Jimmy and said, "Jimmy, I currently have only Kevin as a student. I am still in need of a servant who can handle the carriage. Would you be interested in accompanying me and assisting with some tasks?" Jimmy visibly tensed, stammering, I cannot drive a carriage." "You can learn." After all, Jimmy was still young. Perhaps he struggled to accept the abrupt turn of events. After much contemplation, he ultimately did not agree but inquired, "Master, may I take some time to consider?" "Of course, you may inform me of your decision tomorrow." "All right, I shall provide you with a response by then." After spending 2 days together, Liu Yi had confirmed that Jimmy was a clever, brave child with a heart still pure. The boy's experiences evoked memories of another friend named Jimmy, who had faced a similarly challenging youth. As a child, Jimmy had been a vendor, often bullied by gangsters due to his lack of protection. In an effort to escape this torment, he had joined a criminal organization, gradually climbing the ranks until he became a figure of authority. However, this ascent had tainted his soul, robbing him of his freedom forever. Liu Yi harbored no desire for this young boy to tread the same path, fearing instead that he might not even be able to navigate such a life, ultimately perishing in a dark alley. Upon returning to the tavern to meet Kevin, Liu Yi learned that no suitable vessels to King's Landing had been found that day. He sighed, "If all else fails, we shall travel overland to King's Landing. Craig and the others should still be here. We can retrieve the carriage that Harry lent me. We can take turns driving, which should ease the burden on you." "Really? Where does the food come from?" Kevin asked, puzzled. "Oh, I forgot to mention," Liu Yi replied, slapping his forehead. "I believe young Jimmy would be a valuable addition. It seems I have burdened you with too many trivial tasks, hindering your training. So I intend to take him on as a servant. What do you think?" "Of course, that's fine. But he is rather young and may not be of much use yet." "That matters little. Even a scrap of paper has its purpose, let alone a living being. Yet, plans often yield to unforeseen changes." The next day, when Liu Yi arrived at the designated meeting place with Jimmy, he found not Jimmy waiting for him, but rather another unfamiliar young boy. Chapter 23. Hope and Death. The young boy was of similar age to Jimmy, though his appearance appeared somewhat more mercenary. Upon seeing Louis, the boy approached with a sycophantic grin, bowing deeply, and inquired, "Are you Master Louis?" "Indeed, I am. And who might you be?" Upon receiving Louis's confirmation, the boy replied, "My name is Albert, Jimmy's younger brother. Jimmy is unwell today, so I have come to guide you in his stead." "You're his brother?" Louis raised an eyebrow. "Did he mention where we are headed today?" "Yes, to the silversmith shop of Mr. Dundale." Dundale. This was indeed the silversmith shop where he had arranged a transaction yesterday. Yet, he was already familiar with the route. A sudden wave of concern for Jimmy washed over him. "Let us proceed. What ailment afflicts Jimmy?" "I am uncertain. He has merely been coughing persistently. However, I administered some herbs, and he is resting at home. He should recover in a couple of days. Please, follow me." Thus, under the boy's guidance, Louis and Kevin wound their way through the streets, only to find themselves in a secluded alley. "This is not the path to the silversmith street," Louis halted and questioned. "Have we taken a wrong turn?" The boy turned back, stuck out his tongue, made a grimace, and raced away. Shortly thereafter, 7 or 8 men wielding short knives and axes emerged from both ends of the alley, surrounding the duo. Among them stood the ruffian who had overturned Jimmy's stall just days prior. "Esteemed master, if your mind is not yet fogged by parchment, I believe you should willingly surrender the gold coins in your satchel. Perhaps we might consider sparing your tongue, allowing you to earn your bread through storytelling." The leader, a burly man with dark skin, brandished a wooden club studded with nails, advancing towards Louis with a menacing grin, mockingly stating, "Consider this, after so many years of study in Old Town, you have achieved nothing, only to perish in this shadowy corner. Does this not seem a pity?" Louis stumbled back, colliding with Kevin, his voice trembling as he asked, "What do you intend to do?" "This is White Harbor, within the city walls. A place under the protection of Count Mandler. To rob us so brazenly in broad daylight is to disregard the Mandler family's authority." The dark-skinned man laughed heartily. "The Mandler family. May the 7 gods grant our esteemed Count a long life. The Mandlers are giants, and we are but insignificant ants. Though he could crush us with a mere step, why would a giant concern himself with the happenings of a tiny anthill? Do not expect patrolling guards to come to your rescue. This is a place we have meticulously chosen." Louis's face turned ashen, beads of sweat streaming down his temples, dampening the edges of his clothing. He rasped defiantly, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if you kill us, our bodies will soon be discovered. None of you shall escape." Behind him, Kevin clutched Louis's garment tightly, his head bowed, his body trembling uncontrollably, like a leaf caught in a tempest. Witnessing the prey's impotent rage only served to embolden the leading brigand, who contemptuously remarked, "So, are the scholars of Old Town merely imbeciles who can only read?" The houses flanking the alley were vacant, devoid of any residents. Eliminate you, and toss the corpses inside, by the time they decay into mere bones. No one will be the wiser. At that moment, a gaunt and sinister thought interjected, "Big Joey, stop wasting words with them. The boss never said they should live alive." The burly man, dissatisfied, retorted, "Are you an idiot? What's wrong with having a little fun with them? The boss didn't he say I couldn't he?" Suddenly, Liu Yi interjected, "One last question. How did you know I had gold coins on me?" "Ha ha, you were asking about the price of gold all over the street yesterday." As Big Joey spoke, he sensed something amiss, abruptly realizing that the tall fool across from him, whose voice had trembled with anxiety, had now adopted a calm and deep tone. Liu Yi gazed at him as though he were a lifeless corpse. "You've prepared quite thoroughly, otherwise I might have found this a bit troublesome. I hope you considered your own needs when choosing this location. Kevin, can you handle the last 3? Kevin scoffed dismissively. "No problem, teacher." When Big Joey saw the timid, awkward man draw a gleaming sword from its sheath, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He turned to his companion and asked, "Isn't this guy a scholar?" The short, stout member of the duo, having kicked over Jimmy's cart, wore a similarly bewildered expression. "That little brat Jimmy said as much." Before his words could dissipate in the air, a sharp flash of swordlight sliced toward his face. After a flurry of heartbeats, the 7 armed brigands lay sprawled as lifeless bodies, still gripping their weapons. Liu Yi kicked one of the corpses with his toe, grumbling, "Kevin, why didn't you remind me to leave one alive? Now they're all dead. Who am I supposed to ask for Jimmy's address?" Kevin wiped the blood from his sword on the brigand's clothing, exasperatedly replying, "But, teacher, you never mentioned wanting to leave one alive. You struck without a word, and I thought you had some special plan. Besides, your act was overly dramatic. All I could think of was laughter. Liu Yi scratched his head. So what do we do now? Meanwhile, in a sunken corner of the alley, a boy named Albert was trembling, covering his mouth, as a foul puddle of urine gathered at his feet. He had originally intended to hide there for a while, hoping that once the commotion subsided, he might scavenge some unwanted items from the two fat sheep, thus not having made the trip in vain. Indeed, events unfolded swiftly as he had anticipated, but the final survivors were not those he had expected. Hey, you over there! Suddenly, the ferocious voice of the tall scholar echoed, causing him to turn and flee. Before he could take more than 2 steps, a chilling breeze brushed past his ear, and a sword nearly his own height plunged directly into the ground before him. As Albert gazed upon the blood-stained blade, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he regained his senses, he found himself seated in a corner, the corpses of gangsters having vanished, while 2 formidable figures loomed before him, struggling to rise and flee. He was halted by a large hand pressing against his forehead, its clammy warmth evoking both revulsion and fear within Albert. "Do not move, I struggle to control my strength," came a voice infused with a disquieting calm that momentarily steadied Albert, causing him to tremble slightly. The towering scholar inquired, "Do you know the way to Jimmy's house?" Instinctively, Albert shook his head, then emphatically nodded. "I know, sir, I know where he lives. I grew up with him. I am his dear friend. I implore you, spare me." "You are his dear friend?" Liu Yi expressed skepticism. Albert fervently defended himself. "Indeed. Just yesterday, he told me that a scholar was seeking to recruit him as a servant. He even mentioned passing his oyster stall on to me. Was it you who informed those ruffians about my arrangement with Jimmy?" Liu Yi probed. "No." Big Joey and his crew heard from their informant on Silversmith Street that Jimmy was looking to trade a large fish for money and approached them directly. This occurred just last night. Upon hearing this, Liu Yi fell silent, inwardly lamenting that it was indeed his fault. After a brief pause, he resumed questioning. "And then what happened?" "Big Joey's gang insisted that Jimmy bring you to this alley. When Jimmy refused, they beat him. I was playing with Jimmy at the time, and they coerced me to take his place. They threatened that if I did not comply, both Jimmy and I would meet our end. They would not only kill Jimmy but also me." Beaten. Liu Yi's heart tightened. "Let us go. Lead us to Jimmy's house. If your words bear truth, I swear by the 7 gods that I shall allow you to return home." "Really?" Albert dared not voice his question, fearful of the answer. With a glimmer of hope, albeit faint, Albert willingly took the lead for Liu Yi. The thought of fleeing midway never crossed his mind, after witnessing Liu Yi's prowess. He did not dare gamble on whether his legs were swifter than the scholar's blade. Before long, the trio arrived at another dilapidated alley, where children sat in muddy puddles playing while adults busied themselves with their tasks. As Liu Yi passed, he received only vacant and indifferent glances. Reaching the end of the alley, they approached a lowly wooden shed. Albert gently pushed the door open, calling, "Jimmy, are you all right? Albert, where have you been?" Jimmy's feeble voice emerged from a disheveled bed. The room was cramped and dim, with a dark thatched roof, a water jar in the corner containing oysters plucked from the sea, and several unpeeled garlic bulbs scattered about, alongside a heap of tattered clothing in disarray. Liu Yi stepped forward, settling lightly on the edge of the bed. "Little Jimmy, it is I, your esteemed scholar." "Liu Yi, the scholar?" Jimmy lifted his head. One eye closed tightly while the other was swollen, leaving only a slender gap. His youthful face bore remnants of smeared blood, causing a pang in Liu Yi's heart. The momentary surprise in his voice faded as he hurriedly exclaimed, "My lord, I did not betray you. They offered me money and even struck me, yet I remained loyal." Struggling to sit up, Jimmy found himself unable to move, causing the wooden duck cradled in his arms to tumble to the ground. Observing this, Liu Yi gently pressed him back down, retrieving the small duck and placing it back in his embrace, reassuring him, I know. Your friend Albert has informed me. You are a good lad." Subsequently, Liu Yi pulled back the filthy blanket covering Jimmy, revealing his body marred by bruises. Both an arm and a small leg were grotesquely dislocated, the injured muscles swollen to a painful extent, the waxy skin nearly translucent. Liu Yi closed his eyes, taking a moment to compose himself, and softly inquired, "Child, have you pondered my question from yesterday regarding serving me as a retainer?" In an instant, Jimmy's eyes sparkled with hope. "I would. My grandfather once said that serving a just and noble man is my best path forward," he replied. Yet suddenly, a vacant expression clouded young Jimmy's gaze. Amidst his visions of the future, his head fell back, and his eyes fluttered shut. Liu Yi desperately sought to summon any flicker of light within him, but regardless of his efforts, all he felt was a wave of excruciating pain. With trembling hands, he gently pressed against the carotid artery in Jimmy's neck, sensing the despairing stillness, as if something within him had been violently torn apart. "Oh, dear child. Was your greatest wish merely to find a noble master?" After casting one last heavy glance, Liu Yi tenderly covered Jimmy's face with the blanket and turned to Albert, inquiring, "How shall we handle the remains of those here?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Albert's face was streaked with tears. He choked out, "The Silent Sisters of the chapel will take care of the bodies. If provided with funds, they will be treated with respect. Kevin, return to White Salmon and fetch my breastplate and sea serpent strike," Liu Yi commanded. Kevin asked no further questions, departing as he discerned his mentor's intentions. Liu Yi then cradled Jimmy's frail body and followed Albert to the nearest chapel. After donating a silver moon, he entrusted Jimmy's remains to a silent sister clad in black robes, urging, "Sister, please take good care of him. He is an honest child." The silent sister nodded, wrapping the small Jimmy in a straw mat and carrying him into the chapel. It was only after the silent sister's figure vanished into the shadows of the chapel's towering walls that Liu Yi picked up the fallen wooden duck. Scrutinizing it for the first time, it was a crudely crafted toy, fashioned from readily available pine, its worth perhaps less than a copper coin. A token made either by Jimmy's grandfather or father. The smooth patina on the duck reveals that this is the only and most treasured possession of Jimmy during his lifetime, embodying everything he held dear. Liu Yi silently tucked it into his embrace and turned to leave. Upon returning to Jimmy's residence, Liu Yi crouched down before Albert, meeting the boy's gaze directly. "Albert, you were friends with Jimmy, weren't you?" Albert involuntarily shivered and then nodded. "I shall offer you a silver deer," Liu Yi said, placing his hands on Albert's shoulders. "I offer you a silver deer to assist a friend. Are you willing?" "A silver deer?" Albert's eyes brightened. "I am willing, sir. Just say the word, and I shall do anything." "The ones who harmed Jimmy belong to the Longfish gang, do they not? You know where their hideout is, correct? After nightfall, you shall guide me there, and once I confirm the location, you may return home with a silver deer to purchase whatever your heart desires." Albert hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Sir, could you take me on as your servant? I am smarter and stronger than little Jimmy." Liu Yi was taken aback by the request, a surge of helplessness and sorrow welling up within him, though he concealed these emotions from his countenance and continued, "If your performance is commendable tonight, I may consider it." Albert nodded vigorously, his joy evident, while the tears he shed for Jimmy still lingered in the corners of his eyes, yet to dry. Chapter 24, Pain. Speed. Within the confines of a lowly wooden shed, Liu Yi sat upon the very bed where Jimmy once rested, silently tending to the gleaming blade of his long knife, immersed in contemplation. The air was thick with an oppressive and unsettling silence. Albert, several times, endeavored to break the quietude, seeking to engage his future master in conversation and foster a connection. Yet Liu Yi deftly deflected him with excuses of conserving energy, gradually leading Albert into silence as well. However, the boy's youthful nature made it challenging for him to maintain silence for long, as his initial unease began to wane. He found himself unable to resist picking up small stones from the ground, entertaining himself in solitary play. Observing this, Liu Yi made no attempt to intervene. As long as the child remained within the confines of the shed, he was free to find his own distractions. In this silent anticipation, the sun dipped beneath the mountains on the western bank of the White Blade River, shrouding the outer port in a heavy cloak of night. Through the dilapidated window, Liu Yi glanced at the darkening sky, donned his breastplate, tightened it securely, covered it with his outer garment, strapped the long knife to his back, and commanded, "Let us proceed, child." "Very well, master," Albert exclaimed, discarding the stick he had been playing with, eagerly pushing open the rickety door of the shed and leading Liu Yi through the desolate corners towards the docks of the outer port. Upon reaching the docks, Albert pointed to a bustling two-story building and whispered, "Master, that is the gambling den of the Longfish gang. At this hour, everyone, including the boss, is inside." Liu Yi gently placed his hand upon the boy's shoulder, instructing, "You shall return now. If anyone inquires about me, you will say you have not seen me." After placing 2 silver coins into Albert's hand, Liu Yi strode purposefully towards the gambling establishment. The sea serpent strike, with its long blade, was best suited for a battleground such as this, enclosed yet offering ample room for maneuvering. Liu Yi felt the long knife tremble against his back, resonating with a silent cry, yearning for the blood and flesh of adversaries. The docks of the outer port served as a hub for merchant vessels traveling to and from the White Port. bustling with a multitude of dock workers, sailors, and various shops catering to their needs. Here, one could find inexpensive eateries offering hearty meals, affordable taverns, and establishments that doubled as taverns, brothels, and gambling dens. After all, the workers and sailors were predominantly robust young men from the countryside, often without homes or families, quickly squandering their hard-earned money in pursuit of cheap pleasures. As a vibrant social entity entrenched in the outer port, the Longfish gang naturally recognized the value of this lucrative source of income. The establishment known as Fish Corner, primarily focused on gambling, was one of the Longfish gang's own enterprises. After the daytime activities concluded, the core members of the gang would typically ascend to the second floor of Fish Corner, both to report to their leader and receive their remuneration, as well as to indulge in the delights of their own casino while maintaining order to prevent unruly individuals from causing trouble. The leader of the Longfish gang, known as Big Mouth Ballad, was currently on the second floor, receiving reports from his subordinates. Listening attentively, all that could be heard were trivial conflicts among familiar names, tales of deaths and the brutal acts that ensued, such as the severing of tendons. Ballard was reluctant to listen, yet he had no choice, for it was the duty of a leader. Even if he refrained from making decisions, simply occupying that intricately designed armchair served as proof to all that this small gang remained under his dominion, which was of utmost importance to him. By the way, did Big Joey not catch a significant fish yesterday? What has transpired? Ballard suddenly inquired. His subordinates exchanged glances, each unsure of the answer. After a moment of silence, a curly-haired youth tentatively responded, "Boss, did you not instruct them to inquire about it yesterday?" "Did I?" Ballard rubbed his temples, as a vague recollection surfaced. Yesterday, he had faced a reprimand from his superior, Sir Gadriel, upon entering the inner city, and upon returning, he had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. When he first heard the news, he had been somewhat spirited, accompanying Big Joey to seek information from the lad who had led the significant fish to Silversmith Street. And it seemed he had even laid hands on the boy. He had been a bit too forceful, but what could be done? How dare that child refuse him? Did he not know he was the leader of the Longfish gang? Did he not understand that the dignity of a leader outweighed his very life? How could he be so audacious? Yet, despite being the one initially offended, Ballard now felt a tinge of regret, remembering that the boy was merely a child. Tomorrow, he would send one of his men to deliver 2 fresh fish to the boy as a means of compensation, and once he recovered, he would receive a task from Ballard, serving as an act of atonement. However, that was a matter for tomorrow. For today, once his responsibilities were fulfilled, he needed to seek solace with a woman. As for whether that child would survive the next few days, may the 7 gods protect him. Just as Ballard's thoughts wandered, contemplating calling for 2 ladies, a cacophony of distress erupted from the hall below. A subordinate stumbled up the stairs, breathlessly exclaiming, "Boss! Boss! There's trouble. Jamie and Dorian are dead." Then, the leaders gathered on the second floor witnessed a knife protruding from the chest of the loyal youth. He futilely reached for the cold steel, but the blade vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, along with the remnants of the youth's life. As he collapsed onto the staircase, a towering, blood-soaked man ascended, wielding a long knife. "Big Mouth Ballard, who might you be?" Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards their leader. Ballard, his face flushed, struggled for what seemed an eternity before uttering a curse. "It's you. My apologies for my abrupt visit today. Lacking any special gifts, I hope this can convey my profound respect for you." Liu Yi mockingly stepped onto the second floor, tossing the severed head onto Ballard's desk. Ballard instinctively recoiled, having recognized the head's former owner as his most capable enforcer, the black market fighter, Laugh. "Who are you?" Ballard forced himself to suppress the rising dread and inquired, "Have I offended you in some way that warrants your personal visit?" "This morning, I was ambushed by a group who called themselves the Longfish Gang, intent on seizing my possessions. My newly acquired personal servant was brutally beaten to death in my home. I suppose this could be the source of your grievance against me. Damn it! Those worthless scoundrels, failing to rob me, couldn't he even be bothered to return with news? The crux of the matter is that the victim has come seeking retribution, yet there isn't even a scapegoat to bear the blame. What does that make me as their leader?" Ballard furrowed his brow, adopting a demeanor of authority and composure. "I believe there may be some misunderstanding here." At that moment, Liu Yi advanced, positioning himself within striking distance of the 6 individuals gathered around the round table. He ceased his verbal sparring and executed a sweeping strike that severed the arms of 2 thugs attempting to retaliate. Thanks to Ballard's paranoia, None of the petty leaders deliberating on the second floor were armed. Their equipment was inferior even to that of the enforcers below. Although wielding a long knife, Liu Yi grasped the hilt with one hand while holding the unsharpened lower section with the other, effectively transforming the long knife into a shorter, more manageable weapon, allowing him to maneuver it with the grace of a fish in the confined space. Moments later, there was not a single person left standing on the second floor, and Ballard had already seized the opportunity to leap out of the window. However, misfortune befell Ballard these past few days. Upon hitting the ground, his ankle twisted awkwardly, and with a sharp crack, searing pain brought him crashing to the earth. As he staggered to his feet, preparing to flee, he found that the terrifying figure now stood before him. Ballard swallowed hard. "My lord, I was wrong. I should not have troubled you. I am willing to compensate you. Whatever sum you lost, I shall repay double no, tenfold as long as you spare my life." Liu Yi touched the torn sleeve of his right arm and the wound beneath it. "You see, I am injured, and it is my sword arm that has been harmed. I have slain so many of your brethren. Can you truly endure this? Why not strike back?" Ballard forced a smile, albeit an unnatural one. "You jest, my lord. I am an only child. Where would I find brothers? Do you know Sir Godray?" As he spoke, his hand stealthily reached for a dagger concealed at his back, but before he could grasp the hilt, a glint of cold steel flashed across his throat. Ballard clutched his neck, collapsing to the ground in a desperate struggle, hot blood and life slipping rapidly through his fingers, staining the ground with a crimson pool. After a brief moment, the gang leader lay still, and Liu Yi crouched beside him, rifling through his belongings, discovering a beautiful dagger, several pieces of jewelry, and a few gold and silver coins. Just as he planned to retrace his steps, the previously scattered gamblers returned, accompanied by several armed guards wielding long rifles. Liu Yi cast a glance at the corner where he had parted ways with Albert, relieved to find no trace of the young boy. "Child, it is not I who have broken my promise. Rather, it is you who failed to seize the opportunity." After sheathing his dagger, Liu Yi sprinted towards the dock, leaping into the sea as he neared the shore, leaving behind only a fleeting silhouette for his pursuers. He submerged in the water for an extended period, surfacing only when he could no longer hold his breath. Looking back, the harbor appeared to him as nothing more than a vague outline. As he emerged from the depths, he felt the gentle waves lift him, and with them, a small duckling slipped from his embrace. Observing the duckling being carried away by the soft sea breeze, Liu Yi reached out to grasp it, yet hesitated just a breath away. "So be it, let the duckling float freely in the ocean, for this is its rightful domain. Here, it shall not be shattered and reduced to kindling, nor shall it be trampled underfoot as worthless dust. Farewell, little duckling," he murmured, bidding it goodbye. Under the silvery moonlight, the duckling swam joyfully toward the depths of the sea, dissolving into the night. 20 minutes later, on a stretch of mud flat outside the city walls, Liu Yi struggled to drag his drenched body ashore. He had not deceived Ballard. He was indeed injured. After all, facing a dozen aggressive ruffians alone, clad only in a breastplate, and within the confines of narrow structures, without the boon of extraordinary strength, was an endeavor that proved exceedingly arduous. Beyond the protection afforded to his torso by the armor, his unguarded limbs bore numerous cuts, punctures, and even bites. Fortunately, the element of surprise allowed him to swiftly eliminate the leader of the guards on the first floor, causing the morale of his adversaries to crumble. Otherwise, Liu Yi would likely have only managed to slay a few in a fit of rage before retreating in disarray, much like now. The opportunity to vanquish the principal villain was an unexpected boon. To pay a price for it was only just. As he trudged inland from the mudflat, Liu Yi stumbled for over an hour until he finally reached the small town outside White Harbor, spotting Kevin anxiously scanning the area at the road's edge. Having been submerged in the frigid waters for an extended duration and having lost considerable blood from his wounds, Liu Yi now felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He managed to call out weakly, "Hey, kid," before collapsing onto the ground. After what felt like an eternity, the parched ache in his throat roused him from a long stupor. With his eyes still closed, he listened intently to the sounds around him, detecting nothing amiss before finally opening his eyes to assess his surroundings. Above him lay a thick straw mat, with bundles of fodder piled nearby, and the occasional whinny of horses punctuated the silence. Kevin was resting against a stack of hay, his eyes closed. Liu Yi called out his student's name, Kevin, only to find his voice hoarse and feeble. Nevertheless, Kevin awoke with a start, exclaiming, "Teacher, you're awake. Where are we?" "This is a stable at a farmer's house in Evening Bell Town. We are taking refuge here, after you were injured by the highwayman." The tavern refused us lodging out of fear of trouble. I spent 10 copper coins to persuade this household to lend us their stable. The unfortunate traveler, wounded and with nowhere to go, was the new identity Kevin fabricated for them. Liu Yi, with some difficulty, inquired how long it had been. Do you mean since you lost consciousness? It hasn't been overnight. The dawn has yet to break. I fainted for most of the night. This body is truly feeble. Although Kevin did not partake in the battle of the night, merely observing the wounds on Liu Yi's body revealed the ferocity of the conflict. It is worth noting that his mentor had previously claimed not to be injured, having not even scratched the surface of his skin. Consequently, when Liu Yi suggested departing immediately, Kevin felt a surge of concern. With so many injuries, would hastily setting out exacerbate his condition? However, Liu Yi, despite being an injured party, was unconcerned about his wounds. Instead, he was more apprehensive about being discovered by the gang or their affiliates, fearing that more people would be entangled due to him. One Jimmy was already sufficient. Thus, after Liu Yi awoke, he rebandaged his wounds, and as the first light of dawn crept in, the two quietly departed with their belongings and free horses. Upon reaching the main road outside the town, they encountered a fork, marked by 2 signs. Liu Yi, unable to read, asked Kevin to decipher them for him. Teacher, the road to the left leads south to King's Landing. We should take this path. Liu Yi pondered for a moment before asking, what about this one? This road leads north to Winterfell. Then we shall take this route. Ah, haven't we always planned to go to King's Landing? Liu Yi shook his head and, in a hoarse voice, explained, not anymore. While in the city, we inquired about ships heading to King's Landing. Someone is bound to have noticed. Our pursuers are either waiting for us at the port to ensnare us or have stationed individuals along the land route to King's Landing. Though it is uncertain whether anyone will come, given my current physical state, it is unwise to take risks. Chapter 25. Illness and rest to conceal a droplet of water. The most effective method is not to seal it tightly in an iron can or bury it in a cellar, but rather to pour it into the vastness of the sea. The White Blade River, serving as a vital artery of commerce through the north, connects White Harbor and Winterfell. Traversing the domains of numerous noble families, countless villages and towns have sprung up along its banks, linked by roads bustling with travelers, and so, after departing from Evening Bell Town, the two seamlessly merged into the throng, vanishing from sight. Though no longer burdened by the fear of pursuit, Liu Yi's physical condition deteriorated further as their journey extended. His breathing grew labored, accompanied by intermittent headaches, nausea, and dizziness, while the 9 wounds on his body began to seep blood and yellowish fluid. With every step and movement, he felt the muscles around his injuries quiver, each contraction sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Liu Yi understood all too well that these were symptoms of infection and inflammation. If not treated promptly, he could face dire consequences. He bore this agony in silence, refraining from confiding in Kevin. Even as a flicker of hope ignited within him, what if he were to perish here? Would that mean a return to Earth, escaping the relentless cycle of a world where one must kill or be killed? Thus, he endured the torment of his injuries, remaining stoic until, without warning, he collapsed to the ground on the morning of the 3rd day after leaving Evening Bell Town. Upon witnessing this, Kevin immediately dismounted, kneeling beside Liu Yi and cradling his head, calling out softly, "Teacher, what is wrong? Teacher!" Liu Yi remained silent, and all Kevin could observe was his teacher's flushed complexion, rapid breathing, and rolling eyes, as if he were on the brink of departing this world. "Teacher, just drink some water. A little water will help." In a frantic haste, Kevin retrieved a water skin, removed the stopper, and placed the wooden spout to Liu Yi's lips. But the water merely trickled from the corners of his mouth, proving impossible to administer. "Teacher, it's all right. You will be fine." He pushed Liu Yi back onto the old man's back, securing him with ropes, and turned back. The previous day, the pair had passed through a village, and Kevin had hoped to return there, seeking out any wandering sorcerers or witches who might lend assistance, if only to secure a bed for Liu Yi to rest. Retracing their steps for over an hour, Liu Yi's condition showed no signs of improvement. He murmured incoherently upon the horse, causing Kevin's heart to ache with worry. His father had once told him that countless valiant warriors had succumbed on the battlefield to seemingly insignificant wounds, suffering from relentless fevers and muddled consciousness. Much like his teacher's current plight, the thought of his mentor fading away silently overwhelmed Kevin with despair, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. "Teacher, you will recover. I know you will." Kevin clenched his fists, wiping away his tears, hastening his pace with renewed urgency. "Young man, is this your elder? He appears to be gravely ill." At that moment, a bald man clad in a grey hooded robe, burdened with a satchel, abruptly halted and initiated a conversation with Kevin. Kevin cast a wary glance in the direction of the man, who met his gaze with unwavering resolve. Their eyes locked for a fleeting moment. And Kevin suddenly noticed a small metallic hammer pendant adorning the man's neck. His skepticism swiftly transformed into elation. "Are you a monk serving the 7 gods?" The man nodded. "I am Brother John, devoted to the blacksmith, currently emulating my master on a pilgrimage across the land." Kevin bowed slightly. "I am Kevin, of the Turner family from the Five-Finger Peninsula. This is my master, Sir Liu Yi, and I am his attendant." Brother John quickly assessed Liu Yi's condition. "Your master appears to be injured. May I inquire about the circumstances?" Kevin responded. "A few days ago, my master intervened to aid a child and encountered several bandits, sustaining 9 wounds. He has been unconscious since this morning." Brother John nodded gravely, stepping closer to examine Liu Yi's injuries. "If the wounds do not heal properly, he may succumb to a fever. If severe, it could be fatal. Your journey must halt here. Should you proceed, you may only be left to dig a grave for your master." Upon hearing that his mentor might die, Kevin grew frantic. "Can you assist us? My master has wealth. I will pay." "Let us discuss payment later," Brother John replied, closing Liu Yi's garments and glancing around. "We must first find a cool place for your master to rest." Under the monk's guidance, Kevin led the horse off the path to a flat bank by the White Blade River, unloading their supplies. He gathered branches and, using his blanket, fashioned a makeshift tent for Liu Yi. After settling the patient, Brother John instructed Kevin to fetch water from the river to boil, while he ventured into the woods to gather herbs. After a while, he emerged with an assortment of plants and leaves in his arms. Once the water was boiling, Brother John cleaned Liu Yi's wounds anew, grinding the gathered herbs with stones. He applied the herbal paste to the injuries and rebandaged them with clean cloth strips. Subsequently, he concocted a herbal broth, allowing it to cool before gently feeding it to Liu Yi. Before long, Liu Yi's breathing stabilized significantly. Brother John leaned in, placing his ear against Liu Yi's chest for a moment before turning to Kevin. "Though we have administered urgent care, your master is not in good condition. He must be relocated to a proper dwelling to rest adequately. I shall check the road for any passing carriages. Perhaps a kind soul may offer you a ride. You remain here." With that, Brother John ascended back to the road, his robe trailing behind him, while Kevin stayed vigilantly by Liu Yi's side, swatting away the relentless mosquitoes. After a while, Liu Yi opened his eyes, noticing Kevin kneeling beside him, his expression fraught with anxiety. With a faint smile, he muttered, "I fainted again." Observing his mentor, pale and frail upon the blanket, Kevin felt a surge of sorrow and could not help but lament, "You should have kept me by your side. It was originally intended to drive you away. This was my mistake, and I must resolve it myself. Your actions are exceedingly perilous, charging into the enemy's lair armed with naught but a single knife is." Realizing that his words were overly rude, Kevin tempered his tone. Yet it could hardly be deemed a prudent strategy. "Ah, indeed." Liu Yi sighed, "But what should be done? Should we linger in the city for a few days, observing and contemplating at a leisurely pace? From the perspective of battle preparedness, that would be the way to proceed. Observing the enemy's stronghold for a couple of days, discerning the patterns of their movements, meticulously planning the routes for advance and retreat, and waiting for a moonless, windy night to stealthily infiltrate, eliminate the target, and depart without a trace. Who knows how long it would take before they realized their leader had long since perished. Yet, I dare not wait. I fear that once the fury within me dissipates, I may discover that I am, in truth, a cold and timid soul. I dread that once I regain my composure, I might begin to ponder whether it is worthwhile to confront an entire gang for the sake of a child I have scarcely met." He turned to Kevin and inquired, "Do you think it is worth it?" Kevin pondered for a moment. "I do not know. However, my father once told me that upholding justice and aiding the weak is the creed of a knight, one that must be safeguarded even at the cost of life." Liu Yi nodded. "Your father has taught you well." He refrained from revealing to Kevin that the last words of the Long Gan's leader, before his throat was slit, were a query about a certain Sir Gadriel. Liu Yi continued, "In truth, even before taking action, and even after achieving success, while hidden beneath the water evading the guards, I found myself contemplating whether it was worth it. Teacher, what is your answer?" Liu Yi met Kevin's gaze directly. "I possess no answer, for justice bears no price," rendering the question of worth moot. He turned his head to gaze at the azure sky, murmuring, "In every heart lies its own sense of justice. Your sense of justice may be deemed worthless in my eyes, or perhaps it is of immense value. However, to rob another of their possessions and to brutally slay an innocent child who toils to provide for themselves is, in any era and in any place, never justice. Perhaps to the lords, this may seem a trifling matter. A mere fine could absolve the murderer, or even that fine may be waived. As the city guards quietly closed the case citing suicide or other absurd excuses under the influence of their backers, Jimmy was an orphan. No one would pursue this matter. He entered this world silently, and departed just as quietly. It ought not to be this way. The world should not allow good people to perish due to their kindness and integrity, while the wicked thrive through their malevolence and shamelessness. It should not be so. The slayers and arsonists adorn themselves with gold, while the righteous toil to repair bridges and mend roads without a trace of the dead. This state of affairs is unacceptable. Humanity ought not to. As he spoke, Liu Yi's complexion flushed, his senses gradually dulled, and his words shifted from the common tongue of Westeros to a form of Chinese that Kevin could not comprehend. Kevin reached out to touch Liu Yi's forehead, which was burning with fever. He dipped a cloth into clean water and gently placed it on the forehead of his teacher, soothingly saying, "Rest for now, dear teacher." Liu Yi continued to mumble in a daze, it shouldn't. After a while, John returned to inform Kevin that he had managed to stop a cart transporting potatoes, and the owner was willing to take his teacher to the next village for the price of 10 copper stars. Consequently, Kevin paid the cart owner 1 silver moon, 1 copper star, and 14 copper coins, and together with John, they lifted Liu Yi onto the cart's load. Brother John took a seat beside the driver, while Kevin rode his steed, aptly named Quick Fish, leading the old man and the pack horse, named Hard Labor, behind the cart. The nearest village was a mere 10 miles away, yet it lacked both taverns and inns. Fortunately, the wandering monks serving the 7 gods had always enjoyed a favorable reputation among the common folk. Even in the northern realms that revered the old gods, there were ordinary people willing to assist them. Thus, under Brother John's coordination, Kevin rented an empty barn from a local farmer, and the 3 settled in. That night, in the midst of a torrential downpour, Liu Yi awoke once more. Listening to the howling wind and the relentless rain outside, his spirits inevitably darkened. He called Kevin to his side, arranging for his affairs. "Kevin, should anything happen to me, you shall inherit all my possessions. However, you must promise me to find a sunny spot to erect a grave for me, for I despise the cold and shadows. When the time comes, place a stone marker there inscribed with Liu Yi series, a poor wretch who perished before he could save the world." Kevin furrowed his brow and replied, "Teacher, please do not speak like that. Brother John will take good care of you. Just rest here for a while, and when you regain your strength, we shall continue our journey north." Liu Yi shook his head, falling silent and closing his eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his body was far more resilient than he perceived. After 2 days of fever, by the 3rd day, his temperature returned to normal, and the wounds on his body began to scab over. By the 10th day, Liu Yi had fully recovered, leaving behind only 9 unsightly scars, rendering his previous self-pity quite absurd. This remarkable recovery astonished Brother John, who had been tending to him. Could it be that Master Grell's remedies were genuinely effective? Truth be told, Brother John was rather inexperienced in the realm of healing. His knowledge encompassed little more than washing with hot water, applying herbal salves, and administering herbal soups to patients, skills he had learned within the monastery. He lacked the ability to adjust remedies based on a patient's symptoms, relying instead on fixed formulas taught to him by the elderly monks. During this time, beyond methodically changing Liu Yi's dressings and preparing potions, he spent most of his time simply praying for Liu Yi. In the eyes of Brother John, Liu Yi's survival was undoubtedly a manifestation of the 7 gods' divine protection. However, Liu Yi was rather skeptical of this notion. He was not a devotee of the 7 gods, so why would they favor him? If anyone were to bestow upon him a form of protection, it could only be the illustrious ancestors of the Liu family, from Liu Ban to Liu Bei. Nevertheless, such blasphemous thoughts were not something he could share with Brother John. Firstly, he needed to maintain his knightly persona, and secondly, Brother John had, after all, saved his life, and he did not wish to cause him any distress. Of course, merely refraining from causing sadness was far from sufficient to repay a life-saving grace. Consequently, Liu Yi approached Brother John with the offer of a gold dragon as remuneration for his healing. However, Brother John outright rejected Liu Yi's proposal, stating, "Sir, it was not I who saved you, but the 7 gods. They merely acted through my hands. If you feel compelled to express your gratitude, I suggest you donate some food at the next sanctuary. I believe many will benefit from your generosity." Yet, Liu Yi could not acquiesce to this suggestion. He was well aware of the notorious activities associated with temples' indulgences, young boys, sacred prostitutes, human skin drums, and dual cultivation furnaces. A simple search online with these keywords would unveil a plethora of content that undermines the very foundation of human morality. To give them money was akin to casting it into the water for mere amusement. Thus, Liu Yi nearly grasped Brother Zhang's hand and forcefully stuffed the coin into his pocket, prompting Brother Zhang to exclaim in desperation, "Sir, please stop. You wouldn't want me to inadvertently reveal this gold dragon while walking, only to be followed and beaten to death in a deserted place, would you?" Upon hearing this, Liu Yi was reminded of little Jimmy from White Harbor and reluctantly withdrew his hand. "Very well, Brother Zhang, since you are headed to Winterfell. I happen to be journeying there as well. Let us travel together." Chapter 26, The Monk, the Warrior, and the Bard. Brother Zhang hailed from the Riverlands. Born into a family of carpenters as the eldest son. At the age of 17, his father took him to a local monastery to work. And due to his skilled craftsmanship, he was believed to be favored by the smith among the 7 gods. Following the recommendation of an elder monk, he joined the monastery as a servant to the smith. During the Undoe invasion of Westeros, they also brought with them the faith of the 7 from Essos. The 7 referred to the father, the mother, the smith, the warrior, the maiden, the crone, and the stranger. In the interpretation of the faith of the 7, these deities are not seen as 7 distinct gods but rather as 7 manifestations of a singular divine essence. The father embodies justice and judgment. The mother represents nurturing and maternal love. The smith symbolizes creation and labor. The maiden signifies innocence and purity. The warrior stands for war and victory. The crone represents wisdom. And the stranger embodies death and the unknown. These 7 forms encompass nearly all aspects of human life, thus intertwining the faith of the 7 with the social, political, and judicial structures of Undoe society. It largely supplanted the ancient beliefs of the ancestors in the lands south of the Neck, becoming the predominant faith, often referred to as the new gods. However, in Zhang's view, the belief in the 7 is in a transitional phase from polytheism to monotheism, with considerable room for evolution. During his years of study in the monastery, Zhang learned to read and write, acquired the skills to heal, and, in addition to his already adept smithing, also became acquainted with the crafts of masonry. Although becoming a monk altered his fate, life in the monastery exposed him to unsettling truths regarding the monk's deviations from the righteous path, causing a crisis of faith. Consequently, he resolved to leave the monastery and emulate his mentor, Master Greller, by embarking on a pilgrimage along the coastline from west to east, seeking to reaffirm his beliefs through trials and acts of kindness. Now, 4 years have passed, and Winterfell is his next destination. While the Northerners, as descendants of the first men, predominantly adhere to the old gods, Winterfell, being the capital of the North, still harbors a small population of Southerners. Since the Targaryen family unified the 7 kingdoms 3 centuries ago, the great nobles of the realm have engaged in frequent intermarriages and exchanges. Whether through marriage or the exchange of hostages, by adopting them as wards, noble offspring departing their homelands for distant lands do not travel alone. They are accompanied by a retinue of guards and servants. Consequently, Winterfell has seen the presence of descendants of those who worship the 7. Though few in number, these adherents of the 7 require guidance to direct their faith, leading them back into the warm embrace of the 7. This is the purpose of Zhang's journey. However, with only a handful of followers to support him, one might wonder how he can sustain himself. In response to Louis's inquiry, Zhang raised the small hammer at his chest and exclaimed, "Fear not. Remember, in addition to being a monk, I am also a skilled carpenter." During his stay in this obscure village, Zhang did not devote all his time to caring for the sick. He performed daily checks on Liu Yi to ensure that his injuries had not worsened, while the menial tasks of serving tea and water were left to Kevin. Zhang himself utilized his skills to assist the villagers in repairing their homes and crafting tools, thereby spreading the glory of the 7 gods while earning sustenance and copper coins for himself. Upon accepting the proposal to accompany Liu Yi and his apprentice to Winterfell, Zhang, to prevent delays in their journey due to his slower pace, purchased a donkey to aid him. The donkey was inexpensive, merely 5 silver moons. A reasonable gift that perfectly suited Zhang's needs, so he graciously accepted it. With this mode of transportation, Zhang found his speed significantly increased. However, it introduced a new dilemma. Previously, when traveling alone, he would pause in villages every few days to pray for the locals, engage in carpentry, and exchange his labor for food and lodging, saving enough to continue on his way. But since joining Liu Yi, Zhang could no longer rely on his work for sustenance. Liu Yi had a clear destination, Winterfell, with little intention of stopping in the villages along the route. At night, they would not sleep outdoors. If they passed through a slightly prosperous village, Liu Yi would insist on finding an inn to indulge in a hearty meal and spend the night in a room there. Even in the most impoverished corners, Liu Yi would ensure Zhang sought out the wealthiest farmer to pay for a room, refusing to deprive himself of comfort. The crux of the matter was that Liu Yi enjoyed a comfortable existence and never neglected Zhang, whether dining out or lodging at an inn. He always insisted on Zhang accompanying him, stating that it was unjust for him to feast while Zhang barely had a taste of broth. Initially, this arrangement was tolerable. But after several instances, Zhang began to feel a profound sense of guilt. Here he was, ostensibly on a pilgrimage of hardship, yet living a life of ease and delight. What would happen when he and Liu Yi parted ways? Would he be able to revert to a life of poverty? Would he, in time, become akin to the wretched souls in the sanctuaries of King S Landing, maintained by the whims of the nobility? With these deep-seated concerns for the future, Zhang finished his dinner in a bustling tavern, wiped the grease from his lips, and delicately suggested they part ways for the journey. At that moment, Liu Yi was sipping wine, listening to a minstrel recount a sordid tale of a servant who ensnared his mistress and unexpectedly acquired great wealth. Upon hearing Zhang's request, Liu Yi found it hard to comprehend. Is that all? He scoffed, raising his cup towards Zhang. Is not a life of comfort also a trial? Zhang, are you so incapable of enduring challenges? Zhang, feeling a twinge of irritation, insisted that the hardship was indeed a test from the seven gods, and questioned Liu Yi, a foreign warrior, on his understanding of what constitutes a trial. Since Liu Yi learned that Zhang was merely a year his senior, he was both astonished by the ravages of ascetic life on one's appearance and felt a burgeoning intimacy with him. Zhang was the first peer Liu had formed a close bond with since entering this world, leading him to grow more familiar and casual in their interactions. After narrowly escaping death due to a wound infection, Liu Yi suddenly realized he was not merely a spectator in this realm. He lived here and might also perish here. He had become an integral part of this world, and the transparent barrier that separated him from it shattered with the force of illness. At that moment, the bard concluded the first segment of his tale and settled down to rest. The patrons of the tavern engaged in various conversations, creating a lively and vibrant atmosphere that enveloped Liu Yi like the purest barley ale, intoxicating him and prompting him to speak more freely. Do you not understand trials? Allow me to share a story about them, he said, his interest piqued. He seized Kevin's cup and took a sip to moisten his throat before continuing. Many years ago, in my homeland, there was a monk named Charian River. When he was very young, his father was slain by bandits, and to protect him, his mother placed him in a cradle and set him adrift on the river. Charian, under the guardianship of divine beings, floated for 3 days until an elderly abbot from a monastery rescued him. When Charian posed questions, the abbot could not answer, nor could the other brothers of the monastery. The path to the Holy Land was long, and along the way, 3 valiant warriors, moved by his ambition, voluntarily became Charian's protectors and disciples. One day, Charian arrived at the bank of a wide river, where an old woman awaited passengers in a small boat, skillfully wielding a pole. The king of the Amazonian realm was but 23, in the prime of his youth. The Scorpion Queen, in terms of beauty, was no less than the king. Her demeanor even wilder. Ultimately, Charian packed his belongings and, without a backward glance, set forth towards the holy city with his 3 students. Fully aware that no earthly splendor could rival the brilliance of faith, Liu Yi paused, remarking that this was merely the least perilous of the 81 trials Charian had endured. Brother Zhang, if the mere indulgence of tavern feasting makes you fear for the stability of your faith, how would you withstand trials like those faced in the Amazonian realm? Zhang fell into silence. However, a bearded man at the next table interjected, if it were me, I surely could not endure. A delicate queen, so enamored, and so affluent, what sane person would pursue any sacred scriptures? His friend teased, surely that monk must have a sprout growing beneath him. In an instant, the entire tavern was filled with a joyous spirit. As laughter echoed through the tavern, Liu Yi realized that all the patrons were captivated by his storytelling. Even the minstrel had taken a seat nearby on a high stool. Noticing Liu Yi's attention, the minstrel played a series of enchanting melodies on his harp, paying homage to Liu Yi with the words, "What a splendid tale, sir." Liu Yi nodded in acknowledgement, "Thank you. May we converse shortly?" "Certainly." With Liu Yi's affirmative response, the minstrel re-emerged. However, instead of continuing his previous performance, he recognized that the tavern's guests were still immersed in the fresh and intriguing narrative Liu Yi had shared. Thus, the minstrel opted to sing a few popular folk tunes that delighted the local rustic audience, earning him considerable applause. I find your query rather inconsequential, replied Brother John, who had remained silent for a prolonged moment. I concede that your story holds significant value in terms of faith, however. It ultimately remains merely an entertaining folktale and does not substantiate your argument. Is there truly a river in this world that, once consumed, can cause a man to conceive? Certainly, there is no river that would grant such a miraculous effect upon consumption, Liu Yi responded solemnly. But the tale of brother and river truly exists in the annals of my homeland's history. He elaborated, recounting how the monk had set forth alone from his abbey, traversing deserts and mountains, passing through dozens of nations over a grueling journey that spanned 17 years. Despite the perils he faced, including the deaths of several companions sent by various kings along the way, he ultimately returned from the holy city with carts full of sacred texts, becoming one of the most esteemed archbishops of his time. Once again, Brother John fell into silence, as Liu Yi's subsequent narrative resonated with a sense of authenticity. Spending 17 years wandering through different realms was not beyond comprehension for a devout ascetic like John, who had himself embarked on a 4-year pilgrimage. Liu Yi did not rush him, allowing ample time for contemplation regarding the true essence of such a spiritual journey. Unbeknownst to them, night had deepened. Travelers and locals seeking merriment gradually departed the tavern. The minstrel, having tidied his instruments, approached Brother John and politely inquired, "Brother, I trust you would not mind a devoted follower of the 7 gods taking a seat beside you." Snapping back to reality, Brother John smiled and nodded, "Of course. Please do." After performing a complex gesture of courtesy by removing his blue-pointed hat and placing it over his chest, the minstrel pulled out a chair and sat down. He turned to Liu Yi and asked, "Sir, the tale you recounted earlier is utterly captivating and leaves a lasting impression. Might I inquire the name of this story?" After a moment of reflection, Liu Yi replied, "This is but a segment from Brother An's lengthy journey. We refer to it as the Chronicles of the West, specifically the chapter on the Kingdom of Amazon. In the tale of Journey to the West, the poet murmured the name of the Amazonian realm, lost in contemplation. After a brief pause, he raised his head and introduced himself. I am Loner Voss, a wandering bard from the western lands, traversing the 7 kingdoms to bring joy and beauty through my songs." Liu Yi could not help but chuckle. It is quite evident, isn't it? Loner shrugged his shoulders and swiftly returned to the matter at hand. "Earlier, I overheard you mention that the plight of the Amazonian nation is merely one of the 81 trials experienced by the monk Anshu. Does that imply there are 80 other tales of trials?" Liu Yi nodded. "Indeed, retrieving the sacred world record is no simple task. The assembly of 81 trials certainly cannot be mere folklore. You must have encountered the story titled Journey to the West somewhere. Would you be willing to sell it to me?" As a seasoned professional, Loner Voss discerned a well-crafted narrative structure, vivid character traits, and a noble storyline within the tale of the Amazon, leading him to conclude that Journey to the West must be a meticulously refined epic. Furthermore, it is a collection of captivating stories filled with exotic charm, unknown to many. Should he procure the complete text of Journey to the West from the individual before him, followed by some localized adjustments, he would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the most renowned and beloved bards of this age, even in the chronicles penned by scholars. His name would be inescapable whenever this flourishing era was mentioned. Liu Yi appeared somewhat troubled. Sell it to you? But I do not possess the book." Loner urged eagerly. "Then could you transcribe it for me? I am willing to pay a handsome sum." "A handsome sum, such a notion hardly needs mentioning. Even if I were to write it out, you probably would not understand it. I do not even know the script used in the continent of Westeros." Chapter 27, Winterfell. "I have finally arrived." Brother John expressed mild surprise. "Liu Yi, you cannot read? Given your eloquence, I assumed you were well read." Liu Yi, with a hint of resignation, clarified. "I am unfamiliar with the local script, yet I have indeed perused many tomes back in my homeland. The two are not mutually exclusive." With a decisive thump on the table, John proclaimed, "It is settled then. Starting tomorrow, I shall instruct you in reading and writing the script of Westeros. By the time we reach Winterfell in a month's time, you shall grasp the first chapter of the 7 Stars Bible." That is a splendid idea." Liu Yi had long harbored the desire to learn to read, yet a series of interruptions had hindered his efforts. With John's willingness to teach, it was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. "Are you free bound for Winterfell?" The bard, upon hearing their destination, was filled with joy. "What a coincidence! I am also en route to Winterfell." Liu Yi cast a sidelong glance at him, skepticism evident in his gaze. "Really? This isn't a last-minute decision, is it?" "Certainly not." Leonard hastily waved his hand. Winterfell has always been my intended destination. By the way, what brings you there? I am a wandering swordsman, known as Liu Yi. Preparing to seek employment in Winterfell alongside my apprentice, Kevin Turner. Since traveling with Brother John, Liu Yi had refrained from calling himself a knight, instead identifying as a wandering swordsman. After all, it felt somewhat inappropriate to pose as a devotee of the Seven before a legitimate priest. Kevin nodded at Lanner in greeting. Lanner couldn't help but exclaim, "What a coincidence! I too am seeking work in Winterfell." It was worth noting that the occupations of a bard and a wandering swordsman bore striking similarities. Bards must constantly travel, frequently changing venues for their performances. Even if they amassed wealth and ascended to the role of troop leader, stability remained elusive. Likewise, wandering swordsmen or mercenary knights were compelled to roam, often shifting locations to engage in battles, and even if they accumulated riches and rose to the rank of mercenary captain, settling down was still a distant dream. "Mr. Liu Yi, do you not believe our encounter is a divine arrangement?" Liu Yi smiled but offered no reply. Lanner continued. "Consider this, as a newcomer and a mere wandering swordsman, what reason would the locals have to employ you? Hiring a mediocre bard merely subjects one to a few dismal songs, but hiring a lackluster wandering swordsman could cost someone their life." Liu Yi furrowed his brow at this observation. It was indeed a consideration he had overlooked. Upon arriving in Westeros, he had only taken on 2 contracts from Rodney Colbert, one for bandit suppression and another for caravan protection, and at that time, he had already proven his worth with the heads of pirates. In a place so foreign, who would vouch for his abilities? "So, what is your suggestion?" Liu Yi inquired. "Let us journey to Winterfell together. Share with me the tale of your mentor, and I shall weave your ancestors into the narrative, amplifying your renown. As long as you possess the combat prowess to match your reputation, you need not fear a scarcity of contracts in the future." Renaulton added. "Even if your combat prowess is somewhat lacking, it matters not. Are all the renowned mercenary leaders valiant warriors capable of single-handedly facing 1,000 foes? Not necessarily. Thus, I believe we can mutually assist one another, provided you are willing to share a few intriguing tales from distant lands." Renault's suggestion was indeed enticing. The allure of fine wine is often diminished by the obscurity of its source. Advertising and promotion are familiar concepts to someone like Liu Yi, raised in a highly developed market economy. This business endeavor certainly holds promise. Kevin interjected at this point, inquiring, "Mr. Renault, could my mentor's exploits be woven into a story?" Renault, intrigued, recognized that for a bard, everything serves as material for creation. "Oh, do tell." 3 months prior, my mentor led me to the domain of the Howard family. Kevin recounted Liu Yi's encounters with pirates on the territory of the Colbert family, astonishing both Brother John and Renault. Brother John, puzzled, asked, "Liu Yi, if you are so formidable, how did you sustain such injuries just days ago?" "That is a different tale altogether." Liu Yi, feeling somewhat awkward, quickly shifted the topic, addressing Renault. "I find your proposal quite agreeable. How about this? You may accompany us on our journey, and along the way, I shall share some delightful stories from my homeland. During our travels, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety, provided you do not seek trouble intentionally. In return, you shall extol my reputation within your narratives. The specifics of how you do so are entirely up to you. Should anyone offer me work due to your promotion, I would be willing to allocate a portion of my earnings as your reward. What do you think?" Upon hearing of Liu Yi's prowess to fell more than a dozen scabbers, Renault had initially lost faith in their collaboration. A warrior of such capability need only accomplish a single task to ensure a steady stream of opportunities. The notion of promoting one's reputation seemed merely a means to entice Liu Yi with promises in exchange for the stories Renault desired. To Renault's surprise, Liu Yi genuinely agreed to his proposal, eliciting an immediate expression of joy as he extended his hand. "Then it is settled," Liu Yi reciprocated, sealing their agreement with a handshake. Thus, from the following day onward, Renault joined Liu Yi's modest traveling party. In contrast to Brother John, who was resolute in his ascetic pursuits, Renault was far more adept at self-care. He possessed a lean horse for transportation. However, this horse appeared exceedingly frail, bearing a sickly demeanor yet possessing enough strength to carry Renault forward, which struck Liu Yi as remarkable. When Liu Yi inquired why he did not procure a sturdier steed, Renault laughed heartily. "Would acquiring a fine horse only invite bandits to rob me?" He drew a simple yet remarkably sharp dagger from his waist, performing a few elegant flourishes. "I am not afraid, but," he shrugged, returning the dagger to its sheath at his back, "why complicate matters for myself or others? As Liu Yi reminisced about the time he attempted to force a golden dragon into the hands of the monk John, he could not help but gain a deeper understanding of the security environment in Westeros. On the journey to Winterfell, Liu Yi presented the initial chapters of Journey to the West as a form of earnest deposit to Reno, curious to ascertain whether his abilities would do justice to the esteemed author Wu Cheng'an. Reno exhibited commendable professionalism, effortlessly grasping the essence of the narrative. In this new rendition, Sunwalker was reimagined as the chieftain of a barbarian tribe that claimed dominion over the mountains, while the heavenly realm transformed into a powerful magical empire akin to Valyria, and the western paradise became the divine court of the seven gods. Initially, John expressed some reservations, yet after hearing the first 2 chapters, he thought to himself, well, this is quite acceptable. The prospect of disseminating a tale about the 7 gods in the north seemed neither harmful nor beneficial, so he decided to let it be. However, Reno found himself grappling with the challenge of incorporating Liu Yi into the story. Liu Yi, the first student of the monk Anshu, was born from stone. Could he even procreate? Liu Yi pondered this, uncertain. Perhaps so, why not? Reno was distraught. He had to be able to reproduce. Otherwise, how could they link Liu Yi's lineage to the narrative? It was essential that this story be set hundreds, if not thousands, of years in the past, lest its authenticity be called into question. Is that truly necessary? It's inherently fictitious, Liu Yi countered. Reno insisted, the story itself may be fabricated, yet it must evoke a sense of reality, as if it could unfold in our midst, to foster immersion and entice the audience to continue listening. Furthermore, if it is false, how am I to propagate your renown? Very well, let's settle on this. He shall share your surname, and be named Valcanceres. Liu Yi chuckled at the notion of Sunwalker adopting a foreign name, hoping fervently that no monkey would emerge to strike him down with a single blow. By day, Liu Yi and Reno rode side by side, engaged in animated discussion and spirited debate, localizing the adaptation of Journey to the West. By night, Reno performed at the inn where they were staying. If no inn was available, the village square would suffice, provided he was willing to perform for free. Many would come with their stools to listen. Judging by the audience's reactions, it was indeed a captivating tale, and their localization efforts had proven remarkably successful, solidifying Reno's resolve to remain by Liu Yi's side. If he could spend several months, even years, acquiring an epic from Liu Yi that could be sung for a lifetime, the hardships would be well worth it. During the day, he shared stories with Reno, and by night, Liu Yi found no time for revelry, instead studying diligently with the monk John, poring over an antiquated 7-star Bible, learning the letters from the ground up. For Liu Yi, mastering the intricacies of Westerosi society felt akin to tackling a complex calculus problem, while learning the local script was as straightforward as a 4th-grade homework assignment. On the 3rd day of his arrival in this realm, Liu Yi discovered that he possessed an extraordinary memory, capable of retaining everything he encountered. With a mere recitation of the text word by word from Brother John, Liu Yi could effortlessly recount the entirety of the 7-star Bible. After passing through the city of Savin, and with merely 3 days remaining before reaching Winterfell, Liu Yi was already capable of reciting the scripture, a feat that left Brother John, who had spent 2 years mastering the text, feeling rather disheartened. He even began to question whether he truly enjoyed the favor of the 7 gods. If his own modest proficiency could be deemed a sign of divine blessing, then what could be said of Liu Yi's remarkable abilities? Perhaps he should find an opportunity to knight Liu Yi, as a tribute to his devotion to the 7 gods. On the final night of their journey, Liu Yi and his companions arrived at the town of Winter's End, situated just outside Winterfell. The town earned its name from the fact that it lay largely abandoned during the summer months, only to become a gathering place for common folk in winter. Positioned just outside the eastern gate of Winterfell, the town was nearly 100 meters from the city walls. Its size was substantial, comparable to the port city of White Harbor, which Liu Yi had previously encountered. At its heart lay a bustling market, where numerous wooden stalls catered to merchants. The streets were muddy, and houses built from raw timber and unhewn stone lined the sides. In the center of the town stood a well. King's Road passed alongside the town, extending towards the eastern side of Winterfell. Upon inquiring with the locals, Liu Yi learned that the most renowned inn in the area was called the Amberwood Tavern, a name that exuded warmth. By the time they reached Winter's End, it was already afternoon. Under the guidance of a tavern worker, Liu Yi and his companions led their horses to the stable and secured them before entering the main hall. Renard, of course, sought out the innkeeper to inquire whether there was a need for a bard-esque performance, while Liu Yi approached a tavern server. It is important to note that in this world, the role of taverns bears resemblance to that of tea houses in Liu Yi's homeland of Bashu. The act of drinking or tea-sipping is secondary to the joy of conversation and companionship. The staff in such establishments are invariably well-connected individuals, adept at forging friendships and gathering information. Liu Yi approached the bar, produced a copper coin, and placed it before the server with a soft clink. My friends and I intend to stay in Winter's End for a while. Ideally, we seek a secluded courtyard away from the crowds. Do you have any recommendations? The server flashed a professional smile, pocketing the copper coin. Indeed, there are many available accommodations at this time of year. As Winter's End is quite tranquil with its abundance of empty houses, their owners are more than willing to rent to considerate guests for a modest income. Liu Yi nodded and handed over another coin. Would you know how to contact these kind homeowners? The server's smile grew even brighter. Many of the homeowners are my acquaintances. If you are interested, I can accompany you tomorrow morning to view some options and help you select a suitable residence. Liu Yi turned to Brother John. Brother John, shall we take a look together tomorrow? Brother John, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of interest. Since they intended to establish a place of faith for the followers of the seven gods, renting or building their own home would undoubtedly be the most advantageous choice. Traditionally, the ascetic Jon Snow would be expected to repose in the wilderness or find refuge in the homes of his followers. However, the frigid north is hardly an ideal locale for camping, let alone locating a willing host among the sparse worshippers of the seven. Thus, Brother John nodded and suggested, shall we go and take a look together? Very well, since we have resolved to seek lodging, let us refrain from venturing elsewhere tonight and instead reside in this tavern. Otherwise, convening later may prove inconvenient. Brother John, grappling for a polite refusal, was keenly aware that, as per their accord, upon entering Winterfell, their agreement had been solidified, and he ought not to impose further on the duo of Liu Yi and his apprentice. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, he overheard Liu Yi addressing the server. You still have rooms available, I presume. Please prepare 2 for us, and put it on my tab. It was evident that one of these rooms was intended for Brother John, as Liu Yi and his apprentice typically shared a chamber, while Lanner's rent was generally included in the performance fee, sparing Liu Yi any concern. Upon hearing this, the refusal that John had not yet voiced transformed into a resigned sigh. Very well, I shall defer to your wishes. That evening, aside from Lanner, who had work to do, Liu Yi, his apprentice, and John retired early. Thus, the following morning, the 3 of them completed their morning routines promptly and gathered in the hall, awaiting the server's summons. In the tavern that morning, aside from the guests partaking in breakfast, there were scarcely any other patrons. After exchanging pleasantries with the proprietor, the server donned a fresh uniform and led the quartet into the winter market. Chapter 28, The Hardships of Life with a Sigh. Liu Yi followed the guidance of the attendant, Rory, as they explored the town for an entire morning. They beheld the exterior of a certain commandant's residence and glimpsed the villa of a local lord. After much deliberation, they ultimately chose a modest courtyard near the river, situated on the town's outskirts. The courtyard, measuring approximately 70 square meters, was accompanied by a spacious main house of about 50 square meters and a smaller structure of around 20 square meters. Additionally, there was an abandoned blacksmith's forge within the yard. According to Rory's account, the previous owner of the courtyard was a blacksmith who lived with his wife, 2 children, and an apprentice. Tragically, they all perished in an unfortunate accident. Consequently, the property, lacking an heir, was reclaimed by the ducal estate and subsequently sold to a local vegetable merchant. Mr. Joyce, the vegetable merchant, was a native of the area. He resided nearby, and his acquisition of this courtyard was purely opportunistic, as he sought a bargain to use it for rental purposes. Given the secluded location of the courtyard and the fact that Joyce was welcoming his first tenants since taking over, the rental price was quite reasonable, merely 5 silver bucks per month, with a deposit of 1 month and payment of 3 months in advance. After much discussion among the trio, they resolved to rent the courtyard. With Rory's introduction, Liu Yi paid the rent to Mr. Joyce and, for the sake of formality, spent an additional silver buck to enlist the tavern owner, Mr. Ender, as a witness to their rental agreement. Once all formalities were concluded, Liu Yi compensated Rory for his intermediary services and treated him to a drink. Together, they, along with 5 sturdy beasts of burden, swiftly transported all their belongings to their new abode. John, what do you suppose the unfortunate accident Rory mentioned might have been? As Liu Yi entered the main house, he noticed darkened, dried bloodstains on the stone floor. Could it have been that the blacksmith, while forging weapons, inadvertently severed an artery and bled to death? Brother John gazed at the radial blackstains and peculiar scratches on the walls, crossing himself as he murmured a prayer for the soul of the departed. I would rather the Lord bless our souls, interjected Leonard from the side. Liu Yi, didn't you consider whether the house might be haunted when you chose it? Of course I did, otherwise, why would they rent it to us for just 5 silver bucks? Liu Yi replied. What, are you afraid? Fear not, for Zhang is here. If there is indeed something unclean, he can perform an exorcism. Zhang promptly declined. Oh no, I serve a blacksmith, not a stranger. I can mend and repair. But banishing spirits is beyond my capabilities. At that moment, Kevin pointed to their elongated shadows on the ground and reminded them, Teacher, if we don't start tidying up soon, it will be dark. Indeed. Enough chatter, let us get to work. The 2 rooms had suffered from prolonged vacancy and were in poor condition. Not only were the corners and eaves teeming with cobwebs, but a musty odor permeated the air. The few pieces of furniture that remained, though structurally intact, were marred by mold and stains, with even a few vibrant mushrooms sprouting forth. Essentially, the only usable parts of the 2 rooms were the walls. Even the thatched roof required complete red hatching. Amidst the misfortunes, a silver lining emerged. Brother John, having traversed the lands for many years, was remarkably adept at navigating such predicaments. Under his guidance, Liu Yi and Kevin swiftly tidied both the interior and exterior of the house, amassing a considerable heap of debris and refuse in the courtyard. With the replacement of the thatched roof with clean straw, they could manage a night's rest. What about Leonard, you ask? He was stationed nearby, skillfully playing an uplifting melody on his harp to encourage the others. In his own words, he lamented, watching you toil while I cannot assist weighs heavily on my heart. Yet, for a bard, my dexterous hands are more precious than life itself. You see, they are not only meant to create enchanting music, but also to bring joy to lonely noble women. I cannot risk them, even in the slightest. So I must rely on you for the laborious tasks, which I trust you understand. Of course, they understood. Why would they not? Everyone's fundamental needs ought to be addressed. Thus, once the house was cleaned, Liu Yi and Kevin shared a modest 20 square meter room, while Zhang was assigned a spacious 50 square meter dwelling, which also served as the chapel for the burgeoning Temple of the Seven. Leonard found himself in a corner of the larger room, where Brother Zhang assured him that upon the chapel's completion, he could fashion a makeshift bed from 2 long benches for nighttime rest. For the time being, sleeping on the ground would suffice. Without a moment's hesitation, Leonard acquiesced to this arrangement. What other option did he have? Would he rather face the mosquitoes outdoors? As for lodging at an inn, that was out of the question. It would incur expenses, although it was possible to deduct the costs from their performance fees, which were lower than standard rates. Not staying at the inn meant that money would remain in his pocket. Ultimately, the quartet of outsiders settled in the Winterhaven town, just outside Winter City. After a few days, the small courtyard received a new thatched roof, stains on the furniture were eradicated, and the walls were freshly coated with white lime. Everyone remarked on the newfound comfort of their abode. Once the communal sanitation tasks were completed, Brother John devoted all his energy to adorning his little chapel. As the material embodiment of the faith in the 7 gods, the chapel could be grandiose, akin to the snow temple Liu Yi had visited in White Harbor, or it could be modest, like the current one, a simple space accommodating 10 individuals for simultaneous prayer. Regardless of its opulence or simplicity, certain essential elements were required for the chapel's decoration. These included the pulpit for the sermons, benches for the congregation, images depicting the 7 divine forms of the 7 gods, and the 7-pointed star emblem symbolizing them, displayed outside the chapel. Unfortunately, none of these items were readily available in Winterhaven. Brother John would have to create each piece himself. When Liu Yi offered to assist, Brother John firmly declined. As a servant of the blacksmith, crafting the chapel's various implements was, in itself, a form of spiritual discipline that could not be entrusted to another, especially not to Liu Yi, who was a heretic. Certainly, should Liu Yi express a desire to formally embrace the embrace of the 7 gods, it would pose no issue. Brother John would be more than willing to accept such assistance, and on the very first day the chapel is restored, he could officiate the knighthood ceremony for Liu Yi. In this manner, Liu Yi's financial support to John, including the rent for the small courtyard and the expenses for purchasing building materials, could be regarded as Liu Yi's offering to the 7 gods, resulting in mutual satisfaction. However, it was now Liu Yi who felt compelled to decline. To think that the first target of your missionary endeavors in the north is none other than myself. The funds provided to Brother John were minimal. Liu Yi had scarcely calculated the value of the wood and lime in terms of copper stars. Yet, the absurdity of treating one as a brother while harboring intentions akin to paternalism was indeed difficult to bear. Ultimately, Liu Yi allowed John to pursue his own endeavors, leaving Kevin to assist him. After all, Kevin was genuinely a devotee of the Seven Gods, while he himself ventured to the Wolf's Kiss Tavern in search of employment. As a time traveler, Liu Yi had previously led a modest existence on Earth as a corporate worker earning a meager salary. In his understanding, the concept of job hunting revolved around online applications, recruitment fairs, and responding to headhunter calls. He had no inkling of how a wandering swordsman might secure employment. Fortunately, the garrison officer Rodney from Redstone Village had mentioned that unresolved security issues faced by the small lords and garrison officers across the north would ultimately converge at the taverns in Winterfell. Thus, seeking out Rory at the Smoky Tavern for a conversation seemed a prudent choice. After ordering a glass of sweet and sour apple cider, Liu Yi inquired, "Rory, might you happen to have a position suitable for a wandering swordsman to share with me?" Rory looked at him apologetically, expressing regret. "Alas, my friend, I truly have no information in this regard to offer you." Liu Yi furrowed his brow. "But my friend informed me that wandering swordsmen find it easier to make a living here in Winterfell." Rory, while polishing a glass, replied, "Indeed. For we are within the stronghold of House Stark. However, here at the Smoky Tavern, we cannot earn such a wage." Rory paused, focusing intently on wiping the table until a copper star fluttered through the air and landed before him. He continued, "In the market district, up north in the cobbled alley, there lies a tavern bearing the sign of the Wolf's Kiss. It is a gathering place for mercenaries in Wintertown. The tavern owner is Howard Barlow. Take this token, and he shall guide you on what to do." Liu Yi accepted the wooden token, engraved with the image of a blooded longsword, and made his way to the Wolf's Kiss Tavern adjacent to the market district. The Wolf's Kiss Tavern appeared rather unremarkable, nestled in a corner of the cobbled alley midway through its length. The windows, for reasons unknown, were smaller than those of other taverns, obscuring the interior from view. The tavern's door was firmly shut, leaving Liu Yi uncertain whether it was indeed open. Had it not been for the sign depicting a grinning wolf's mouth, he might have hesitated to confirm he had arrived at the correct location. After much deliberation, Liu Yi adjusted the chest armor hidden beneath his clothing and repositioned the hilt of the Song of the Azure Sky sword to a more comfortable grip before finally pushing open the heavy door and stepping inside. After blinking a few times to adjust to the dim lighting of the tavern, Liu Yi noticed that this seemingly unremarkable establishment housed around 10 patrons, occupying only half of the available space. The bar was situated against the left wall, where a burly man with a grizzled beard diligently polished a glass, clearly demonstrating the fundamental skills of a tavern keeper. Liu Yi approached the man, pulled out a high stool, and placed the wooden token given to him by Rory on the bar, gently pushing it forward. "Rory from the Smoke and Ember Tavern sent me," he said. The bearded man lifted his eyelids, recognizing the blooded sword emblem on the token. He nodded, picked it up, and casually tossed it into a corner behind him. "By your accent, you hail from the east, yet your appearance suggests otherwise." "I am not from the east," Liu Yi confirmed, acknowledging the man's deduction. "I come from a land called Ceres, located to the east of Essos, and I have only been in Westeros for a few months." "Ceres? I haven't heard of it," the man mumbled as he retrieved a notebook and pen from beneath the bar. "But that is of little consequence. Do introduce yourself, the mercenary company you served, your accomplishments, and such. If any suitable work arises, I shall recommend you to potential employers. However, there are rules here. Contracts established under the witness of the tavern will incur a 10% commission. Is that acceptable?" 10%? Quite reasonable, as certain companies take 20, Liu Yi remarked. "Certainly not. My greatest virtue is my respect for the rules," the man replied with a smile. "My name is Liu Yi Ceres. I once led a mercenary band of 25 in my homeland." After listening to Liu Yi's half-true, half-fabricated resume, the bearded man closed his notebook. "Your credentials sound impressive. I hope you are not embellishing. If I recommend you for a position beyond your actual capabilities, it could lead to dire consequences. I swear by the sun that every word I speak is verifiable. The database of the official World of Warcraft server has it recorded. As long as the server remains operational, it can be accessed." "Very well. What would you like to drink?" "Ah, thus." Liu Yi ordered a glass of his favorite rye beer and was sent to a vacant corner to wait. Initially thinking that awaiting work would be akin to queuing for server access, he expected to be called upon by the end of the night. However, in the ensuing days, Liu Yi merely returned each day to order a glass of rye beer, retreating to the sidelines to sip throughout the day. As for work, not a whisper. After several days of languishing in this tedious and unfulfilling existence, Liu Yi could no longer endure the monotony and once again seated himself before the bearded man. Harvard. I've nearly consumed a barrel of rye beer these past few days, yet you haven't relayed a single message to me. Is there something I've done wrong that has displeased you? Not at all. Your quiet demeanor, sipping your drink without causing a ruckus or demanding compensation for a severed hand, has been quite satisfactory. However, Harvard gestured toward the other patrons in the tavern. You see, you are not the only one without work. During these past few days spent in the tavern, Liu Yi has indeed made the acquaintance of several companions. As Howard, the proprietor, remarked, they have yet to receive any work. Those lacking funds even find themselves compelled to share a drink with friends just to secure the privilege of lingering in the tavern while awaiting employment. How could this be? Liu Yi felt perplexed, having heard that making a living in this region was quite effortless. The career of a mercenary is akin to a flower nurtured with blood. Howard asserted, only in the abyss filled with blood and fire can it flourish brilliantly. Yet, the North has enjoyed peace for an extended period. Under the wise and just rule of Duke Eddard Stark, the North remains tranquil and secure. Even when conflicts arise among the nobility, they are more inclined to seek the Duke's mediation rather than resorting to hiring mercenaries to invade their rivals' strongholds. Thus, those ambitious and skilled mercenaries have crossed the sea to Essos, leaving behind only the obstinate who are reluctant to live in foreign lands. Frankly, I find it quite incomprehensible that you would abandon your career in the East, Liu Yi mused, taking a sip of his drink. The career of a mercenary is indeed a flower nourished by blood, such a profound statement. Howard chuckled silently. Do you know how many times I have refined that line? In the following days, Brother John repaired the chapel, Renard purchased new garments with his performance earnings, and Kevin made progress in his spear techniques, yet, Liu Yi remained steadfastly engaged in a battle with the rye ale. Just as he was seriously contemplating a career change to blacksmithing, an unexpected opportunity presented itself before him. Chapter 29, The Greyjoys, a debt to be repaid. Sherm Greyjoy. Liu Yi felt bewildered upon hearing the name. Who is this person? Are you familiar with the Iron Islands? Reno ladled a bowl of turnip soup from the pot, stirred it, and took a sip, finding the flavor rather bland. We've run out of coarse salt at home. I shall procure some tomorrow morning. Liu Yi explained, then inquired. By the way, what are the Iron Islands? Are the islands made of iron, so lavish? Brother John, carving the wooden likeness of an old crone by the flickering light of a tallow candle, interjected to clarify. The Iron Islands lie within the Ironman's Bay on the western sea of Westeros. Prior to the conquest by the Targaryen family, the Iron Islands were a sovereign nation, governed successively by the kings of the Iron Islands and the kings of rivers and hills. The inhabitants of the Iron Islands refer to themselves as Ironborn. They often proclaim that every captain aboard a ship is a king, hence the Iron Islands are also known as the land of 1,000 kings. As for the name of the Iron Islands, some say it derives from the rich iron ores found there. Yet the Ironborn assert it reflects the unyielding nature of their people. The Greyjoy family, who currently rule the Iron Islands, are, at their core, merely a band of pirates. Brother John then turned to Reno. How do you come to know the Greyjoys? Pray tell, you haven't entangled yourself with one of their women, have you? Tread carefully. Their kin are not to be trifled with. Come now, I would indeed fancy that. A soft life is rather appealing, Reno replied, placing his empty bowl back on the bench and wiping his mouth. He continued, 9 years ago, the Greyjoys raised the banner of rebellion, did they not? Subsequently, King Robert and Duke Eddard led forces to quell the Iron Islands. The only surviving son of their house, Sherm Greyjoy, was taken in by Duke Eddard and resides in Winterfell Castle. The recent tale of a journey westward has garnered quite a favorable reception, attracting many listeners. He turned to Liu Yi, saying, each time the story reaches its conclusion, I mention your name, stating that the descendant of the warrior Vercanceres is journeying through Wintertown. He then seeks me out, expressing a desire to meet you. Tomorrow, refrain from visiting the Wolf's Kiss Tavern, tidy yourself up a bit, and in the afternoon, accompany me to the Amberwood Tavern to discern the intentions of the lad. Fortune favors the diligent, while the indifferent may find unexpected blessings, Liu Yi thought to himself, feeling a surge of delight at the prospect of an opportunity. Very well, when you leave tomorrow, do call for me. Due to the nature of his work, Reno was accustomed to late departures and returns, sometimes even spending the night away. On those occasions, he would return to the small courtyard in the early morning, weary and bearing dark circles under his eyes, squeezing himself into the room shared with Liu Yi and Kevin, sleeping until the afternoon. only rising when the performances at the Emberwood Tavern were about to commence. However, with an appointment to meet Sharon Greyjoy, Reno rose a bit earlier today. Shortly after noon, he prepared himself and, alongside the equally modestly dressed yet spruced-up Liu Yi, took a window-side seat at the Emberwood Tavern. In this world, the populace does not possess the same sense of time as that of Liu Yi's hometown. When it is said that work starts at 9, even a single minute late for clocking in is deemed strictly unacceptable. If an afternoon meeting is arranged, as long as one arrives between the sun's zenith and the onset of darkness, it is not considered a breach of agreement. After waiting for a considerable duration without seeing anyone, Lena left Liu Yi to prepare for the evening's performance. Liu Yi, on the other hand, sipped delicately from a cup of the establishment's signature apple sweet wine, passing the time by reminiscing about the novels he had once read. Apple sweet wine, a drink for women. Unbeknownst to Liu Yi, a slender, dark-skinned young man with sparse facial hair took a seat across from him, his eyes glinting with mockery. Is the warrior from the Isles of Carys truly so effeminate? Effeminate or not, why not test it with your pretty face? If your skin is tougher than this cup, Liu Yi retorted, downing the remaining liquid in his glass. Under the astonished gaze of the youth, he crashed the wooden cup effortlessly, reducing it to uneven shards that tumbled onto the table with a clattering sound. This trick of shattering cups proved quite effective. Oh, Rory, I accidentally broke your cup. Is that alright? No worries, just pay for it, 2 copper stars. Very well, another cup of apple sweet wine, charged to Lena. A moment later, Rory returned with another cup of apple sweet wine, disregarding the shards on the table, as Liu Yi resumed his sipping, seemingly oblivious to the earlier incident. The young man gazed intently at Liu Yi, cleared his throat, and introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Theon Greyjoy, the son and heir of the Lord of the Iron Islands, as well as the ward of Duke Eddard. Liu Yi extended his hand. Greetings, Lord Theon. I am Liu Yi of Carys, a wandering swordsman. It is a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is mine, Theon replied, shaking Liu Yi's hand gently. After hearing tales of your ancestors from the bards, I was eager to meet you. Indeed, you are a formidable warrior. Without further ado, I have a proposition for you. Would you be interested in a job? Certainly, but I am unsure if I possess the ability to fulfill it. Please, do elaborate. Someone owes me 11 golden dragons in gambling debts, and I would like your assistance in recovering it. Although Theon Greyjoy was a ward of Duke Eddard, receiving the same education and restrictions as the Duke's other children, he was already 19 years of age. As a ward, he lacked the authority to engage in the politics of Winterfell but could not return to the Iron Islands. He had no love for books nor for training with the castle's younger boys, thus, after completing his required studies, he preferred to seek amusement in Wintertown, enjoying music and card games to pass the time. Recently, the wardens of the territories directly governed by Winterfell came to deliver reserves of grain and, in doing so, had the opportunity to meet their liege, Duke Eddard, resulting in quite a lively atmosphere in Wintertown. Seizing the opportunity as a leisurely figure in Winterfell, Shion organized several card games, providing the visiting commanders with delightful entertainment while simultaneously enriching his modest treasury. It was expected that, as the esteemed adopted son of a duke, Shion would graciously mingle with the commanders, introducing them to the city's novel attractions and pastimes. The commanders' losses could be deemed a trivial price to pay. However, to Shion's astonishment, one ungrateful commander, Enderbarks from the nearby Rabbit Paw village, absconded with his winnings the very next day, leaving no promissory note behind. This infuriated Shion. If such behavior became commonplace, how could he continue this venture? Thus, Liu Yi, I implore you to assist me in retrieving this debt. In recompense, I shall offer you 2 golden dragons. To collect a gambling debt through forceful means, how many years would that incur? My lord Shion, I have a query. Speak. At the Wolf's Kiss Tavern, many mercenaries await work. Why not enlist them instead of me? Shion raised 2 fingers. There are 2 reasons. Firstly, the rogues at the tavern are seasoned veterans. It's possible that one of them is a comrade of Ender S. I cannot place my trust in them. Secondly, Ender is a vassal of my adoptive father, Duke Eddard. I wish to keep this matter discreet. A larger entourage could lead to complications. Ideally, just a few individuals should quietly resolve the issue and return with the money, necessitating those who possess considerable combat prowess. I have heard tales from bards that you single-handedly vanquished 16 pirates in the lands of House Colbert. If this rumor holds true, then you are indeed the most suitable candidate. Ah, a newcomer, Lacking connections yet possessing capability. Should chaos ensue, you could be easily discarded. Quite reasonable. Liu Yi understood Xian Greyjoy's request and considered declining. Yet, recalling Kevin's anxious expression when he reported the accounts last night, revealing only 1 golden dragon and 16 silver moons remaining in the public treasury, he found it difficult to refuse. After contemplating, Liu Yi hesitated and replied, I currently lack personnel, it's just my disciple and me, and as a newcomer to Winterfell, I am still unfamiliar with the territory. Xian leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. So, do you not wish to undertake this task? Then the remuneration must increase. Xian shook his head. I cannot offer more. 2 golden dragons is not an insignificant amount. The journey from Winterfell to Rabbit Paw Village takes merely 3 days on horseback. Were it not for the need to maintain the Duke's dignity, I would have led the expedition myself. Very well. It would indeed be inappropriate for you to venture alone to collect the debt. I shall provide you with a guide, who will serve as a witness. Though he will not intervene, all must rely on your own capabilities. After considerable deliberation, Liu Yi finally acquiesced. All right, I shall accept this task. After concluding their agreement to meet 2 mornings hence outside the Hunter's Gate of Winterfell, Theon Greyjoy departed first, while Luwin awaited the completion of Renly's tasks before returning to the small courtyard together. As had been discussed previously, Kevin prepared dinner later than usual. And when Renly and Luwin returned, the turnip and mushroom soup was still steaming, releasing the distinct aroma of vegetarian fare. Given that Theon's task was Luwin's inaugural assignment, everyone was quite invested. After moving the soup pot and dark bread into the great hall, the company dined while Luwin recounted his exchanges with Theon Greyjoy. Upon finishing, Kevin felt that the turnip soup he had painstakingly crafted paled in comparison, and timidly reminded, Master, seeking gambling debts is hardly a pursuit of honor. Brother John concurred, stating, while the 7 do not prohibit gambling, they certainly do not endorse it. It can corrode the mind and impede one's spiritual quest. You must deliberate carefully. Renly, however, exhibited unwavering support, waving his piece of dark bread as he declared, it may not bring glory, but it can certainly procure sustenance, lad. Your master is already under considerable pressure. Do not add to his burdens. Furthermore, Brother John, it is not Luwin who owes the gambling debts. Even if one were to owe an entire kingdom, what of it? Luwin nodded and inquired, will you accompany me? Renly's gaze drifted outside the courtyard. I still have work to do, I lack the time. Brother John sighed, if only there were more congregants at the chapel to pray. And if they were more generous. Following the repairs to the modest chapel in the great hall, a few southerners residing in Winterfell had indeed come to pray. Yet John perceived their devotion as lacking. Not only did they fail to offer monetary gifts, but their prayers were also perfunctory, leaving one to wonder what the 7 truly meant to them. Luwin gestured towards the 4 walls of the great hall, pointing out its meager adornments. Their level of faith likely mirrors the grandeur of this chapel. You see, it is substance that matters, not form. Brother John furrowed his brow and set down his spoon. If it comes to that, perhaps I should craft some southerner-style furniture to sell. It was my original intent, after all. Tomorrow, I shall inquire at the town's blacksmith about the cost of a complete set of carpentry tools. If affordable, I intend to commission the blacksmith to create a set. The tools I currently possess suffice for minor repairs, yet relying on them for profit remains a challenge. Luwin waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for that. Why spend the coin? Tomorrow, we shall procure some scrap metal, and I shall assist you in assembling a set. Brother John expressed his astonishment. Are you not a wandering swordsman? How do you possess knowledge of blacksmithing? Luwin replied matter-of-factly, what is so strange about it? A competent warrior should understand the very craft of weaponry. How else can one wield it effectively? Such reasoning is dubious at best. John scoffed at Liu Yi's remarks, retorting, by your logic, a bachelor who cannot forge a quill is incapable of composing a fine piece of literature. The 7 gods endowed both blacksmiths and warriors with distinct aspects. The creators of weapons and the wielders are inherently different. Moreover, the mastery of both forging skills and martial techniques demands countless hours of dedication and effort. Your statement not only disrespects the diligence of others, but also tarnishes the reverence owed to the 7 gods. I implore you to refrain from such utterances in the future. Liu Yi countered, how peculiar. If both warriors and blacksmiths are manifestations of the 7 gods' divinity, is it not entirely reasonable for me to possess skills in both domains? As the tension between the 2 escalated, Lanner interjected, what is there to argue about? Skill is skill. If one possesses it, they do, and if not, they do not. Let us abandon this topic. Pausing momentarily, he deftly shifted the conversation. Speaking of which, have you heard the tale of the rainy season in Casimir? Thus, a night that nearly erupted into conflict due to poverty concluded amidst the trivial gossip of the Lannister family. The following afternoon, Liu Yi returned to the Warg's Tavern, ordering his beloved barley ale, and positioned himself steadfastly before old Howard. Noticing Liu Yi's presence, Howard impatiently remarked, "What is the matter? Did I not inform you that I would notify you of any suitable tasks?" Taking a sip of his drink, Liu Yi replied with restraint, "Brother, I am not here in search of work, rather, I am here to recruit." Chapter 30, Forming a Team Recruiting. Howard was taken aback for a moment, then leaned in. "What is this? Have you received a job?" He clapped Liu Yi's shoulder with his large hand, the size of a fan. "Well done, young man. What path are you taking?" Liu Yi replied ambiguously, "A friend referred me. I need to make a trip to the countryside. Do you have any spare hands?" "I wish to recruit 3 individuals." Howard nodded and pulled out a notebook. "Please outline your requirements, and I shall see if I have suitable candidates." Liu Yi pondered for a moment. "I need a scout familiar with the wolf forest terrain, preferably a hunter skilled with a bow and close combat weapons. Someone who won't get lost if trouble arises." Howard jotted down a note. "And what else?" 2 sword and shield bearers, Liu Yi added. "Strength is not the priority. What matters is their caution and ability to read a situation." He paused before adding, "And please, no one from Rabbit Paw Village or its surrounding areas." Upon hearing this, Howard snapped his notebook shut. "What? Is your target Rabbit Paw Village? I must warn you, that is the Duke's direct territory. If you stir up trouble there and end up captured or killed, no one will come to your aid." Liu Yi waved his hand dismissively. "It's not that serious. I'm merely collecting a debt, not planning a massacre." Howard nodded. "Collecting debts, you say? Typically, that task is left to the thugs on the pick. If you're bringing in mercenaries, it seems your target is quite formidable. It would happen to be Anders Sparks from Rabbit Paw Village, would it?" "Eh?" Liu Yi exclaimed, surprised. "How do you know that?" Howard did not respond directly but continued. "Let me guess, setting a trap to swindle the garrison's funds. The thugs on the pit wouldn't dare such a bold move, so it must be someone from the city." He gestured towards Winterfell. "The Stark children are well raised. The older 2 never gamble, and the younger 2 are still playing in the mud. Therefore, your employer couldn't possibly be Theon Greyjoy." Liu Yi set down his cup, speechless. "It's a pity you're not pursuing a career as a bounty hunter." Howard burst into hearty laughter, and once he had laughed enough, he cautioned, "Though Theon Greyjoy is the Duke's ward, he remains a hostage. His status in Winterfell is esteemed, yet he wields no real power. Do not think you can rely on him to deal with Anders. If I were you, I'd take this journey lightly. Aim to collect what you can. But don't risk everything. If it doesn't work out, let it be." Liu Yi sensed a hint of concern in Howard's words. "Thanks, brother. I appreciate your advice." Understanding that Liu Yi had taken his counsel to heart, Howard said, "Then go rest. I'll find a few suitable candidates and have them reach out to you. You're staying at the old blacksmith shop south of town, right?" "Yes. I'll await your news, but I must set off by tomorrow morning, so please be swift." "Understood." After finalizing their plans, Liu Yi discreetly left the tavern and returned to his small courtyard. Due to the urgency of the situation and the myriad preparations that lay ahead, Liu Yi entrusted Brother Zhang with the reception of any potential visitors, while he and Kevin departed the courtyard to procure supplies from the market. Stale bread, water skins, wine, jerky, and beans for the horses were all essential provisions for their journey. The commercial nature of Winter's End outweighed its residential aspect, with most goods conveniently consolidated within the marketplace. When Liu Yi and Kevin returned, burdened with an assortment of items, they found Brother Zhang engaged in conversation with 3 unfamiliar men seated on 2 stools. Upon Liu Yi's arrival, Brother Zhang greeted him, saying, "Hey, Liu Yi. The individuals you summoned have arrived." The 3 strangers stood, removed their hats, and nodded respectfully towards Liu Yi. "Kevin, please prepare some food to entertain our guests." After sending Kevin off to prepare the meal, Liu Yi extended his hand in greeting. "I am Liu Yi Celis. Are you the man introduced by Mr. Howard?" After a brief exchange of glances among them, the tallest and leanest of the trio, sporting a distinctive mustache and a mature, handsome visage albeit with a balding crown, spoke up, "Indeed, I am Eddie. I was once an archer under the Seven family, later hunting for them. Last year, my brother passed away, leaving behind 3 children. The earnings from hunting for 7 were insufficient to support 5 mouths, so I sought work as a mercenary. I am Conrad, another man chimed in. I was a conscript under the Karstark family. In my youth, I fought in the Iron Islands War, and later accompanied Count Karstark in his battles against pirates and wildlings. The third man, a robust figure adorned with a thick mane of curly hair and a full beard, added, I am one. This journey is primarily to expose my wife's younger brother to the world and to gather some funds for my family. I am skilled with an axe. The young man behind Conrad shyly waved his short axe. Once introductions were complete, Liu Yi stated, Mr. Howard has informed you of our objective, I presume. Our mission is to assist a nobleman in recovering gambling debts. We may succeed in retrieving the full amount or only a portion. Therefore, your remuneration will be contingent upon the sums collected. Including my student Kevin, there are 5 of us in total. The total remuneration will be divided into 6 parts. With me, as the leader, receiving an additional share, while the remaining 5 will be evenly distributed. Does that seem agreeable to you? Eddie and Conrad expressed no objections, affirming. That sounds fair. Welcome, then. Please, have a seat and enjoy some food. Liu Yi sought to alleviate the awkwardness of idle chatter. Deciding to finish the stockpiled turnips with a fresh turnip soup before their departure, which helped to foster a more convivial atmosphere. Through casual conversation, it became apparent that Eddie, Conrad, and one epitomized the archetypal individuals unable to detach from their homeland, as described by Howard. Eddie, with 2 children of his own, also supported his late brother's 3 offspring. Although Conrad had but 1 child, he remained reluctant to part from his wife, while one's plight stemmed purely from poverty. The task at hand posed little difficulty and minimal risk. Although the remuneration was uncertain, a stroke of luck could yield a considerable return, providing some financial relief for their households. Despite the meager and unstable income, it surpassed what they earned working for the lords back in their homeland, illustrating the dire poverty of their daily lives. After agreeing to gather outside the Hunter's Gate the following day, Eddie and Conrad bid farewell to Louis. On the morning of their rendezvous, as dawn broke with a hazy light, Louis and Kevin arrived at the western side of Winterfell's castle to await the others. Shortly thereafter, Hunters Eddie and Conrad reached the meeting point, with Eddie mounted on a chestnut gelding, while Conrad rode a black packhorse, and Wang was astride a mule. After exchanging morning greetings, the 5 members of the debt collection party dismounted and found a large tree, where they sat in its shade, consuming hard bread and fresh water for breakfast, as they awaited the arrival of their employer and his guide. Eventually, after less than an hour had passed, as the sun began to ascend the walls of Winterfell, Theon Greyjoy emerged from the Hunter's Gate, accompanied by a young man with light-colored hair and a somewhat plump physique. Upon reaching the open area outside the gate, Theon glanced around and spotted Louis seated in the shade playing cards with Conrad, waving him over. However, Louis, facing away from Winterfell, was unaware of this. It was only when Conrad discarded a card and claimed several copper coins from in front of Louis that he was alerted. Captain, that person seems to be calling you. Louis turned to look, quickly standing up, chiding Conrad for not giving him an earlier warning, and hurried to the employer's horse. Good morning, Lord Theon. Good morning, Mr. Louis, Theon replied, dismounting and shaking hands with Louis before nodding toward the young man, who had also dismounted. Allow me to introduce you. This is Hywel, one of my closest friends and also a guard to Lord Eddard. He then introduced Hywel, saying, This is your lead for this journey, Louis carries from the east, the captain. The young man nodded, his smile somewhat forced. Noticing this, Louis felt a twinge of confusion but thought it best not to inquire further at that moment, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After some more pleasantries, Theon reminded Louis. Hywel is merely a witness to the wager and your undertaking. He will not partake in your actions, so there is no need to factor him into your plans. He then patted Hywel on the shoulder, saying, Hywel, I'm counting on you this time. With that, Theon flashed a wide smile, mounted his horse, and rode back through the Hunter's Gate into the city. Once Theon Greyjoy departed, Hywel and Louis exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. It was not until Louis absent-mindedly scraped his foot against the ground, forming a small altar, that he remembered it was time to set off. Shall we depart now while the weather is still cool? He suggested. All right, sounds good. Not long after leaving Winterfell, Hywel began to mingle with the other members of the debt collection party. Upon learning that Hywel was a member of Duke Stark's, everyone expressed their respect for such a position. However, Liu Yi was curious. As a squire to Duke Eddard, why do you assist Theon Greyjoy? Hywel shrugged. I owe that young lad 15 silver moons. With no means to repay him, I endure his incessant nagging. He proposed that if I were willing to run this errand for him, he would absolve my debt. Thus, I took a few days off from Jory. Quite impressive. Accomplishing the task without spending a single coin, Theon Greyjoy is indeed not to be underestimated. After a 3-day journey, they arrived at Rabbit's Paw village. As the villagers guided them to the residence of the garrison commander, Anders Sparks, they spotted their target clad in full armor, preparing to depart. Uncle Anders. Where are you headed? Anders, with one foot already in the stirrup, turned upon hearing a voice and was surprised to see Haiwa. Ah, Haiwa, what brings you here? Come in, quickly. Noticing Liu Yi and the others behind Haiwa, he inquired, are these your friends? Haiwa smiled wryly, sort of, uncle. Perhaps we should discuss matters inside. Anders frowned, unable to comprehend the situation, yet he maintained his politeness, inviting Liu Yi and the others into the hall to rest. Once everyone was seated, Haiwa explained their purpose. Anders's temper flared instantly. What? That Greyjoy brat thinks he can swindle me and still demand money. Haiwa remained silent, clearly neutral. Liu Yi, stepping forward, said, My lord, there is an old saying in my hometown. A bet is a bet, although I am unaware of the specifics, since you acknowledged this debt in Winterfell. It would be dishonest to deny it afterward. Hearing the reproach in Liu Yi's words, Anders became even angrier, his language becoming increasingly coarse. That little sea monster thinks he can play me for a fool, concocting some bizarre game involving Lannister gold. He never explained anything before the brawl began. After each round, he presided over the settlement, declaring I lost, and by the end of the night, he claimed I owed 10 golden dragons. Am I supposed to accept that? Whoever does is a fool. Liu Yi corrected him. It was 11 golden dragons. 11 golden dragons, my foot. One of those was interest he forced upon me. You lot, with your arrogance, dare to come to my home. I could care less. Anders's fury escalated as he seized the brass wine jug before him and hurled it at Liu Yi. Narrowing his eyes, Liu Yi swiftly swatted the jug aside. At the moment it made contact with his hand, the jug's belly caved in and ricocheted away, crashing against a stout pillar made of solid wood in the hall. The astonishing scene left all present in a state of shock and silence, even calming the furious Anders. Liu Yi gently rubbed his slightly pained hand and spoke with a stern tone. My lord Anders, I respect your seniority, and I shall overlook the humiliation you just bestowed upon me. However, the gambling debt is something you must settle. My brothers and I have not savored meat in a long while. Anders remained silent for a moment before responding. Meat, I have in abundance. As a friend, I can provide you with as much as you desire. Yet, I shall not part with a single coin. I refuse to acknowledge the debt imposed upon me by that scoundrel, Theon Greyjoy. Just as Liu Yi was about to retort, Anders continued. How much did Theon promise you in terms of profit? 2 gold dragons, should we manage to recover the entire debt from you, Liu Yi replied. It appears you are not part of the city's underworld, and I have never heard of your kind. Thus, you must be mercenaries under that old scoundrel, Howard. Am I correct? Liu Yi nodded in affirmation. I can offer you 10 gold dragons, but not as repayment for the debt. I have a task for you. If you can assist me in its completion, you shall receive the full 10 gold dragons. Since business was at hand, Liu Yi softened his demeanor. Please, speak your mind. Anders summoned a maid into the hall, who cleaned the spilled wine from the copper jug before he continued. Recently, upon returning from Winterfell, I learned that a trusted subordinate of mine has gone missing during my absence, lost while searching for his child in the forest. Later, the child was found in their own cellar, but the father did not return. I then sent several more men into the woods to search for him. Yet they too did not come back. They were good lads, lost due to my oversight. You saw me preparing to leave earlier, did you not? I intended to venture forth myself to retrieve them. Even if I cannot bring the living back, I at least wish to recover their bodies. I was troubled about whom to take with me, but since you have appeared, it must be the old god's design. Tell me, are you willing to accompany me on this journey? Chapter 31. The Wolfswood. Without wolves, Wolfswood is an expansive forest in the north, stretching from Winterfell all the way to the northwestern coast. Its predominant vegetation consists of oak trees, evergreens, and black thorns. Due to the low population density within Wolfswood, wildlife thrives abundantly, particularly packs of wolves. Passers-by around the periphery of the forest can even hear the haunting howls of wolves during the day, thus lending the forest its ominous name. To earn the 10 golden dragons, one must venture deep into the Wolfswood, a task that diverges significantly from the original agreement made when they departed from Winterfell. Naturally, Liu Yi hesitated to acquiesce to such a perilous undertaking. However, Anders was unlikely to part with the promised sum without some form of compliance. Lord Anders, please allow us a moment to confer, Liu Yi requested. Stepping outside to an open area adjacent to the hall, Liu Yi gathered the debt collection team. What are your thoughts on this matter? Liu Yi inquired. Eddie replied, Captain. The wolf's wood is fraught with danger. Although it bears the name of wolves, the perils within this dark forest are not limited to cunning wolf packs. There are also volatile brown bears, ruthless shadow lynxes, and impoverished woodland tribes who would consider a wooden fort a family heirloom. If this endeavor is solely to reclaim debts for Theon Greyjoy, I believe the risk is unwarranted. Conrad chimed in, Captain, I will follow your lead. As long as my share of the money remains intact. One added, I side with Conrad. Kevin stated, I trust your judgment, Master. Hai Hua, who had remained in the hall reminiscing over drinks with Anders, did not join the discussion. Liu Yi understood the underlying sentiment in Eddie's words. There was little reason to take such risks merely for Theon Greyjoy's gambling debts. However, if it were for the sake of acquiring the 10 golden dragons, then such risks could be deemed acceptable. It would be Liu Yi's responsibility to navigate the separation of the debt reclamation from the golden dragons. Returning to the hall, Liu Yi confirmed with Anders, so, if we are willing to enter the Wolf's Wood to assist you in locating the missing warriors, you will compensate our team with 11 golden dragons, correct? Anders retorted, is it truly 10 golden dragons? Will you simply take the money and depart? Of course, Liu Yi affirmed. It is settled. With both parties in agreement, Haiwa served as a witness as they produced parchment to formalize their contract. They meticulously outlined the agreed-upon terms within the text before signing and sealing it. Remarkably, all parties tacitly refrained from mentioning Theon Greyjoy's name within the contract. Embarking on a search for the missing individuals in the Wolf's Wood would not be a simple task. It is worth noting that even in the 21st century, many trekkers have met untimely ends in renowned locales due to missteps and becoming lost amidst the rugged terrain. Even well-equipped, professional rescue teams often suffer casualties while attempting to locate lost adventurers. Thus, there is no such thing as complete preparedness, only the most thorough preparation is wise. To ensure that everyone entering the Wolf's Wood possessed a clear understanding of the risks that may arise within the forest and had sufficient stamina to cope, Anders decided to postpone their entry, choosing to host Liu Yi and his companions as true friends would. That evening, the atmosphere of the banquet was exceedingly lively. Although Anders was reluctant to settle his gambling debts and had a rather irritable disposition, he proved to be a gracious host. During a prior quarrel, Liu Yi had inadvertently mentioned that their group had not feasted on meat for quite some time, and Anders took note of this. At the banquet, he made arrangements for a sheep to be slaughtered, which was then roasted over pine branches. He personally carved it with a dagger and served it to the guests, while also providing the finest potato wine from his cellar for their enjoyment. The night was filled with merriment for both hosts and guests alike. The following morning marked the prearranged time for departure. Given the dense forests and rugged terrain of the Wolf Forest, Anders advised against riding horses into the woods. Consequently, Liu Yi and his companions left their horses in Anders' stable and gathered, fully armed, in an open space outside Rabbit Paw village. Conrad donned a suit of chainmail, layered with leather armor, wielding a wooden shield and a long sword. Hu was clad entirely in cowhide armor, equipped with a wooden shield and an axe. Eddie and Wang were similarly attired, wearing leather armor and cloaks in shades of green and brown, with short swords and quivers of arrows at their waists, and longbows slung across their backs. When Kevin approached, he presented a striking contrast. He carried a spear and a wooden shield on his back, a nearly meter-long longsword at his hip, and a dagger tucked behind him. Although he too was clad in a combination of leather and chainmail, his limbs were fully protected, topped with a fearsome horned helmet. Observing this, Conrad remarked, Kevin, your attire is rather extravagant. Wearing all that in the forest will be quite exhausting. Kevin chuckled wryly. It's what my teacher demands. Just wait until you see him. My gear is nothing compared to his. As they had only known Liu Yi for a few days, Conrad and the others had never witnessed him fully armed. Their anticipation grew, and soon enough, when Liu Yi arrived, they were met with a true spectacle of professionalism. He wore a complete suit of brass armor, helmet, breastplate, skirt armor, greaves, gauntlets, shoulder guards, and battle boots all in place. He carried an arsenal akin to Kevin's, but also wielded an additional two-handed sword. Eddie was left astounded. This was the pinnacle of heavy infantry equipment, typically reserved for large-scale battles involving tens of thousands and donned by high-ranking nobles. How was it that Rabbit Paw village had the honor of hosting such attire? Captain, Are you planning to besiege King's Landing in that getup? Eddie teased. Liu Yi feigned ignorance, responding, "Oh, is this how one conquers King's Landing?" Before long, Anders arrived with his 2 guards. Upon seeing Liu Yi's armor, he advised, "Captain Liu Yi, dressed like that, you'll find it quite difficult to maneuver in the forest." Despite the collective concerns, Liu Yi remained unfazed. In response to their admonitions, he declared that as a warrior, one must always be in prime condition, ready to engage in battle at any moment, in any place. However, his true thoughts were, this set of Lightbringer armor could easily purchase your entire rabbit paw village. Not to mention the villagers themselves. If it were to be stolen, who among you could afford to replace it? At last, Liu Yi and Anders' team of synthesizers stepped into the shadowy wolf forest, illuminated by the morning light. Previously, in his quest to locate the missing citizens, Anders had sought out their relatives, meticulously piecing together fragments of their last moments before departure, thereby delineating the possible direction in which the lost might be found. Thus, the 8 members of the team wandered through the forest under his leadership. As they traversed the dimly lit woods, the sun's rays were obscured by the towering, dense trees, causing a palpable tension among the group, who instinctively huddled closer together. While this was a prudent response, Liu Yi could not help but feel a sense of discomfort at their formation. As a commander seasoned in conquering numerous quests, he was intolerant of erratic positioning. The sight of a foolish bird standing in the wrong place made his heart feel as if a cat were scratching it. Anders had brought along 2 companions, one of whom was an archer named Harvis, currently positioned at the far right of the formation, while Eddie, another archer, lagged at the end of the line. The remaining shield bearers congregated on the left side. Should an enemy attack, would the right flank not crumble immediately? Consequently, Liu Yi instructed everyone to halt and readjust their positions. He and Kevin, clad in the sturdiest armor, positioned themselves in the front row with shields, while their long spears were entrusted to one and another brother under Anders named Yun. Behind them stood Harvis and Eddie, flanked by the 2 burly men, Anders and Conrad. For protection. After this adjustment, the formation appeared significantly more organized, though the somber atmosphere had been somewhat dissipated. After wandering for a whole morning without encountering anything unusual or yielding any results, the group gradually relaxed. Conrad, glancing at Liu Yi's brass armor, felt a pang of envy and inquired, "Captain, how much did you pay for that armor?" Liu Yi, not one to conceal the truth, replied, "This armor was not purchased. It was exchanged for military merits while I served in the army. However, I later checked the market price, and this set would sell for 37 Celis gold coins, roughly equivalent to 40 golden dragons." A chorus of admiration arose among the group, marveling at the monumental feats one must accomplish to earn such equipment, capturing an enemy king or single-handedly conquering a city. Conrad then asked, "Lord Anders, while fighting alongside Duke Ed, would one have the opportunity to acquire such gear?" Anders scoffed. "The Duke would rather grant you a barren plot of land than part with such an extravagant set of armor." Although the conversation was lively, Anders sensed something amiss. The wolf forest, by its very name, suggested the presence of wolves. Yet, after traversing for so long, not only had they failed to find any trace of the missing persons, but they had also begun to notice the unsettling absence of wolf howls and bird calls. Meanwhile, Eddie, acting as scout, keenly perceived the anomaly and asked, "Lord Anders, is it typically this quiet in the wolf forest?" Anders, now gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, replied, "No, it is not. If there are no wolves, then what do we call it a wolf forest? Something is wrong. We must retreat." Having spoken, Anders led the way back, when suddenly one of his subordinates let out a piercing scream, startling everyone into drawing their weapons and forming a protective circle. "Yun, cease your cries. Do not move." With a swift strike, Anders knocked the screaming subordinate to the ground, allowing everyone to see a fist-sized spider perched atop Yun's head, ravenously gnawing at his hair. Eddie stepped forward, seizing the spider and examining it closely. The creature's body was nearly the size of his fist, its 8 long, curved legs constantly writhing, adorned with intricate patterns and tiny, crimson compound eyes. Liu Yi also approached to observe, noting with particular interest that this spider did not resemble the large, hairy arachnids from his memory. Instead, its body was encased in a layer of gray exoskeleton. After a moment of scrutiny, Eddie found it somewhat repulsive and flung it to the ground, crushing it underfoot with a satisfying crunch, releasing a foul stench that permeated the air. "Ugh, that reeks." Wang pinched his nose and stepped aside, retching. Liu Yi picked up a twig from the ground, poking at the spider's remains. "What kind of spider is this? Why does it look so peculiar?" Have any of you seen one before? Anders looked at his men, noting their silence, and shook his head. No, there are many bizarre creatures in the wolf forest, and we seldom venture this deep into the woods. Teacher, something feels off. At that moment, Kevin tapped Liu Yi's arm. Listen. With the student's prompt, Liu Yi focused on the branches overhead, where a cacophony of rustling sounds emerged. He looked up to see countless large spiders descending from the branches, suspended by silken threads. A wave of profound nausea and discomfort surged within him, goosebumps prickling his skin. Run, brothers! He shouted, bolting ahead. It was not that he lacked courage, rather, the situation demanded flight. There were too many spiders the size of sandbags swarming above him, resembling the peaches that adorn branches in late summer and early autumn, a sight that was anything but delightful. Those present, barring one, were not novices to the battlefield, and spurred by Liu Yi's urgency, they fled. However, after a brief sprint, they realized that the spiders were multiplying, their sizes escalating from sandbag to cauldron-like proportions. Liu Yi raised his shield above his head, feeling the incessant thought of spiders landing atop it, only to be dislodged to the ground. As for those that fortuitously ventured close, he unsheathed his dagger, swiftly dispatching them to prevent any contact with his flesh. With such a plethora of large, grotesque spiders, one could only speculate whether they harbored strange venom. Prudence was paramount. After running for a while, Liu Yi finally halted when no more of those repulsive creatures were in sight. He turned back to see Connor, Wang, Kevin, and Eddie, gasping for breath, trailing behind. Anders was also present, though one of his subordinates was conspicuously absent. Where is your subordinate? At this moment, Anders was brushing off the spider silk clinging to him when he heard Liu Yi's query. He nodded slightly and noticed that one person was missing. He then inquired of his subordinate, Yun, where is Harvest? Did he not accompany you? Yun explained, no, I wasn't paying attention earlier. Anders turned to Conrad, did you not see him either? Conrad furrowed his brow, gazing into the forest. No, I didn't see him at all just now. He then looked to the others, but regrettably, no one could provide an answer to his question. We must go back to find him. I brought 2 people out, and I must return with 2. We cannot leave him in this forest to become spider fodder. Hunter Eddie, visibly shaken, suggested. Perhaps we should return first and come back when we are better prepared. Liu Yi cast him a glance and shook his head. We are being compensated to handle this matter. We should proceed further. Perhaps we might still find him. If we wait until later, we may not even find his bones. Anders fell silent, tearing apart the blanket he carried to cover the exposed skin on his body with strips of fabric. Seeing this, the others followed suit, wrapping themselves up. Once everyone was adequately prepared, they stealthily made their way back to the ambush site, fearing to make too much noise. What took only a few minutes to run back now required half an hour on foot. Upon returning to the location previously concealed by spiders, the repulsive insects were no longer visible, yet a white figure hung suspended in the air, swaying slightly, ensnared by thick strands of web. Chapter 32. The Spider's Nest and the spider tied the scene before Anders instilled within him an unsettling premonition. It was highly probable that Harvest was no longer alive. No! It cannot be so, he silently prayed, hoping this disquieting illusion would not materialize. He turned to his sole remaining subordinate and commanded, Yun, go up and retrieve it. Yun hesitated, reluctant to climb a tree at such a perilous moment. Who could ascertain what lethal creature might be lurking behind the foliage above? Just as he grappled with his dilemma, a gravelly voice interjected, no need, allow me. The speaker was Eddie, who stepped forward, drew an arrow from his quiver, knocked it onto the bowstring, and with a swift motion, severed the silken thread suspending the white, sack-like object. The white foam fell to the ground, producing a faint sound that belied its size. At the sound, the group huddled together, cautiously alert to their surroundings, refraining from advancing immediately. After a moment of silence, seeing no monstrous spider emerge, Anders approached, pricking the tightly woven web with the tip of his sword, softly calling out the name of his missing subordinate, Harvest. Enveloped in the webbing was Harvest's desiccated corpse, his ashen skin tightly adhered to his bones, and his eye sockets devoid of eyeballs. Only the dark crimson of his hair and the small mustache upon his lips vaguely hinted at his former visage. After a prolonged silence, Anders drew his sword and severed a lock of Harvest's hair, tucking it into his bosom. He then gently closed Harvest's eyes and turned to the mercenaries, stating, You are fortunate, the task has been accomplished in just 1 day. Conrad inquired, My lord Anders, shall we not venture further inside to explore? Anders shook his head, replying, There is no need. The situation is abundantly clear now. Those who went missing previously can no longer be retrieved. Knowing that such grotesque monsters roam the wolf forest, there is no reason to lead you all to your demise. Upon our return, watch your head. Ha! Just as Anders raised his gaze, he had yet to discern what it was when Kevin tackled him to the ground. In a frantic moment, a glimmering blade flashed overhead, severing a grey spider that dangled in mid-air. Shaking the blood from his sword, Liu Yi shouted, "Stay alert." He then raised his shield above his head, curling his body into a defensive posture. Seeing this, the others gathered around him. Those with shields raised them, while those without sought refuge beside their comrades, striving to prevent the monstrous spiders from landing directly upon them. Drawing from their previous experience, the group realized that despite the spiders' terrifying appearance, their movements were not as swift as anticipated. Fortunately, their size was such that they could not squeeze into clothing, yet small enough for the group to engage them in combat. As long as they approached with caution, these armored and armed individuals found them manageable to contend with. Knock them down, crush them all. The group clustered together, swiftly swatting at the spiders that had landed on their comrades, retreating towards areas where the spiders appeared less numerous. As the relentless tide of spiders obscured their path, Liu Yi grasped Anders' shoulder and shouted, Where is there open ground? There must be no trees. No trees. No trees. Anders nervously muttered, his eyes suddenly brightening as he pointed towards a distant peak. There, a towering cliff loomed, beneath which flowed a river. Liu Yi followed the direction of Anders' finger, observing a low mountain as if cleaved in half by a giant's sword, leaving behind a steep, vertical precipice. Anders, lead the way. Everyone, keep close. Initially, the remaining few cautiously advanced towards the foot of the mountain, but as the eerie rustling sounds echoed around them, their pace quickened, ultimately breaking into a full sprint. Perhaps the impending escape of their prey agitated the monstrous spiders, for an even greater number surged forth with heightened ferocity. If not for Liu Yi and Kevin, who stood resolutely at the rear, fending off the spiders that clung to their companions, none would have emerged unscathed. At long last, they escaped the forest, revealing a towering rock face that soared several dozen meters high. Below lay a river more than 5 meters wide, flanked by low grasses and shrubs, creating a natural barrier against the monstrous spiders. Upon crossing the river, the absence of towering trees shielded them, and the relentless assault from the spiders gradually ceased. Retreating like a receding tide into the depths of the forest, the bedraggled group collapsed by the river bank, shedding their heavy armor to inspect one another for injuries. Fortunately, when they resolved to return in search of Harvest, they had taken precautions for their skin, preventing the spiders' mandibles from piercing their protective gear in haste. Just as Liu Yi felt relieved for his own lack of injury, he noticed that Wang appeared unwell. What's wrong with you? Liu Yi grasped his shoulder, attempting to help him rise, only to find Wang's body rigid as if carved from wood. I can't move, Wang stammered. His lips darkened and his face pale, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. Liu Yi, he has been bitten by a spider, Anders declared, tearing open Wang's collar to reveal several bleeding puncture wounds at the nape of his neck. Eddie, having drawn closer, shook his head and added, during our escape, 2 spiders were on him. I managed to knock them off, but I didn't notice if he had been bitten. Among the group, Wang's defenses were the most inadequate. The thin leather armor barely covered his body, and the tattered blanket wrapped haphazardly around him offered little protection. Conrad, who was splashing water on his face, noticed the commotion and rushed over, seizing his brother-in-law's hand. Wang, what's wrong? Where do you feel unwell? Tell me. Wang collapsed to the ground, his gaze unfocused as he pleaded, I don't want to die. Conrad forced a grim smile, stroking Wang's hair gently, whispering words of comfort. Wang, you won't die, you're still so young. Be brave, take deep breaths, breathe, don't stop. Wang lifted his gaze to seek his brother-in-law, yet his sight fell upon the forest behind. Conrad, sister, take care. Under the anxious and helpless scrutiny of the crowd, Wang's eyes widened as he held his breath. Let us hasten to depart from this cursed place. The young Yun could no longer suppress the terror within. Flinging his long gun aside and shouting aloud, Anders swiftly struck him across the face, commanding silence. After receiving the blow, Yun quieted, merely covering his face and softly sobbing. Unable to cease, the officer managed his subordinates. Liu Yi, reluctant to intervene, recognized the necessity of curbing the spread of panic and sought a path forward for everyone. He addressed Anders, My Lord Anders, retracing our steps may prove impossible now. Anders turned to him, Captain Liu Yi, speak plainly. Liu Yi elucidated. The number of monstrous spiders is vast, and they descend from the trees to ambush their prey on the ground. Unless we diminish their numbers, escape is out of the question. I have a foreboding that we have already attracted their attention. From the depths of the forest came a rustling sound. Uncertain whether it was the stir of the spiders or the wind whispering through the leaves. Teacher, what shall we do now? Kevin inquired softly. Liu Yi offered no response. Rising, he scrutinized the flow of the river, noting that both upstream and downstream traversed the forest, with only this brief stretch near the cliff exposed. If left unaddressed, by nightfall, the spiders might descend the rock face, launching a dual assault alongside their kin from the forest upon these unwelcome intruders. In darkness, constrained visibility would hinder cooperation, rendering it impossible to defend effectively, and could even lead to inadvertent harm among comrades. Should they scatter in panic, complete annihilation would not be far-fetched. Liu Yi voiced his concerns, adding, My Lord Anders, this river will scarcely offer us sanctuary for long. The group exchanged glances, silence enveloping them. After a moment of stillness, Kevin spoke up, I've heard that frogs enjoy feasting on spiders. If we catch a few from the river and carry them with us, perhaps when the spiders see the frogs, they will be frightened, and we can charge out. All eyes turned to him, causing Kevin's face to flush, lowering his helmet to obscure his features. Anders continued, Captain Liu Yi, please proceed. I surmise you have a plan. To share it so we may refine it together. Liu Yi cleared his throat and drew the surrounding environment in the dirt with a nearby twig, stating, This is my thought. Though it is still daylight, dusk approaches. Even if we bundle ourselves securely and venture forth slowly, we may find ourselves enveloped by night before we exit the forest. At night, the dangers within the woods will surely multiply. Moreover, I believe none among us could traverse the pitch-black forest while evading the pursuit of the monstrous spiders, navigating the myriad beasts and treacherous pitfalls, and return safely to Rabbit Paw Village. Liu Yi paused for a moment, casting a sweeping glance over the faces of his companions. He declared that in the hours from now until nightfall, we must endeavor to diminish the number of the monstrous spiders by any means necessary, killing, trampling, or even setting them ablaze until they can no longer master a force that poses a threat to us. Only then can we consider the possibility of resting for the night and returning home. Conrad pondered this notion and, finding some merit in it, inquired, What precisely should we do now? Liu Yi continued, From this moment on, we shall divide into two groups. One group will gather all available firewood within a safe perimeter and bundle it into piles at least waist high for later use. The more, the better. Meanwhile, the other group will assemble all usable armor and don it. They will proceed to the riverbank to lure the monstrous spiders into attacking, inflicting as much damage as possible. If the number of spiders diminishes, that would be ideal. If not, we shall ignite the piles of firewood and set this entire forest ablaze. Conrad gasped, realizing that this forest belonged to the Duke. Liu Yi turned to Anders, asking for his input. Anders waved his hand dismissively, saying, Forest fires are a common occurrence. That is not the issue. But how do we ignite it? We cannot have people rushing into the woods. With rockets, Liu Yi suggested, pointing to the arrows that Eddie carried. We will push the bundles into the forest and, once the spiders are abundant, we will shoot the rockets to ignite them. Eddie, can you handle this task? Eddie gently drew his bowstring, reassuring them, Rest assured, I won't miss such a large target. Very well, then you and Yum must gather firewood, aiming to create at least 5 bundles. Is that clear? Eddie closed his eyes and calculated briefly before affirming the arrangement. Yum looked to Anders for approval and, upon receiving it, agreed without hesitation. With 4 members remaining, Liu Yi noted that he and Kevin wore the heaviest armor, so they would stand at the forefront, using their shields to protect the others. Conrad, attach branches to your spear. If you see any spiders descending upon us, sweep them away. Lord Anders, you need not come ashore. Remain in the water at a distance. If you spot any stragglers, use your stick to dispatch them. Since you will be alone behind you, you must ensure your safety. Is that understood? Anders nodded. I will be vigilant. Liu Yi continued assigning tasks. Kevin and I will use our shields to draw the spiders' attacks, killing as many as we can. If anyone is injured or exhausted, do not push through. Pass your weapon to Yum and rotate. Yum, aside from gathering firewood, your other task is to be ready for support at all times. Be sure to listen for our calls. Finally, Liu Yi reconfirmed with everyone. Does everyone understand their tasks? Understood, came the unified reply. Leave it to me. With the pre-battle conference concluded, Liu Yi led the 4 members of the melee group into a tight formation. making their way to the clearing between the riverbank and the forest, clanging swords against shields to create a cacophony. As anticipated, the horde of monstrous spiders did not flee. Instead, they lurked in the shadows of the trees, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Upon hearing the sound of their prey, the creatures eagerly swayed their white, grotesque silk from their abdomens, attempting to ensnare the deck-collecting group. Liu Yi and his companions leaned against one another, wielding axes, stabbing with knives, and striking with their fists, severing the slender legs of the monstrous spiders, which they subsequently pushed to the ground, crushing them underfoot with their weight. This seamless series of motions unfolded fluidly, and within minutes, a foul mound of the spiders' hard shells accumulated at their feet, compelling them to continuously retreat to cleaner ground. Step back a bit, lest we be surrounded. As Liu Yi observed the increasing number of spiders approaching from a distance, he directed his team to withdraw, halting only when they reached the riverbank. Although the spiders were numerous and relentless in their assault, their lack of terrain advantage diminished their efficiency, forcing them to retreat a little as well. Seizing this opportunity, aside from Conrad, who held an umbrella for the group, and Liu Yi, who steadfastly remained at the forefront, the others took turns to recuperate their stamina. Kevin and Yun exchanged positions, while Anders rested in the turbulent river waters. Noticing his mentor standing resolutely at the front, Kevin felt a twinge of concern. "Teacher, won't you take a moment to rest?" Liu Yi shrugged his shoulders dismissively. "There's no need for that. Do not underestimate your teacher. I could fight through the entire night without issue." After hearing this, Kevin bit his lip and fell silent, merely taking a few quick sips of water before standing once more at his teacher's side. Liu Yi's words were not a mere display of bravado. He genuinely felt little pressure, even experiencing a hint of disappointment at the current intensity, which was less challenging than that faced by a quintet. After a brief respite, the formation advanced again, expecting the spiders to charge forth as they had before, offering themselves up in waves. However, this time, the creatures surged towards them with reckless abandon, as if under the influence of some potent stimulant. Just as the team scrambled to fend off this onslaught, they suddenly heard Liu Yi's urgent shout, "Attention! A colossal one is approaching." Chapter 33, Ding. Your Holy Light experience card has been credited. As the mercenaries engaged in a fierce battle with the diminutive yet menacing arachnids, a colossal shadow rapidly approached from the depths of the dense forest. Liu Yi's heart raced, and he commanded, "Eddie, loose your arrows. Everyone else, retreat to the opposite bank of the river." At that moment, the kindling prepared by Yun and Eddie had been bundled and placed beneath the trees at the forest's edge, close to the river bank. Upon hearing Liu Yi's orders, Eddie swiftly loosed several fire arrows, igniting the pile of kindling. The flames erupted from the heap, consuming the underbrush and small trees along the bank, gradually spreading towards the forest. However, this process was not swift enough to deter the ominous shadow that loomed closer. Just as Liu Yi stepped back, the dark figure lunged from the flames, its massive mandibles aimed directly at his head. Reacting instinctively, Liu Yi raised his shield to deflect the sudden assault, only to behold a monstrous spider towering to his height. Conrad, who had been poised behind Liu Yi with his spear, gasped in disbelief. Heavens! How can such a creature exist? In the face of such an illogical beast, fleeing might seem the most prudent course of action. Yet, turning to flee would only lead to a swift demise, akin to the fate of the villagers who had vanished before them. Could they escape this battlefield, let alone the forest itself? Liu Yi discarded his short sword, unsheathing the long knife from his back. With one hand gripping his shield and the other raised with the blade, he declared, "I shall hold it off. You all find opportunities to strike. If we do not vanquish this abomination, none of us shall return alive." He swung his blade towards the joints of the spider's long legs, aiming to immobilize its movements. But the creature effortlessly countered by lifting its limb. The edge of his blade struck the spider's carapace with a dull thud, failing to penetrate its defenses. Its shell was as formidable as Liu Yi's own source-quality armor. Could Liu Yi truly face defeat? Certainly not. The battle now entered the phase Liu Yi was most familiar with, the boss fight. In this realm, he was an expert. The spider's size prevented it from taking flight. As long as they could withstand its onslaught, they could wear it down. Liu Yi continued to maneuver, positioning himself in front of the giant arachnid, using his shield to block its vicious strikes, while directing, "Conrad, step up with your shield and cover me from any attacks I might miss." Conrad, without hesitation, took his place beside Liu Yi. "Yun and Anders, take up your spears and stand back, thrust with all your might. Do not allow this creature to breach our defenses. Eddie, seek out the spider's vulnerabilities, particularly its eyes and throat. Kevin, take care of yourself. True combat was not akin to clearing a dungeon where the boss relentlessly attacked, and the tank could merely press skills on cooldown to ensure victory. Although this spider had grown to a size that defied nature, its behavior remained that of a predator, cautious and precise in its deadly strikes. Those who frequently watch the animal kingdom are well aware that in the harsh realities of nature, when predator encounters prey, if there is no immediate pursuit or escape, it inevitably leads to a prolonged stalemate or a sudden lethal strike. The behavior of the giant spider mirrors this, as it calmly observes its 6 potential victims, searching for their vulnerabilities. Upon identifying an opportunity, it bends its 8 long legs and suddenly lunges forward, attacking with its clitoris like a spear thrust. Liu Yi's response is akin to countering a spearman. He blocks with his shield and then closes in to slash at the spider's body with his blade. Each clash with the spider resonates with a violent clanging, and after each sound, Liu Yi shouts, "Steady! Steady!" to bolster the morale of his comrades. Under Liu Yi's protection, everyone remains safe, with only a few missed attacks being intercepted by Conrad. However, the spider's shell is exceptionally tough, and due to N and Ender standing too far back, the effective damage dealt to the giant spider primarily comes from Liu Yi's long knife. Liu Yi's shield is made from a durable material, capable of withstanding even the attacks of ancient gods, whereas Conrad's is not. A single jab from the spider's clitoris punctures a hole in Conrad's wooden shield. If they cannot defeat this monster soon, it is likely that they will not be able to withstand much longer, leading to a broken shield and certain doom. Should the encirclement falter, the giant spider could maneuver past Liu Yi to attack others, and even if they managed to slay it, the team would suffer severe losses. With this in mind, Liu Yi exerts more strength, hoping to capitalize on the fact that everyone still possesses ample stamina to bring the creature down. The giant spider, perhaps pained by Liu Yi's relentless strikes, suddenly veers towards Eddie, who has been shooting arrows from behind his companions. Eddie, lacking a shield and having relinquished his leather armor to Conrad, knows that a single hit would be fatal, so he can only throw himself sideways onto the ground. At that moment, Kevin stands on the side of the giant spider's path. Witnessing the impending attack, he grips his sword with both hands and delivers a powerful horizontal slash, targeting the joints of the spider's left front legs, instantly severing one and wounding another. A sharp cry escapes the spider's mandibles as it tilts to the left, its head turning towards Kevin, and its clitoris pierces into Kevin's right side. Kevin! Liu Yi discards his shield, gripping his long knife as he leaps onto the spider's back, driving the blade horizontally between the joints of the spider's thorax and abdomen. Using his body as leverage, he plunges down, piercing the spider's front chest entirely with his weight. The giant spider collapses heavily to the ground, thrashing its legs in a final act of defiance before falling still. Kevin! Kevin! Seeing the spider no longer move, Liu Yi scrambles over to Kevin, cradling the young apprentice's head. Kevin, how are you? You cannot die. Blood spills from Kevin's mouth as he mutters, "Master. Is this what death feels like?" He gasps twice. "I think I see heaven, it's so dark." "You will not die." Liu Yi frantically rummages through the small pouch at his waist for herbs, garlic, plantain, white grass flowers, but the wound on Kevin's abdomen is too severe. These herbs cannot staunch the bleeding. Holy light technique, damn it. Holy healing technique, why won't they work? Liu Yi futilely attempted to channel the sacred light within his body, yet all he could perceive was an overwhelming void. Why, if nothing was to be given to me, was I brought into this world? His frustration intensified, burning fiercely within him, to save the continent, to rescue Westeros. If I cannot save those beside me, who then can I save? Just as despair and self-reproach engulfed him, a faint and subtle pull emanated from the severed abdomen of the colossal spider. He turned his gaze, instinctively sensing that within the creature's grotesque carcass lay something that could save Kevin. Kevin, wait for me. Do not die. Drawing his dagger, he knelt before the spider's lifeless form, slicing through the putrid, twisted flesh of its chest cavity. His hand rummaged within, ultimately extracting a white, round tumor. Liu Yi stared blankly at this mass, feeling the familiar magical aura it emitted. His instincts told him that consuming it would allow him to once more touch the power of the sun. Yet, could this truly be eaten raw? He glanced at the unconscious boy sprawled on the ground, steeling himself as he stuffed the entire tumor into his mouth. A violent stench assaulted his senses, nearly transporting him to the realm of the divine. However, he fought against the nausea, firmly covering his mouth, and after a few reluctant chews, swallowed it down. Immediately, he felt a remarkable transformation within his body. An energy unlike mere muscle power surged through him, akin to icy water flooding his entire being. He realized this was magical energy, accessible to his will. Coughing, he shouted, remove his clothing, wash the wounds with strong liquor. Washing wounds with alcohol was a common medical practice in Westeros, and the onlookers had prepared some just in case. Upon hearing Liu Yi's command, Conrad and Anders, who was nearest, swiftly used their blades to cut away Kevin's abdominal armor, tearing open his garments, and began cleansing the wounds with the potent spirits. As the blood obscuring the injuries was washed away, they revealed 2 deep gashes, each an inch long. By this time, Liu Yi had regained his composure. He hurried back to Kevin's side, observing the boy's pale visage and faint breaths, confirming that his apprentice still clung to life. He pressed down on each wound with both hands and, looking upwards, prayed in Mandarin, "Whoever you are, since you brought me here, you must take responsibility. This is my student, my companion, and the bond that connects me to this world. Now that I possess magical power, let me invoke the sacred light to heal him. Otherwise, I swear I shall not let this go. Light of the divine, protect us." Liu Yi then bowed his head, gathering the magical energy in his palms. And at the instant his prayer concluded, the marvelous energy within him transformed into a warm sensation that flowed from his hands. Simultaneously, his palms illuminated, shining brilliantly like the dawn's first light. Before long, the wounds on Kevin's abdomen visibly began to mend, and when the glow from Liu Yi's hands finally dimmed, only a few remnants of blood remained on Kevin's waist. At this moment, the sun had descended beyond the western mountains, and the night breeze from the north propelled the flames further into the forest. The monstrous spiders, already isolated from the battlefield by the wildfire, erupted into infighting following the demise of their leader, engaging in a relentless battle amongst themselves. Those with a modicum of reason seized the opportunity to flee, leaving only a fainted youth and 4 astonished men by the river bank, illuminated by the fierce blaze. Indeed, Liu Yi was taken aback himself, after traversing 32 chapters. He had believed that his robust physique was his unique advantage. Little did he know that the true gift had been severed and discarded here. "Liu Yi, Captain, my lord." Eddie's parched voice broke the silence. "What was that just now?" Liu Yi turned, his gaze unfocused as he replied, "What do you mean?" "I mean," Anders interjected, gesturing animatedly. "It was like a flash, so bright." Oh, that was," Liu Yi swallowed hard, slowly articulating, "the blessing of the sun god Ansha." The name of the sun god Ansha was one unheard of among the inhabitants of Westeros. Yet, no one dared to question it, for they all understood that Liu Yi hailed from the eastern lands, a realm steeped in chaotic beliefs, where deities of all kinds thrived. Moreover, the manifestation of divine miracles was not something for mere mortals like them to critique. After a brief silence, Conrad suddenly grasped Liu Yi's arm. "Captain, Wang, my brother. Can you help him?" "Wang?" Liu Yi furrowed his brow. "Isn't he already dead?" "Revivification, I wonder if it will work." "No, he is not dead. I just checked. His heart is still beating, albeit slowly. If you don't act, he will surely perish." Liu Yi recalled that some spiders on Earth inject neurotoxins into their prey, rendering them temporarily lifeless until they are relocated to safety for consumption. Before that, the neurotoxin induces a state of apparent death to preserve freshness. Feeling the residual mana within him, Liu Yi realized that although the excessive healing he had performed on Kevin had depleted most of his recently acquired magical energy, a fragment remained. He was uncertain if it sufficed to revive another. "I will attempt it, though success is not guaranteed." He hurried to Wang's lifeless body, cradling the back of his neck as he cast purification and holy light. However, the golden brilliance merely flickered twice before extinguishing. Liu Yi gently laid Wang's head back on the ground and spoke with a somber tone. "I'm sorry. The power I obtained from the giant spider has been entirely consumed. I did my utmost." The light in Conrad's eyes dimmed as he forced a smile. "It's all right. Captain, this is Wang as fate." At that moment, Wang's voice unexpectedly resonated. "Conrad, are you also dead?" Conrad's heart skipped a beat, and he looked down to see his brother-in-law staring back at him with open eyes. "Captain, you said the power was exhausted, didn't you?" Liu Yi's face was etched with regret. Indeed, the wound on the back of his neck had not fully healed, requiring a period of rest before it could ultimately mend. Conrad glanced at Liu Yi, then at Wang, uncertain of what to say. The conflagration ignited by Eddie had already spread deep into the forest, rendering any escape impossible. As night fell, the investigative team had no choice but to take refuge against the cliffs, using their garments for warmth. Although Kevin's injury had been healed by Liu Yi's sacred light, the blood he had lost could not be replenished, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. His mentor remained steadfastly by his side, never straying far. The warriors who had witnessed the miraculous scene were now filled with reverence for Liu Yi. Hesitant to approach him for conversation, they could only whisper among themselves, speculating about the nature of the so-called blessings from the sun god Ansha and why the ghastly wounds on Kevin's abdomen healed so swiftly, leaving no trace of scars. Yet, even in their subdued tones, the rough man sounded like thunder on that night dominated by the crackling of the fire. When Conrad proposed a seventh hypothesis that Liu Yi might actually be a witch in disguise and gained the group's consensus, Liu Yi could no longer tolerate it. He cleared his throat with a heavy cough and said, "Well then, everyone should rest. Let us assign one person to keep watch while the others recuperate. We have work to do tomorrow." A chorus of obedient responses echoed, "As you command, Captain." They promptly fell silent, refraining from further conversation. This evening's battle had showcased Liu Yi's prowess before them. In the military, especially in the era of cold weapons, individual strength commanded respect. If their previous compliance with Liu Yi's directives stemmed solely from his role as the organizer of this mission, now it was rooted in genuine admiration and veneration. For he was the strongest and had the capacity to save lives in critical moments. However, even in silence, Liu Yi found himself unable to sleep, continuously reflecting on the sensation of wielding the divine spell. Was this the power of the sun god Ansha? Was this the essence of holy light? Chapter 34. Boss Battle Conclusion. In the realm of World of Warcraft, the Sunwalker emerged as a member of the Horde during the monumental expansion known as Cataclysm. According to the game's lore, the Taurians' principal deity is the Earth Mother. In their mythos, the Earth Mother's eyes are represented by the sun, and she, and the moon, Musha, the latter being synonymous with the moon goddess Ilum. Given that the entire Night Elf race venerates Ilum, a Tauran warrior named Epony Brightmane, who participated in the Northrend campaign, sought to establish a balance between the worship of the sun god and the moon goddess. Inspired by the Knights of the Silver Hand, he founded the faith of Anshi and designated those Tauran warriors wielding solar power as Sunwalkers, appointing himself as their chieftain. It is difficult to ascertain whether Epony Brightmane, having witnessed the formidable combat prowess and survival capabilities of the Paladin forces while fighting alongside the Argent Crusade in Northrend, felt compelled to forge his own path due to the constraints of his race. Thus, he established a makeshift order of paladins within the Horde. Notably, in terms of both class abilities and narrative quests, the Tauran Sunwalkers share striking similarities with the paladins of the Alliance who revere the light. However, this analysis stems from the perspective of the game's storyline. In truth, Blizzard Entertainment's decision to introduce Sunwalkers into the Horde was primarily aimed at balancing the disparity in classes between the two factions. After all, players wishing to play a paladin in the Horde had only the Blood Elves to choose from, and the male Blood Elves were often perceived as overly effeminate. Liu Yi initially chose to embody a Tauran Sunwalker because they exuded a sense of strength. The Sunwalkers could tank, deal damage, and heal, making them ideal candidates for leadership within a team. Even in his wildest dreams, he had never anticipated that one day he would wield the power of the sun to save his students in a tangible world. Turning away from the crowd, Liu Yi gazed at his hands, reminiscing about the spine-tingling warmth that surged from his very soul while casting the holy light. He found himself entranced by this sensation, unable to extricate himself from its grasp. From the moment of his arrival in this new world, Liu Yi harbored doubts about the intentions of the individual who had transported him here. Did this rogue truly believe that merely enhancing his physical abilities would suffice for him to bear the monumental responsibility of saving the world in a medieval society that placed such value on lineage and blood? If that were the case, it would be an overestimation of his capabilities. The last individual to undertake such an endeavor, Andrew in Lothar, had met a grim fate. Consequently, since his arrival, he had merely drifted along without any plans or aspirations of his own. However, if he were to be endowed with the power of the sun, everything could change. Perhaps he could indeed assemble a team capable of saving the world, with no royal blood coursing through his veins. He could not tread the path of Liu Bei, but perhaps he could follow in the footsteps of the great sage Songjil. Once he accomplished the arduous task of salvation, he would be afforded the luxury of choosing whether to remain in Westeros as a celebrated savior basking in glory or to find a way back to the 21st century Earth, continuing the mundane existence of a corporate drone, merely surviving day by day while serving the vanguard of the tiger. However, the only concern at present is how to politely decline should someone arrive bearing a dying patient. To speak candidly, one could simply state that the magical tumor acquired from the giant spider has been entirely consumed, which would not pose a significant issue. The true apprehension lies in the possibility that the patient's family may refuse to accept this explanation, potentially leading to trouble. Is there anyone in Westeros who regulates disputes with physicians? Throughout the night, Liu Yi pondered extensively about the future. His mind awash with chaotic thoughts that rendered him nearly sleepless. Simultaneously, a seed named ambition was quietly sown in his heart, leaving him to wonder what blossoms it might yield. As dawn broke, the wildfire ignited by Eddie had quietly extinguished. Liu Yi, emerging from slumber with dark circles under his eyes, observed that the appearances of his companions were not dissimilar from his own. They too wore expressions of sleep deprivation. It seemed that he was not the only one who had been stirred into wakefulness by the events of the previous night. Among them, only Kevin, who had been unconscious due to injury, was lively and busily preparing breakfast, awaiting the awakening of his mentor. "Teacher, you are awake." Liu Yi rubbed his eyes and approached the steaming pot, taking a seat beside it. He stirred the broth with a ladle, noting that while he was awake, he felt as if he were still in a dream. "Has the meat been added?" "It has, and the bread has been warming for a while now. It will be ready shortly." In Westeros, aside from the nobility, the common folk typically consume but 2 meals a day, one before heading out to work in the morning, and another upon returning home in the evening, with only meager snacks to sustain them in between. Adapted to this rhythm after his arrival, Liu Yi placed great importance on the quality of his morning meal. Just as he was adding ingredients to the pot, Kevin's voice broke the silence. "Teacher, was it you who saved me yesterday?" Without turning, Liu Yi scooped a spoonful of the meat and bean potato soup, tasted it, and inquired, "Did they tell you?" "What did they say?" "When I awoke this morning, I thought I had perished. Then I saw Conrad urinating by the river, and I greeted him. He then informed me that you had miraculously pulled me back from the brink of death with a glowing spell." Liu Yi turned to meet Kevin's gaze. "Do you believe what he said?" "I do." Kevin's voice resonated with an unexplainable fervor. "Conrad told me you said it was a gift from the sun god Anshar." "I believe your words to be true." Liu Yi erupted in laughter. "I thought you might consider me blasphemous towards the seven. Should the opportunity arise, I shall impart these skills to you, but not just yet." Rising, Liu Yi called out to his companions gathered around the other campfires. "Hey, brothers, come here. I have something to discuss." Once the others arrived, clutching their hard bread and bowls of wild vegetable soup, Liu Yi continued, "Yesterday afternoon, we endured a brutal battle, during which our comrade, Brother Harvest, tragically lost his life. I personally feel a profound sense of sorrow regarding this loss. In remembrance of him, I propose that we allocate a gold coin from this remuneration as a compensation for the family of Harvest, to be delivered by Lord Anders. Does anyone have any objections?" Naturally, the three who accompanied Liu Yi had no dissent, and as the financier, Anders was equally agreeable. Upon seeing the collective approval of this suggestion, Liu Yi continued, "Fortunately, aside from one's unfortunate encounter with a spider bite, everyone else emerged unscathed, which is indeed a cause for celebration. Once we return to Winterhaven, let us gather at my home, where I shall host a splendid meal for all. What do you think?" "Excellent. It is settled." Eddie and Conrad were the first to applaud Liu Yi's proposal. Anders chuckled, remarking, "If you are hosting in Winterhaven, won't I be missing out?" "Captain Liu Yi, are you not obliged to treat me to a meal separately?" Liu Yi replied with a grin, "Hey, we are assisting you in your endeavors. Should it not be you treating us to a fine repast?" "Indeed." Anders nodded exaggeratedly. "Once we return to Rabbitall Village, we shall indulge in a hearty feast. I declare, should anyone not end up sprawled under the table, it would mean they have no respect for me." Laughter and joviality filled the air, a harmonious atmosphere enveloping them, conveying unspoken camaraderie. This left the inexperienced one bewildered. He tugged at his brother-in-law's sleeve and quietly inquired, "Conrad, did I not nearly perish from spider venom yesterday? And Kevin, did you not say it was the captain who saved us with his magic?" "You chatter too much," Conrad retorted, playfully striking one's nape. "If the captain says no one was injured, then no one was injured. Should anyone have sustained an injury, it must have occurred from a fall this morning, rather than from a spider bite yesterday." The space was small enough that Conrad's voice carried, and no one dared to contradict him. This pleased Liu Yi immensely. In the absence of a stable source of mana, possessing the ability to resurrect the dead would only be a heavy burden if it became known. Hence Liu Yi's statement. From this moment forth, he would deny any claims of his capability to bring someone back to life. "If you insist I can, then provide your evidence. If you can find a single wound on any of my students, I shall concede defeat." However, Conrad, that old rascal, was quite astute. Liu Yi cast a knowing glance at Conrad, who was schooling his brother-in-law, such perceptive veterans are certainly worth cultivating. After breakfast, the group began to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. Liu Yi approached the corpse of the giant spider, braving the foul stench it emitted, and circled it twice, stroking his chin contemplatively. Observing this, Kevin inquired with curiosity, "Teacher, what has happened to this creature?" "Kevin, have you ever heard of such a monster?" Kevin replied, "Of course. I have. My grandmother often told stories of various monsters. There are fishmen that sing in the water, goat-headed men playing flutes in the forest, giants north of the Great Wall, and so forth." Liu Yi nodded. "I see. Kevin, this is different." Eddie approached the pair and interjected, "What you're discussing are mere bedtime tales meant for children, but this is far from it. Having roamed the ancient woods for decades, I have hunted bears, slain wolves, skinned rabbits, and collected the blood of deer. Yet, this is my first encounter with such a creature." He picked up a branch and struck the exoskeleton of the colossal spider, producing a dull thud. This monstrosity possessed a formidable shell and an enormous cephalothorax, and under normal circumstances, its slender limbs would be incapable of supporting its weight. Yet, astonishingly, it stood upright and moved with surprising swiftness and agility. There must be some enchantment at play. He discarded the branch and turned to Liu Yi, saying, "Were it not for your calm leadership, Captain, we would have perished in this shadowy forest, our bones left undiscovered. Since you are the captain, ensuring your survival is my responsibility. So, you need not mention it again." Liu Yi interjected, shaking his head to halt Eddie's effusive praise. "What do you think about bringing this corpse back with us?" "Bring it back?" Eddie was momentarily taken aback. Liu Yi then directed his inquiry to their patron, Lord Anders. "Do you want this spider's carcass?" Anders, who was extinguishing the campfire, turned with a puzzled expression. "What? Do you intend to feast upon it?" "Not at all." Liu Yi quickly waved his hand, regarding Sean Greyjoy. "I must have a proper explanation. You entrusted me 10 golden dragons. If I return claiming this as a reward for resolving your matters rather than as his gambling debt, he is unlikely to accept it. And that would lead to some complications. If I bring back this creature, however, the situation would change." Anders frowned. He had completely forgotten about Sean's troublesome affairs. "Isn't that just shifting the burden back onto me?" Liu Yi patted his chest confidently. "No worries. If anyone comes seeking debts, let them approach me. I shall bear the weight of this matter." In truth, Anders desired the giant spider for himself. Though it appeared grotesque and menacing, as a trophy, it warranted a dedicated space for display. Initially, Anders had planned to wait until Liu Yi and his companions departed, then stealthily return with a few men to claim the carcass. Now that Liu Yi had brought it up, he found himself unable to refuse. Could he, with his prowess, truly compete with a tank for the spoils? Thus, Anders merely shrugged. "No need, you may take it. But how do you plan to transport it?" "It doesn't seem light." "I have a method," Conrad interjected as he approached. Before one joined us, he learned carpentry from the tradesman in his village. Although that old carpenter was reluctant to teach him anything practical, crafting a makeshift sled should pose no challenge. "One, can you handle it?" "Leave it to me," one exclaimed. "Captain, your life-saving grace shall not go unrepaid. I will see to this small matter diligently." With that, he seized an axe and rolled up his sleeves, preparing to chop wood, only to receive a playful smack on the back of his head from his brother-in-law. "Life-saving grace? How quickly you seem to have forgotten my previous words." Naturally, Liu Yi could not remain indifferent while others toiled on his behalf. Thus, he seized a long knife and, following one's guidance, commenced the felling of trees. Observing his actions, the others joined in, and together they swiftly fashioned a wooden stretcher, using branches and ropes, to bear the corpse of the giant spider. The return journey from the river to Rabbit Paw village was marked by an eerie silence, as the area had long been dominated by the giant spider and its minions, deterring other beasts from approaching. With the foe now vanquished and dragged behind by Liu Yi's team, they encountered no further disturbances along the way. Upon their return to Rabbit Paw village, the sight of the colossal spider's remains stirred a frenzy among the villagers, who, regardless of age or gender, poured out of their homes to gawk. The families of the missing warriors, upon learning that their loved ones had been devoured by the spider and had become part of it, harbored a fierce desire for vengeance, wishing to rend its flesh and scatter its bones. However, considering that this giant spider was the trophy of the esteemed garrison commander and reeked unbearably, they ultimately refrained from such actions. Although Anders relinquished his claim to the spider's carcass, he conferred with Liu Yi to allow the remains to remain in the village for a few days. both to showcase their martial prowess and to serve as a warning to the villagers against wandering heedlessly into the wolf forest, lest they become mere fodder for spiders. Thus, Liu Yi and his companions took up residence under Anders' hospitality. During their stay, Liu Yi and Anders finalized the settlement of their recent undertaking. Following Liu Yi's suggestion, Anders withheld 1 gold coin as a compensation for Harvey's family. The remaining 9 gold coins were divided, with Liu Yi allocating 1 to Duke's guard, Haiwa. As he was a witness, it was essential to align their narrative when dealing with Shurm Greyjoy, and a token of goodwill was necessary. The remaining 8 gold coins were divided into 6 shares, each consisting of 1 gold coin and 10 silver moons. Liu Yi, as the captain, took 2 shares, while the others received 1 each. Though Liu Yi received a larger portion, Eddie, Conrad, and Wang bore no resentment. Wang was a newcomer, while Conrad and Eddie were seasoned veterans, well aware that Liu Yi's method of distribution was extraordinarily generous within the mercenary realm. Holding such wealth in their hands, they even contemplated suggesting that the captain retain a bit more for himself. After resting for several days in Rabbit Paw village, Liu Yi hired 2 tanners to excavate the decaying insides of the giant spider and subsequently, along with Anders, procured a horse-drawn carriage to transport the fearsome shell back to Winterhaven. Chapter 35. The allure of communication studies and the order of the brave warriors. The cart hired in Rabbit Paw village was a rudimentary flatbed vehicle. In order to securely fasten the massive giant spider to the cart, Liu Yi exerted considerable effort, meticulously gathering the creature's 7 legs, which were as thick as tree trunks, and binding them tightly with resilient ropes. Although the giant spider was deceased, it seemed to retain a haunting majesty, as if a remnant of its spirit lingered within its mangled form, swaying gently with the motion of the cart, evoking an indescribable sense of oppression. On the journey back to Winterhaven, the enormous carcass of the spider became an unusual spectacle, alarming many timid travelers while simultaneously captivating countless curious onlookers. Numerous individuals found themselves unable to resist the urge to follow the cart for a considerable distance, eager to catch a glimpse of this rare beast. Being the center of attention can be quite delightful, yet excessive scrutiny can become burdensome, particularly when the onlookers lack a sense of boundaries. Throughout the journey, the mercenary team successfully dispersed numerous waves of children attempting to clandestinely approach the cart for a closer encounter with the giant spider, as well as elderly men seeking to reignite the creature with torches for a second demise. As the party neared Winterhaven, with only 2 miles remaining, the prudent Eddie rode his horse alongside Liu Yi and cautioned, "Captain, we have drawn quite a crowd on the road. Once we enter Winterhaven, I fear the throngs will only multiply. We must prepare accordingly." Liu Yi pondered briefly before turning to Haiwa. "What is your perspective on this?" Haiwa shrugged, expressing indifference. "I don't have much to say. I'll be heading directly back to Winter City shortly." It was evident that he did not consider himself part of the team. However, he kindly advised, "If you wish to avoid a commotion, it would be wise to cover your prize with a straw mat. If someone were to be injured or perish due to curiosity about your spider, it would not reflect well in front of the Duke. Cover it with a mat. Then what purpose does dragging it back serve?" Liu Yi retorted, though he acknowledged Haiwa's point. The roads of Winterhaven were not particularly wide, and being obstructed by a crowd could complicate their passage. After deliberation, Liu Yi instructed his comrades to don their gear and mount their steeds, hoping to intimidate some of the curious yet timid individuals. The route would be diverted from the Hunter's Gate on the west side of Winter City to the east, entering through the broad King's Avenue to avoid congestion. As soon as they entered the town, it was as if an invisible force had stirred Winterhaven into a frenzy. Townsfolk poured out of shops and residences, converging onto the streets like a tidal wave, eager to behold the cart bearing the giant spider. Had Liu Yi and his companions not made thorough preparations to protect the cart, it is likely that the creature would have been dismantled by the curious crowd before they even reached the market. Ultimately, after more than an hour of navigating through the surging throngs, the group finally emerged into the sanctuary of the blacksmith's courtyard. Upon entering, Liu Yi hastily locked the door, securing the irrelevant onlookers and their clamor outside. Brother John, upon hearing the clamor outside his courtyard, hastily emerged from his sanctuary to investigate. To his dismay, he beheld a grotesque spider sprawled across a cart, occupying his yard. His heart lurched, and he exclaimed, "Oh, the 7 gods! From whence did you procure such a monstrous creature? Are you here to collect gambling debts or to tidy up for the giants?" Removing his helmet, Louis wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "We are here to tidy up for the giants. You cannot imagine how filthy their quarters are. A single booger on the floor is larger than your entire being." As Louis bantered with Brother John, He directed his comrades to unload the enormous spider onto the ground. After enduring the relentless sun, the spider's once gray exoskeleton had transformed into a deep, dark brown, thick and heavy like a warrior's armor, glistening with a cold, piercing sheen. Though it had no longer bore the breath of life, the 6 pairs of enormous eyes remained wide open, seemingly observing every soul that drew near. Given the limited space of the courtyard, the cart and the deck-collecting party's horses filled it to capacity. With so many individuals crammed into the small area, Louis decided to pay the agreed-upon fare of 10 silver deer to the cart driver from Rabbit Paw Village. He also arranged to dine with Conrad and his companions the following evening before sending them on their way. After this flurry of activity, the once noisy courtyard fell tranquil, allowing Louis the opportunity to return to his abode, shed his armor, and indulge in some well-deserved rest. That night, Leonard returned early from the Smoky Timber Tavern. Upon entering the courtyard, he dashed to the large spider, reaching out to touch its shell. Is this truly it? I wondered why the patrons at the tavern were so distracted, discussing some giant spider. I thought they had lost their minds. I never imagined such a creature existed, let alone in my own home. After a few touches, Leonard noticed a sticky residue on his fingertips. He rubbed them together and brought them to his nose, only to gag violently. Once the wave of nausea passed, he looked up, tears streaming down his face, and exclaimed, "Ugh! Why does it smell so foul?" "It has become less odorous," Louis replied, handing him a damp cloth. "Give it a wipe. It was far worse before. We've already had it attended to. It's filled with quicklime, so as long as you don't press your face against it, the scent is bearable." Taking the cloth, Leonard vigorously rubbed his fingers and pressed on. "Now tell me, what exactly transpired? Where did you discover this corpse?" "Discover? This was slain by me, Kevin, and 3 others," Louis stated, gesturing towards the spider's left front leg joint, severed by Kevin. "This here and here were cleaved by Kevin." He then pointed to the less noticeable indentations on the spider's back and shell. "I pierced its abdomen with the strike of the sea serpent, prying open its thorax. These little pits were made by others with long spears." Leonard's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the revelation. "You truly felled this beast?" "I am utterly at a loss for words. Hasten to recount the entire sequence of events to me. And do not forget to share the names of all those who participated in the slaying. I shall recount this tale at work tomorrow." Liu Yi, lacking a firm grasp on the art of poetic recitation, expressed concern that haste might render the narrative less captivating or the rhetoric less exquisite, thereby diminishing its impact. He advised, "Are we in such a rush? Shouldn't we meticulously organize the story and carefully consider our choice of words?" "Seize this moment of fervor," Leonard, in a state of profound dismay, replied. "Do you intend to refine it into a poem for recitation? By then, who will remember this event? Furthermore, should we delay, others may craft alternative tales from this giant spider, and you will find yourself disconnected from the narrative." Liu Yi furrowed his brow, realizing the truth in Leonard's words. If the actual circumstances were not swiftly disseminated, he risked being branded a usurper of glory when other versions circulated. Thus, Liu Yi summoned the members of the courtyard to the main hall, where, over a few drinks, he regaled them with the experiences of the past few days. After Liu Yi narrated the entire ordeal of hunting the spider in the forest, Leonard remained silent for a considerable time before exclaiming, "Liu Yi, I have truly fallen from grace. In times gone by, I would pursue any tale that beckoned, eager to experience the very events I wished to share. Ever since I began to sing the journey to the west, I have become accustomed to adapting your stories, losing the essence of my own. Next time you embark on a quest, take me along. I cannot bear to miss such a citywide sensation again." Liu Yi shook his head, noting that not every mission would create such a stir, but bringing you along would not be a problem. Brother John, however, was unable to empathize with Leonard's lament. He was preoccupied with a practical concern. "Liu Yi, what shall we do with the giant spider? The courtyard is too small. If you place your spider here, I will be unable to work." Before Liu Yi could respond, Leonard interjected, "My dear brother, do you truly find this creature to be an encumbrance? Allow me to tell you, if I were in your position, I would place this spider atop the cathedral's roof for all to see. Imagine if Duke Ed woke up in the morning and drew back the curtains to behold this magnificent spider. Wouldn't that be splendid? Do you not lament the sparse attendance of worshippers at the cathedral? I assure you, starting tomorrow, the visitors coming to behold this colossal spider's remains will overflow the entrance. Be prepared to mend the doors." In the flickering light of the oil lamp, Liu Yi and John exchanged glances. After a lengthy pause, Liu Yi spoke first. "Tomorrow, I shall venture to the Wolf's Kiss Tavern. I must rely on you here. John, agitated, protested, you cannot leave all of this to me. Did you not bring this creature back? Liu Yi covered his face with his hand, exclaiming, oh dear, oh dear. I become anxious in the presence of too many people. Are you not a priest? Should you not regularly preach to the masses? I entrust this matter to you. Observing John's unwavering expression, Liu Yi offered a compromise. Very well. Should anyone inquire how I managed to vanquish this monster, you shall tell them it was solely through the blessing of the 7 gods, and I shall not dispute it. Surely, that will suffice? Upon hearing this, Brother John was finally swayed. If it was to extol the glory of the 7 gods, then enduring some hardship was not an unacceptable prospect. However, Kevin merely glanced at Louis before lowering his head, remaining silent throughout. When they returned to their quarters to rest, Kevin could no longer contain himself and inquired, Teacher, the slaying of the giant spider was clearly a favor from the sun god. Why do you attribute this honor to the 7 gods? Louis replied, taken aback. Your statement is questionable. Are you not a devout follower of the 7 gods? I recall during our time in White Harbor, you would pray in every chapel. Kevin retorted. That's different. I have never witnessed the faithful of the 7 gods perform miracles, yet I saw you wield the power of the sun god to save my life. The 7 gods are a fabrication, the sun god is real. Louis sat up, a thick blanket draped over his shoulders. The scar from the rogue's blade in White Harbor twisting grotesquely, reflecting a dark crimson hue in the moonlight. He addressed his student earnestly, Kevin, strictly speaking, you did not actually see me cast the light spell, for you had lost too much blood and were already unconscious. Of course, the power of the sun god is indeed real. My existence and your life stand as proof. However, the sun, or light, is not as narrowly defined as you might presume. The sun god is real, but it does not imply that the 7 gods are false. Have you ever considered the possibility that the 7 gods might also be manifestations of the sun? Many of the doctrines within the faith of the 7 gods echo the teachings of the sun god. Kevin murmured, the 7 gods are also manifestations of the sun god. Observing Kevin's dawning realization, Louis felt a pang of concern. Oh no, I merely speculated whimsically. I must not lead the boy astray. Kevin, I will elaborate further when the opportunity arises about the faith in light, about the teachings of the sun god. You will come to understand that believing in the 7 gods and believing in the sun god may not be mutually exclusive. Kevin's eyes shimmered in the night. Teacher, when can you instruct me? When I can weave a coherent narrative. When the light of the sun god spreads across this land. When I can perform miracles without the aid of creatures like the giant spider, that will be the time. Finally persuaded by Louis's promise, Kevin drifted into a deep slumber. Watching the curled figure of his student, Louis felt a twinge of worry. Would Kevin's fervor for the sun god lead him down a perilous path? In medieval Europe, would he not be deemed a fervent crusader? Henceforth, Louis resolved to invest greater effort in Kevin's ideological education, ensuring he would not emerge as a zealot of blooded crusades. The following morning, upon awakening, Louis led Kevin stealthily out into the market district. This area boasted 2 blacksmith shops, showcasing the craftsman's works, primarily agricultural tools and implements, with a modest selection of weaponry. Although he did not examine them closely, it was evident from a distance that their craftsmanship far surpassed that of Hong Wei, the blacksmith from Rockfall village. Due to the abundance of shops in the market district, the production of ironware generates significant noise, smoke, and poses a fire risk, leading to the relocation of workshops to the outskirts of the town. This arrangement hampers direct communication with blacksmiths regarding specific needs. However, Liu Yi is unconcerned, as he had no intention of meeting any blacksmiths. His purpose for today's visit is to procure tools such as hammers and clamps, along with iron ingots for materials, so that he can personally craft a set of armor with enhanced protective capabilities for Kevin upon returning to his courtyard. Before the encounter with the giant spider in Rabbit Paw village, Liu Yi was quite confident, believing that with his formidable strength and guidance for Kevin, a chainmail would suffice for Kevin's protection. Yet, reality proved his confidence to be misplaced. Once on the battlefield, circumstances can vary dramatically, and the unpredictability of life and death looms large. Should Kevin find himself in another life-threatening situation, luck may not favor him as it did previously, especially with a monster's flesh tumor containing magical energy conveniently at hand. Thus, Liu Yi resolved to create a full suit of armor for his student, drawing inspiration from his own luminary armor, although he considered commissioning a blacksmith for a more localized set of armor for Kevin. Entrusting the entire task to a blacksmith would undoubtedly incur substantial costs for quality craftsmanship. Given Liu Yi's current status, he could hardly guarantee that the blacksmith would invest the necessary effort to ensure value for money. By crafting the armor himself, he could save a considerable sum. While the process might take longer, he could utilize each component as it was completed, ensuring Kevin's torso was protected without the need to wait for the entire suit to be finished and delivered. After visiting 2 iron shops in the market area, Liu Yi gathered the necessary clamps, anvils, iron ingots, and other tools and materials. He sent Kevin back with the goods before proceeding to the Wolf's Kiss Tavern to prepare for the next phase of his endeavors. Upon entering the tavern and taking a seat at the bar, Liu Yi had yet to state his purpose when Howard inquired. "I heard that you returned from Rabbit Paw Village with quite a find." "Indeed, it was considerable," Liu Yi replied, surveying the surroundings and gesturing towards a table against the wall. "A spider the size of 2 tables. What a nightmare," Howard mused, conjuring a terrifying image in his mind and shivering involuntarily. "But your contract with Greyjoy was not signed here. What brings you to me now? What do you think of the giant spider? I'm currently displaying it in my yard. Will it benefit my career?" "Absolutely. Your reputation will soon climb alongside the spider. And the whole North will come to know of a wandering swordsman named Liu Yi, adept at dealing with spiders." Ignoring Howard's jest, Liu Yi continued, "However, I lack manpower. Currently, I have only 1 apprentice. Conrad and Eddie are decent fellows and could collaborate long-term, but the numbers are still insufficient. I would like to inquire if you have any scattered individuals willing to band together. I aim to form a proper mercenary squad. If there are any, they may come to the courtyard to find me, as I do not expect to venture out much in the near future." Howard pondered for a moment, then acknowledged. "Your idea is quite commendable. A solitary wanderer will never receive significant opportunities. Mercenaries are pragmatic. To become their leader, one must first demonstrate their worthiness of trust. However, with such a formidable spider in your possession, your strength should no longer be questioned. I shall keep an eye on things for you. What do you intend to name your mercenary squad?" Liu Yi did not hesitate, and after careful consideration, he proclaimed, "Let it be called the Brigade of Radiant Warriors." Chapter 36, The Silver Hand and Pattern Steel the Light Warriors. Howard curled his lips, expressing disdain for the name, which seemed rather amateurish. "Isn't it unappealing?" Liu Yi pondered for a moment, conceding that it did indeed possess a somewhat juvenile flair, and thus suggested, "Let us call it the Silver Hand instead." "Why not the Golden Hand?" Liu Yi gestured towards the east, where the Golden Company resided across the narrow sea. "If we were to name it the Golden Hand, some might mistakenly believe we are a faction of theirs, and I have no desire to serve as an accessory to another group." "Very well, the Silver Hand. A fitting name, pledging allegiance to silver and executing its will as a mercenary band." Howard took out his small notebook and jotted down the name. "If it weren't for the Golden Company's overwhelming notoriety, I would have suggested you name it the Golden Hand, for gold is undoubtedly more aesthetically pleasing than silver." He then inquired, "What are your criteria for recruiting members?" "I do not want those who are cunning, lazy, or gluttonous. They must possess courage. As for the rest..." Liu Yi momentarily struggled to articulate additional requirements and finally settled on, "Let us go by intuition. We shall recruit 8 individuals." 8 individuals? I doubt you can manage that. Allow me to recommend 5. If you deem them suitable, I would appreciate your assistance. "Same place?" "Indeed," Liu Yi nodded. "The blacksmith's courtyard in the south of the city." Howard closed his notebook and tapped its cover with the wooden pen. "As for the introduction fee, each warrior will cost 1 silver stack. Once they join your band and partake in a battle, you must dutifully remit the payment to me." "Not a problem." Having conducted business with Howard several times, Liu Yi trusted his integrity. Once their agreement was finalized, he downed a few gulps of barley ale before taking his leave. Considering he was to host Eddie and others for dinner that evening, Liu Yi ventured into the market district alone, procuring an assortment of vegetables such as carrots and lettuce, 5 pounds of mutton, as well as some sauces and honey, before returning to the courtyard to prepare for the evening feast. The blacksmith's courtyard lay at the end of a secluded alley in the southern part of the city, typically seldom frequented, imbued with an aura of the supernatural, making it difficult to fathom that fewer than 7 or 8 souls had met their demise within its confines. However, today was different. As Liu Yi approached the courtyard's entrance, he beheld several unfamiliar faces adorned with expressions of horror, fear, satisfaction, and relief, entering and exiting in a flurry. Brother John stood beside the large spider on a hastily constructed wooden platform, one hand gripping the ancient 7-star Bible, while the other rested upon the head of a brown-haired youth as he offered a prayer. Meanwhile, Kevin and Wang stood nearby, shielding the visitors from the spider and maintaining order. Upon seeing his mentor return, Kevin wished to greet him but was halted by Liu Yi's distant gaze. Liu Yi disguised himself as a clumsy visitor, staggering toward the small door before abruptly flinging it open and darting inside. Inside, he discovered Eddie and Conrad seated on his bed, engaged in a game of cards. He dropped the ingredients onto the floor and inquired, "You two arrived rather early, haven't you?" Conrad cast forth an archer card and replied without a glance, "Indeed, I had intended to lend a hand, but alas, there was no place to stand. So I had to seek refuge here. Come, add me to the game." Liu Yi rubbed his hands together, producing several copper coins to join the stakes. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the activity outside showed no signs of abating. Reluctantly, he shuffled the cards in his hand, ready to concede defeat, and stepped into the courtyard to kindly urge the last visitor to depart. Once he closed the gate, John slumped onto the wooden platform, his gaze vacant as he muttered, "This is too much. If there were this many people every day, I wouldn't be able to bear it." Liu Yi jostled the donation box beside him, listening to the clinking sounds within. "How much did we receive today?" he inquired. "I haven't counted yet, perhaps a few silver deer," John replied. "You all should rest. I will tidy up the food and call you shortly." John appeared utterly disheartened, while Kevin and Wang were equally fatigued. Thus, Liu Yi enlisted Eddie and Conrad to assist with the food preparations. Fortunately, both were seasoned hands in the kitchen. Before long, they had the meat sliced, slathered in sauce, and roasting by the bonfire, while vegetables were chopped and simmered with potatoes and cheese in a pot. As night fully descended, and the stars adorned the firmament, a modest feast of roasted meat, vegetable soup, and ale was grandly presented. Despite having lost his voice from preaching all day, after a brief respite, Brother John regained his enthusiasm. Today, nearly 70 or 80 individuals came to view the remains of the giant spider. A few, startled by its fearsome visage, even willingly accepted my blessings. For me, this is a tremendous victory. Liu Yi inquired, "Is it the brown-haired lad I saw upon my return?" John nodded, his voice slightly hoarse as he affirmed, "Yes, he is also a son of the South, named Hills. Regrettably, his father passed away early, leaving him as the sole child, responsible for assisting his mother and unable to visit frequently. Moreover, I learned from him why so few come to pray at our sanctum and why they are rather frugal." "Why is that?" Liu Yi asked. "Because among the devout followers of the seven gods, those living within the vicinity of Winterfell are concentrated in the city." John indicated toward the towering walls of Winterfell, where there exists a temple of the seven, constructed by Duke Eddard for his wife, Lady Catelyn. The temple is overseen by Brother Chai, who hails from the north. Liu Yi lamented, "You truly have had unfortunate luck." John shook his head, "Not so. Those who can reside within Winterfell, of course, have no need to come here. But what of the ordinary folk who cannot enter the temple in Winterfell, like Hills? Where can they go to pray? Living in the north, without a temple to turn to, they gradually forget the teachings of the seven, becoming faithless, or, like the locals, turn to the worship of the old gods." Sensing the presence of 3 local northerners by the campfire, he apologetically remarked, "I did not mean to suggest that one should not pray to the heart tree." Conrad shrugged, swallowing a piece of roasted meat. "It matters not. I seldom engage with those fish-beam woods engraved with human faces." "Eddie, neither do I," he paused, continuing, "In my youth, I often knelt beside my father to pray at the heart tree, beseeching for the safety of my family throughout their lives. Yet, my parents departed before I reached adulthood, and my brother passed away 2 years ago. I suppose for us, the common folk, it is futile to pray to any deity. Which god would hit our please? Then let us worship the sun god." Kevin eagerly attempted to interject, only to have his mouth covered by the teacher. Discussions of faith often led to discord, especially among those present, who were a mix of clerics of the seven gods, descendants of the ancients, and devotees of the sun god Ansha. Fearing he might be drawn into the fray, Liu Yi deftly shifted the conversation to his intention of recruiting new members for a mercenary group. Upon hearing this, Conrad promptly inquired, "Captain, may I join your silver hand?" Liu Yi nodded, affirming, "It would be wonderful if you wish to join my team." "Of course," Eddie chimed in, "I have long sought a reliable mercenary group to join, but I have struggled to find one." Liu Yi, intrigued, asked, "Could you not enlist Howard's assistance in introducing you?" Eddie shook his head, explaining, "The north is quite stable now. There are no wars, and the larger mercenary groups cannot survive, having all crossed the sea to the east. The small teams consist of familiar faces. If newcomers recklessly join, they not only earn little but are also tasked with the most perilous jobs, so Liu Yi surveyed the eyes of those present, resolutely declaring, "My silver hand is different. In the future, while older members will certainly enjoy certain privileges, they must also bear greater responsibilities. Newcomers will earn less, and their duties will be lighter. Everything will adhere to the rules, even I cannot exceed them. All decisions within the mercenary group will prioritize the collective interest." Having previously navigated numerous teams in World of Warcraft and later establishing his own guild, Liu Yi understood well that only fair and just regulations form the core of a team. Human sentiments are fickle, veterans may depart, and newcomers will eventually become veterans. A team reliant on individuals will disband when they leave. Liu Yi led his team strictly according to the rules, never compromising the group's interests to satisfy unreasonable demands from familiar members. Thus, despite the comings and goings within his guild, it remained steadfast. Whether a true mercenary group could operate under such principles was untested territory for Liu Yi, yet he held no concern. As long as he remained alive and the power of the sun could still be wielded, this team would endure. Liu Yi possessed that confidence. However, what other regulations governed the silver hand? He had yet to clarify and thus refrained from speaking further, while Eddie and the others did not inquire. Ultimately, words, no matter how numerous, could never compare to the clarity of action. In the midst of the fierce battles within the wolf den, Liu Yi consistently demonstrated remarkable decision-making skills, always placing himself at the forefront and shouldering the most arduous tasks. When it came time to divide the spoils, he never withheld even a single copper coin for any reason. Most importantly, Liu Yi was a savior, although the captain claimed he would not acknowledge it. Eddie and others had witnessed it firsthand. Could there be a more reassuring fact than this? Thus, Conrad, Eddie, and Wang became the initial members of the Silver Hand. Once the team was formed, they no longer needed everyone to linger at the Wolf's Kiss Tavern. Only one person was required to remain for communication, allowing the others to attend to their own matters. After establishing a duty roster for the tavern, the group indulged in food and drink before departing, at which point Renard finally returned from the tavern. Upon entering the courtyard, Renard seized the remnants of Liu Yi's drink and began to imbibe heartily. Observing his state, Liu Yi jested, "What is this? Working at the tavern, and you're still parched? Did Mr. Andrew up your wages?" Renard retorted, "The tale of the Ceres warriors battling spiders is quite popular. I suggest you refrain from lingering in the courtyard tomorrow, lest you find it difficult to leave." Brother John, upon hearing this, felt a mix of emotions, while Liu Yi maintained a stoic expression. The two promptly conferred and decided that Brother John would finance the hiring of individuals to maintain order, while Liu Yi and Kevin retreated to the riverbank to forge armor. Liu Yi had not dismantled the abandoned blacksmith's forge in the small courtyard, but regrettably, he would not have the opportunity to utilize it before the recent fervor subsided. He took to documenting the structure of the forge on paper, intending to construct a new one by the river. As the core of House Stark's governance, the security of Winterfell had always been a focal point for the northern kings throughout the ages. To clear obstacles outside the city, successive dukes had adopted a supportive stance towards the residents of Wintertown, encouraging them to fell surrounding vegetation for fuel. During the warmth of summer, the duke would even personally fund initiatives for citizens to encircle Winterfell, cutting down newly grown saplings. Upon reaching the riverbank, Liu Yi and Kevin selected saplings of arm-thick diameter, chopping them down and uniformly cutting them into half-height wooden sticks, which they piled into a newly dug pit. They then covered the stack with damp earth, sealing it, and created a vent to construct a charcoal kiln. Once the flames within the charcoal kiln were ignited, the color of the smoke could indicate the readiness of the charcoal. The smoke would transition from black to white, then to blue. At this stage, the vent needed to be closed to allow the wood to fully carbonize. After 1 to 2 days, dismantling the kiln's exterior would yield finished charcoal. During the wait for the charcoal to be ready, Liu Yi simultaneously completed the construction of the blacksmith's furnace and preparations for the crucible. As soon as the charcoal was ready, he could immediately commence the smelting of iron ingots. Although Liu Yi's smelting and forging skills had reached a masterful level, his experience in crafting iron implements was somewhat lacking, as he had primarily worked with higher-grade materials such as source ingots and cobalt blue ingots. The ingot, which he had initially procured from the auction house to meet the upgrading requirements, had not been touched since that phase. What materials should he use to forge armor for Kevin that would grant him peace of mind? After much contemplation, Liu Yi concluded that under the current exceedingly rudimentary conditions, the finest material available was pattern steel. Pattern steel refers to steel with a distinctly patterned surface, showcasing various designs such as flowing water, colorful clouds, chrysanthemums, or wood grain, endowing the steel with a unique artistic beauty. The patterns in pattern steel arise from its composition, typically formed by the amalgamation of two or more types of steel, or iron, with differing carbon content. During the forging process, these disparate materials are fused together through techniques such as folding and hammering, resulting in a composite structure that retains the distinct characteristics of each component while exhibiting internal performance variability. This exceptional structure bestows pattern steel with remarkable physical properties. As an ancient and intricate metalworking technique, pattern steel has documented origins in China, with records of its products dating back to the Eastern Han Dynasty. Internationally, the famed Damascus knives from the Middle East are renowned for this craftsmanship, a process Liu Yi believed he could replicate given his current circumstances. The initial step in creating pattern steel involves selecting various materials with differing carbon contents as raw materials, which are then heated to a semi-molten or red-hot state. Through processes such as stacking and hot forging, the steel is shaped. During this phase, the steel undergoes repeated folding and hammering, allowing the internal crystalline structures of varying sizes to melt together, forming the distinctive composite structure. Once the steel billet is prepared, it must be further processed according to the predetermined shape, followed by treatments such as quenching and tempering. These processes enhance the internal organization of the steel, increasing its strength and toughness, while also aiding in the formation and stabilization of the patterns. Finally, the finished product undergoes grinding and polishing to achieve a mirror-like surface, facilitating the observation of the patterns. At times, acid washing may be employed during the grinding process to present the patterns more distinctly. However, for him, the preservation of his apprentice's life was paramount. The presence of patterns was of little consequence. Chapter 37, The Arrival of the Otherworldly Beasts. Each additional process incurs a greater expenditure of time, and time, my friend, is indeed a precious commodity. With the advantage of having his own armor as a reference, Liu Yi was able to bypass the arduous task of designing and drawing, merely adjusting the dimensions to suit Kevin's physique before commencing work. Driven by the desire to equip his apprentice as swiftly as possible, Liu Yi began crafting the first plate of the light bearer as pseudo-chest armor. In the days that followed, aside from his shifts at the Wolf's Kiss Tavern, Liu Yi dedicated himself entirely to the forge by the riverbank, meticulously forging the protective gear for his disciple. Meanwhile, the reputation of the small blacksmith's yard continued to burgeon, with the number of visitors drawn to view the giant spider carcass steadily increasing, consistently hovering around 70 to 80 individuals. One afternoon, the clattering of hoofs echoed through the alley as a middle-aged nobleman, accompanied by a dozen attendants and several young riders on majestic steeds, arrived at the entrance of the yard. The nobleman exuded an imposing presence, his dark brown hair framing a stern, elongated face, and his piercing grey eyes gleamed with intensity. He raised his riding crop, gesturing towards the yard's entrance, inquiring, "Haiwa, is this indeed the location of the colossal spider you spoke of?" If anyone in the vicinity of Winterfell was familiar with the giant spider, aside from the monk John and the 5 members of the Silver Hand, it would be the Duke's guard Haiwa, who had also ventured to Rabbit Paw village. Upon hearing the noble's question, Haiwa promptly tugged at the reins, guiding his steed to the entrance, peering inside before reporting, "Indeed, my lord, this is it. I witnessed them extracting this giant spider from the wolf woods using a wooden frame during the sweltering day spent in Rabbit Paw village. The stench emanating from the spider's corpse enveloped the entire village, a memory so vivid that I would rather sever my own nose than endure that odious aroma again." Duke Eddard Stark, the guardian of the north and ruler of Winterfell, dismounted gracefully and gently pushed open the gate to the small yard. As the number of visitors to the yard increased, John, seeking to promote the glory of the 7 gods, commissioned a brand new monk's robe from a tailor in the market district, on Reno's recommendation. Though still grey, it was devoid of patches and holes, elevating John's presence to new heights. Upon noticing the noble's entrance, John momentarily paused before hastening down from the wooden platform used for preaching, approaching the Duke and bowing respectfully. "Esteemed lord, how may I be of service?" Duke Eddard glanced down to see the iron hammer pendant adorning John's chest and inquired, "Are you a monk of the 7 gods?" John nodded, replying, "Indeed, my name is John. I have pledged my service to the smith among the 7 gods for 10 years, with nary a day of negligence." The Duke acknowledged him with a nod. "It is rare to find a monk of the 7 gods willing to come to Winterfell. Where do you hail from?" John responded, "I come from District Nor's monastery by the shores of the god Si in the Riverlands, my lord." "Ah, the Riverlands. Caitlin may wish to meet a monk from her homeland." The Duke mused before continuing, John, would you do me the honor of coming to Winterfell tomorrow to pray for my wife? At this moment, Brother John had a faint suspicion regarding the noble's identity but dared not confirm it. Who are you? He inquired. Quickly stepping forward, Hiva, who was closely following the Duke, interjected, this is the Duke of Winterfell, the ruler of the North, Lord Eddard Stark. I would be honored. Brother John said, bowing once more to the Duke. I shall pray to the merciful Seven for the Duchess. The Duke nodded, dismissing him, and turned his attention to the corpse of the giant spider, removing his gloves to gently caress its glossy, black shell. He then extracted a handkerchief and vigorously wiped the faintly odorous dust from his fingers. At that moment, a timid young boy of about 7, cradling a small puppy, approached the Duke from behind and cautiously asked, Father, is this the ice spider the old nurse spoke of? Stay away from it, Bran, the Duke replied, positioning himself to shield his son. The ice spider is merely a tale from the old nurse. Bran craned his neck to gaze once more at the fearsome giant spider and retorted. But the old nurse said that the others wield long swords of ice and ride upon enormous ice spiders, crossing the wall and slaying everyone they encounter. Bran, the stories the old nurse tells occur only during the long night. We are still in summer. A sturdy youth approached, gently placing a hand on the little boy's shoulder in reassurance. The old nurse also mentioned that ice spiders have blue shells, yet look at it, it is black. Is it not? Bran was reluctant, but a slightly leaner boy, who bore a striking resemblance to the Duke, chimed in, Bran. I have also heard the old nurse tell this story, they are indeed blue. Seemingly intent on countering the lean boy, Theon Greyjoy interjected. Hiva told me when he returned from Rabbit's Foot village that this spider, when alive, was grey. Sometimes, grey and blue are not easily distinguishable. Hearing this, the sturdy boy turned to Hiva and asked, is that true? Hiva, reluctant to involve himself in the squabble of the young lords, evasively replied, I can't quite recall. During those days, I was busy assisting Commander Anders in training the militia, completely overwhelmed and unable to attend to other trivial matters. The Duke intervened to halt the minor dispute. Enough of this argument. Regardless of whether it is an ice spider or a fire spider, it is dead. And it was slain by the brave warriors of our north. That is sufficient. Whether they are the others, wildlings, or anything else, no one can triumph over House Stark, the descendants of our forebears. He continued, our purpose for venturing beyond the city today is to execute the Oathbreaker. Viewing the spider was merely a detour. Now that our task is complete and the spider has been seen, it is time to return home and join your mother for dinner. Come along, children. With that, the Duke was the first to leave the small courtyard, mounting his horse. Little Bran watched his father's retreating figure and the fearsome shell of the ice spider, yearning to linger a while longer, but the lean boy lifted him onto his small horse. We should head back. Father has already gone far. Next time there is an opportunity, I shall take you to see it alone. Will you invite Arya, John? If Arya is willing, of course. She will surely agree. I shall return to inform her at once. John then led his younger brother in pursuit of their father. At that moment, only Greyjoy and the robust youth remained in the courtyard, having accompanied the Duke. Seeing the boy gripping the hilt of his sword, fixated on the corpse of the ice spider, Theon reminded him, Robb, are you not leaving? Your father and brothers have already departed. Winter is coming. This is the creed of my family, Theon, Robb replied quietly. Today we encountered a dead direwolf in the wilderness and witnessed the legendary ice spider. These creatures have not been seen near Winterfell since I can remember. If winter brings forth such beasts, what shall become of my people? Let your father worry about that. You are not yet the Duke of Winterfell. Robb cast a long glance at the enormous spider, tossed a silver moon into the donation box, and turned to leave. In the end, only Theon Greyjoy remained in the small courtyard. With no one else around, he grinned mockingly at Brother John, saying, Please convey to Captain Lewin that Theon Greyjoy still has a score to settle with him. Later that night, when Lewin returned to the courtyard with the newly forged armor plate, Brother John relayed Theon Greyjoy's regards. However, Lewin paid little mind to the matter. As Howard had said, Greyjoy held no real power in Winterfell. As long as Lewin's actions were reasonable and lawful, Theon could do him no harm. On the contrary, Lewin exhibited great interest in the Duke's visit. So, the Duke knows my name now? Not quite, John replied, shaking his head. I did not hear the Duke mention your name at all. However, I do know what this creature is called. It is known as the ice spider, reputed to be among of the others. Others? Lewin inquired, intrigued by this newfound term. What are those? You do not know? Oh, right, You are from the east? They are monsters that dwell north of the wall. I cannot explain it fully, but when Lanner returns, you may ask him. I reckon he is the most familiar with such matters among us. After dinner, Liu Yi waited in the great hall for Lanner. As soon as Lanner returned home from work, Liu Yi inquired about the matter. Settling into a comfortable position on the bench, Lanner responded, the others, the ultimate villains woven into the various myths of Westeros. In ancient tales passed down through generations, the others are a humanoid intelligent race residing north of the wall, characterized by their blue eyes and tall, robust physiques. Their origins are shrouded in mystery, yet their powers are enigmatic and perilous, regarded by the Night's Watch as a malevolent force threatening Westeros. Once, there existed a winter that endured for an entire generation, during the protracted dark epoch known as the Long Night, when the others first descended upon the realm. Approximately 8 millennia ago during the time of Aegon's conquest. Ultimately, they were repelled by the Night's Watch, leading to the construction of the wall to safeguard against the incursion of the others. Since that time, it is said that there have been no sightings of the others for thousands of years. Consequently, they gradually transformed into mere myth, utilized to frighten children. In some tales, the others possess the ability to resurrect the deceased to serve them. They can mount the cadavers of animals, including bears, dire wolves, mammoths, and horses, and can also revive the dead. Those resurrected by the others are referred to as wights, and their appearance is often accompanied by a chilling wind, wielding the weapons they bore in life, to slay all those they once held dear. What is the matter with you? Lanner paused his narration, noticing that Louis, usually composed and forever unacquainted with fear, was trembling. In astonishment, he exclaimed, could it be that our invincible Louis, the commander, is quaking at children's tales? Louis wiped the cold sweat from his brow, forcing a strained smile. Ha ha, you think I'm a child? Ha ha ha. I have a slight stomach ache. I need to step outside for a moment. The small courtyard lacked a restroom, and to maintain cleanliness, they would venture into the woods beyond the courtyard when nature called. Louis, with great effort, steadied his trembling frame and made his way to a grand tree, leaning against its trunk to breathe deeply. By the gods, is the so-called Northern Threat truly the undead scourge? With ice-blue eyes, the power to command frost, and the ability to animate the dead for combat, dare one claim this is not the work of Death Knights? I would write my name backwards. I pondered the nature of this apocalyptic crisis. Why not summon the Grand Master, the Archdruid, or the Master Hunter, instead of a mere lord? It turns out to be the undead. How fortuitously aligned with my expertise. Louis, a seasoned veteran from the battles of Warcraft Sun, had been locked in a fierce struggle against the Lich King just before his transference, and thus was acutely aware of the horrors of the undead scourge. It is essential to recognize that the technological and magical prowess of the world of Azeroth far surpasses that of Westeros, and yet it was still ravaged, losing half of its eastern continent, including 2 powerful realms and an entire order of silver-hand paladins. Were it not for the intervention of the Night Elf warrior Illidan Stormrage in the assault on Icecrown Citadel, which diverted Prince Arthas's attention, Stormwind might have also succumbed, reduced once more to ruins. Ah, the puppeteer behind the curtain, how you underestimate me. Expecting me to rescue this world from the clutches of the undead scourge without even granting me a blue bar. With this thought, Louis gazed skyward, speechless. Teacher, is that you? Kevin's voice emerged from the thicket, tinged with anxiety. What brings you here? Kevin, with his back to Louis, extended several pieces of parchment. Lanner mentioned your stomach ache, and seeing as you had tea, brought any paper. I thought I would bring some to you. Thank you. Liu Yi extended his hand to grasp a piece of scrap paper, carelessly wiping his nose before discarding it into the underbrush. Upon returning to the courtyard, he inquired, Kevin, if let me emphasize, if legendary White Walkers truly existed and were poised to engulf the entire continent, what would you do? Kevin gazed at his teacher in bewilderment. Sir, tales of White Walkers are merely fanciful stories to frighten children. I shall be an adult next year. Regardless, I speak of a hypothetical scenario. After a moment's contemplation, Kevin replied, if such beings truly existed, I would have no choice but to take out my sword and confront them. What else could I do? Would you not consider fleeing to the east? Kevin scoffed, to concede without a fight and run away. That simply would not do. A man from the Five Fingers Peninsula cannot act so cowardly. Moreover, if that day were indeed to arrive, it is unlikely that an adequate number of ships would be available to evacuate all of Westeros. In the struggle for vessels, those who survive the onslaught of the White Walkers would first engage in battle. Only after the survivors have boarded would the fighting cease. I cannot guarantee that I would be among those fortunate enough to escape to the east, rather than perish at the hands of the living. I would prefer to meet my end valiantly in combat against the White Walkers. Liu Yi fell silent for a moment, then reflected. You possess a remarkable clarity of thought. Chuckling, Kevin said, my father once told me that when a warrior steps onto the battlefield, he must not entertain the notion of surviving. It is only those unafraid of death who truly evade it. Often, it is the most cowardly who perish first. So, what do you think of my answer, teacher? Are you satisfied? Liu Yi offered a look of approval, gently tapping Kevin on the shoulder with his fist. Indeed, I am quite pleased. This is the spirit of my good student. After Kevin took a wooden basin outside to wash up, Liu Yi remained alone in the narrow confines of their small dwelling. He sat in the darkness for a long while, before suddenly bursting into laughter. What had come over him? To be so easily frightened by an old woman's ghost stories was nothing short of disgraceful. Surely, there were no such creatures as White Walkers or wights in this world. Right. Liu Yi futilely attempted to deceive himself. Chapter 38, A moment at home on a midsummer afternoon in the north. Even the sun, high in the sky, could scarcely provide warmth to Liu Yi and his companions, who were huddled atop a roof by the King's Road in Wintertown. Brother John, arms crossed, continually exhaled puffs of vapor, shivering as he complained, has the King's entourage arrived yet? Perhaps we should wait downstairs. It's far too cold up here. Renard, adjusting his thin leather coat, responded impatiently, what's the hurry? Let us wait a little longer. A friend of mine in Winterfell informed me yesterday that the banquet's dishes are already prepared for tonight. The King's party will surely arrive before the afternoon is over. After all, he is a subordinate of Jory Castle. Would he deceive me? Jory Castle, the nephew of Lord Roderick Castle, the head of the Winterfell household, also served as the Duke's captain of the guard. Recently, news had spread through Winterfell that the King's retinue was approaching the north. As the Duke's representative, Jory Castle was leading a sizable honor guard along the King's Road to greet him. The residents of Wintertown, even those with only a modicum of awareness, set aside their daily labor to gather along the sides of the road, eager to witness the grandeur of their sovereign. For ordinary folk, the chance to see the king was as rare as encountering a White Walker. This occasion would provide tales to tell for a lifetime. As a bard, Renard's interest in such events was not merely a personal inclination but a professional necessity. Thus, he rallied his good friends from the courtyard to join him in welcoming the king. However, having arrived late, the prime spots along the roadside were already claimed by local residents. Consequently, they opted for a house facing the street, paid the owner a copper star, and ascended to the rooftop, lying atop the icy tiles in anticipation. They waited for a considerable time, hunger gnawing at them as they nibbled on hard, cold bread. Suddenly, Renard pointed excitedly into the distance and exclaimed, "Look! They are coming!" Liu Yi followed Renard's finger and beheld a procession winding toward the eastern wilderness along the King's Road, a column of several hundred individuals approaching. This contingent, numbering over 300, was predominantly composed of cavalry, brandishing golden banners emblazoned with the crown stag, clad in resplendent silver and gold armor, escorting several luxurious carriages at their center. The most opulent of these carriages, requiring a team of over a dozen magnificent steeds to draw, boasted enormous wheels that left deep ruts in the road. Its broad body nearly occupied half the roadway, forcing the surrounding cavalry to edge closely to the roadside, eliciting concern from Liu Yi about their precarious balance, fearing they might stumble into the ditch below. Leading the entire assembly was a robust middle-aged man of considerable stature, sporting long black curls and a thick beard, clad in a black velvet coat, commanding a tall black warhorse with an air of authority. Liu Yi pointed at the man and inquired of Renard, "Who is that rotund figure?" Renard glanced sideways at him and replied, "That rotund figure is the king. Our king of the 7 kingdoms. Yes, indeed, the king of the 7 kingdoms." Renner unconsciously lowered his voice, pointing at the man, Robert Baratheon, the acknowledged warrior of the 7 kingdoms, king of the Undos, the Roiner, and the first man, ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm. However, the common folk prefer to refer to him as the usurper and the king of Horse. The former title stems from the time he single-handedly slayed Prince Rhaegar, the heir of House Targaryen, by the banks of the Trident, shattering the confidence of the loyalists and paving the way for the ultimate victory in the war. Following the demise of the Mad King Aerys and the fall of King's Landing, he was proclaimed king by the rebels. As for the moniker King of Horse, I believe no further explanation is necessary. Renner raised his eyebrows, having heard that the queen is one of the most beautiful women in the Seven Kingdoms. It seems that His Majesty still possesses the vitality to indulge in revelries outside. One must say, the realm's foremost warrior does not fall short in any regard. Suddenly, Rhaenyra recalled something and asked, by the way, Jon, weren't you off to Winterfell to pray for the Lady of the North? Is Lady Catelyn beautiful? Brother Jon shook his head. I did not meet the Lady of Winterfell. Brother Shire of the Winterfell September informed me that Lady Catelyn is devoting all her effort to prepare for tonight's feast in honor of the king and his entourage, fulfilling her duties as a competent hostess, leaving no time to entertain a humble wandering monk like myself. However, Brother Shire was quite kind. After I completed my prayers for Lady Catelyn and the Stark family, he noticed my worn-out 7-pointed star Bible and gifted me a book of prayers, said to have been acquired from the great September of Baelor in King's Landing. Rhaenyra and Jon exchanged some trivial gossip, while Luwin paid no heed, focusing instead on the military display of the king's retinue. The warriors trailing behind the king donned polished armor, wielded fine weapons, and bore expressions of unbidden pride, occasionally casting reverent glances at the king, who walked ahead of them. Observing this grand spectacle, Luwin felt a pang of envy. Reflecting on the prophecy he had glimpsed upon his arrival, he could not help but speculate that with such a king ruling and such an army enforcing order, the south could still erupt into conflict. The only conceivable reason would be the demise of King Robert. At this thought, a shiver traveled up his spine, and he murmured, a true man ought to be like this. He could be replaced. Rhaenyra, unable to comprehend Luwin's native tongue, inquired in confusion, what did you say? Luwin shook his head. Nothing. He continued to utter some peculiar remarks. Rhaenyra grimaced and turned to climb down from the rooftop. Jon hastily caught him. Where are you going? To Winterfell for the feast in honor of the king. Oh, and you needn't prepare my meal tonight. I shall indulge in a grand banquet. I never intended to prepare your portion anyway, Luwin retorted, then asked, why would they invite you to the king's feast? At this moment, Rhaenyra's expression darkened. But hearing Luwin's question, he climbed back up and revealed a broad smile. Of course, they invited me to perform. I am the most sought-after bard in the Wintertown. Well then, see you all tomorrow. As Rhaenyra hurriedly departed, Jon and Kevin exchanged a glance before embarking on their journey home. With the passage of time, the king's retinue gradually settled in Winterfell. The immense wheeled palace of the queen, the most opulent conveyance of the royal entourage, was sadly left stranded in an open space outside the city due to its size, leaving the streets devoid of the king's presence. The long, creaking sound of the eastern gate of Winterfell firmly separated the city from the outside world. For Kevin Turner, who had only seen the grand national parades on television, the spectacle presented by the royal procession felt akin to a brisk winter gust, startling but fleeting. However, for Kevin, who had grown up in the impoverished coastal region of the Fingers and had only ventured as far as Coldwater City, the scene was one that instilled a profound sense of awe. Teacher, did you see? The king is so tall and robust, he seems even stronger than you. On their way home, Kevin animatedly recounted everything he had witnessed, including the golden-haired knight clad in white robes and armor who followed closely behind the king, whom he believed to be the infamous Kingslayer, Sir Jaime Lannister, far more handsome than he had envisioned. While Jon did not concern himself with the stature of others, he could not accept the notion that anyone could surpass him in handsomeness. What? Jon exclaimed, ruffling Kevin's hair playfully. You think your teacher is lacking? Kevin shielded his head and pushed Jon's hand away. Of course, you are impressive. You are the strongest warrior I have ever seen, but that's the king. My father told me that the king is the mightiest, most noble, and bravest knight in the Seven Kingdoms, the knight among knights. With a resigned sigh, Jon conceded, all right. All right, even if you aspire to be a knight of the king, you must first have a fitting suit of armor. Let us hurry back. Your left leg armor is just one piece away from completion, and we shall strive to finish it today. Teacher, can my helmet be made too? No. The helmet. The cold winds of the north, like a mother's gentle yet frigid touch, silenced the chatter between the teacher and student, soothing the ripples stirred by the arrival of the royal entourage. Jon and Kevin returned to their routine of tirelessly hammering steel into armor. In recent days, due to Jon's burgeoning reputation and Howard's recommendations, several commendable mercenaries had visited the smithy, inquiring about joining the Silver Hand. After dismissing a few individuals who clearly did not align with their ethos, Jon retained the contact information of a select few, promising to reach out should suitable work arise in the future. Both parties were indifferent to this seemingly ambiguous response. For the mercenaries, tangible combat represented the ultimate test of both strength and character. Until then, all agreements held little value. Initially, John believed that life would continue in this unremarkable manner. But little did he know that trouble was soon to seek him out. On the third night of the king's visit, Liu Yi was in the courtyard instructing Kevin on how to utilize the shape of armor plates to deflect the force of enemy attacks. Suddenly, a cacophony of wails erupted from outside the courtyard, followed by a coarse southern accent exclaiming, "Open the door, you bastards!" Liu Yi, initially pondering which unfortunate family had caught the attention of the gangsters, was startled as his own courtyard door was forcefully kicked open. Then, a battered Renero was shoved into the yard, collapsing against the wall in the corner. The group that entered made a beeline for the corpse of the giant spider. And when Kevin stepped forward to intervene, he was roughly pushed aside. Unable to discern the situation, Liu Yi suppressed his rising anger, restraining the furious Kevin as he swiftly approached Renero to assess his injuries. Despite his irritation, the sight of Renero's comically bruised face elicited a chuckle from him. "How did you end up looking like this? Caught for stealing someone as wife?" Renero managed a bitter smile, replying, "At this point, you're still joking. Just earlier, I was at the Smoky Tavern recounting tales of the Daenerys spider hunter and journey to the west. Those drunken fools had been causing a ruckus nearby. One moment they claimed I was fabricating stories since I had never read the Seven-Star Bible. The next they accused me of incoherence and lack of depth in my narratives. And then critiqued the protagonist's unattractiveness." Liu Yi rubbed his nose, pondering how such trivial matters could provoke violence. "Of course not. After years in this line of work, I've seen it all." Renero spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, continuing, "But after I finished Journey to the West, that golden-haired lad suddenly leapt up, accusing me of blasphemy against the seven gods, threatening to drag me to Winterfell's seven gods temple to be burned alive. I couldn't tell if he was just drunk, and when I tried to flee, they caught me and gave me a beating. Moreover, that fellow with the little mustache said that such monsters were an affront to the seven gods and insisted they should be burned as well." At that moment, Liu Yi noticed Renero clutching his right hand. Grasping his wrist, he lifted it to see that Renero's fingers were swollen like steamed sausages. "What happened?" Liu Yi asked, his voice heavy. Careful, Renero winced. "I stepped on it while getting hit, but I managed to shield myself a bit, only injuring one finger. It's no matter. I still have 9 fingers left. They are wandering knights who came with the king. Do not provoke them." A surge of indignation welled in Liu Yi's chest as he squinted at the ruffians laughing by the giant spider, his tone icy. "Yet they have already provoked me." Joseph Hishon, a wandering knight from Lannisport, was unaware of his father's identity, nor did his mother know, for on the day this tale unfolded, Duke Tywin's forces marched through his village. As a result of this unfortunate fate, many young men of similar age in the village shared his plight. Yet he stood out as the strongest among them. Though unaware of his father's identity, Joseph remains grateful for the corporeal form bestowed upon him, which allows him to pursue a life as a mercenary in adulthood. For this reason, Joseph is willing to grant his biological father a merciful death upon their eventual meeting. For an illegitimate child without connections, joining the king's army presents a commendable opportunity. However, enlisting in the common field troops would merely render him cannon fodder for the knights. Joseph Hishon is determined not to be anyone's pawn. Consequently, he aligned himself with the king's forces in Kagan City, striving to win the favor of the guards within the king's retinue, gradually forming a tenuous friendship with a few novice young men among them. The prestige of the king's guard is significant, offering generous remuneration and directly reporting to the elite Iron Guard, the core of the king's military. Members of this cadre are invariably affluent or noble, and becoming their companion, even in a subordinate role, would yield greater rewards than a life of aimless mercenary work. As he journeyed towards Nexar, he encountered numerous taverns and brothels along the way. Joseph, willing to spend money, eventually connected with a young guard of the king and even became acquainted with one of the king's attendants, fostering a promising relationship. Regrettably, the lengthy and tedious road from Carlin Bay to Winterfell caused a rift in his camaraderie with friends. Originally, Joseph planned to revel in Winterfell during their stay, seeking amusement, but was disheartened to discover that the northern capital was merely a quaint town, with only 2 or 3 brothels to its name. Joseph and his friends were unable to secure a place in line, relegating them to a tavern to sip on modest drinks and pass the time. Unexpectedly, despite the northern folks' austere and gloomy demeanor, their ale proved to be quite robust, and the bard spun tales he had never encountered in the South humorous and refreshingly novel. Even disregarding these tales, one story of a spider the size of a cart piqued his interest. As an experienced warrior, Joseph could hardly believe the bard's claim that a mere 5 individuals could vanquish such a colossal beast unscathed. He mused that, should he face such a creature, He would require at least a dozen companions, employing persistent assaults and gradual attrition in a cluttered environment, with the loss of 5 or 6 men being a likely outcome. Thus, 2 possibilities emerged. Either the individual named Liu Yi was deceitful, merely having discovered a carcass in the forest and brazenly claiming it as their own kill. Or the giant spider's size had been exaggerated, perhaps only marginally larger than a stool beneath him. Should such a creature truly exist at the size of a cart, capturing it would present a splendid opportunity, whether to sell for coin in the south or to present to the king in exchange for a title. The pressing question now was how to secure the giant spider. As he pondered this dilemma, he was jolted by the restrained roar of his dear friend, Lancel Lannister, exclaiming in indignation, "How dare you, serpent incarnate of the matter! This is blasphemy!" Chapter 39, Trouble from the Castle. Lancel Lannister, the king's squire, cousin to Queen Cersei Lannister and Sir Jaime Lannister of the King's Guard, nephew of Lord Tywin, and son of Sir Kevan Lannister. He is a son, a nephew, a brother. Yet paradoxically, not truly himself, such is the assessment of Lancel by Josie his son. Lancel's father lived a lifetime in the shadow of his brother, Lord Tywin, and accepted it willingly, a well-known fact throughout the Westlands. Lancel appears to be no different. With his golden locks and striking resemblance to his cousin Jaime, he clumsily mimics Jaime's demeanor in an attempt to project an image of righteousness and resolve, yet privately, he is perpetually drawn to the vices of wine and women. Though constrained by his status and youth, Lancel has never frequented brothels alongside others, yet Josie can see the yearning in his eyes, a clear indication of his true desires. Whom can one blame? As a squire to King Robert Baratheon, witnessing his sovereign indulge in the pleasures of the flesh more than in matters of state, it is difficult for anyone to maintain an air of propriety. Thus, in matters of faith, he becomes increasingly fervent. As a means to mask the darker impulses lurking within his heart. It is a lamentable waste of such noble lineage, Josie often muses. Were he in Lancel's position, he would undoubtedly excel beyond him. As for the present, perhaps Lancel could serve as a blade to cleave the truth, aiding Josie in achieving his desires. Thus, with the trifecta of incitement, cunning, and manipulation, the flames were successfully directed towards the small courtyard in the southern part of the city. The remainder was merely to concoct an excuse to lure the great spider into the woods, hiding it away until the uproar subsided, and then retrieve it. However, Josie mused, this creature is indeed quite large. A group of onlookers surrounded the spider, laughing and jesting, exclaiming, "Your bird is not even as thick as one of its hairs." Another voice chimed in, puzzled, "But there aren't any hairs on this spider." To which the response came, "Because they're too small to see." Laughter erupted, filling the courtyard with a lively atmosphere. Listening to his companion's teasing, Josie felt a surge of resentment, though he concealed it from his expression. "When I acquire my wealth, you shall all swarm around me like dogs, and I shall not even toss you the remnants of my meal." Casually, he patted the great spider's head, reflecting on the profitable venture, and remarked, "Lancel, this is the accursed beast, let us move it." Lancel kicked the spider's leg in disgust, retorting, "I have no desire to touch this repulsive creature, let it burn here." Josie was taken aback. "Young master, you are quite bold. Do you not fear that the entire town of Winterfell might catch fire? Regardless of whether Sir Kevan can protect you, he certainly cannot protect me." Just as he was about to dissuade Lancel, a large hand pressed down on his shoulder, and a voice boomed, "So, it is you who have harmed my friend." Joseph turned to see the towering figure, who had sidled aside when he and his companions entered the courtyard. "Hey, a coward," he sneered, grasping the man's hand in an attempt to push him away. "If you know what's good for you." Liu Yi, impatient, interjected, "Is this the only line you scoundrels know?" In response, a massive fist came crashing down. After a dismal exchange of blows, all 8 visitors, including Joseph, found themselves sprawled on the ground, clutching their bodies and groaning in pain. Liu Yi stretched his limbs, a cold smile playing on his lips. "I do not know where you emerged from, but I must inform you that a practitioner of the 7 gods resides within that house." He pointed toward John, who stood at the doorway, clutching the frame in fear. "As for the bard's tale, you are in no position to judge its sanctity. And concerning this creature, even if I stumbled upon it, what concern is it of yours? Furthermore, who struck my friend first?" The 8 individuals on the ground fell silent, their eyes reflecting anger, hatred, and a flicker of fear. Yet Liu Yi remained unfazed. "My friend has lost a finger, the middle one he wields his sword with. Should you fail to surrender him, each of you will lose a finger in turn." The blonde youth retorted angrily, "You dare? I am a royal guard." With a scoff, Liu Yi replied, a royal guard. You 8 were easily subdued by a single individual. Who, pray tell, protect whom the king you serve or you serving the king? Moreover, did the king command you to assault civilians, trespass into private dwellings, and seize their possessions? You would do well not to test my patience. The blonde youth hesitated. No king would desire a guard incapable of wielding a sword. He was loath to gamble with Liu Yi's patience, and even more so with King Reob's favor. Thus, he diverted his gaze toward Joseph, the one who had initiated the confrontation within the tavern, and the others followed suit. Pathetic, Liu Yi quietly derided them. Returning to Joseph's side, he grasped Joseph's middle finger, gently squeezing the second knuckle. A faint crack echoed, and Joseph clutched his palm, rolling on the ground. Ah! Joseph's cry startled everyone, including Liu Yi himself. Consequently, Liu Yi refrained from pressing further, pushing the door open and allowing them to leave. Leave! And do not show your faces before me again. Once the group had helped one another away, Brother John emerged from his hideaway, draped in a fur coat, and asked with concern, Liu Yi, who were those men? Liu Yi shook his head. I do not know. They must be under the king's command. Brother John also shook his head. Liu Yi, you acted impulsively. The king's men are not to be trifled with. Upon hearing the blonde youth proclaim his status as a royal guard, Liu Yi felt a twinge of regret. However, the damage was done. What good was regret now? It was unthinkable to stand idly by while they injured his friend and departed with their spoils. Liu Yi assisted Reno to his feet and entrusted him to John. Noting that Reno's finger was injured and likely fractured at the joint. First, take him somewhere safe. I cannot ascertain whether those rascals will return to cause further trouble. It is unsafe for you to remain here. And what about you? John inquired, taking hold of Leonard. Aren't you coming with us? No, I shall not depart. I am rather curious to see just how far these knaves are willing to go. With a sigh, John assisted Leonard in leaving. Watching his roommate stagger away, Liu Yi resolved within himself. Kevin. Yes, teacher. Arm yourself. Understood, teacher. Upon receiving the command, Kevin swiftly returned to the room, retrieving Liu Yi's messenger of light armor to adorn his mentor, while donning his own protective gear. The master and apprentice sat fully armed on a bench in the courtyard, enduring the biting cold as they silently awaited the entire night. Throughout the night, there were no whistles signaling a volley of arrows, nor the resounding crash of a battering ram against the gates. The fierce and brutal imagery of urban warfare, with its cacophony of screams and dismembered limbs, did not materialize. As dawn broke, the sounds of workers rising for the day echoed through the alley. Finally, Liu Yi stood, removed his icy helmet, and patted his student on the shoulder. Let us take off the armor and return to rest. Kevin, somewhat dazed, yawned. Aren't we waiting any longer? They likely will not return, Liu Yi replied, rubbing his reddened eyes. If they truly are the king's guards, they should be attending to the king at this hour, with little time to concern themselves with us. Thus, the two returned to the small dwelling, removed their armor, and fell into a deep slumber. Uncertain of how long they had slept, Liu Yi was vaguely aware of disordered footsteps outside the courtyard. He immediately rolled out of bed, gently roused Kevin, seized his weapon, and took cover behind the door, alertly watching the direction of the sounds. After a few breaths, Haiwa's voice resonated from outside the courtyard. Liu Yi. Captain Liu Yi. Are you at home? It was a familiar voice. Liu Yi relaxed his grip on the long knife and stepped outside, feigning a newly awakened demeanor as he scratched the back of his neck and opened the courtyard door. Haiwa, what brings you here? Shouldn't you remain by the Duke's side? Of course, I have come at the Duke's behest to seek you. Haiwa pointed to the large cart behind him. The king wishes to view your spoils of war. Please accompany us with it. Liu Yi furrowed his brow, feigning reluctance. That thing is rather heavy. Do you need to concern yourself with that? Haiwa gestured to the guards accompanying him. They will assist in moving it. You need not lift a finger. With a shrug, Liu Yi stepped aside to clear the path and returned to the small dwelling to change his attire. Teacher, what is happening? Under Liu Yi's instruction, Kevin had remained hidden inside and thus did not overhear the exchange with Haiwa. Nothing much. The king wishes to see the giant spider, and Haiwa has come to collect it. Kevin, feeling apprehensive, said, Teacher, you did just strike the king's guard yesterday. Could there be trouble? Liu Yi rummaged through his clean clothes, donning them as he replied, I doubt it. Haiwa and I are quite familiar with one another, and I can tell he is not deceiving me. Do you wish to accompany me? Of course. You cannot leave me behind again. Liu Yi chuckled lightly. pondering what might be on his mind. It wasn't that dramatic, after all. He was merely going to meet the king. Little did he know whether brawling with the king's guards would be considered mutual combat in this realm, potentially leading to a 10-day detention and a fine of 1,000 coins, or even worse. Riding on lightning, the old steed now recrescent and trailing behind the cart, Liu Yi engaged in conversation with Hai Hua, attempting to extract some information from him. Yet, as ever, Hai Hua remained elusive, deftly evading Liu Yi's inquiries and refusing to provide direct answers. In resignation, Liu Yi followed the thread of their dialogue, discussing mundane topics like clear skies and gentle breezes. Before long, the towering walls of Winterfell came into view. The southern gate of Winterfell was the closest entrance to the small courtyard Liu Yi had rented. Upon recognizing Hai Hua's entourage, the gatekeeper swung the doors wide open, allowing them passage. This marked Liu Yi's inaugural entry into the inner sanctum of Winterfell. As the group traversed through two formidable gates, their eyes were met with a spacious training ground, where warriors were scattered about, honing their martial skills. To the left of the gate lay a blacksmith's workshop, where an elderly man with a grizzled beard was crafting weapons alongside two apprentices. The rhythmic clanging resonating with a sense of familiarity for Liu Yi. Further along, a long stable adhered to the city wall, brimming with magnificent steeds that emitted deep, resonant whinnies. To the right, a towering wall stood, and through an open archway, a grand hall could be glimpsed, where it appeared a feast was on the way. Before Liu Yi could discern who occupied the hall, the procession halted in the center of the training ground. Hai Hua advised Liu Yi, "Hand your horse over to the servants, they will be well cared for." "Oh, certainly." Roused from his initial curiosity upon entering the castle, Liu Yi dismounted and entrusted Lightning and Kevin's swift fish to a gaunt old man, then stepped forward to assist the guards in lowering the large spider to the ground. As the massive creature touched down, the warriors in the training ground clustered in small groups, whispering amongst themselves about the giant spider. This atmosphere was one Liu Yi disliked immensely, yet he found himself with nowhere to retreat, standing rigidly as he braced for their scrutiny. Hai Hua instructed Liu Yi to wait in place, while he briskly moved to the right side of the training ground, disappearing behind the high wall to deliver a report to their lord. Shortly thereafter, the robust King Rob emerged with a dozen attendants from the hall behind the wall. Closest to him was a middle-aged nobleman accompanied by several youths in their teens. "Your Majesty." As the king approached, the nearby warriors knelt on one knee, offering their respects to the sovereign. Liu Yi mimicked their gesture, bending his right knee before swiftly resuming an upright position, lowering his head in solemnity. The king paid no heed to the propriety of Liu Yi's salute. He seemed entirely oblivious to Liu Yi's presence, striding directly to the giant spider. With hands on his hips, he exclaimed in wonder, "Ned, your north truly possesses everything. Is this the mount of the others, the fabled ice spider?" Standing beside him, the middle-aged noble, Duke Eddard Stark, shook his head. "The others are merely ancient legends, Your Majesty. I am more inclined to believe this is some undiscovered beast. This is no ordinary creature." The king removed his gloves, intending to strike the spider's shell, but was halted by Duke Eddard. "Your Majesty, if you wish to avoid wasting the fine wine consumed at noon, it would be prudent not to touch it. Trust me, it is truly foul." King Robert hesitated slightly but, yielding to reason, withdrew his hand. He then drew his sword and brought it down forcefully onto the spider's shell, producing a dull thud. "This black carapace is remarkably sturdy. Alas, it is too thick to be fashioned into armor." The king inspected the blade before sheathing it and turned to Louis, inquiring, "Young man, is this the spider you captured?" Upon hearing the king's question, Louis promptly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. I am the captain of the Silver Hand Mercenary Company. This beast was slain by my comrades and me while we were on a mission near the village of Rabbit Paw in the Wolfwood. Do tell. How did you manage to defeat it? I am quite curious." "As you wish, Your Majesty." Louis recounted the events, his narrative unchanged from the version he shared with Reno, still omitting the miraculous use of holy light to save Kevin and Juan. "Is that all? No tales of your comrades being gravely wounded and the seven granting them life anew?" King Robert queried. "Who disclosed my use of the light to rescue them?" Louis quickly denied, "Your Majesty, you jest. If I possessed such abilities, why would I remain a mercenary? I could simply become a priest at the Great September of Baylor. The mercy of the seven encompasses the land. They would hardly notice a mere insignificant figure like myself." King Robert laughed heartily. "Ned, I told you. The tales of bards are always exaggerated." Seeing a puddle on the ground, they dared to claim the river of white blades has flooded. He then turned to Louis again. "What if I were to purchase this beast?" Hearing the king's request, Duke Eddard paused, momentarily forgetting to address him with the proper respect. Robert, what would you do with it? The king replied nonchalantly, do you not recall the cellar beneath the Red Keep? It houses many dragon bones collected by House Targaryen. But since my ascension, I have yet to place any noteworthy trophies within. I find this specimen rather appealing. Duke Eddard remained non-committal. And the king did not wait for his opinion, once more asking Louis, so, what is your price? But do not consider me a fool. Louis quickly calculated in his mind and responded, Your Majesty, I would like to offer it as a gift to you. Oh! The king asked with keen interest. What do you expect in return? Before Louis could respond, a handsome blond man, standing nearby and attending to a lovely lady, approached and bowed to the king, saying, Your Majesty, I beseech you to punish him for the crime of deceiving the king. Chapter 40. The Lannisters always pay their debts. Jaime, why do you say that? Jaime cast a glance at Luwin and replied, At lunch today, Lancel mentioned that he and Bart last night encountered the creature. In that filthy little courtyard. They heard the so-called Cerys warrior himself declare that the monster had been retrieved from the forest, advising them to mind their own business. Upon hearing this, King Robert gestured for Lancel to approach. A young squire, clutching a wineskin, hurried to the king's side. King Robert inquired, Did you hear him say that with your own ears? Lancel lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with unabashed indignation, and responded, Yes, your grace, I heard it myself. Bart heard it too, along with several wandering knights who can attest to it. King Robert waved his hand and turned to Luwin, stating, Young man, Lancel is my squire. And Jaime is my king's guard. I cannot fathom a reason to disbelieve them in favor of you. Do you have anything to say? Luwin scrutinized Lancel's appearance, recognizing him as the youth who had instigated trouble the previous day, only to be driven off by his own hand. Realization dawned that this golden-haired youth questioning him was none other than Sir Jaime Lannister. The resemblance between the two was uncanny. They were likely kin. Luwin pondered silently, wondering if their failure to seek vengeance last night was a ploy to ruin his reputation in the eyes of the public. In response to the king's inquiry, Luwin shook his head and said, Your Grace, I have nothing to offer. It is utterly absurd to determine the truth of a matter based solely on the so-called testimonies of a few individuals. Furthermore, I too have witnesses, my students, my free companions, and Commander Anders from Rabbit's Foot Village can all vouch for me. King Robert turned to his friend, Duke Eddard, asking, Ned, where is Rabbit's Foot Village? After a brief contemplation, Duke Eddard replied, It lies adjacent to Wolfwood, a 3-day journey from here. King Robert shook his head, stating, I cannot wait that long. He then posed a question to his brother-in-law, Jaime, if you took 5 men with you, could you slay that spider? Jaime responded, It would be difficult, Your Grace. The king then turned to Luwin, assuming he was present and that the name Luwin was a misnomer, saying, Very well, you are called Luwin, correct? You shall engage Jaime in combat. Should you prevail, I shall deem your words true, and Lancel will face punishment. If you lose, not only will I confiscate your spoils, but I shall also have you publicly flogged 50 times. The choice is yours. Luwin contemplated the situation. 50 lashes were not only physically unbearable but would also shatter the formidable reputation he had painstakingly built among the wandering warriors. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, Your Grace. I accept your judgment. He straightened his posture, fixing his gaze intently on Jaime, envisioning the ludicrous sight of Jaime being bested. A sardonic grin crept across his face as he remarked, Sir Jaime, how do you intend to fight? Jaime suggested, in full armor. With long swords, how does that sound? Louis had no objections to James's proposal. Very well, but my armor is at home. Please allow me to retrieve it. However, James declined Louis' request, saying, No. Let your student fetch it. You shall remain here and rest. Louis understood that his counterpart feared he might seize the opportunity to escape. Yet he paid it no mind and simply instructed his student Kevin, go and bring my armor. Yes, teacher. Accompanied by Highwall. Kevin mounted a swift fish and set off for the blacksmith's courtyard. Meanwhile, news rapidly spread across the training ground. Sir James Lannister of the King's Guard and the recently renowned Louis Sellis were to duel. This confrontation, dubbed the Spider Slayer versus the Kingslayer, garnered considerable attention, prompting all eligible spectators to abandon their tasks and flock to the training grounds. Even young girls peering from windows to catch a glimpse. Under the direction of the Duke's guards, servants moved the giant spider from the center of the arena to a corner and marked a circle of approximately 50 square meters in the arena's center with white chalk to serve as the dueling ground. Concurrently, the servants brought out several sturdy wooden chairs from the castle, cushioned for the comfort of the queen and her ladies-in-waiting. Among the gathering of ladies, a blonde youth unabashedly pointed towards Louis, eliciting laughter from the nearby noblewomen. Observing this, Liu Yi stopped quietly, reflecting on how noble lords never seemed to learn the virtue of respect, and he averted his gaze. At that moment, he unexpectedly spotted a small figure scuttling over the spider. He intended to caution the child about safety, but upon noticing 2 servants standing guard nearby, he dismissed the thought. Soon after, Kevin returned, bringing Liu Yi's armor bundled in a sack. Upon seeing Liu Yi's equipment had arrived, James Lannister summoned a servant to assist him in donning his armor, while Liu Yi began preparing with Kevin's help. Just then, the child who had been playing near the giant spider approached. As the figure drew closer, Liu Yi realized that it was not a child at all, but rather a perpetually small dwarf youth. "Greetings, Captain Liu Yi," the dwarf said. "Hello, my lord," Liu Yi replied, loosening the straps of his breastplate to don it. The dwarf nodded and said, "Perhaps you've heard of me. I am Tyrion Lannister, and James Lannister is my brother." Liu Yi fastened the straps of his armor and remarked noncommittally, "I do indeed have a venerable predecessor whose name is Tyrion Fording, quite similar to yours." He then proceeded to equip his greaves. Tyrion extended his hand, revealing chalk on his fingers. "Out of curiosity, I just examined your quarry. I found that the remnants of flesh within the spider's shell, though desiccated, appeared quite firm, indicating it was indeed slain, while still alive." Liu Yi fastened the buckle of his greaves and shrugged, remarking, "You possess great wisdom coupled with a diminutive stature, which stands in stark contrast to others. Should you manage to persuade them to accept your conclusions, I would be exceedingly grateful." Tyrion brushed the white dust off his fingers with his clothing and continued, "Jaime lacks the prowess to slay such a behemoth. I suspect he would not last more than a few rounds in your presence. Even as a king's guard, he remains an ordinary man. In my estimation, one capable of dispatching a giant spider with a single blow, such as yourself, cannot be merely described as ordinary." Upon hearing this, Liu Yi became somewhat more serious. Few could deduce such insights from mere vague scars. "What is it you wish to convey?" Tyrion spread his hands in reply. "My brother, though occasionally impulsive and not particularly astute, is dear to me. And my father, the Warden of the West, Lord Tywin, and my sister, Queen Cersei, love him even more. They would not wish to see Jaime defeated by a nameless knave, and should he sustain any injuries in the process, the situation could prove quite dire." Liu Yi's eyes glinted with cold light. "This is the North, and I do not yield to intimidation." Just then, the voice of Hyle echoed from afar. "Liu Yi, hurry. Sir Jaime is ready." Liu Yi turned back and responded, "All right, I shall be there shortly." He then continued to address Tyrion, "I apologize, but the duel is about to commence. I would be grateful if you could clear the way." Tyrion furrowed his brow. "You are a brave warrior, sir. If you are willing to concede to Jaime." Before he could finish, Liu Yi raised his hand to interrupt him. "You insult me." Tyrion, with a hint of resignation, proposed, "Then may I suggest a different opponent? If you are willing to change adversaries, I shall compensate your goodwill with 15 golden dragons." Liu Yi smirked, fastening the lock of his left gauntlet, and countered, "My lord Tyrion, the king's decree demands that Sir Jaime Lannister duel with me. Would the king accept such a hasty substitution?" Tyrion shook his head. "I shall find a way, provided you agree." Liu Yi scoffed lightly. Observing this, Tyrion raised the stakes. 40 golden dragons. Liu Yi remained unmoved. 35. "You will earn my friendship." Their gazes locked, and Liu Yi lowered his head, questioning, "How can I place my trust in you?" Tyrion replied with unwavering conviction, "You need not trust me. Simply know that a Lannister always pays his debts." Ultimately, Liu Yi donned his helmet and nodded in agreement, sealing the deal. Tyrion expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness." After securing Liu Yi's promise, Tyrion swiftly departed, positioning himself beside his sister and whispering something. The queen cast a look of fear and disdain in Liu Yi's direction. Moments later, the queen and Tyrion approached King Robert and Sir Jaime. After a hushed argument, Sir Jaime appeared disheartened, casting his practiced sword heavily to the ground, producing a clanging sound. Chapter 41. The Friendship of the Lannisters. The friendship of Tyrion. Moments later, the warrior clad in black armor, who had been standing beside the queen, picked up a practiced sword from the rack and strode into the center of the arena. He addressed Luwin, saying, "Boy, you ought not to provoke those whom you cannot contend with. Should you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might spare your life." Luwin smirked and retorted, "Pray tell, what is your name? Otherwise, how shall I boast of my victory to others if I do not even know whom I have bested?" The warrior scoffed, "Sandor Clegane. Remember that name well, lest you find yourself unable to answer when others inquire who reduced you to a mere wretch." After exchanging barbs, the two assumed their stances, poised for combat. Just as the battle was about to commence, Theon Greyjoy unexpectedly stepped forward, kneeling before King Robert. "Your Grace," he implored, then explained. "Luwin Targaryen has been summoned from beyond the city walls, without a moment's respite, to duel Sandor Clegane. This is rather hasty. Please grant him a moment to rest. Or at the very least, allow him a drink." King Robert pondered for a moment before acquiescing to Theon's request, calling out to a nearby squire. "Bring him a flask of wine. Let him drink it before the duel begins." Luwin lowered his posture, inwardly perplexed. Having intercepted Theon's plea, he found it remarkable that the Greyjoy scion would extend assistance rather than exploit his predicament. Perhaps sensing Luwin's gaze upon him, Theon turned back, offering a brief smile and nod before resuming his conversation with the onlookers. Although Luwin could not fathom Theon's motives for aiding him, he dismissed the thought. For the immediate concern was the impending duel with Sandor Clegane. He seized the wine flask and drained it swiftly before advancing into the arena's center. To his surprise, Clegane extended a rare gesture of goodwill, remarking, "Perhaps you might wish to visit the privy once more." Luwin resolutely replied, "No need, let us proceed." With that succinct exchange, the arena erupted into a fierce contest. Luwin's bronze-hued form collided violently with Clegane's dark figure, the sound of their swords clashing reverberating throughout Winterfell. Aware that he faced a worthy adversary, Luwin refrained from holding back, unleashing a tempestuous yet graceful dance of death. Despite Clegane's utmost efforts, he could not withstand the ferocity of Luwin's assault. After several exchanges, his trembling hands could no longer maintain their grip on the sword's hilt. Luwin deftly shifted his footing, swiftly maneuvering behind Clegane, disarming him with a strike that sent the sword flying from his grasp, and then aimed a blow at his neck. With a soft thud, Sandor Clegane collapsed forward, losing consciousness. Luwin firmly planted the sword into the ground of the arena, declaring, "Sir Clegane may require a few days of rest." At last, King Robert regarded Luwin with newfound recognition and slowly remarked, "He is not a knight, but he may indeed need to recuperate for a few days." Subsequently, the Lord of the Iron Throne and the mightiest warrior of the Seven Kingdoms, Robert Baratheon, cast aside his cloak, revealing his formidable physique, eager and ready for action. "Lancel, prepare my armor, I wish to confront him personally," Robert commanded. However, Duke Eddard stepped forward to intervene. "Your Grace, there is no need for that." Robert, visibly agitated, retorted, "Ned, do not hinder me, it has been far too long since I have felt this way." In a hushed tone, Duke Eddard reminded him, "Your Grace, you are the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. Can you truly believe he will give his all in combat against you?" At this, Robert paused his movements, his gaze once again falling upon the impassive figure of Luwin, standing outside the dueling circle. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, "This kingly farce truly lacks excitement." With that, Robert turned and strode back to the great hall, leaving behind a solitary silhouette. Once the king had departed with his entourage, a middle-aged man clad in white armor approached. He produced a pouch of coins and stuffed it into Luwin's embrace, grinning as he remarked, "Well done, lad. But why did you not strike that wretched face of Gregor? Every time I see his contorted visage, it makes me feel as if I have swallowed a fly." The middle-aged man patted Luwin's upper arm and then jogged off to catch up with the king. As Luwin journeyed back from Winterfell, he gleefully counted the gold coins within the pouch, discovering a total of 197 golden dragons, which filled him with immense joy. He cheerfully said to his companion, "Kevin, you should take the money." However, after raising his hand for an extended moment, no one came to collect it. Turning around, Luwin noticed Kevin lagging a half-length behind on horseback, his expression sullen. Puzzled, Luwin inquired, "What troubles you?" Kevin, with dissatisfaction, questioned, "Teacher, why did you accept that dwarf's bargain? You could have easily triumphed." Luwin chuckled softly and explained, "Defeating Jaime Lannister. Spare me, a fight is a fight regardless of the opponent, and I did not lose. So what does it matter? Moreover, the fellow I dueled, Sandor Clegane, is no weakling. Besting him is not without its honor." After speaking, Luwin chose to disregard Kevin's lingering discontent and reflected upon his recent life. He realized that since departing from White Harbor, he had been adrift, allowing himself to languish in idleness, primarily due to a lack of funds. Now, with 197 golden dragons in hand, and if that little dwarf from House Lannister were to honor his promise, there would be additional coins forthcoming. With this capital, the recruitment efforts for the Silver Hand could accelerate significantly. This was the foundation of Luwin's strength. He could not afford to be choosy, scrutinizing character, combat prowess, or experience. As long as individuals were willing to join his ranks, he would accept them, and their worth could be determined on the battlefield. Prior to his crossing into this realm, Liu Yi had encountered a prophecy that spoke of a crisis in the north, accompanied by turmoil in the south. Thus, he recognized the importance of gathering intelligence regarding the political landscape of the south and resolved to devote more attention to this matter. Liu Yi intended to return to the blacksmith's courtyard to converse with Brother John and Reno, hoping to gain a deeper understanding of whether there were any underlying causes for a potential outbreak of war in the south, as well as to contemplate what preparations he might undertake. Regarding the threat from the north, Liu Yi believed that the primary peril stemmed from the White Walkers and wildlings beyond the wall. Since he found himself in the northern region, he resolved to take the opportunity to investigate personally while danger was still brewing and had yet to materialize, in order to ascertain whether the threat was indeed posed by White Walkers or wildlings. Naturally, this necessitated finding an appropriate occasion. Lost in thought, Liu Yi was unexpectedly transported back to the blacksmith's courtyard by a flash of lightning. Upon opening the courtyard door, he discovered Conrad, Wang, Eddie, John, and Reno gathered around the bonfire, drinking and conversing. Reno's fingers were already bandaged, while the others had wooden sticks and blunt instruments at hand, seemingly on guard against something. Puzzled by the gathering of his friends, Liu Yi inquired, "Oh, you all are here. What brings you together?" Eddie, speaking for the group, responded, "Captain, are you all right? We noticed you hadn't even seen a spider, and we were worried something had happened to you." The concern of his teammates touched Liu Yi, though he did not show it. Instead, he pulled up a stool beside the fire and replied nonchalantly, "I'm fine. My spider was bought by the king." "Reno, how is your hand? Is it troublesome?" Reno raised his right hand, displaying the bandaged middle finger with a wry smile, saying, "What do you think?" Liu Yi burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, you'll need to rest for a few days then." Reno sighed, "What else can I do? When I take a stage, the guests won't listen to my stories. They'll just stare at my hand and laugh." After a brief pause, Reno hesitantly asked, "Liu Yi, were those people yesterday truly from the king? Did they give you any trouble?" Liu Yi picked up a piece of firewood and tossed it into the flames, watching the spark fly as he slowly replied, "That blonde lad yesterday seemed to be from House Lannister. After I gave him a beating, he went home to complain to his elders. Today, Jaime Lannister intended to trouble me and challenge me to a duel. However, at the last moment, my opponent was changed, and I managed to win by a narrow margin." Upon hearing this, Reno seemingly forgot the pain in his hand, eagerly asking, "You won? Tell me everything." The others gathered around, echoing, "Yes, yes, Captain, please share." Noticing their interest, Liu Yi recounted the details of the duel. After hearing the tale, however, the group fell silent, unsure of how to respond. After a moment, Reno finally remarked, "Such is the nature of the Lannister family." Seeing that Liu Yi had emerged unscathed, the worries of his comrades began to dissipate. They chatted until the moon rose high in the sky, after which they each returned home to rest. After bidding farewell to his friends, Liu Yi washed up and retired for the night. However, the following night, the comrades of the Silver Hand reconvened at the blacksmith's courtyard, concerned about potential repercussions. In gratitude for everyone's concern, Liu Yi took the initiative to purchase fresh pork belly and, adhering to the culinary traditions of the Huashu people, prepared a delicious pork stew, accompanied by fine wine to treat his guests. This served as his modest token of appreciation. Just as the gathering was reveling in merriment, a sudden knock echoed from outside the courtyard. Liu Yi instructed, "Kevin, please open the door." Though Kevin was somewhat sullen due to the events of the previous day, he complied with Liu Yi's command and proceeded to answer the door. Standing outside was Tyrion, the dwarf of House Lannister, accompanied by 2 servants. Tyrion inquired, "Hey, lad. Where is your teacher?" Kevin glanced back at Liu Yi, noting his lack of reaction, and thus invited Tyrion inside. Tyrion entered the courtyard and directly seated himself next to Liu Yi, greeting him with a casual, "Hi there, brother." However, Liu Yi remained preoccupied with the events of the previous afternoon, taking only small sips of the rich broth without acknowledging Tyrion. Noticing Liu Yi's demeanor, Tyrion shrugged, unfastened a small leather pouch from his waist, and placed it on the stool. "Last night, Jaime found Lancel, the lad you bested, and clarified the events that transpired the day before yesterday. He has asked me to apologize for his indiscretion and to express gratitude for your defense of his honor. The pouch contains 50 golden dragons, with an additional 15 as compensation from Jaime. You know, a Lannister always pays his debts." Liu Yi weighed the pouch in his hands, smiled at Tyrion, and asked, "And what about your friendship?" Tyrion met Liu Yi's gaze earnestly, replying, "Of course, there is also my friendship." Liu Yi nodded in satisfaction, accepted the pouch, and then turned to his student Kevin. "Kevin, please bring 3 bowls to serve Lord Tyrion and his companions some soup. I hope Lord Tyrion does not find our dinner too insipid." Tyrion laughed heartily. "With my small stature, I cannot consume much." Liu Yi, upon hearing this, turned with a serious expression. "Lord Tyrion, in my eyes, you are not small. I have encountered many fools who possess only bulk without intellect. If they are not deemed dwarfs, then you are a giant. Therefore, I implore you not to belittle yourself before me, for that is not true friendship." Tyrion subdued his playful demeanor, fell into a moment of silence, and then revealed a genuine smile. "Then I shall taste what a giant's soup truly tastes like." Chapter 42. The soup. This evening, Liu Yi meticulously prepared a dish of sauerkraut and pork stew with mushrooms. He diced the pork into small cubes, simmering it until it was tender and infused with flavor. The sauerkraut was crafted from fresh mustard greens, its tangy taste adeptly balancing the richness of the pork. The dried shiitake mushrooms, after being cooked, exuded a delightful umami essence. This dish prompted even the gastronomically discerning Tyrion to indulge in an extra bowl, feeling thoroughly satisfied from tongue to stomach. After finishing his soup, Tyrion licked his lips and remarked to Liu Yi, "Captain Liu Yi, should you ever tire of being a mercenary, I could recommend you to the finest restaurant in King's Landing as a chef." Upon hearing this, Liu Yi raised his bowl in acknowledgement and inquired with concern, "Is Sandor Clegane unharmed? I hope I haven't injured him too severely." Tyrion burst into laughter at this, exclaiming, "The Hound Clegane? Ha! I'm quite pleased to be rid of that ugly visage for the past few days. You see, if Jaime were to stay indoors and it were just Clegane and me wandering about, the folk of the north might well believe that the Westerlands only produce ugly men." Liu Yi nodded in agreement. "That is fortunate. My confrontation with him was not my intention, nor do I wish to cause him harm." Tyrion set his bowl down and gazed at Liu Yi with a hint of resignation, saying, "It has been many years since anyone has spoken such words to the Hound. Perhaps in his eyes, you resemble a monster even more than that spider." Liu Yi rubbed his nose. "Perhaps. Being a monster can be quite burdensome, as one often bears inexplicable expectations." Tyrion nodded. "The North is ancient and isolated, held by the descendants of the first men, steeped in tales of monsters, 3-meter giants, speaking weirwood trees, and dire wolves larger than cattle. I always believed these were mere rustic fables until I beheld the ice wolves and ice spiders." "Ice wolves?" Liu Yi inquired with curiosity. "Where did you see them? Did you not know?" Tyrion responded, astonished. "The Stark children each have one, and they are still pups. At the feast welcoming the king, I saw one of those white little creatures drive off an adult female dog." Liu Yi grimaced. Such tales seldom reach the ears of common folk like us from noble households. "Ah, I too would like to raise one." "You underestimate yourself, with your skills. Should you choose to bow to King Robert, you could easily be granted the title of landed knight at any moment." Liu Yi shook his head. "Let us not entertain that notion. The doctor has advised me against straining my neck." Seeing Liu Yi unwilling to engage further, Tyrion redirected the conversation back to the ice wolves. "Those little creatures are actually quite adorable, and I find myself quite fond of them. However, the thought of parading around with a dog twice my size makes me want to laugh. Let us see if we can find some suitable small creature to keep as a pet from the Night's Watch when we reach the wall in a few days." "The Night's Watch?" Liu Yi pondered. "Are you referring to the order that guards the wall?" "Indeed, there is but one such brotherhood in the 7 kingdoms. They vow to take no wives or lands, dedicating their lives to safeguarding that frigid fortress." "That is indeed admirable." Tyrion chuckled lightly, remarking that the place had indeed become a sanctuary for prisoners. Tomorrow, upon the king's return from the hunt, he would set forth southward, while I would journey north towards the wall. It is said that the wall stretches 300 miles wide and rises 700 feet high, standing as the most magnificent structure in all the 7 kingdoms. It would be a pity not to visit the wall when in the north." Liu Yi wholeheartedly agreed, acknowledging the truth in Tyrion's words. However, he cautioned, "Should you part ways with the king's entourage, how many guards could they possibly assign to you? The proximity to the wall is not particularly secure." "No guards," Tyrion replied. "Under the stewardship of Lord Eddard, the king's road is quite safe. I shall manage with just 2 attendants." He continued, "Moreover, I will be accompanied by Benjen Stark and Jon Snow. Benjen Stark, the brother of Lord Eddard, is the first ranger of the Night's Watch. Traveling with him should pose little trouble." Liu Yi, with a spoon in hand, served Tyrion another bowl of soup and solemnly advised, "If I were in your position, I would not place my safety in the hands of others' goodwill. Captain Liu Yi, why not simply state your price?" Tyrion laughed heartily. "Indeed, conversing with an astute individual is refreshing. I shall charge nothing, simply allow me to accompany you." Tyrion may have misinterpreted Liu Yi's intentions, as he kindly suggested, "In truth, if you wish to align yourself with my father, traveling with the king's party would be the wiser choice. My father is quite generous and affluent. It is well known throughout the 7 kingdoms that my father's beard is made of gold. If you desire, I could write you a letter of recommendation." Liu Yi promptly shook his head, declining without a second thought. "No, thank you. To be frank, I do not quite get along with your brother, sister, and nephew. I distinctly remember when Prince Joffrey publicly referred to me as a commoner." Tyrion awkwardly chuckled. "Ah, Joffrey. I fear I am not held in much higher regard in his eyes." Not wishing to linger on the subject concerning his own nephew, Tyrion inquired, "What about you? What brings you to the wall?" "My great spider was taken by the king, was it not? I intend to venture beyond the wall to capture a White Walker." Tyrion teased, "Then why bother being a mercenary? You would fare much better as a dedicated monster hunter. Simply capturing a creature to sell to a circus could yield considerable profit." Liu Yi replied, "Had I not been deceived by Theon Greyjoy to go to Rabbit's Foot Village, I might not have realized that being a monster hunter suits me better than being a mercenary. It appears I truly took a wrong turn before." "Ha! Speaking of him, he has certainly profited quite a bit from your endeavors." "What?" Tyrion responded, "Before you clashed with Jaime and the Hound yesterday, while you were preparing, Greyjoy initiated a gambling scheme. Although the odds for Clegane were higher than yours, there were bets placed on both sides, yet Greyjoy ultimately emerged with more wins than losses." At that moment, Liu Yi could not help but admire Theon Greyjoy's gambling tendencies and luck. Quite impressive. However, the gambler will inevitably lose everything one day. The individuals in the courtyard, observing the leader and guest engage in lively conversation, felt at ease. Even so, aside from Liu Yi, the others preferred to engage in light-hearted banter with Tyrion's 2 willful servants, creating a warm and cheerful atmosphere. After arranging the journey to the Great Wall, Tyrion bid farewell and departed. The purpose of this expedition was merely to scout enemy movements. It sufficed for just himself and Kevin to undertake the task, as any additional companions would only prove to be burdensome. Thus, Liu Yi did not intend to take the entire team along, yet he could not leave them idly here, as that would be a waste of precious time. Consequently, Liu Yi retrieved 10 gold dragons from the newly acquired purse and handed them to Eddie and his companions. "Eddie, you have heard my plans. I shall embark on the journey to the Great Wall in a couple of days. This time, my sole mission is to escort Lord Tyrion. So you need not accompany me. During my absence, I urge you to engage with local mercenaries. If they are willing, recruit them into the Silver Hand. The costs for settling in or salaries should align with market rates, and for those with special skills, a slightly higher payment can be considered. In addition, let us aim for an initial roster of around 20 individuals, including those warriors with whom we have already established an understanding. Furthermore, maintain communication with the Wolf's Kiss Tavern. Should any suitable tasks arise, jot them down, even if their compensation is modest, and we shall decide upon my return." Eddie, clutching the gold dragons, felt their weight acutely. 10 gold dragons. "Captain, do you truly trust us this much? Are you not concerned we might abscond with the money? You know my character." Liu Yi winked at them. "As long as you remain in this line of work, you will find no better captain than I, perhaps out of gratitude for Liu Yi's trust." Eddie offered a different perspective regarding recruitment. "Captain, if we are only to enlist a dozen or so newcomers, I believe we should refrain from recruiting local freelance mercenaries." Liu Yi was puzzled. "Why not? Are you not local freelance mercenaries yourselves?" "Precisely for this reason, I advise against recruiting locally," Eddie articulated thoughtfully. "Those who become freelance mercenaries are often veterans who have seen battle and prefer freedom over constraints. To be frank, had I not witnessed your remarkable prowess that night, Conrad and I may not have been inclined to follow you." Liu Yi turned to Conrad, who nodded in agreement. "Boss, mercenaries have high demands, complex minds, and numerous concerns. If you intend to establish a long-term, combat-ready team, it is best to avoid them." Liu Yi then inquired of Eddie, "What is your suggestion?" "I propose to take Conrad and Wang to my hometown, where I can recruit some young, innocent, and reputable youths. They have spent their lives in the Wolf Forest. With proper training, they can be transformed into excellent soldiers." "Where is your hometown?" "My hometown is a village near the Wolf Forest, under the jurisdiction of Count 7. There are many villages of the hill tribes in that vicinity. Life in the forest is arduous. Each winter, some villagers venture far from home to hunt due to food shortages, often never to return. Although the hill tribes nominally pledge allegiance to the Glover family of Deepwood Fortress, they maintain a strong sense of independence. Recruiting there poses no risk of lordly disfavor, and the costs are quite reasonable. In my previous hunting expeditions, I often dealt with their chieftains. If you agree, we can prepare and set off shortly. Eddie's suggestion came as a pleasant surprise to Liu Yi. Historically, the most formidable forces in the land of Huaxia have always comprised ordinary farmers' sons, a truth Liu Yi inherently understood. Previously, lacking the means to recruit such individuals, he had resorted to selecting seasoned veterans. Now that Eddie had proactively offered his assistance, Liu Yi saw no reason to decline. As for the potential emergence of factions within the ranks, he remained unperturbed, as long as his martial prowess could keep ambitious subordinates in check, and the allocation of military salaries and merit evaluations remained under his control, the morale of the troops would naturally be secured. Consequently, he resolved to entrust Eddie with the management of all related affairs. After organizing the team matters, Liu Yi recalled his agreement with Reno upon returning from Rabbit Paw Village and turned to inquire, "Reno, since you are unable to work, why not accompany us to the Great Wall? Did you not request that I take you along on my next mission?" Reno, cradling a wooden bowl in his right hand and awkwardly maneuvering a wooden spoon with his left to sip soup, immediately responded to Liu Yi's invitation, "Of course. As long as you don't mind my presence." Brother John also wished to see the Great Wall. However, someone had to remain behind to watch over the estate. Moreover, during this time, his modest chapel had attracted a few devoted followers who would occasionally come to pray to the seven gods, necessitating supervision. Thus, he had to regretfully forfeit this journey. Unfortunately, just as Liu Yi was fervently preparing for the northern expedition, shocking news emerged from Winterfell. The Duke's second son, Bran Stark, had fallen from a tower and sustained severe injuries, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. The king's retinue also postponed their journey south. Tyrion even made a special visit to inform Liu Yi of the changes in plans. For someone of his stature, merely sending a servant would have sufficed. However, he was more inclined to seek Liu Yi's company for a drink, as there were few in Winterfell with whom he could genuinely connect, and his brother preferred to remain with their sister. Nonetheless, whatever transpired in Winterfell was of no consequence to Liu Yi. The delay in the journey was not of great import to him. With Eddie and the others having departed for the Wolfswood, and free from trivial matters, Liu Yi hastened to assist Kevin in crafting the remaining components of the Bright Messenger, ensuring that he would possess a complete set of armor before their departure. On the day the forge was reignited, a flustered Kevin, still feeling the sting of previous tensions, blushed as he awkwardly expressed his apologies to Liu Yi. "Master, I sincerely apologize for my rudeness that day. I should not have spoken to you in such a tone. If my lord were anyone other than you, any night, I would have certainly faced severe punishment for my disrespectful behavior. I should not have taken advantage of your generosity and repeatedly offended your dignity. In the name of the sun god Ansha, I pledge that I shall not commit the same mistake again." Does the sun god Ansha offer any guarantees for others? Liu Yi found himself at a loss for words. "Kevin, I do not blame you. A philosopher from my hometown once remarked that there are no two leaves in this world that are identical, let alone two individuals. You possess your own perspectives, and I mine. This is entirely natural. In the future, should my decisions perplex you, do not harbor your thoughts in silence. Seek me out for clarification, and I shall gladly elucidate. Remember, you are my student, not my servant. You are a person, not a mere tool." "Understood, teacher." After untangling their misunderstandings, the bond between the master and disciple gradually returned to its original state. Nearly 2 weeks later, Liu Yi finally completed the crafting of the remaining components. With a firm grasp of his design capabilities, he meticulously replicated the structure of the Radiant Messenger armor, making no alterations in the forging process. When Kevin donned the complete Radiant Messenger, pseudo armor and stood alongside Liu Yi, they resembled a silver-white duplicate. "Let us bestow a name upon your armor. I believe it shall accompany you for a long time." "Teacher, does your armor have a name?" "This set is called the Radiant Messenger." "The Radiant Messenger. The bringer of light. Then I shall name mine the Radiant Follower, the one who pursues the light." Chapter 43. A journey north. After a delay of 2 weeks, the king's entourage finally set forth southward, while Liu Yi's journey north to the wall commenced officially upon reuniting with Tyrion Lannister. Departing from Winterfell, One could travel north along the King's Road to reach the Night's Watch headquarters, the Black Castle. According to Tyrion's estimates, the journey would take approximately 20 days to a month. Truthfully, not an excessive distance. However, the weather in Winterfell at that moment resembled a couple experiencing the 7-year itch, frequently threatening light snow to cool the atmosphere. As one ventured further north, the chill would only intensify. Understanding the adage about a frugal household and a prosperous journey, Liu Yi made ample preparations for this expedition. He not only spent money to procure thick fur coats for Kevan and Lannister, but also collected an old cart from the town to carry a substantial supply of food and personal belongings, entrusting its operation to Lannister, who, having lost a finger, found riding inconvenient. Traveling by cart was decidedly more comfortable than riding a horse, a lesson Liu Yi had gleaned while escorting the Colbert family as caravan. Clearly, Tyrion was also astute. Upon observing Liu Yi hand the reins of lightning to Kevan while he himself settled into the cart, he, taking advantage of his small stature, squeezed in beside him. Noticing Tyrion reading in the swaying cart, Liu Yi kindly cautioned, "My lord Tyrion, reading on the cart is not good for your eyes." Tyrion shifted his gaze from the book, replying, "And so?" Liu Yi extended a hand, "Hand me a book, and I shall help lighten the burden." Tyrion smirked slightly. Passing the book over, "Do take care. This tome is borrowed from Lord Eddard's library, and I must return it upon my return." Liu Yi casually flipped through the pages, discovering it was a book about dragons, and promptly closed it, concealing it behind him. "Isn't Lord Eddard accompanying the king self to assume the role of hand?" Tyrion chuckled. "Do you suppose Lord Eddard idles away in the library, merely dusting off the tomes? That is the duty of Brother Chael, who manages the Duke's library. Given the condition of these books, I suspect the Duke visits the library less frequently than he does brothels." Liu Yi solemnly interjected, "I have heard that the Duke possesses exemplary character and never frequents such establishments." Tyrion pointed at Liu Yi, laughing. "Ha!" Liu Yi shifted the topic, inquiring, "How many members does the Night's Watch currently have?" Tyrion calculated briefly before responding, "I have heard there are about 1,000, scattered like pepper across the 300-mile wall. Frankly, I am uncertain how such a meager force could fend off any threats. I heard from Lannister that during the age of Aegon, the Night's Watch once numbered over 10,000. Indeed, over 10,000, but among them, perhaps only 2,000 or 3,000 were capable of engaging in battle. Any more, and the southern nobles would grow apprehensive." At this revelation, Liu Yi subtly recognized that should a crisis truly erupt in the north, the Night's Watch might not be a dependable force. It is not a question of doubting their loyalty. Rather, it is a mere objective assessment of their existing strength. After all, the only ranger he knows at this moment is the taciturn Benjen Stark, who travels with them but is always reticent to engage in conversation. Liu Yi is concerned, for historically, the frontier troops have endured the greatest hardships, yet they remain the most crucial force. Should the kingdom fail to recognize this, they may find themselves unable to muster a defense in the face of unforeseen calamities. Tyrion remained non-committal, questioning whether one could truly rely on rogues, bandits, and rapists to fend off the wildlings from the north. No, the defense hinges upon the towering wall. If a significant invasion by the wildlings were to occur, it would ultimately fall to the nobles of the north to address the threat. Wildlings, it seems that, in everyone's eyes, the only peril beyond the wall consists of those free folk from the lands beyond who lack even iron armor. And the White Walkers? Do they possess such a lack of presence? What of the White Walkers? If they cannot be kept at bay beyond the wall, once they breach it and descend upon the north, slaughtering and resurrecting the dead in their wake, a catastrophic avalanche will soon engulf the entire continent. Upon hearing this, Tyrion widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Liu Yi, you can't be serious about wanting to capture a White Walker, can you? I thought you were jesting." Liu Yi shrugged, replying, "If one exists, that would be splendid. If not, that would be even better. If given the chance, I would love to explore the lands beyond." Tyrion gestured toward Benjen Stark, who was ahead in their ranks, saying, "You must discuss this with Chief Benjen. He is the ranger of the Night's Watch. However, you will need to find a way to persuade him, for he harbors a deep-seated prejudice against the Lannisters." Liu Yi furrowed his brow. "That cannot be right. I am merely a hired guard. He cannot possibly loathe me as well." Tyrion retorted, "He detests even the golden dragons forged from the gold of the Westlands. What do you think?" At that moment, Liu Yi realized that fostering a rapport with Benjen Stark would be pivotal to achieving his objectives. Thus, when they set up camp for the night, Liu Yi approached the fire where Benjen and his nephew Jon were seated. holding a pot of his specially prepared smoked meat soup. Chief Benjen, this is a dish I prepared myself, using a recipe from my homeland. It is exquisite. And I assure you, you have never tasted anything like it. If you wouldn't mind, please do sample it. Both Benjen and John hail from noble backgrounds. Lacking in culinary skills, what they produce is merely edible, sufficient to satiate hunger. The rich aroma wafted from the pot, and John instinctively raised a bowl, only to be restrained by his uncle. Benjen, with an impassive expression, inquired, "Did the little imp send you? If you have something to say, speak plainly. But I can assure you, I am of no assistance." Liu Yi sat cross-legged beside them, stating, "I have pledged to guard Tyrion Lannister on this journey in exchange for the opportunity to accompany him to the wall. Our relationship is transactional. I am not his servant, nor is he my master. If Chief Benjen has any grievances against the Lannisters, well, I share a considerable disdain for them as well. Should you choose to berate them, I will be there to applaud your sentiments. I merely wish to behold the grandeur of the wall in the north. Apart from Tyrion, Liu Yi harbors a profound disdain for the Lannisters." Banyang observed Liu Yi for a moment, then lifted his bowl and placed it beneath Liu Yi's small iron pot. The wall, a mere assemblage of cold stones and ice, is defended by a motley crew of unfortunate men who have nowhere to call home, hardly a sight to behold. Liu Yi shook his head and, with sincerity, served a hearty broth into Banyang's bowl, remarking that regardless of the circumstances, any man who swears an oath to guard the realm is deserving of respect. Banyang remained non-committal yet did not refute the sentiment. He raised his bowl and took a sip of the steaming broth, nodding in approval of its flavor. Liu Yi responded with a smile, noting that having traveled extensively, one must learn to care for their own appetite. At that moment, John interjected, inquiring whether Liu Yi was a mercenary and if he truly hailed from Ceres, that land in the east. Liu Yi, intrigued, asked how John knew this, wondering if he had heard the tales of the journey to the west. John pointed to Reno, who was busy organizing supplies, and explained that he had heard snippets of stories from him, mentioning a character named Velkan Ceres who shared the same surname. Liu Yi confirmed that, according to the traditions of his homeland, those from Ceres are often given the surname Ceres when abroad. However, King Velkan's true surname in his homeland is Sun. John then asked about Liu Yi's own surname. Liu Yi hesitated before revealing that his surname is Liu. "Liu Yi?" he queried. Liu Yi shook his head, explaining that due to certain circumstances, he had been cast out from his family and was not permitted to bear a surname unless he achieved something remarkable one day. Upon hearing Liu Yi's response, John's previously buoyant spirit seemed to dim, lost in thought. Banyang glanced at his nephew and then turned to Liu Yi, asking, "Your soup is delightful and quite warming. Do you have any other matters to discuss?" The implication of wanting Liu Yi to take his leave was unmistakable. Liu Yi glanced at the sty, poured the remaining broth into their bowls, and replied, "No, I merely came to chat and make friends. There is a saying in my homeland, the more friends one has, the more paths one can traverse." Banyang nodded, returning to his soup. Though still reserved, Liu Yi sensed this was a promising beginning. As expected, the following day, Liu Yi once again employed his culinary skills, preparing a substantial meal sufficient for 5 individuals, and invited Banyang and his nephew to dine with him this time. There was no refusal. A couple of days later, Tyrion arrived with 2 servants, bringing with him fine wine from Casterly Rock. Although Banyang appeared somewhat displeased, he did not leave the table. The previously distinct campfires merged into one grand blaze, and the delectable food, coupled with Reno's haunting yet magnetic singing, rendered the otherwise dreary journey far more enjoyable. That night, Reno sang of the Targaryen conquest of the 7 kingdoms, and upon hearing descriptions of dragons, Liu Yi could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Do dragons truly exist in this world?" The Targaryen family has been extinct for over a decade, and prior to their demise, dragons had vanished from Westeros, leaving the assembled company unable to answer this query. After a brief silence, Tyrion shrugged and remarked that there indeed had been dragons. In his youth, he had visited the capital, King's Landing, where he beheld the remains of 19 colossal dragon corpses stored in the basement of the Red Keep. Of course, not all were true dragons. Among them were 2 deformed hatchlings, scarcely larger than John's direwolf, Ghost. Ghost, a young pup, was still a sizable creature. Chief Banyan interjected, asserting that even those 2 hatchlings had perished nearly a century and a half ago. Since their arrival in this land, the Targaryen dragons had dwindled in might, much like their descendants. Tyrion shook his head, countering, "Chief Banyan, the Targaryens may not be as feeble as you presume. Even the Mad King Aerys, in his youth, once rallied his spirits in an attempt to govern the realm effectively. However, the loss of their dragons had imposed immense pressure upon the Targaryens, ultimately snapping the fragile nerves of the Mad King, leading him to commit those infamous acts. My brother Jimmy once recounted to me that during the final throes of the coup, during the rebellion, the Mad King Aerys even contemplated incinerating all of King's Landing with wildfire. Banyan scoffed, a bastard born of incest, regardless of circumstances. The tainted blood within him would surely corrupt his mind, considering that Chief Banyan's father and elder brother had met their end at the hands of the Mad King Aerys. Tyrion opted not to delve further into this topic, lightly stating, "Who could argue otherwise?" and deftly shifting the conversation. Though Liu Yi was unaware of the intricate rivalries and affections among these elite families, he could sense the tension thickening in the air. Thus, he signaled to Lanner, who, understanding the cue, seized the conversation. "Speaking of dragons, our esteemed ruler, Lord Valkensaris, once accompanied the Maester Syrian to a diminutive realm known as the Kingdom of Chickens." As Lanner regaled the gathering with tales of the increasingly popular Maester Syrian, the once somber atmosphere lightened, akin to a jubilant bird soaring aloft. Even Chief Banyan quelled his irritation, choosing to listen, as the wall was distant, frigid, and impoverished, rendering it uninviting even to wandering minstrels. Seizing the rare opportunity to hear a fresh tale, Chief Banyan was reluctant to let his emotions overshadow it. At the very least, on a future day, while patrolling the forests beyond the wall with his men, he could gather around a campfire and share stories from the south, ensuring that even in death amidst the cold woods, he would harbor no regrets. After several days of interaction, while Chief Banyan still preferred to maintain distance from Tyrion Lannister, his fondness for Liu Yi, who possessed culinary skills and the spirit of a bard, had noticeably increased. Even during daylight hours, he was willing to ride alongside Liu Yi, exchanging tales of their past experiences. Through their casual exchanges, Liu Yi discerned that Chief Banyan harbored a keen interest in the life of a wandering mercenary. As night descended, Liu Yi began to recount some of the events he had experienced in the world of Azeroth, sharing them as engaging anecdotes with everyone present. After careful consideration, he chose to narrate his youthful adventures, particularly those he encountered around level 10 in the western wilderness of the Eastern Kingdoms. The primary questline of the Western Wilderness was one that Liu Yi had undertaken as a fledgling human warrior during his initial foray into World of Warcraft. This quest depicted the turmoil faced by the human kingdom of Stormwind during the chaotic reign of the Black Dragons, illustrating how the kingdom's granaries fell into disarray, leaving the populace in dire straits. It also portrayed the valiant resistance led by the militia leader, Graham Stallman, as they bravely fought against the malevolent forces and ultimately triumphed. In the tale, Liu Yi assumed the role of a nascent soldier, unwittingly drawn into the conflict while tasked with delivering a letter to his commander. He experienced the harrowing journey from witnessing the slaughter of farmers to storming the depths of the dead mines. The narrative was rife with unexpected twists and turns, captivating the audience and prompting exclamations of wonder. Reno, in particular, marveled at how Captain Liu Yi was akin to an inexhaustible treasure trove of stories, ready to unveil new tales at any moment. Upon concluding the story, everyone present applauded the demise of Van Cleef, except for Morris, the typically taciturn servant of Tyrion, who lamented softly, "Your king is rather ungracious. Such a monumental endeavor as rebuilding the walls has gone unpaid. How are those laborers supposed to support their wives and children upon returning home?" Liu Yi, with a hint of agreement, merely replied, "Indeed." It was amusing to note that each person in attendance was, in their own right, a figure of misfortune. Jon Snow, the illegitimate son scorned by his father's legitimate wife, had yet to experience the embrace of a woman before becoming a member of the Night's Watch. Tyrion Lannister, motherless and despised by his father, was the second son of a dwarf. Liu Yi, in his backstory, was a wandering mercenary, cast out from his home and stripped of his surname. Kevin Turner, still a minor, had been expelled by his father, forced to trade his life for coin as a second son. Reno was a homeless bard, while Jack and Morris were middle-aged servants assigned to the unappreciated second son of their master. Among them, Banyan Stark, the youngest son of a duke who had lost his parents, voluntarily donned the black attire, devoid of wife, child, or lands, emerged as the most successful of the group. Upon this revelation, the others, led by Liu Yi's jovial tongues, compelled Banyan to treat them to a round of drinks. After the revelry, he surprisingly became willing to engage in conversation with Tyrion, leading Tyrion to ponder whether Banyan's body had been possessed by a spirit from the north. However, during their subsequent travels, Banyan was tasked with overseeing 20 horses destined for the wall, requiring him to devote considerable time to their care. This obligation forced him to withdraw from the nightly storytelling gatherings, replaced instead by the late arriving member of the Night's Watch, the Crow, Buren. The title Crow did not refer to a specific individual, unlike the monikers of Hound, Mountain, or Kingslayer. Rather, it denoted a position responsible for external communications and for gathering supplies voluntarily offered by various lords to the Night's Watch, with the replenishment of troops being a significant aspect of these contributions. This time, Yuan brought along 2 rapists apprehended from the Wuxi Peninsula. Upon hearing this news, Liu Yi specifically inquired whether Kevin was acquainted with them. With a look of disdain, Kevin stopped, claiming not to know them. He added, "Teacher, please refrain from mentioning that I hail from the Wuxi Peninsula. I have no desire to be associated with those two." At last, after braving the biting winds of the Northern Realm for nearly a month, the duo finally arrived at the magnificent Great Wall. The moment Liu Yi laid eyes upon the wall, he was rendered speechless. Concerned, Kevin asked, "Teacher, what is the matter?" Liu Yi replied, "I can sense the essence of magic in the air." Chapter 44, The Teacher, whose role is to convey knowledge and resolve confusion to journey from Winterfell to the Black Castle. One must traverse the dense forests of the northern segment of the Wolfwood, ascend the towering peaks of the North Mountains, and then cross the vast wilderness within the domain of House Umber, ultimately arriving at the newly granted lands belonging to the Night's Watch. This is considered the true arrival at the Wall. The term newly granted lands refers to the territories bestowed upon the Night's Watch by Queen Alysanne after the Targaryens ascended to power in Westeros, encompassing an additional 25 leagues of land, which, unlike the rocky and barren lands previously allotted by Brandon Stark king in the north 8,000 years ago, are relatively fertile. Prior to their donation to the Night's Watch, these lands had been directly under the stewardship of House Stark, cultivated by generations of farmers. Each year, these farmers were required to pay rent to the Night's Watch, allowing them to continue their lives as before. However, as Liu Yi and his companions passed through, they found both the granted and newly granted lands nearly devoid of laborers tending to the fields and orchards. According to the chief Ban Yang, the desolation of the lands was a consequence of the Night's Watch's inability to allocate manpower for cultivation. The neglect of the newly granted land stemmed from a dwindling number of Night's Watch members, leading to a gradual weakening of the borders, which in turn allowed increasing incursions by wildlings. Many residents of the newly granted lands had thus fled south to seek refuge within House Umber's territory. The invasion by foreign tribes often initiates with the deterioration of border defenses, a decline frequently stemming from the negligence of those in power, ultimately resulting in the annihilation of entire nations and civilizations by the advancing tide of foreign warriors, a recurring theme throughout history. Logistics serve as the backbone of a military's combat effectiveness. Witnessing the fertile lands lie fallow stirred a profound urgency within Liu Yi, surpassing even that of a king's concern. Yet, feeling powerless to affect change, he chose to close his eyes and block out such thoughts to avoid distress. The group took 6 days to cover the 50 leagues of land. When the wall loomed before them, majestic as a towering mountain, they were rendered speechless by its grandeur. Even Tyrion, who had read numerous descriptions of the wall, found its scale beyond his wildest imaginings, exclaiming, "Goodness, it is truly immense." Indeed, it was astonishingly high. Liu Yi, feeling the trickling remnants of magic within him, absent-mindedly replied, "Yes, it is remarkably tall." Assuming Liu Yi was as awestruck by the wall's enormity as he was, Tyrion urged, "Come on, we have but a few leagues left. Once we reach the wall, you can lie atop the battlements and gaze down." Liu Yi snapped back to the present, smiled, and replied, "All right, let us proceed." Since exhausting his magical abilities to revive Kevin and Wang in the Wolfwood, Liu Yi had often sensed a profound emptiness within him, as though a beast were clawing at his chest, roaring for him to fill the void. At this moment, as the Great Wall drew ever closer, Liu Yi felt the ethereal magic in the air enveloping him like the mist of a winter dawn, settling upon his skin and seeping into his muscles, ultimately residing within his very soul. Though it was merely a minuscule amount, barely the size of a fingernail, insufficient to cast even the most rudimentary purification spell, it was indeed accumulating gradually, drop by drop. This revelation filled Liu Yi with exhilaration, prompting him to inadvertently voice his thoughts, which captured Kevin's attention. Once they had distanced themselves from the others, Kevin quietly inquired, "What is magic, teacher?" "Magic? I cannot precisely articulate it," Liu Yi replied, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Lowering his voice, he continued, "It is perhaps a wondrous energy that enables me to wield light spells. But teacher, I recall you mentioning that all divine spells are bestowed by the sun god Ansha." "Correct. Indeed, the spells themselves are derived from him, yet the energy required to cast them is not. You may liken it to the ink of a scholar. One cannot compose a book solely with ink." Kevin nodded, "I understand. But teacher, how can I sense this energy?" Observing the fervent longing in Kevin's eyes, Liu Yi found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't very well admit his own ignorance. Instead, he countered, Kevin, let me ask you. Do you perceive the power of the sun as magnificent? Certainly. And sacred? Undoubtedly sacred. Then, why do you believe that merely by my speaking of it, you could possess it? Kevin was momentarily speechless, his face and ears flushing a deep crimson. After a considerable pause, he finally asked, Teacher, what should I do? To attain such power, you must undergo the sun god's trial. Kevin's tone grew increasingly urgent, for he discerned a tangible path to the extraordinary in Liu Yi's response. Teacher, what is the sun god's trial? Please tell me. Indeed, what was the sun god's trial? This posed yet another challenging question. Gazing into the eyes of his eager student, Liu Yi realized he could no longer defer the matter. Ever since the battle against the usurper and the hounds in Winterhold, Liu Yi had gradually come to understand that he and Kevin were fundamentally from two disparate worlds, their perspectives drastically differing. As Tyrion Lannister famously stated, with Liu Yi's current abilities, he could easily align himself with a powerful lord, serving as their blade to eliminate injustices, amass merit, and ultimately become a lord himself. Yet Liu Yi could not accept this. The education he received instilled in him the belief that all individuals are equal in character, and that societal status should arise solely from differences in ability and duty. He could not fathom pledging fealty to a lord, only to subsequently bow to their descendants, who in turn would require his own progeny to do the same after his passing. The mere thought of it filled Liu Yi with profound despair. Yet upon this land, such notions have solidified into an existence comparable to the laws of nature. The dominion of power can solely be wielded by the noble warrior class, while those who hold faith and knowledge, the monks and scholars, must vow never to marry or bear children, ensuring their line does not continue. This is peculiar, for in Liu Yi's homeland, the most prosperous eras were characterized by individuals who possessed both faith and knowledge, along with martial prowess. The separation of these three elements, placing martial power above the others, only begets unending warfare and chaos. This is abnormal, and Liu Yi rejects it. Thus his actions and demeanor stand in stark contrast to the world around him. This discord is also the source of his conflict with Kevin. Although Kevin later yielded to Liu Yi, it was evident from his words that he compromised with his lord Liu Yi, not his mentor. Kevin did not genuinely embrace Liu Yi's values, he merely conformed to tradition and committed fault. If this continues, Kevin may one day part ways with him, even becoming adversarial. Liu Yi does not wish for this. He needs to elucidate his views to his student fundamentally, and now presents itself as the perfect opportunity. After much contemplation, Liu Yi finally spoke, Kevin, the trials of the sun god are omnipresent. At any time and place, you may encounter them. Thus, I cannot specify the nature of these trials, but I can reveal what the sun god values. What, then, does the sun god hold dear? Liu Yi gestured towards the sun, suspended high in the sky, declaring, firstly, the sun is selfless, it hangs aloft, consuming itself to bestow light and warmth upon the entire world. Secondly, the sun is impartial. Whether it be animals, plants, mountains, or oceans, it treats all equally. Throughout the remainder of this brief journey, Liu Yi, drawing upon his scant knowledge of astronomy and physics, imbued the sun's might with moral significance, imparting it to Kevin as the tenets of ancient faith. The moral standards he employed naturally stemmed from the values he had absorbed during his earthly education. However, considering the disposition of the Westerosi youth, Liu Yi initially introduced the principles of the French Revolution, seasoned with a dash of the Paris Commune's ideologies. As for the thoughts of the three great mentors of the Internationale, they were deemed too advanced. Liu Yi feared that presenting them prematurely could lead to disastrous consequences. Thus he concealed them, intending to reveal suitable portions gradually when the time is ripe. Though the material shared with Kevin was not excessively profound, even its most rudimentary aspects far surpassed the nobility of mere ambition for wealth or the sorrow of loss, making it exceedingly fitting for a youth of 14 or 15, whose mind is filled with noble spirit and chivalric honor. Moreover, the content Liu Yi recalled and endorsed was sufficient to sustain discussions for several months. Once the main ideas were conveyed, he could further enhance memory skills, delving into previously read yet unexamined materials, expanding upon them in chapters and key points, thus ensuring a prolonged engagement. Then, let Kevin comprehend and practice. After such a prolonged period, he ought to have devised a solution by now, wouldn't he? Gradually, through the reciprocal process of teaching and learning, the small band led by the esteemed Commander Banyong navigated towards the majestic yet dilapidated castle at the foot of the wall, the stronghold of the Night's Watch, known as the Black Castle. This fortification, steeped in history, serves as the headquarters of the Night's Watch. Situated at the northern terminus of King's Road, half a mile to the south of the Black Castle lies a quaint village named Mole's Village. The Black Castle does not resemble a conventional fortress. It is unprotected by walls on its eastern, southern, and western sides, with only the imposing wall towering to the north. It comprises several stone towers and wooden fortifications, interconnected by subterranean passages referred to as the Worm Maze. These pathways are seldom traversed during the summer months, but in winter, they become the sole means of access within the castle. Upon entering the main castle area, Ban Yang proceeded to the command tower to submit his orders. As the chief ranger of the Night's Watch, he had already ascended into the decision-making echelons of the organization. His journey to Winterfell was not merely a familial visit. It was also an opportunity to report to the ruler of the North, his elder brother, Duke Eddard Stark, regarding the state of the wall's defenses. Given that he had returned at a fortuitous moment, coinciding with King Robert's northern tour, it was imperative that he relay the feedback from the rulers of the Seven Kingdoms to the other senior members of the Night's Watch, regardless of whether the news was favorable or otherwise. Nevertheless, Ban Yang did not neglect Tyrion Lannister and the other guests. Shortly after entering the command tower, a menacing middle-aged man clad in black emerged to introduce himself to the guests. "I am Bas, the Beastmaster of the Night's Watch. Commander Mormont has sent me to accommodate you." Tyrion extended his hand. "Greetings, I am Tyrion Lannister. It is a pleasure to have a Beastmaster welcoming us. At least we needn't worry about being bitten by dogs." Bas bent down to shake his hand and then led them towards a dilapidated, weathered tower with a significantly slanted roof. "This is Harden Tower, once the residence of the Night's Watch officers," Bas informed the guests. "However, as the barracks are currently underutilized, it has been repurposed to host guests and new brothers who have yet to complete their trials. Have you brought your own bedding?" Upon receiving a positive response from Tyrion, Bas gestured towards the creaking doors of the various rooms within the tower, stating, "Choose whichever room you prefer. Each person may occupy their own chamber, but do not expect anyone to tidy up after you. It would be best to stay on the same floor for my convenience when I need to find you." Just as Bas exited the tower's main door, he turned back to Tyrion, saying, "Lannister, Old Bear wishes to see you at dinner." Tyrion replied with an exaggerated smile, "Understood, Commander. I shall dress splendidly to meet the esteemed gentleman." Bas nodded and departed once more, this time not to return. By now, time had progressed, and Liu Yi, with his luggage in tow, selected the most appealing room to settle into, firmly declining Kevin's invitation to share the accommodation. Due to the prolonged absence of inhabitants, Liu Yi spent an entire hour merely tidying up. It was not until Kevin arrived to knock on the door that he realized it was already time for dinner. As Tyrion was attending a banquet and had taken Jack along to assist him, the only guests dining in the hall were the trio of Morris and Luke Caron. Although Liu Yi and the others were also guests, in the eyes of the Night's Watch, they clearly did not belong to those who required special treatment. Thus they were seated in the hall to dine alongside other brothers in black. The sustenance of the Night's Watch was quite simple: a slab of smoked meat, a serving of pickled vegetables, a substantial piece of hard bread, a bowl of hot soup, and a small cup of wine, all distributed by a portly chef. As the black-clad brothers queued to receive their meals, evoking a sense of inexplicable familiarity in Liu Yi, what was missing, he pondered for a while, only to realize it was simply the absence of the cafeteria lady rattling her spoon. "Are you unaccustomed to our fare?" Chief Ban Yang inquired, as he took a seat in the vacant spot before Liu Yi, holding his plate. Hark had been an ordinary farmer before arriving at the Great Wall, and back in his hometown, he could merely boil beans, so one should not harbor high expectations for his culinary skills. So why did he come to the Great Wall? He had borrowed money from the Guardian Knights and could not repay it, a pitiful fellow indeed. As Ban Yang tore a piece of bread with his teeth, he chewed thoughtfully before asking, "Regarding what you mentioned earlier about wanting to accompany us to the Outer Lands, have you reconsidered?" While still on the road, Liu Yi had expressed a desire to witness the landscapes beyond the wall, and Ban Yang had readily agreed at that time. Observing Ban Yang's inclination to retract his promise, Liu Yi inquired, "What is it? Has something changed?" "Not exactly, but during the meeting this afternoon, Old Bear informed me that the movements of the wildlings have increased significantly since I left. Venturing out now is perilous. I wear black and patrol the Outer Lands as part of my duty, but you are merely a guest, and it is not worth such a considerable risk. If you wish to tour the Great Wall, I can arrange for a brother to host you. I believe this towering structure will suffice for your viewing when you depart." Liu Yi shook his head. "Chief Ban Yang, if you are concerned that it is more dangerous outside, you should bring me along. You have witnessed my skills. On the day of the duel between Sandor Clegane and Liu Yi, Ben Yang had been present in the training yard. A first-hand witness to the bout that resembled an adult educating a child. If you insist, it poses no problem. 3 days hence, I will take a few capable men beyond the wall, departing at dawn. Be prepared. What preparations should I make? Bring more provisions, wear several layers of clothing. And do not bring your attendants. Understood. Chapter 45. A day trip to the Great Wall upon Liu Yi's return to Hadinta. He shared with Kevin the news that he would be embarking on a patrol beyond the Great Wall with Chief Ben Yang in 3 days. Kevin expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, Teacher, why do you never take me along? You left me behind in White Harbor, only to return with 9 knife wounds, nearly perishing on the journey. Surely, you haven't forgotten. Liu Yi replied with resignation, Of course, I remember. However, this time it is not my desire to exclude you, rather. Chief Ben Yang has expressly requested that I not bring you along. How could I possibly refuse his wishes? Kevin stood up, intent on leaving. I shall speak with him. Liu Yi quickly grasped his clothing, urging, No, Kevin, do not go. If he does not intend to take his own nephew, what chance do you have? Frowning deeply, Kevin retorted, I am not like that fellow. I have fought pirates and severed heads. In every sense, I am a true warrior. As for John, he likely has even killed a chick. Liu Yi, intrigued, inquired, What is it then? Do you not get along well? During their journey, he had observed that they had not quarreled. Kevin pondered, then cautiously responded, John, he is acceptable, not ill-natured. Yet, there exists an air of arrogance about him that is rather discomforting. Liu Yi shrugged, acknowledging, after all, he is the son of a duke. It would be abnormal for him to lack pride. As long as he is not malicious, that suffices. Arrogance is like a precious gem freshly unearthed, unrefined. It can harm both self and others. However, once polished to a smooth luster, it reflects brilliant light. Chief Ben Yan's upcoming expedition would likely lead him to numerous places. And Liu Yi estimated he would be away for several days. While you remain here, why not spend time with John and experience the martial skills of the northern nobility? Though reluctant, Kevin recognized that this was a mutual decision made by Chief Ben Yang and his teacher, and thus he acquiesced. Very well, teacher, I shall refrain from going. I will prepare your belongings instead. Go ahead, and remember to ask the cook for extra smoked meat. I adore it, and I am willing to spend a little. Before their departure to the frontier, Liu Yi had 3 days of freedom. With little time to engage in long-term planning, he could only occupy himself with trivial matters, such as reading. However, he had already finished the few books borrowed from Winterfell during his journey. Thus, early the next morning, he urged Tyrion to accompany him to the library at the Black Castle, in search of remarkable treasures hidden among the stacks of old papers. The library was managed by Maester Aemon, an elderly man said to be a century old, an age that would earn him the title of centenarian even on Earth. It was Liu Yi's first encounter with Maester Aemon, a bald, wrinkled man, hunched in form and blind. He found it difficult to fathom how such an aged individual could endure in this frigid place. Out of respect for the elder, Tyrion and Liu Yi approached the maester's quarters, humbly requesting his permission to enter, but were met with a polite refusal from the old scholar. According to the words of Bachelor Aemon, the library was filled with antiquated documents, primarily consisting of the various accounts maintained by the Night's Watch over the years, devoid of anything particularly noteworthy. Moreover, as guests, it was somewhat inappropriate for them to wander freely in the library. Naturally, should they express any interest, the elder could retrieve a few intriguing books for them to peruse and pass the time. Thus, with the assistance of his aide, the elder mastered his frail body and, trembling, prepared to venture into the library to seek leisure reading for his 2 guests. Observing this, Tyrion and Luwin awkwardly took their leave. Once outside the elder's chamber, Luwin pondered aloud how they might occupy themselves during the next 2 days. Tyrion glanced at him and coldly remarked, For you, it is merely 2 days. For me, it amounts to 2 weeks. Well, let us find some amusement. What do you think about visiting Mole's Town? Luwin decisively declined. Tyrion resided in the King's Tower, a place designated for esteemed guests. After parting ways, Luwin began to reflect on whether he should enhance the reputation of the Night's Watch. Having only just arrived at the Black Castle the previous day, apart from Lord Commander Mormont and the Master of Whisperers and Yoren, he was unfamiliar with any other brothers in black. Furthermore, his current status was merely that of a guest escort, hardly even a guest himself. In such circumstances, Undertaking any actions or witnessing anything proved to be quite a challenge, since he could not access the library. Liu Yi had no particular plans and resolved instead to engage in local tasks during these 3 days, aiming to become acquainted with the brothers in black. This way, when he sought assistance in the future, he would not elicit the embarrassing response, "Who are you?" Hence, he commenced wandering the halls of the Black Castle, eagerly offering his assistance whenever he saw someone laboring. He helped the blacksmith by stoking the forge, lent a hand in the kitchen by carrying ingredients, fetched water for those cleaning the stables, and even tried his hand at sword practice alongside others. Although some found his presence cumbersome and declined his offers, many more readily accepted his goodwill. After all, Liu Yi was strong and nimble, providing help without the expectation of payment. What was there not to appreciate? In an almost magical manner, Liu Yi seamlessly integrated into the rhythm of life among the Night's Watch, to the extent that some who were unaware mistakenly thought he was a volunteer preparing to join their ranks and kindly reminded him to don black attire when leaving his quarters. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, having just exited the forge of Master Dononoi, Liu Yi spotted an old soldier placing wooden barrels filled with gravel, the size of fingernails, into a crane's iron cage erected at the corner of the castle wall. His eyes lit up. Was this not an excellent opportunity to ascend the battlements? Liu Yi stepped forward, grasping a barrel of gravel and placing it into the cage. Then gathered several other barrels and arranged them neatly in the center of the cage. "Old soldier, is this how it should be done?" The old soldier gazed into Liu Yi's eyes and after a moment, inquired, "You are the Lannister family's diminutive squire, the one who busies himself with menial tasks everywhere?" Liu Yi nodded, asking, "Am I truly that well known?" The old soldier scoffed, "There is a fool from the south, idling about, assisting others, yet wisely refusing to don black attire. Naturally, he has garnered some fame. Indeed, this fool wishes to lend you a hand and, in the process, experience the view from the city walls. What do you think? What is there to see atop the walls?" The old soldier muttered, "Only ice and snow, and the wind that devours. However, since you are keen to witness it, follow me. I shan't be polite. Remember, do not call me old soldier, refer to me as Dave." "Very well, Dave, thank you." Dave adjusted the positions of 6 wooden barrels before securely closing the cage's door. He tugged at a rope that dangled from the city wall, and moments later, the iron cage began to ascend, guided by its hinges. He then led Liu Yi towards the wooden staircase that zigzagged upwards, affixed to the wall. Those who have lived in high-rises and experienced power outages know that ascending to the rooftop of a 60 or 70-story building is no easy feat. Nevertheless, the old soldier had his own methods. After ascending several levels, Dave would pause to rest, prompting Liu Yi to join him on the wooden steps until Dave was ready to continue. Although the delay was somewhat lengthy, Liu Yi did not perceive it as a waste of time, for each level presented a distinct panorama. Looking southward from the inner side of the wall, to the right loomed the majestic North Mountain Range, while the left revealed an endless expanse of plains and wilderness. The afternoon sun cast its golden rays upon the snow-covered earth, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Below him lay the Black Castle, etched in the warm hues of the afternoon light. From this vantage point, he discerned the rigidity and hollowness of the windowless fortifications, the crumbled walls, and the debris-strewn courtyards. In the distance, he spotted the dilapidated houses of the Mole village, half a mile away along King S Road, and the icy streams cascading down from the mountains, threading through the plains. The water glimmered like scattered gold coins, reminiscent of a trove of golden dragons. Beyond this, the world unfolded as an expanse of desolate hills, jagged rocks, and fields adorned with remnants of snow. After nearly an hour of arduous climbing, the two finally reached the summit of the city wall, where a sudden gust of frigid wind sent a shiver down Liu Yi's spine. "Behold, that is the winch. Only supplies are hoisted by the crane. People must ascend the stairs." The old soldier approached the winch and exchanged pleasantries with the cloaked figures operating it, before lifting 2 buckets of sand and heading in the opposite direction. "Come along, lad, carry 2 buckets of sand with me." The top of the great wall was broader than the surface of King S Road, its structure of ice and stone rendered as solid as iron by the battering winds. The black-clad brothers had strewn the passage with gravel, but years of foot traffic had long since smoothed the ground, while frost gradually filled the crevices between the stones, consuming them whole. As the passage was once again smoothed over, it required a fresh layer of gravel, which was the task assigned to the veteran today. Liu Yi, carrying 2 buckets of sand and stone, followed the veteran to a smooth icy surface where they halted. The veteran overturned the wooden bucket, scattering the gravel across the ground, then picked up a broom affixed to the wall and meticulously spread the gravel evenly on the surface. After finishing 1 bucket of gravel, Dave handed the broom to Liu Yi, urging him to follow his example. I'm off to join the others by the fire. When it's time to leave, I'll come find you. With that, he departed. Liu Yi took the broom and spent over an hour evenly distributing the remaining gravel across the ground. Once the agreed-upon task was completed, the veteran remained resting in a small hut beneath the crane, allowing Liu Yi a moment to lean against the battlements and gaze at the scenery beyond the wall. To the north of the Great Wall lay an endless expanse of coniferous forest, stretching towards the highlands and snowfields in the northwest. This was the homeland of the free folk, the people living beyond the wall. They referred to themselves as free folk to distinguish themselves from those who knelt before lords and kings south of the wall, often labeled as wildlings by the inhabitants of the 7 kingdoms. The free folk believed that the gods created the world for humanity to share, yet the so-called kings, crowned and armed with steel swords, arrived to claim everything as their own. They viewed those who knelt as devoid of freedom, while the people of the 7 kingdoms regarded the wildlings as lawless, uncivilized thieves, rapists, and murderers. The free folk are also descendants of the ancients. The construction of the wall separated them from Westeros, rendering them orphans of the continent. They maintained their identity as free folk, comprising numerous tribes and clans that spread into hundreds of small villages, refusing to bow to any king and freely choosing their leaders. Each village held its own unique customs and existed in a state of perpetual internecine conflict. Liu Yi pondered whether the free folk were the forsaken subjects of the Northmen when the wall was erected or descendants of criminals fleeing to the wilds. Perhaps both were true. Tomorrow he would venture forth. He yearned for the truth. But for now, Liu Yi merely sought a place to sit that was less frigid, hoping to accumulate some magical energy. Upon reaching the top of the wall, he discovered that the rate of magical recovery was significantly faster than it had been on the ground. If the recovery on the ground resembled a drop of water falling from a roof, then at this moment it was akin to a torrent flowing through a drainpipe after a downpour. In Liu Yi's perception, the entire Great Wall functioned as a colossal magical gathering array, continuously converging the magical energy from the surrounding air and infusing it into the structure beneath his feet. Under the relentless influence of this magical force, the solid ice would never melt, while the efforts of the night as watch over the years resulted in ever-increasing piles of gravel and ice. Ultimately, after 8,000 years of arduous labor, such a magnificent wall was erected. The arcane energy that seeped through the fingers of the magical formation replenished 2/3 of Liu Yi's mana, evoking in him a profound admiration for such monumental power. He mused that perhaps only an ice mage could truly comprehend its intricacies. Although lacking concrete evidence, Liu Yi was convinced that this formidable wall possessed a powerful defensive mechanism capable of repelling the White Walkers. It was inconceivable that such a structure could endure for 8 millennia without a compelling reason. From a different perspective, had Liu Yi been the leader of the White Walkers, he would have relentlessly sought to dismantle this wall, even if it meant gnawing at it with his teeth. The absence of such an attempt could only imply that it was beyond their capabilities. Thus, as long as the Great Wall stood firm, the North would remain secure against the threat of the White Walkers. With the possibility of their advance now dismissed, the most pressing danger to the North would likely stem from an incursion by the wildlings from beyond the wall. Throughout history, whether in the East or the West, the hunter-gatherer tribes from harsh lands have repeatedly descended upon and conquered the agrarian societies of fertile lands. Each occurrence would set back the progress of civilization by centuries. However, even if the existing order were to be overturned by the advancing free folk, could it truly be considered the end of days? After all, the spoils of war lay in the hands of the victors, and the wildlings, descendants of the ancients, could conquer the North and venture as far as dawn. So what? Ultimately, would humanity not still reign over this world? Liu Yi found himself pondering such complexities. No matter, witnessing it firsthand would surely yield answers. As the sun dipped in the west, casting a long shadow behind him, the veteran emerged from the small hut. Liu Yi greeted him, saying, "I have completed the task. Do you believe this will suffice?" The veteran, seemingly indifferent, glanced down, stopped his feet against the ground twice, and nodded. "It will do. Let it be as is. Soon enough, frost will reclaim this place." The following morning, as the sun ascended, Liu Yi had already prepared his steed and awaited Ban Yong in the castle's training grounds. After a short while, Ban Yong, accompanied by 6 comrades, approached Liu Yi and inquired, "Apologies for the wait. Are you certain you wish to accompany us?" Liu Yi patted Lightning's neck and affirmed, "Indeed, I am." "Then let us depart." Chapter 46. The Abandoned Village. The Great Wall, extending eastward from the Black Castle like a sword and westward like a serpent, boasts no grand gates. Instead, It is perforated by several tunnels that traverse its formidable base, leading into the lands beyond. These passages are secured by heavy iron grills, locked with multiple chains. Any tunnel abandoned by the castle or left vulnerable during perilous times is forever sealed with ice, snow, and gravel. For the Seven Kingdoms, the wall stands as an unassailable bastion. For 8 millennia, apart from the 13 years of dominion by the 13th Lord Commander, the Night King, and his queen, the White Walker, who were ultimately vanquished by the Liberator Brandon, the Night's Watch has never faltered. This is the history of the Night's Watch and their unparalleled honor. Even amidst the current ranks filled with criminals and scoundrels, this deeply ingrained pride remains fiercely protected. With the exception of a few disgraceful oath-breakers, these men dedicate their lives to the vows taken on the day they donned the black garb. The long night is coming. From this day forth, I shall watch. Until death takes me. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crown, seek no glory. I shall remain faithful to my duty, living and dying in this place. I am the sword in the darkness, the guardian on the wall. I am the flame that wards off the cold, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the sleepers, the shield that protects the realm. I dedicate my life and honor to the Night's Watch, tonight, and every night henceforth. When Liu Yi first heard this oath from Ben Yang, it ignited a fire in his chest, stirring a fleeting desire to join the Night's Watch in their vigil over the north. However, after enduring the chilling winds of the Ghost Shadow Forest, he relinquished that notion. This was the mission of the Night's Watch, not his. His calling lay elsewhere. The monumental task of saving the world could not be shouldered by this fragile organization. Numbering less than 1,000, with merely 300 warriors, Liu Yi must seek a more formidable power. Passing through the tunnels beneath the wall marked his official departure from the borders of the Seven Kingdoms. Emerging from the dark passage, he was greeted by a lush yet somber coniferous forest. Liu Yi inhaled the air, filled with a sense of freedom, but found it not sweet, rather biting and cold. Ben Yang, leading the group into the forest on horseback, explained to Liu Yi, who was visiting the lands beyond for the first time, that the Ghost Shadow Forest was vast, rivaling even the wolfwood. In order to keep the trees at bay from the wall, we toil day and night, felling timber and burning firewood, yet we cannot compel it to recede even slightly. I believe, one day, the Ghost Shadow Forest will encroach upon the very edge of the wall, beneath our feet. The Ghost Shadow Forest is home to numerous wildling villages, most of which maintain a cordial relationship with the Night's Watch. However, there are also those wildlings who have migrated from elsewhere, unfamiliar with the customs, bringing us trouble. Thus, our rangers must periodically patrol to ensure that no newly arrived tribes pose a threat to the wall. Ben Yang continued. The raiding parties of wildlings have only 2 methods to cross the wall. One is to keep their heads firmly secured to their belts as they scale the wall. Over the years, the number of the brothers in black has dwindled, leaving the defenses upon the walls rather desolate. The wildlings, should they choose to traverse a bit farther, can invariably discover unguarded sections. Although the number of wildlings stealthily crossing over in this manner is minimal and poses little significant threat, there exists another means, crossing the sea from the eastern and western ends of the Great Wall. However, the Shadow Tower and East Sea Watch vigilantly guard these coastal areas, unless the wildlings are willing to risk freezing to death while diving from the depths of the ocean. Any visibility would result in their capture and demise by the brothers stationed there. As the forest grew increasingly serene, Ben Yang fell silent, enveloped by the towering oaks, black ironwood trees, and the gray-green sentinel trees that comprised the tranquil woodland, with only the incessant echo of hoofbeats resonating through the air. Deep within this vast coniferous expanse, the biting cold wind sliced through every inch of exposed skin. The rangers sat firmly upon their steeds, their legs gripping the horse's belly tightly, hands clutching the reins. The entire unit connected by an invisible bond, their bodies seemingly fused with their mounts, yet their eyes remained sharply vigilant. After a full day of marching, as night descended, Ben Yang sought a dry, sheltered hollow to establish camp. With only 8 individuals, each accompanied by a horse, their carrying capacity was limited, hence, they brought no tents, only sleeping bags. At this time, the act of camping merely consisted of unfurling sleeping bags around the campfire for rest. Ben Yang organized the watch in 4 shifts, adhering to a principle of pairing combat effectiveness, assigning a young man named Gordon as a companion to Liu Yi. Once the others succumbed to slumber, Liu Yi occasionally tossed a piece of wood into the flames, the flickering firelight casting a warm glow upon their faces. After a while, Gordon inquired, "Did you defeat Sandor Clegane?" Liu Yi nodded, affirming, "Indeed, the Lannister lad accused me of deceiving the team by using scavenged corpses as spoils. And thus the king compelled me to duel him to ascertain the veracity of my claims. Did you truly deceive him? Who, the king? Yes. Liu Yi shook his head. Of course not. Even if someone had deceived him, it would not have been I. Gordon scoffed. Oh, the king's judgment. Have you ever met the king? Gordon stirred the embers with a stick. I have. During my time as a squire, I once accompanied my lord to a tournament held in King S Landing. Alas! My lord lost after 2 matches, merely earning a suit of armor. Nevertheless, that occasion afforded us several months of comfortable living. And thereafter? Afterward, my lord perished in a skirmish against bandits. When I attempted to take his possessions, the lord who employed us deemed it theft, and I was sent here. Liu Yi fell silent, uncertain of what to say. After a moment, Gordon continued, Sandor Clegane is a skilled fighter. I recall he reached the third to last round in that tournament, yet ultimately fell to Jaime Lannister, failing to make it to the finals. As Jaime Lannister toppled his final opponent and rode past the spectators, the noblewomen in the stands howled like a pack of wolves beneath the full moon, exerting every ounce of strength to hurl their handkerchiefs towards him, yet he paid them no heed, accepting only a single flower from the queen. My master once informed me that if the Kingslayer were willing to barter his looks for a modicum of power from the 7, he would undoubtedly secure the championship of that contest. Curious, Liu Yi inquired who ultimately claimed the title. The mountain, Sir Gregor Clegane, a veritable behemoth, was the victor. He vanquished 7 or 8 opponents, defeating the Kingslayer in the semifinals and subsequently besting Sir Barristan Selmy, the King's Guard, in the finals to seize the championship. However, I opined that the unbowed Sir Barristan was the stronger of the two. His hair and beard were already white, yet the chasm between them was but a hair's breadth. Had they been of the same age, Sir Barristan would surely have triumphed. Not necessarily. Liu Yi shook his head. In tournaments or any contests governed by rules, experience can compensate for physical disparities. If the mountain is indeed as formidable as you suggest, in actual combat, Sir Barristan would likely suffer more defeats than victories. Gordon took a sip of his drink, contemplating the clash between the youthful Sir Barristan and the mountain, and conceded, that is indeed true. Just imagining fighting the mountain makes me feel like I might wet myself. Liu Yi accepted the wineskin Gordon offered, taking a swig. Then retrieved a piece of jerky from his pouch and handed it to Gordon. The two shared their meal and conversed in hushed tones, passing the lonely night. Through their idle chatter, Liu Yi discerned that Gordon held a deep nostalgia for the days spent wandering the south alongside their master. Do you wish to return? Liu Yi asked, intrigued. Gordon shrugged. What would I return to? Since the day I donned the black cloak, the wall has been my home. Truth be told, I fare quite well here. There is no lack of food or clothing, and when I receive my pay, I indulge in a few games at most town. Aside from being a tad colder than the south, it's not so bad. Liu Yi crossed his arms, shivering involuntarily. That is hardly just a tad colder, is it? I haven't traveled much, so don't deceive me. How once the relief shift awoke, Liu Yi nestled into his bedding, contemplating how this band of men, forsaken by the 7 kingdoms, had found their sanctuary upon this frigid land, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of joy for them. On the following morning, the group continued their journey northward. By midday, they beheld their first village. Upon reaching the outskirts, Ban Yang noticed the absence of any living souls outdoors and instructed Other and Jefffer, the 2 black-clad brothers, to venture inside for reconnaissance. Cautiously wielding their weapons, they entered the village, pushing open the door to a dilapidated house. Within the 10 or so dimly lit, low-roofed dwellings, they found no signs of life nor even a solitary valuable item left behind. After receiving their report, Ban Yang dismounted and meticulously examined each house, speculating. I believe they must have relocated. But why? 2 months ago, when we made our rounds here, Tosh and his tribesmen had sold us half a goat. Other proposed another theory. Perhaps they had been captured, for these wild folks seemed perpetually oblivious to the concept of peace. Perhaps, Ban Yang brushed the dust from his hands. Let us proceed to the next village to investigate. As night approached, the patrol arrived at yet another settlement, which, unsurprisingly, was deserted, with all supplies meticulously cleared away. At this juncture, Ban Yang was fairly certain that these wild folk had voluntarily migrated, as there were no signs of violence within or around the village, which contradicted the customary behavior of marauding tribes. Clearly, someone had issued a summons to the inhabitants of these 2 villages, or some dreadful entity had frightened them away. Regardless of whether they left willingly or under duress, we must uncover the truth. We cannot allow a conspiracy to brew under the vigilant eyes of the night watchers. After conferring with his comrades, Ban Yang resolved to journey to the castle of Cast, situated north of the shadowy forest. The so-called fortress was, in fact, not a true stronghold. Gordon explained to the puzzled Liu Yi that the term fortress was merely a name bestowed by the Night Watchers. Located in the northern reaches of the shadowy forest, beyond it lay the vast expanse of snow-covered plains. The proprietor of this fortress was Test, a surly wild man and, paradoxically, a friend of ours. The rangers patrolling the shadowy forest seldom ventured to such a northern location, yet whenever they did, Test was always graciously welcoming. If anyone north of the Great Wall possessed knowledge of the events transpiring here and was willing to divulge it, it would surely be him. That night, the 8 of them rested in the abandoned village. With vacant houses readily available, they chose 2 of the closest dwellings for their stay. In the dead of night, Liu Yi was roused by the urgent call of nature. He groggily rose, opened the door, and instinctively sought a large tree outside to relieve himself. As the rain subsided, he sensed an unsettling stillness. In such a dense and expansive forest, there was an eerie absence of sound, save for their mounts. This was highly unusual. Just then, the sound of a dry twig snapping echoed from the woods, prompting Liu Yi to hastily pull up his trousers, draw his sword, and cautiously approach to investigate. He soon spotted a massive bear, nearly his height, standing beneath a nearby pine, regarding him with a predatory gaze and emitting a low growl. Behind the bear were 2 cubs, no taller than his knees, clinging to their mother's legs and staring wide-eyed at him. Liu Yi found himself rooted to the spot, paralyzed by indecision. It was not that he feared the creature well, perhaps he did. After all, just after leading the Silver Northern Crusaders to victory against the Lich King at the Ice Crown Citadel, he had been thoroughly bested by an ordinary bear NPC on Mount Hydro. Thus, before discerning which version of Bear Mother he was facing, Liu Yi had no intention of making a hasty move. The mother bear across the way evidently harbored similar intentions. After a brief standoff between the bear and the man, Ban Yang's voice resonated from behind. Liu Yi, what are you doing? Perhaps alerted by the presence of others, the mother bear, now aware of the biped's companionship, turned and departed with her 2 cubs. It's all right, the mother bear with her young has left, Liu Yi said as he sheathed his sword and returned to the abandoned village. He patted Ban Yang on the shoulder, advising, remember to lock the door tight when you sleep. One never knows what peculiar creatures might emerge. Ban Yang gazed for a moment at the indistinct lights and shadows flickering in the distant forest before retreating to the chosen house, prudently propping the door with a log as thick as a thigh. The following morning, the group prepared their belongings and set off toward their next destination. That day, to substantiate Ban Yang's hypothesis, they journeyed through 3 villages, yet, as before, encountered not a single living soul. Even the fields surrounding the villages yielded no remnants of grain. To the north lie 2 more villages inhabited by wild men. We shall visit them tomorrow. If we find no one there either, we will proceed directly to Cat's fortress to inquire if he knows of any recent occurrences in this region. Regrettably, that night, a sudden storm descended, bringing with it icy rain. Chapter 47, Enemy Attack. The frigid ice rain pelted my face mercilessly. Liu Yi hummed a familiar tune from his hometown as he poured diced smoked meat into the soup pot, followed by dried mushroom bits, stirring gently with a ladle. The enticing aroma wafting from the pot coalesced into a white mist in the cold air, permeating the very essence of everyone present. Seated around the campfire, Othar swallowed audibly and inquired, Liu Yi, how much longer until we can drink this soup? Liu Yi scooped a small spoonful of the murky broth, blew on it, tasted it, and shook his head. Not yet, it's not ready. Outside, the sky has succumbed to darkness under the shroud of rain clouds and tree shadows. Although the icy downpour had gradually subsided, the entire day had been lost, irretrievable. This delay, however, had its merits. The peculiar behavior of the wildlings in the Phantom Forest had placed immense pressure on the Night Watchers, their nerves taut as bowstrings. No one dared traverse the Phantom Forest amidst the icy rain, and thus, despite the delay, this weary patrol had the opportunity to rest for a day. To soothe his companion's spirits and with ample time at hand, Liu Yi took it upon himself to prepare dinner using his culinary skills. In this forsaken dwelling, the fervent campfire licked the bottom of the pot, quickly bringing the smoked meat soup to a boil. The crackling of sparks from the fire, the relentless patter of rain outside, the bubbling of the soup, and the sounds of the night watchers swallowing formed a cheerful symphony, casting a serene ambience over this small world within the desolate village. As bubbles began to rise in the soup, Liu Yi retrieved the premixed flour water and gradually poured it into the pot, stirring continuously until the broth transformed into a thick sauce. He then removed the iron pot and set it aside. Calling everyone over to the pot, Liu Yi reminded them, 1 scoop each, let us not waste any. Brother Jeff displayed a peculiar expression and exclaimed, waste? How could you even think such a thing? I could drink half a pot by myself. Next time, make more. After a long wait, Ban Yang was the last to serve himself, shaking his head as he drank. Our remaining supplies aren't sufficient for such extravagance. Once we reach Castle Cast, we'll see if we can trade for some provisions. For now, we must endure. Ban Yang had originally planned for them to be on their way back by now. However, the eerie emptiness of 5 consecutive villages could not be ignored, resulting in their supplies being inadequate for the remaining journey. Fortunately, Cast remained a friend to the Night Watchers, and they might be able to procure some food from him. Yet, if even Cast had fled, Ban Yang and his group would find themselves in dire trouble. Nonetheless, these were matters for Ban Yang, the leader, to ponder. The others merely needed to follow orders. Gordon lifted the localized version of the spiced meat soup, downing half a bowl in one go, wiping his mouth with his sleeve, and remarked, "Liu Yi, should you join the men in black, with this warm broth, I would certainly cast my vote for you as the supreme commander." Liu Yi merely smiled in response. Jeff laughed, pointing his spoon at Gordon, saying, "Is this your way of thanking Liu Yi?" by suggesting he dons the black attire. Noticing Gordon's slight embarrassment, Liu Yi kindly reassured him, "It's all right. One day, I shall return. I will prepare soup for you then, along with the exquisite wines from Qingtang Island." A brother named Weimu chimed in, "I want the beauties of Qingtang Island." This candid wish evoked laughter among the group. As they ate and conversed, the fatigue and stress accumulated over the past few days gradually dissipated in the relaxed atmosphere. After a hearty meal and tidying up, they secured the heavy door against the doorpost and prepared for rest. Suddenly, the steeds tethered in the adjacent empty house emitted fearful whinnies. Their hoofs striking the ground echoed through the walls. Ban Yang perked up his ears, immediately alerting, "Something's amiss. Grab your weapons, we must investigate." Remaining isolated in a wooden and thatched dwelling during an enemy's approach was unwise. Responding to the command, the group swiftly rose from their blankets, grasped their nearby weapons, ignited torches from the campfire, and followed Ban Yang outside into the chilly drizzle. The desolate village, devoid of stars or moonlight, felt particularly silent and dim, with even the flames of the pine branch torches barely illuminating beyond 3 meters. In the indistinct shadows, Liu Yi discerned several men clad in leather coats, wielding swords and axes, silently observing the sentinels from a distance. Ban Yang stepped forward, calling out, "Who are you?" The opposing side remained silent. This was not a battlefield familiar to Ban Yang, and engaging in conflict seemed unwise. Thus, he added, "Tosh and Bannon are my good friends. Perhaps we can discuss matters." Uncertain of the enmity between the strangers and the sentinels, the adversaries swiftly approached without uttering a word, raising their axes to strike at Ban Yang. He evaded the blow by sidestepping, retreating to join his comrades, and commanded loudly, "Attack." This rallying cry seemed to resonate as a command for both sides. The men in black charged with various battle cries towards the savages, while the enemy silently advanced. As the strongest among the 8, Liu Yi instinctively positioned himself at the forefront. To alleviate the pressure on his companions, he plunged into the fray, targeting the tallest and most robust savage for his assault. The enemy easily parried Liu Yi's strike with a wooden shield, while his right hand gripped a short axe, aiming for Liu Yi's left flank. Liu Yi withdrew his long knife, raising his right arm to shield against the blow. It is worth noting that in the months since his arrival, none had managed to breach Liu Yi's armor, leading him to forego the use of a shield. This time, he had not even brought one along. As Liu Yi anticipated, the enemy's axe struck his gauntlet, which remained unbroken, unbent, and steadfastly adhered to his arm. However, the tremendous force transmitted from the gauntlet caused Liu Yi to stumble involuntarily. Before he could regain his footing, the adversary launched another attack, prompting him to roll away a few steps and engage in a standoff. Resuming his stance, Liu Yi was taken aback. Were the savages truly this formidable? He had randomly selected an opponent, yet encountered such immense strength. A sense of unease crept into his mind, compelling him to allocate a portion of his focus to assess his surroundings. In the brief span of mere breaths, 4 of his 7 companions had already fallen, with the remaining 3 ensnared in dire straits. "Other, be cautious," came Ban Yan's voice. Liu Yi cursed under his breath, feeling a surge of anxiety. While he had long been aware of the savage's ferocity, he had not anticipated such an extreme. 7 seasoned rangers had been swiftly overpowered by an equal number of foes. 4 had been toppled, and 3 were suppressed. Even the self-assured Liu Yi had suffered a minor setback. This was no ordinary enemy. They were undoubtedly the elite among the savages. Liu Yi had initially intended to employ purely physical assaults against the adversaries, reserving his magical energy for healing his allies post-battle. If the situation continued to unfold in this manner, it would not be long before there would be no post-battle at all. Observing the remaining 3 comrades successfully felling the enemy before them, Liu Yi shouted, "Quick! Take refuge indoors. Defend yourselves." Liu Yi noticed Ban Yang was absent, and the savages, having freed their hands, began to converge. With no option to conceal his abilities, he raised his hand to bestow a blessing of strength upon himself. A blue spectral fist materialized above him, and he infused his weapon with radiant energy, causing the blade of the sea serpent S strike to shimmer with brilliant golden light. He then bellowed, "Sacrifice!" A wave of golden holy flames radiated from his body, enveloping the ground within a 5-meter radius. The 2 savages who had already stepped into this domain emitted piercing shrieks before collapsing. Seizing the moment, Liu Yi crushed one's neck beneath his foot and pierced the other's chest. As the blade imbued with solar power penetrated the enemy's torso, thick, dark blood gushed forth, and the savage convulsed violently twice before falling still. The solar power can yield such effects. During his time on the Great Wall, Liu Yi had taken advantage of his swift mana recovery to discreetly experiment with various skills, confirming their viability. Yet he had lacked the opportunity for practical application to witness their effects. Observing the fallen foe now, he was astonished by the lethality of the light power. Its efficacy was far from the purity he had imagined. However, this astonishment was fleeting, as he immediately plunged into the next round of combat. Bolstered by solar power, Liu Yi easily shattered the remaining enemy's defenses, delivering decisive blows, one to breach their guard and another to claim their lives. The ferocious savages, undeterred by their injuries, approached silently, unflinching in the face of death. The imminent enemy was swiftly vanquished by Liu Yi, yet his magical energy dwindled to a mere fraction. Within the desolate village, both friend and foe lay sprawled upon the ground. Liu Yi's final 3 companions ultimately failed to seek refuge within the confines of the house, instead collapsing just outside its entrance. Amidst the frigid drizzle, Liu Yi turned over the bodies of his fallen comrades, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Other's neck was half severed, Gordon's skull bore a gaping crater, and Jeff's entrails lay exposed. Of the 7 brothers clad in black, only Ban Yang survived. Shielded by his armor, though he too bore a grievous wound that extended from his face to his right chest, leaving him on the brink of death, unconscious from excessive blood loss and severe trauma. With the last vestiges of his magical energy, Liu Yi conjured a flicker of holy light, barely managing to stabilize Ban Yang's condition, yet unable to facilitate complete healing. Sitting amidst the pool of blood, gazing at the lifeless forms of his companions, Liu Yi could not help but force a bitter smile. After venturing beyond the Great Wall, he sensed his magical energy gradually replenishing, albeit at a far slower pace than when he had stood atop the wall. To fully restore his magical reserves, he could only bide his time. However, the enemy was not inclined to grant him such respite. Just then, a powerful gust swept past him, prompting Liu Yi to instinctively roll aside. When he glanced back, he was horrified to see the enemy, whose neck he had snapped, rising once more. In a panic, Liu Yi lunged forward, seizing his long blade, leaping to deliver a swift horizontal strike that severed the opponent's head. To his astonishment, the body crumpled silently to the ground, and the anticipated spurt of blood from the chest cavity did not materialize, as if it had long been a lifeless corpse. At that moment, Liu Yi grasped the source of the disquiet that had pervaded his heart since the onset of battle. These formidable foes, silent, unyielding, and unafraid of death, could they be the legendary undead? A shiver ran down Liu Yi's spine as he kicked the lifeless body. At that moment, more wrestling sounds echoed ominously from a distance. Uncertain if this heralded the arrival of additional enemies, Liu Yi dared not linger. He forcefully kicked open the door of the barn where the horses were kept, secured Ban Yang onto his steed, and mounted Lightning, swiftly leading the remaining horses away from the death-shrouded village. On the crest of a low hill outside the village, a pair of eyes glimmering with a cold blue light watched his departure intently. Unable to ascertain if there lay an ambush along his return path, Liu Yi refrained from retracing his steps and instead ventured southward, navigating in the dark throughout the night. As dawn's first light began to break, both man and horse grew weary, prompting Liu Yi to halt by a small stream. He laid Ban Yang beneath a tree, cleansing his wounds with fresh water and strong spirits before bandaging them with strips of cloth. Having completed this task, he led several horses to the riverbank to drink. After taking some time to break the ice covering the surface of the river, he returned to find that Ban Yang had regained consciousness. Weakly, he gazed up at Liu Yi and asked, "Are we the only 2 left?" Liu Yi nodded solemnly, a look of deep sorrow etched upon his face. Yes, they fought until the very last moment. They were all valiant. Ben Yang shut his eyes, murmuring, "Cannot be killed, simply cannot be killed." When that fellow raised his blade to strike Other, I clearly pierced his chest with my sword, yet he continued to swing his weapon, severing Other's throat as if nothing had transpired. I rushed forward, intending to topple him, but he remained utterly immovable. Such power is beyond that of an ordinary human. From whence do they originate? Contemplating his conjecture, Liu Yi pondered aloud. Could they possibly be ghouls? Ghouls! Ben Yang struggled to rise, but the motion of his arm aggravated the wound upon his chest, causing him to collapse to the ground in agony. Liu Yi immediately supported him, cautioning, "Your injury is grave. If not attended to, it could prove fatal. We must return swiftly." Ben Yang shrugged off Liu Yi's hand, insisting, "I must convey this news to Elder Xiong. The night watchman must not confront such foes unprepared." He struggled to his feet, staggering towards his steed. But after only 2 steps, he fell once more, losing consciousness. Why must he be so stubborn? Liu Yi thought, unwilling to accept Ben Yan's demise here. If he perished, how could he explain to the cloaked brothers his return unscathed while the others fell to ghouls? He resolved to preserve Ben Yan's life at all costs. Thus, Liu Yi ceased his rest, restrapping Ben Yang onto the horse's back and heading southward. Despite Ben Yan's severe injuries, Liu Yi's sacred light flash spell barely sustained his life. Yet, as the wound refused to heal completely, it began to fester and inflame. Observing Ben Yan's feverish state and delirium, Liu Yi recalled his own near-fatal experience outside White Harbor and attempted to use purification to dispel the inflammation. That night, Ben Yang's condition improved somewhat, but by the following morning, the symptoms of infection re-emerged. To restore Ben Yan's health, his wounds must heal entirely. Yet Liu Yi's magical energy replenished too slowly to employ both purification and sacred light flash simultaneously. While sacred light flash hastened the healing of Ben Yan's wounds, it could not quell inflammation. Conversely, purification could alleviate the swelling but not mend the wounds. Only by hastening their return to the Great Wall could Liu Yi gather sufficient magical power to save Ben Yang, yet in his current state, Ben Yang was unable to guide them properly. Anxiously flitting about like a headless fly, Liu Yi navigated the forest with the gravely wounded Ben Yang, unwittingly arriving at a dense grove of fishbeam trees. In the very heart of this grove stood a colossal tree, so vast that it would require 4 people holding hands to encircle it, its bark etched with an eerie visage. Chapter 48, The Natural Elixir of Magic. Gazing upon the bizarre, colossal visage carved into the heart tree, Liu Yi was suddenly struck by a wave of physiological discomfort. Unable to suppress an exclamation, "What on earth is this?" "This is the heart tree, the emblem of the ancient gods," came the weak voice of Ben Yang from behind, as he struggled to prop himself up with one hand on the horse's back. "Liu Yi, please help me down." Liu Yi untied the ropes binding him and assisted Ben Yang in sitting against the heart tree. Resting the back of his head against the tree's face, Ben Yang, pale and fatigued, murmured, "Liu Yi, I cannot hold on any longer, leave me here." Due to the wounds on his face, Ben Yan's words were somewhat garbled. Nevertheless, he exerted himself to speak. Having guarded the Great Wall for half a lifetime, to die outside of it, perhaps this is the fate of a ranger. "Whitefoot, my steed will take you back. Please deliver my sword to Elder Xiong and tell him." Ben Yang attempted to turn his head but saw Liu Yi gently caressing the heart tree, frowning as he asked, "Are you listening to me?" Liu Yi retorted, "Ben Yang, is this truly the heart tree?" With a hint of resignation, Ben Yang replied, "Yes, but could you sit down and allow me to finish?" However, Liu Yi did not wish to be his messenger. Continuing to peel the bark, he said, "Save those words for Elder Xiong. I do not know him." Disheartened, Ben Yang closed his eyes, relinquishing hope in Liu Yi, murmuring softly, "I am dying, I know. Many brothers have perished before me. I understand what death entails. I am weary, my watch shall end here. Aid! Lyanna, father." Liu Yi gazed at him, resolutely stating, "No, I assure you. You will make it back." He then drew a dagger from his waist and forcefully plunged it into the heart tree's trunk, prying off a substantial piece of bark. Quietly savoring the magical energy that flowed from it, relieved that his intuition had proven correct. Indeed, from the moment he laid eyes on the heart tree, Liu Yi recognized it as a magnificent tree brimming with potent magic, much like when he encountered the ice spider he had slain in the wolf forest. The moment the source of magical energy appeared before him, his body's instinctive thirst informed him whether the object before him could replenish his magic. Now, his instincts indicated that this small piece of bark was one such source. Thus, Liu Yi placed the bark into his mouth and began to chew. As he savored the sensations within his mouth, Liu Yi discovered that the heart tree's bark was rather unpalatable, dry and tough, with a strong, irritating sensation. There was indeed some magic contained within, but not much. Consuming this piece of bark, roughly the size of a finger, restored only about 3% of his magical energy. Honestly, if the price to restore his full magic was to consume a basketful of bark, Liu Yi would find it rather unacceptable. He climbed back up the trunk of the heart tree, attempting to locate its fruits or flowers, two of the most commonly utilized parts of arboreal plants by humanity, but found only deep red, oval leaves resembling fish scales on the branches, which, in terms of taste and efficacy, were not significantly better than the bark. As Liu Yi returned to the ground from the robust branches of the fishbeam tree, he contemplated excavating the earth to ascertain whether the tree's root system could be of any use. At that moment, a fragrant aroma imbued with magical essence wafted from the trunk. Following the scent, he discovered its source, a viscous greenish juice oozing from the area where he had pried off the bark. He picked up a small amount with his finger, rubbed it, and then tasted it with his tongue. A sharp, bitter flavor surged through Liu Yi's mind, while an invigorating coolness enveloped his entire being. Indeed, this was the perfect, natural, harmless, and free magical elixir, an ideal companion for the Sunwalker as spells, a must-have for home, travel, and adventure. Feeling the surging magic within him, Liu Yi inflicted a few minor cuts upon the heart tree, allowing the greenish juice to flow forth, which he then scraped up with his fingers and consumed. Once his magical energy was at its peak, he approached Ben Yang, removed the bandages from his wounds, and once more cleansed them with strong liquor, washing away the pus and filth, causing Ben Yang to wince in pain. Then, he hovered his hands above Ben Yang's injuries and gently instructed Ben Yang, "Do not be startled or resist whatever occurs next." Ben Yang, in considerable discomfort yet too weak to resist, could only question, "What are you going to do?" Ah! As a blinding golden light erupted from Liu Yi's hands, an intense pain and itchiness erupted from Ben Yang's wounds, compelling him to straighten his body, momentarily losing consciousness in the agony. In that fleeting state of confusion, he seemed to see, amidst the flickering golden light, the swollen red skin of his wounds being covered by deep crimson blood, scabbing over, swelling subsiding, and the stabs peeling away. After several breaths, Ben Yang was drenched in sweat. Yet the once unbearable wounds had returned to their original state. He was astounded, feeling his face and body, and exclaimed, "Liu Yi, what just happened? What did you do to me?" Liu Yi gazed into his eyes and replied, "I have healed your wounds." Ben Yang, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, then gradually relaxed, stating, "I desire a reasonable explanation." "Certainly, but you must wait a moment," Liu Yi replied, rising to his feet and returning to the heart tree. He scraped some of the oozing juice from the tree with his fingers, depositing it into the various containers he possessed, a pot, a wine pouch, a bottle, and an empty alchemist's vial he had brought from Azeroth, hoping to see if he could transport the tree sap. Once he completed his task, he returned to Ben Yan's side, seated himself, and began, "Ben Yang, I once told you that I am a mercenary from Celis. But what I did not reveal is that back in my homeland, I was also a follower of the sun god Ansha, a Sunwalker. For reasons unknown, I was exiled from Celis, and only upon achieving great deeds will I be allowed to return. Before my departure, a seer foretold that the distant continent of Westeros faces an impending crisis of annihilation. That is where I shall accomplish my great works. Which is why I have come to this land, seeking the opportunity to return home." After listening to Liu Yi's account, Ben Yang found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he managed to force a smile and remarked, "Liu Yi, this is utterly ridiculous. It cannot be true. The notion of an impending crisis leading to annihilation is preposterous." Yet, as he recalled his fallen comrades, the indomitable foes, and his own rapidly healing wounds under Liu Yi's magic, his voice gradually dwindled. Regaining his composure, Ben Yang donned the mask of the Night's Watch's chief ranger once more. "So, those wildlings we encountered last night were, in fact, the wights?" Liu Yi nodded in affirmation. "They exhibit no fear, do not speak, and ordinary weapons cannot harm them. Aside from wights, I cannot conceive of any other possibility." Ben Yang offered a wry smile. "I never imagined that the old woman's ghost stories would manifest before my very eyes. Liu Yi, you spoke of achieving great things. How do you intend to proceed?" "As for me," Liu Yi replied, "the burden of averting the impending doom of Westeros is far too great for me to bear alone. Yet I am willing to contribute to this effort. This is the land of the Westerosi. Ultimately, it is they who must rescue themselves." "So, you single-handedly vanquished those wights we encountered the other day?" Liu Yi nodded, "Indeed. The power bestowed upon me by Ansh not only has the ability to revive the living but also to banish the undead. However, since my arrival on this continent, I have not sensed the presence of magical forces until just now. Ban Yang gently caressed the scar on his face, still somewhat dazed. Magic is dead. Ever since the last dragon perished, no one has been able to wield magic. Yet, the reality unfolded before him, and he could not deny it. He inquired further, is this power something you could teach me or the Night's Watch? We are but ordinary men, incapable of effortlessly slaying these monsters as you do. Liu Yi presented the sap of the heart tree to Ban Yang, urging him to take a sip. Ban Yang tentatively licked a small amount, grimacing at the bitter taste. What do you perceive? Bitter, acrid, numbing. It is quite nauseating. Liu Yi shook his head. You cannot even sense the magic. Like Kevin, you do not yet possess the conditions to harness the power of the sun, and I am unable to assist you in that regard. Observing the disappointment on Ban Yan's face, Liu Yi added, however, I believe that the wall, having stood for 8 millennia, undoubtedly possesses the strength to repel the wights from advancing south. Moreover, after years of battling the White Walkers and wights, the Night's Watch must have devised methods for ordinary men to confront these threats. Upon returning to the wall, seek out Maester Eamon and peruse the historical records of the Night's Watch. There should be documentation on this matter. Indeed, Ban Yang pondered aloud. I have long heard that the Builder Brandon, with the assistance of the children of the forest, wove ancient incantations within the wall to fortify it and prevent the passage of mysterious beings, such as the White Walkers. As long as the Horn of Winter remains unblown, the wall can eternally keep these dangers at bay. Liu Yi's heart raced at this revelation. What is the Horn of Winter? Ban Yang traced a sinuous shape resembling a bull's horn in the earth with a branch, the Horn of Winter, a fabled magical artifact. In the mythic legends of a millennium past, the king beyond the wall, Joman, had sounded the Horn of Winter, awakening the giants from their subterranean slumber. It is said that the horn possesses the power to bring down the Great Wall of Despair. Liu Yi shook his head wryly, realizing that the wall might indeed be beyond salvation. Once you return to the Great Wall, be sure to ascertain the nature of the Horn of Winter and its whereabouts, lest you be discovered by the free folk or even the wights. As the conversation waned, Liu Yi glanced down to find that the heart tree sap in his water skin had congealed into crystalline chunks resembling rosin in the biting wind. Chewing on it, he noted that while the taste remained unchanged, all traces of its magical essence had vanished. He meticulously examined various containers, ultimately finding that only the liquid in the potion vial retained its form and had not lost its magical properties. Thus, he ceased his idle chatter, stationed himself by the heart tree, and diligently scraped every drop of sap from its surface into the vial. Since the day he traversed into this world, this round-bottomed crystal potion vial had become Liu Yi's most cherished vessel. It was unbreakable, easy to clean, could be heated directly over a flame, and came equipped with a built-in cork. He vaguely recalled that it had once served as the vessel for a life-saving super mana potion during his adventures in Azeroth. To his astonishment, it continued to preserve mana even across worlds, allowing him to feel a rare sense of goodwill from Azeroth. The process of filling the potion vial with the heart tree sap consumed nearly 3 hours. Once the vial was finally filled, Liu Yi carefully corked it. After a cursory assessment, he concluded that this entire vial of heart tree sap could replenish his mana bar 7 times. If he employed the holy light for complete healing, it could save 14 lives. If he merely used the holy light to sustain existence, even more could be rescued. Heart trees were not uncommon in the north. As long as the next heart tree could yield mana-rich sap, the flow of light would remain unbroken. In this manner, he could establish a formidable organization relying on the power of the light, a true silver hand. After placing the potion vial into his satchel and covering it with other supplies, Liu Yi inquired, shall we depart? Having rested for several hours, Ban Yan's strength had returned. Upon hearing Liu Yi's question, he rose and affirmed, we can go. Liu Yi nodded and mounted his steed, saying, let us hasten back to deliver the news of the corkscrew's emergence to your brothers, enabling them to prepare promptly. After a brief pause, he added, Ban Yang, until an effective method to combat the ghouls is found, it would be wise for you to avoid straying far from the wall's patrols. Ban Yang, now mounted on his own steed, responded, understood. Let us be off. Thus, the two rode swiftly towards the Great Wall. As their comrade had perished in the wilds of the barbarian village, the supplies on their mounts were wholly claimed by the surviving duo, with each taking 4 steeds. With the alert Ban Yang leading the way, their return journey was considerably expedited. As Liu Yi gazed at the increasingly familiar scenery by the roadside, he could not help but remind Ban Yang, Won't returning along the same path expose us to an ambush by the wights? Ban Yang let out a cold chuckle. Surely you do not believe that while you were leisurely wandering through the forest with 8 horses, your tracks were well concealed. You led us for an entire day. Yet we have not covered much ground. If the wights intended to ambush or pursue us, we would have been doomed long ago. Reflecting on this, Liu Yi ceased his concern and hastened to follow Ban Yang. As they journeyed, changing horses but not companions, they soon reached the vicinity of the first village they had passed. Within the dense forest not far from the village, they stumbled upon 2 wild men clad in furs. Their bodies grotesquely dismembered, limbs scattered across the ground, alongside the carcass of a massive bear. Dismounting, Ban Yang kicked at the wild men's corpses, noting the absence of blood flowing from their severed limbs. These 2 must also be wights, Liu Yi observed. I suspect their presence here was to ambush us. Ban Yang waved his hand dismissively, countering, who can say? Perhaps among the wights, there are scouts who merely happened upon this unfortunate bear while patrolling. Liu Yi shrugged and approached the giant bear, feeling an unsettling familiarity with the blooded creature. Upon reflection, he realized it was indeed the mother bear he had faced during his first night in the desolate village. What of her cubs? Liu Yi wondered, searching the area until he soon found them nestled in a nearby thicket. One cub lay lifeless, a deep axe wound marking its head, while the other still breathed. Albeit weakly, its back marred by 2 deep cuts, its life force waning from blood loss and the chill of the air. Crouching down, Liu Yi gently patted the surviving cub's head. Little one, you are fortunate to have encountered me. In honor of your mother, with whom I share a fleeting connection, and given my defeat of the 2 wights, I shall spare your life. Henceforth, you may accompany me. With a few flashes of holy light, the cub's wounds healed completely. After using a purifying spell to dispel any potential infection, Liu Yi disregarded the cub's feeble struggles, seizing it by the nape and tossing it into the chain of lightning. Observing Liu Yi's actions, Ban Yang cautioned, what do you intend to do with that bear? Animals slain by wights are unfit for consumption. Liu Yi replied, I have no intention of consuming it. It still lives. I shall keep it as a pet, and it can serve as my sentry while I rest at night. Noticing the head Ban Yang was holding, Liu Yi inquired, and what of you? What purpose does that serve? Ban Yang lifted the head, responding, I shall bring it back for Old Bear and Scholar Iman to see. Words cannot convey the truth as clearly as their own eyes can. Chapter 49. The fundamental route issue. After departing from the Heart Tree, the journey of the 2 continued without further hurdles. They spent an entire day traversing the Ghost Shadow Forest, ultimately returning to the foot of the Great Wall of Despair. Upon passing through the lengthy tunnel beneath the wall's foundation, the unsettling gaze emanating from the depths of the dark thicket finally dissipated, and the oppressive atmosphere of the unfamiliar surroundings vanished. Liu Yi's body and mind experienced an immediate release, however. He soon felt a twinge of melancholy due to the thinner magical environment surrounding him. Gently patting the chain hanging from the side of his saddle, he confirmed that the precious sap of the Heart Tree remained safe within its confines, which provided him with immense comfort and confidence. Upon returning to the Black Castle, he bid farewell to Commander Ban Yang and settled Lightning and the other steeds in the stable. Subsequently, he carried his belongings into a chamber within Harding Tower, removed his armor, and began to relish a well-deserved respite. Even the cold thatched bed now felt like a heavenly refuge. Yet, scarcely had he reclined on the bed when a youth clad in black hurriedly entered from outside the tower, respectfully announcing, Commander Liu Yi, General Mormont requests your immediate presence. Presuming this was related to the unfortunate encounter with the patrol in the Ghost Shadow Forest, Liu Yi replied, very well, I shall come at once. He swiftly donned a neat outfit and followed the youth into the command tower, arriving in a spacious hall. At the center of the hall stood a rectangular wooden table, where an elderly man, his countenance as resolute as rock, bald-headed with a thick beard cascading down his chest, sat firmly in the chief position, his hands clasped together upon the table. Flanking the long table were several other brothers, similarly clad in black and of slightly advanced years. Some bore solemn expressions, while others engaged in hushed discussions, evidently attentive to the impending discourse. After the black-clad youth announced Liu Yi's arrival, the elderly man in the principal seat spoke. Commander Liu Yi, please take a seat. Once Liu Yi was settled, the elder continued, I am General Mormont, the current Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Ban Yang has detailed to me, along with several brothers, the perils you faced in the Ghost Shadow Forest, and he has returned with a head as evidence. The elder gestured towards the pale, withered head at the center of the table. However, the persuasiveness of this evidence is somewhat lacking, and there remains a degree of skepticism among the brothers. Banyan Stark is a capable chief ranger, and I personally wish to trust his account. But the loss of 6 rangers beyond the wall is not a matter to be taken lightly by the Night's Watch. Banyan's report mentioned that you utilized a mysterious spell to heal his wounds. Could you demonstrate this for us? Liu Yi furrowed his brow. For the blessing of the Sun God was no mere circus trick. The cost of demonstrating it here could very well mean the difference between life and death for a valiant warrior in a future battle. The elder nodded. I completely understand your concerns. Such miraculous power squandered on a mere display would indeed be a grave pity. He rolled up his sleeves and drew a dagger, inflicting a long gash on the inner side of his arm, crimson blood gushing forth. However, this demonstration held significant implications for the future of the Night Watch, making it of utmost importance to us. The eyes of all present were fixed upon Liu Yi, observing the blood pooling on the table. Liu Yi realized this was the sincerity of Elder Xiong, a gesture he could not refuse. Gently, he placed his hand over Elder Xiong's wound, and a flash of golden light illuminated the room as the torn skin healed seamlessly. Elder Xiong wiped the blood from his arm, clasped his hands in astonishment, and remarked that although the process was painful, it was indeed an impressive ability. Captain Liu Yi, can this spell be imparted to us? Liu Yi shook his head, explaining that this was a boon from the Sun God Ansha, bestowed only upon the most devout of his followers. Sun God Ansha, from where does this deity hail? Murmured General Mormont, turning to the shadow behind him. Scholar Iman, have you heard of this god? A frail, aged voice emerged from the shadows. I have never heard of the Sun God Ansha. The only deity of similar authority I am aware of is the Red God Rahela, who presides over light and flame, yet his priests have not exhibited such powers. Perhaps this is a newly emerged young deity. He inquired of Liu Yi. Young man, how numerous are the followers of the Sun God? Liu Yi replied, in my homeland, there are quite a few, but in this continent, I have not encountered any. The Night Watch comprises either the Northerners who worship the old gods or the Southerners who venerate the 7 gods. To convert entirely for the sake of a miraculous spell would evidently surpass the authority of those present. After exchanging glances with the others, Elder Xiong said, Captain Liu Yi, we are grateful for your selfless assistance to the Night Watch. He then instructed a cloaked brother seated at the end of the long table, Jeremy. Please accompany Captain Liu Yi to dinner on my behalf. As Liu Yi exited the hall, he caught a glimpse of an apologetic look from Banyan. Liu Yi understood this was an apology for having summoned him for questioning regarding the Night Watch. He brushed it off, not particularly concerned, for the effects of the light spell were so profound that no spar remained. In an unfamiliar land, he could only achieve the extent of Elder Xiong's feat. After leaving the Hall of King's Tower, Jeremy led Liu Yi to a dining area and personally served him a sumptuous meal. Once seated opposite each other, Jeremy candidly asked, Captain Liu Yi, do you think it possible for me to receive the blessings of the Sun God? Liu Yi replied, if I may be bold. Are you a follower of the 7 gods or the old gods? Jeremy responded, I hail from the town of Twilight Valley under the rule of Count Revere Lake, who is my uncle. Naturally, I am a devotee of the 7 gods. Liu Yi pondered his words before stating, the teachings of the Sun God do not conflict with the doctrines of the 7 gods, yet there are fundamental differences in certain principles. Subsequently, Liu Yi began to share the tenets of the ancient faith that he had imparted to Kevin while enjoying his meal. After listening, Jeremy Lake furrowed his brow, pondering how it was conceivable that knights and lords could be considered equal to those ignorant commoners. This notion was indeed difficult to accept. Lewis, however, appeared somewhat perplexed, countering that within the Brotherhood of the Night's Watch, there existed noble knights, commoners, and even criminals, all treated as equals. Jeremy shook his head, insisting that this was not the same. Joining the Night's Watch was a matter of honor and grandeur, witnessed by the 7 and the old gods upon donning the black. They had relinquished all worldly rights and corresponding duties. Yet, south of the wall, the disparities between individuals were as pronounced as those between man and dog. Lewis shrugged and nodded in agreement, acknowledging the merit in Jeremy's perspective. Indeed, the Night's Watch served as a bulwark for the 7 kingdoms, inherently distinguishing it from other realms. Nonetheless, the insincerity in his tone was palpable even to the dullest of ears, leading Jeremy to refrain from further discussing the topic of the Sun God, subtly deriding the Anshar faith for its lack of discernment and order. Thus, amidst a slightly awkward atmosphere, Lewis finished his meal. Upon returning to Hardinta, Kevin awaited him in his chamber, diligently polishing the armor with a cloth, while the little bear, brought back from the Shadow Forest, buried its head in a large bowl, savoring its evening meal. Master, you have returned, Lewis exclaimed as he sat on the bed, inquiring, "How have you fared these past few days?" Kevin continued to scrub the dirt from Louis's armor, responding, "I have endeavored to assist the Brotherhood to the best of my abilities, much like I did before your departure. They mentioned that if I wished to join the Night's Watch, they would don the black for me immediately." Louis chuckled, "You would look quite fine in black." Kevin, setting aside the cloth, replied earnestly, "No, master. Disseminating the doctrines of the Anshar faith is a far greater calling. During my half-month here, I have encountered numerous individuals, each from diverse backgrounds with varied pasts, yet hardly any are true villains. Indebted serfs, youthful male prostitutes, condemned barbers. Most have been dispatched by lords based on personal whims, accused of baseless crimes. I cannot claim their innocence entirely, as the fate of being sent here to await death is undeniably unjust." Louis's smile faded, and he spoke solemnly, "Indeed. The ordinary man's expectations of their rulers are merely twofold: equitable taxation and just judiciary. Yet, along our journey, we find that few lords fulfill these basic tenets. Freedom, equality, and fraternity are the tenets of the Anshar faith, fundamentally rooted in the sun's impartial love for all creation." Expounding on this topic, Louis shared a few more thoughts with his student, elucidating his philosophy. After completing his daily instruction, he suddenly realized that since returning from the forest, he had not seen Renard and the little Lannister. He inquired, "Where are Renard and Tyrion Lannister?" "I have not encountered them today. They have gone to Mole's Town for some amusement, claiming they shall return tomorrow," Kevin replied. Liu Yi inquired further, "Has Tyrion mentioned when we shall descend south to Winterfell?" Kevin replied, "A few days ago, Lord Tyrion sought me out and instructed me to convey to you that as soon as you return from the city walls, you may depart for Winterfell at your convenience." After Kevin took his leave, Liu Yi reclined on the long-absent straw bed, his hands clasped behind his head, quietly contemplating the events of the past few days. The battle in the haunted forest, though perilous, was of little consequence to him, merely a minor affair. The sap of the heart tree, while exhilarating, was also anticipated. With the existence of the White Walkers, how could there be no magic? If magic indeed existed, then surely there must be means to replenish its power. What truly kept him awake at night were the words of Jeremy Lannister during their meal today. A night's watchman like Jeremy, who stood on the wrong side of the war, stripped of secular authority and exiled to the fringes of civilization, yet still clung to a profound sense of hierarchy, what of the lords and knights of the north and south. Would they passively observe a religion advocating liberty, equality, and brotherhood spreading within their domains? A mere reflection on the history of robust religions on earth reveals that, barring the inconspicuous beginnings, once these forces gained momentum, rivers of blood invariably flowed. The distinction lay only in whether the slain were king or infidels. Should one recklessly preach among the common folk, it was conceivable that, before the White Walkers' crisis in the north could erupt, he might inadvertently ignite a religious war himself. Alarmed by this realization, Liu Yi pondered. Could the harbinger of turmoil in the south be none other than myself? He was reluctant to involve the common people, in Liu Yi's view. At least under the governance of Duke Eddard, their lives in the north were relatively stable, and he felt unworthy of thrusting them into the depths of war. Yet, abstaining from preaching was not an option. The power of the sun god, Ansha, or the light's force, was an immensely potent energy. Though he had yet to discover a method for others to wield the light's power, Liu Yi was convinced that one day, such a method would inevitably present itself to him. If even the mundane martial art of flying swordsmanship could alter the course of a nation's history, what monumental upheaval could the light's power provoke? The very thought was staggering. Such formidable power must be restrained by a noble faith, otherwise, it would only become another source of chaos. Thus, establishing a faith in Ansha and forging its doctrines into a sheath to contain the light's power was imperative. After considerable reflection, Liu Yi resolved to first promote the faith of Ansha within his mercenary company. The mercenary band constituted a relatively insular environment. As long as he refrained from encroaching upon the Lord's subjects, he would naturally avoid provoking their interest or hostility. When the members of the mercenary company eventually departed the ranks, they would naturally become seeds of the sun god's faith, taking root among the populace. This was the best strategy Liu Yi could conceive at this stage. The following noon, Liu Yi encountered the bleary-eyed Lord Tyrion Lannister in the hall. Upon beholding the countenance of the dwarf, Liu Yi jested, "Ah, Lord Tyrion, it appears you have indulged rather excessively. Shouldn't you be mindful of your health?" Tyrion chuckled in response, "Ha! I originally assumed that in such a remote locale as the Wall, the brothels would be populated solely by a motley assortment of unsightly individuals. Yet I was pleasantly surprised by the quality." Liu Yi, showing little interest in such matters, inquired, "When do we depart?" Kevin informed me that you have completed your itinerary here. Indeed, Tyrion replied, "I remain here solely to await your return. To be frank, if you tarry any longer, I might take my leave ahead of you, leaving behind nothing but a most apologetic farewell note. Rest assured, I shall only utilize your letter for the most unsavory of purposes." Setting down his spoon, Tyrion wiped his mouth, rose to his feet, and declared, "Then let us bid farewell to Old Bear today. We shall depart as early as tomorrow. You may begin preparing your belongings." That very night, Tyrion's servant, Morris, arrived at Harden Tower to relay the news of their imminent departure. On the following morning, Liu Yi, Kevin, and Lena had their provisions in order and awaited in the training yard of Black Castle. Soon, they beheld the approach of Benjen and his nephew John. Liu Yi, puzzled, inquired, "What is this? Do you intend to accompany me back to Winterfell?" Chapter 50. The newcomer and the recruit Benjen shook his head, indicating that the time was not yet ripe. Once the situation beyond the wall became clearer, I might venture to Winterfell once more. My purpose for this visit is to bid you farewell. As you are aware, the Night's Watch is in a dire state, and although you saved my life, I find myself with little to offer in return. After much contemplation, I can only present you with a student." With that, John stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Captain Liu. "Greetings, Captain Liu." Liu regarded the pair of uncle and nephew before him and remarked with a hint of amusement, "You must not be offering John as a student merely out of gratitude." Banyan chuckled, "Indeed, that is not the sole reason." He then grew serious, continuing, "Last night, after dining with you, Jeremy returned to the hall and conveyed the doctrine of the sun god to Elder Xiong and the other brothers. Elder Xiong believes that the ancient faith is currently unsuitable for dissemination within the Night's Watch. However, the wall indeed requires such strength to combat the increasingly severe threats from beyond. Hence, we hope you will accept John as your student. If you agree, the Night's Watch shall remain eternal friends with the Silver Hand mercenary group." Liu inquired, "Under what identity will he join the Silver Hand? As a member of the Night's Watch, or as the Duke's illegitimate son?" "As a member of the Night's Watch. Last night, Elder Xiong and I personally witnessed his oath," Banyan stated. "John is a fine young man, and establishing a good rapport with the Night's Watch is certainly advantageous." Nevertheless, Liu desired to hear the young man's perspective. He turned to John and asked, "John, becoming a mercenary means facing the possibility of death on the battlefield. Are you not afraid?" With a resigned expression, John replied, "It is all the same. The Night's Watch also faces death in the forests beyond." Liu smiled, "Mortals are destined to perish. Then come with me." With Liu's consent, Banyan released a breath of relief, gently patting John on the shoulder. "Young man, work diligently under Captain Liu. Remember my words, obey his commands as you would mine." John nodded softly, "I understand, uncle." Before long, Tyrion Lannister and his two servants arrived at the training ground, leading their mounts and joining the assembly. Upon learning that Jon Snow would be joining Liu's Silver Hand mercenary group as a member of the Night's Watch, he was beset by a multitude of questions. "Captain Liu, it seems you encountered some fascinating events in the Ghostwood. Perhaps you could share them with me when you have a moment." Liu noncommittally replied, "Next time, certainly." Out of respect for the king and the Lannister family, Elder Xiong dispatched 3 brothers of the Night's Watch to serve as guards for Tyrion until he safely reached Winterfell. Meanwhile, the Crow Yoren had completed his rest and was prepared to traverse the 7 kingdoms once more, fulfilling his duties. Consequently, when Tyrion departed from the Black Castle, the number of individuals in his company had increased since his arrival. After leaving the wall, the magical forces once again fell into silence, and the temperature gradually rose, though it remained painfully cold. Upon this journey to the Great Wall, Liu Yi not only beheld the magnificent and formidable landscapes of the northern frontier, along with the genuine threats that lie beyond, but also forged a friendship with the Night's Watch, acquired a student, and discovered an adorable pet bear. Overall, he harbored no regrets. Although Jon Snow remained somewhat unfamiliar to him, both student and teacher discreetly concealed this unfamiliarity within their hearts. Kevin, Liu Yi's first disciple, felt considerable dissatisfaction at the Night's Watch's imposition of a student upon Liu Yi. However, after conversing with his mentor, he relinquished his grievances and genuinely accepted John as his junior. As his teacher had stated, their endeavors were destined to be grand yet arduous, with countless adversaries poised before them. Thus, each friendship was invaluable, and one should not drive friends into the arms of foes. Always remember, in comparison to their noble pursuit, personal preferences and grievances were trivial matters. One evening, a day after exiting the gifted land, Tyrion instructed his servants to prepare dinner while he meandered over to Liu Yi. Observing Kevin and Jon practicing with wooden swords amidst the wilderness, alongside the frolicking direwolf and snow bear, he remarked, "Jon is a fine young man. His becoming your student is a stroke of fortune for both him and you." Liu Yi shook his head slowly, asserting that it was not yet the case. Only when Jon wholeheartedly embraced the faith of Anshar would he truly be his student. Tyrion turned to Liu Yi, gazing into his eyes, and said, "The doctrine of the sun god. I happened to overhear some of your teachings over the past few days. Are you serious? Freedom, equality, brotherhood. How absurd. Am I, a dwarf, truly equal to a towering figure such as yourself? Do you genuinely believe that the rogues, thieves, and murderers gathered by Euron from across the 7 kingdoms are all equals?" Liu Yi met his gaze with unwavering resolve, stating, "Though I am a commoner and you a noble, under the radiance of the sun, we are all equal. If these criminals sincerely atone for their sins, they stand on equal footing with any ordinary person." Tyrion chuckled softly. If only such a world existed. Alas, we both know it is impossible. Life is inherently unequal. Some are born robust while others frail, some destined to inherit thrones while others are bequeathed insurmountable debts. It is naive, Liu Yi. If Anshar's doctrine were so simplistic, your faith could never flourish on this continent. With that, he turned away without awaiting Liu Yi's response, climbing onto the carriage to resume his reading. Liu Yi could only gaze into the vast, endless wilderness, murmuring, "There is, Tyrion, my grandmother once witnessed it." The journey from the Great Wall back to Winterfell took nearly a month. As a guest of the Duke, upon returning from the Great Wall, Tyrion needed to greet the head of Winterfell and assure them of his safety. After all, as the heir to the guardianship of the West, his inexplicable disappearance in the north was no trivial matter. Upon their return, Euron and the 3 brothers clad in black also sought an audience with the ruler of the north to elucidate their presence south of the wall, thereby avoiding any misinterpretation as oath-breakers. Jon, having already pledged his vows as a night's watchman, naturally accompanied them. Only Liu Yi, Kevin, and Reno were extraneous to this journey. They had not sought the Duke's permission to depart, and thus had no obligation to report back upon their return. Consequently, upon entering Winterfell via King S Road, the group diverged in different directions. Liu Yi and the others drove their cart back to the blacksmith's courtyard, pushing open the heavy wooden gate. The courtyard, aside from the newly added carpenter's tools and scattered semi-finished furniture, remained unchanged, a familiarity that provided warmth to the 3 after their arduous 2-month journey. Leaving Kevin to organize their belongings, Liu Yi and Reno proceeded to the large hall, now transformed into a sept, where they found Brother Jon conversing with a middle-aged man. Noticing Jon still at work, Liu Yi and Reno quietly settled into a corner at the back of the sept, patiently awaiting his attention. Once the worshipper had paid his respects and taken his leave, Jon's face brightened as he inquired, "Liu Yi, Reno, when did you return?" Reno replied with a grin, "We just walked in to see you. Did you miss us?" Jon sighed, "Of course. I often pray to the 7 for your safe return. It is truly dull here, confined to this courtyard." Liu Yi, puzzled, asked, "Dull? I recall many of the 7's followers visiting you when we set out." "Not anymore." Jon lamented. "Since the ice spiders were taken by the king, the visitors have dwindled. This is, after all, the North Side." Reno consoled him. "Do not be disheartened. Soon, Liu Yi will prepare a splendid meal to reward you." At that moment, Jon suddenly recalled something and addressed Liu Yi, "By the way, did you not send Conrad and Eddie to recruit new soldiers?" 2 weeks ago, they returned with a contingent. They asked me to inform you that the new recruits are settled by the river where you previously forged armor for Kevin. You should visit them upon your return." "I must see them," Liu Yi responded, turning towards the door and calling for Kevin to accompany him to the riverside. The journey from the blacksmith's courtyard to the river took merely a few minutes on foot. Traversing the disordered forest, Liu Yi soon spotted several tents pitched beside the blacksmith's forge, forming a small encampment. In the adjacent clearing, Conrad and Eddie were instructing 2 young men in mock combat with wooden swords, while others gathered around, observing. Approaching, Liu Yi greeted his comrades, "Conrad, Eddie, 1." Upon hearing Liu Yi's voice, the trio excused themselves from their charges and approached him. "Commander, you have returned," Eddie exclaimed, extending his hand for a firm shake. "How was the wall? Is it truly as magnificent as the legends proclaim?" Liu Yi nodded, acknowledging that the wall at the edge of despair towered 3 times higher than the walls of Winterfell, indeed a magnificent sight. The tales of the journey shall be shared when I find the leisure. For now, let me be introduced to our newly recruited brothers. For I am eager to meet them. Eddie nodded and turned around, calling out to the assembled youths in the open space. Brothers, this is Liu Yi, the spider hunter and the commander of the Silver Hand. He has just returned from the wall. Come forth and greet him. The new recruits, having ceased their training and keenly observing the unfolding scene, swiftly gathered around, some clasping their chests, others raising their fists, each offering a salute to Liu Yi in their own manner. Liu Yi raised his hands in a calming gesture, waiting for the cacophony of voices to settle. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, Comrades, I am Liu Yi. As the commander of the Silver Hand, I wholeheartedly welcome your presence. Before arriving in Westeros, I led a mercenary band of 50 in my homeland, achieving numerous glorious victories. Thus, have no doubt, in Westeros, I shall guide you from one triumph to the next. Today marks our first encounter. Let us introduce ourselves and become acquainted. He gestured towards a young warrior on the far right, sporting a scruffy beard. You, start us off. State your name, preferred weapon, and your proudest achievement. The named warrior glanced around to confirm that Liu Yi was indeed addressing him, then stepped forward and introduced himself. I am Kili, of the Riddell clan. I excel in the axe and round shield. My proudest feat is having single-handedly taken down a wild boar. Very well, next. I am Kim, from the Pennington clan. I too am proficient with the axe and round shield. My proudest achievement was slaying a scoundrel from the Koi clan alongside my brother. Oh, you've taken a life. Liu Yi casually glanced at Eddie, who raised an eyebrow and offered him a reassuring look, understanding the unspoken message. Liu Yi chose not to delve into further details and encouraged the others to continue their introductions. As each individual took their turn to speak, Liu Yi gradually began to sketch a rough outline of the new recruits, just as Eddie had depicted before their departure. These young men from the woodland tribes possessed an unrefined simplicity, untouched by the complexities of the world. Although a few among them had experienced clan disputes and conflicts, the vast majority's combat experience was limited to encounters with the beasts of the forest. Their stories of blood and bravery largely revolved around the struggle for survival against these creatures. They sought to enlist in hopes of pursuing a more prosperous life and possessed various skills with weapons, spears, shield axes, bows, each with their own strengths. Whether they were relatively adept or exceptionally skilled mattered little to Liu Yi. After a few battles, even the least experienced would find their proficiency, and those unsuited for combat could always be reassigned to the kitchens to manage logistics. However, these proud and ambitious young individuals, are they truly willing to heed his command? Liu Yi was uncertain, thus he resolved to demonstrate his prowess and assert authority. Grasping a long-practiced staff, he addressed the new recruits, stating, Today marks our inaugural meeting, and I trust some of you harbor doubts about my qualifications and capabilities to lead you to victory in battle. Words alone often lack potency, hence, let us make a wager. I will retrieve 5 silver moons from my purse, and from this moment forth, I grant you the duration of a song. You may freely form teams and challenge me in groups. Regardless of the number of individuals in your team, I shall face you single-handedly. Should you triumph over me, these 5 silver moons will be awarded to the victorious team as a prize. However, each individual may challenge me only once, and the formation of teams is entirely at your discretion. Upon Liu Yi's proclamation, the recruits erupted in excitement. 5 silver moons were a considerable sum for these tribal warriors freshly emerged from the dense forest. Consequently, they clustered together in small groups, engaging in fervent discussions. Some began to rally their comrades, while others attempted to unite everyone into a large team to confront Liu Yi. A few deemed such a one-versus-many contest unfair and opted to form their own distinct teams. Liu Yi stood quietly to the side, attentively listening to their deliberations, meticulously noting each recruit's behavior, evaluating their character, intelligence, and interpersonal skills, and mentally assigning them suitable roles. Once their discussions concluded, 17 individuals divided into several teams, the largest consisting of no more than 4 members, while the smallest contained only 1. Observing the eager recruits, Liu Yi inquired of the onlooking comrade, Why do you three not form a team? 5 silver moons await. Conrad, casting a sidelong glance, replied, What purpose would that serve? Only to endure a beating. Forget it.